Chapter 1. Charlie Black. Within the confines of the office, heavy curtains adorned with classic Baroque patterns shielded the light, casting an even deeper somberness upon an already tranquil space. Charlie Black sat behind a long table, reclining in a plush high-backed chair. His slender fingers of the left hand delicately cradled a steaming cup of coffee, while his right hand stirred it with a spoon, creating a small vortex in the center of the dark liquid. He repetitively engaged in this mechanical and meaningless action, oblivious to the gradual cooling of the coffee. Charlie's gaze was entirely absorbed by the newspaper that floated before him, freshly delivered the latest edition of the Daily Prophet. As the most officially recognized and authoritative media outlet in the magical realm, the Daily Prophet had become one of Charlie's primary sources of information since his arrival here. Through its pages, one could effortlessly glean the latest significant events within the magical community, along with all the new regulations issued by the Ministry of Magic. Charlie could easily find what he sought amid the text and the dancing images contained within. However, today, the headline of the Daily Prophet appeared particularly jarring. The text, enlarged threefold and occupying the entire upper section, clearly conveyed a singular message: Mr. Harry Potter is about to turn 11. He will soon enter Hogwarts as a new student. After a brief silence, he placed his coffee cup and spoon back onto the table and snapped his fingers lightly. Snap! At the sound, a house elf suddenly materialized beside him in a flash of light. Good afternoon, my esteemed Master Charlie. Russell has received your summons. The house elf, identifying itself as Russell, bowed deeply before Charlie in a show of respect. Charlie nodded, rising from his seat as he instructed Russell. Russell, accompany me outside for a moment. Before Charlie could finish his sentence, the obedient Russell became visibly excited, his eyes widening in delight as he gazed at Charlie, his body trembling with anticipation. The great Master Charlie needs Russell. At your service, my esteemed master. You know, as your loyal servant, Russell is eager to do anything for you. Oh dear, perhaps I should prepare some flu powder first. No, that won't be necessary. Seemingly accustomed to Russell's exuberance, Charlie waved his hand dismissively, stepping out from behind the desk to don a top hat that hung on a nearby coat rack. He continued toward the door, his feet moving with purpose. This time, we won't be using flu powder. As he finished speaking, he pushed open the office door. With a creak, the somewhat rusty brass hinges emitted a faint groan. The door opened slowly, allowing light from outside to spill through the gap, illuminating the black of Charlie's coat, filtering through his golden hair, and casting a glow on his prominent nose, awakening the azure depths of his eyes. Before him lay a factory that would defy anyone's imagination. Powered by magical pumps, countless gears turned slowly, and with a clever combination of simple transmission structures and magic, a vast and intricate production line came into existence. This was the largest candy factory in the magical world, and indeed, the world at large. Charlie's Candy Factory. Within the assembly line, hundreds of house elves worked diligently at their tasks, each clad in identical uniforms, their faces adorned with cheerful smiles. Upon hearing the sound of the office door, every house elf paused in unison, lifting their heads to gaze at Charlie. Good afternoon, Mr. Charlie, they chorused almost in unison. Good afternoon to you as well, my dear employees, he replied, smiling as he nodded, raising his hand to wave at the hundreds of eager gazes, much like a star greeting fervent fans. As he waved, he descended the staircase, continuing until he was entirely out of sight, at which point he lowered his hand, resuming his original demeanor. How is the development of the new product coming along? Charlie walked ahead, while Russell carefully followed in attendance. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he paused and inquired. Russell promptly halted as well, responding very smoothly, Master Charlie. I entrusted this task to Tyka. Oh, you may not have heard of this name. The little fellow is one of the house elves you took in last August. He's quite industrious and adept at tinkering with new ideas. Previously, when you mentioned that the center of the Kazi's chewy candies wasn't smooth enough, he was the first to suggest adding catnip for an enhanced flavor. Excellent, Charlie nodded. Russell, lead the way I wish to see. At your service, esteemed Master Charlie. Russell bowed deeply once more, then nervously added, please forgive Russell for walking ahead of you. Of course, let us proceed. Under Russell's guidance, they navigated through the labyrinthine factory until they arrived at an iron door. At the top of the door, the words product development were inscribed in some form of magical paint. Beneath it hung a crude wooden sign reading no admittance. Master, allow me to open the door for you. With that, Russell approached and swung the door open. As the door creaked ajar, Charlie was greeted by a rather chaotic room-an array of instruments haphazardly scattered about, with various bags of unsealed raw materials left carelessly open, filling the air with an unusual aroma. Inside, 6 house elves appeared busier than those on the assembly line outside, each engrossed in their respective tasks, none of them pausing to acknowledge the door's opening. "What an impolite bunch," Russell remarked, his expression contorting in displeasure at their lack of decorum. He was about to reprimand them when Charlie gently raised his hand to stop him. Charlie shook his head and continued. "Which one did you mention was Tyka?" Russell's expression shifted as he pointed to one among the six. There sat Tyka, perched atop a burlap sack, rummaging through a nearby bag of unidentified raw materials, before shoving a handful into his mouth. Charlie raised an eyebrow, watching with interest, refraining from interrupting. Tyka closed his eyes, chewing vigorously on whatever it was he had consumed. After 2 or 3 minutes, he finally swallowed, a look of delight spreading across his face as he exclaimed, "Tyka loves this flavor. He can add it to the nut brittle." Just as he was reveling in his excitement, a voice suddenly broke the silence. "What are you doing?" The unexpected sound startled Tyka, pulling him from his reverie as he instinctively turned towards the source of the voice. "Oh, Mr. Charlie." In an instant, he leapt from his seated position, bowing deeply in greeting to Charlie. I'm searching for an improved formula." Listening to Tyka's response, Charlie curiously peered into the bag of raw materials, noting the varying sizes of the yellow powder, resembling some sort of dried and crushed plant. He delicately extended a hand, pinching a small amount to his tongue, closing his eyes to savor it. A subtle fragrance enveloped his palate, faint yet uniquely delicate. At that moment, Tyka, his eyes shimmering, remarked, "This is ground osmanthus powder. I believe its distinctive flavor could balance the sweetness of the nut brittle if used in the right proportions." "An excellent idea," Charlie replied, opening his eyes to reveal a smile, nodding appreciatively at Tyka's suggestion. Afterward, he lightly flicked the yellow powder from his fingers, and before Tyka could bask in his joy, Charlie continued, "However, I did not come merely to inspect your work. I heard from Russell that you have developed the new product. Can you show it to me?" Tyka scratched her head, instinctively glancing towards Russell, who was making exaggerated facial expressions behind Charlie, as if trying to jog her memory. Suddenly enlightened, she seemed to recall something. With a swift slap to her forehead, Tyka, with her short legs supporting her somewhat plump belly, dashed across the studio to a storage box piled high with various items, eagerly rummaging through its contents. After a moment of patient waiting, Charlie heard Tyka exclaim, "Aha, here it is." With that, she joyfully returned to Charlie, proudly holding a small package securely wrapped in brown paper and tied with twine. "Mr. Charlie, look, this is the new product you mentioned last time." As she spoke, she raised the unassuming little parcel high with both hands, presenting it to Charlie. "Splendid." Chapter 2. The Violet Candy of Scented Winds. Charlie carefully untied the twine binding the package, then gently peeled away the layers of brown paper. As the final layer was removed, what Charlie cherished most was revealed. The candies, glistening like radiant stars in the sky, emitted a soft purple glow, fully unveiled before everyone's eyes. Shaped like violet flowers, the candies were adorned with pure white icing, evenly coating each petal and highlighting their inherent translucence. True to their form, the candies exuded a rich violet fragrance, clear and ethereal, imbued with a romantic and gentle essence. The aroma was most pronounced upon unwrapping, transporting one momentarily to the grand violet fields of Madrid, a sensation that lingered long after. Standing behind Charlie, Russell couldn't help but sniff the delightful fragrance, rising onto his toes to curiously gaze at the delicate haze emanating from the brown paper. Even Charlie, upon witnessing the sight, found himself momentarily entranced, a wave of astonishment swelling within him. He widened his eyes, scrutinizing the candies as if they were exquisite works of art. After a brief moment, he took a deep breath, raised a hand, and carefully picked one up, placing it in his mouth. As the intense fragrance enveloped his palate, a translucent panel materialized before him. Mission Blueprint. The Violet Candy of Scented Winds. Status updated. Completed. Blueprint details. When the abundant floral fragrance from Madrid intertwines with magic, it transcends its original flavor into a dreamlike essence, echoing the words spoken. Eternal beauty and love, simplicity, virtue, and the refreshing coolness of midsummer. It bestows the consumer with a significant enhancement of mental acuity for a brief period. Current mission item. Violet Candy of Scented Winds Epic. Enhancement effects. Intelligence, 3. Mental strength, 3. Spellcasting level increased by 50. Infused with violet fragrance. Duration, 10 minutes. Effects can stack with other states, up to 3 states. Mission reward. Unlock 1 new mission blueprint, 1 random class magic, 1 spatial magic item. A marvelous find. Closing his eyes and feeling the sudden clarity in his mind, Charlie couldn't help but reflect. Honestly, Russell, The sleek black Aston Martin sped down the streets of Surrey, England, in 1991. Charlie sat in the driver's seat, watching the buildings and pedestrians blur past, his eyes glancing at the increasingly anxious Russell in the passenger seat. Do be careful what you are holding is the flagship product we plan to sell to the wizarding community. If you drop it, it will be inedible. Apologies, Mr. Charlie, Russell stammered, steadying himself but still speaking haltingly. However, I am somewhat uncertain as to why we are not using flue powder or apparition, but instead insist on traveling by this car. Firstly, Charlie said, focusing on the traffic ahead while gently pressing the accelerator, the destination we are heading to is protected by a mysterious magic. I am uncertain if flue powder or apparition will suffice. Secondly, he shrugged, since we are already in Muggle territory, we ought to blend in. Don't you find this Muggle mode of transportation rather amusing? Poor Russell's eyes widened, his body almost curling into the seat. As the vehicle sped up, his fragile heart raced even faster. Hearing Charlie's words, his already pale lips trembled. Do you want the truth, Mr. Charlie? Feel free to speak candidly. Russell does not find it amusing. Oh dear, Master, Russell sincerely hopes you will reconsider using this Muggle method of transportation in the future. Once the car finally came to a gentle stop, Russell, nearly rolling his eyes, finally found a moment to breathe. His hands clutched the brown paper, wrapping the violet candy of scented winds tightly, emitting a series of incomprehensible groans while pleading with Charlie beside him. Charlie, hands steady on the steering wheel, calmly parked the car in the designated space, responding to Russell's pleas. Give it up, Russell. This vehicle will likely be one of my primary modes of transportation from now on. I hope you learn to drive it soon that way. I can sit in the passenger seat and attend to more useful matters. Very well, Russell replied, his ears drooping like large fans at the sides of his head. Who can deny that Master Charlie is my master? Your greatness is unparalleled, supreme in the entire wizarding world, something no one can overlook. To have such a master is an honor for Russell. Thus, I unconditionally comply with every command, even if I harbor doubts. Seemingly accustomed to Russell's flattery, Charlie instinctively adjusted his cuff, then turned his gaze through the car window, looking at the house directly across the street from where he had parked. Gazing at the brass plaque adorning the door, he realized he had indeed arrived at the correct location. Number 4, Jeanjean Road, Shall We Gold District. The name resonated in his mind, indelibly etched there. Charlie recalled vividly that when he first recognized he had traversed into the realm of Harry Potter. His foremost desire was to visit this very place, to meet the young Harry Potter before he embarked on his journey to Hogwarts. However, to his astonishment, Merlin had played a little trick on him. What was meant to be an early encounter turned out to be over 20 years premature. It was imperative to note that this was not a tranquil era. To use his own words, it was akin to starting at hellish difficulty. Fortunately, with the aid of the system and his own remarkable abilities, Charlie was able to navigate the tumultuous times with prudence. He not only refrained from the fervent adoration of blood purity that characterized other members of the Black family, thus avoiding allegiance to the Death Eaters, but he also did not follow in the footsteps of his cousin by joining the Order of the Phoenix to vehemently oppose Voldemort's forces. Amidst the chaos of this tumultuous era, Charlie's gaze fell upon the most innocent and pitiable beings embroiled in the wizarding ideological war, house elves. Consequently, he began to consciously shelter them, assist them, gather them, and protect them. Perhaps, in the initial clashes, neither side recognized that amidst the flames of conflict, a neutral third force was quietly rising in a peculiar manner. They nestled against one another, united in purpose, as under the leadership of Charlie Black. Thousands of house elves manifested a formidable power that even Voldemort could not overlook and was compelled to regard with seriousness. This was the precursor to the Candy Factory, the House Elf Liberation Front, HLF. To this day, the war has concluded, and peace has been restored. The once mighty House Elf Liberation Front has been transformed into an unremarkable confectionery factory. However, within the magical community, any wizard who experienced that era will undoubtedly remember with vivid clarity the astonishing power displayed by the young wizard Charlie Black during that conflict, a prodigy renowned for his unparalleled mastery of magical control. Chapter 3. The Bastard. As Charlie gazed pensively out the window, lost in a tumult of thoughts, the sudden commotion from the opposite house drew his attention back. The door creaked open, revealing a corpulent middle-aged man adorned with a prominent mustache, who stepped out with a smile. If his assumptions were correct, this was none other than Harry Potter's uncle. He squinted his eyes, leisurely lighting a cigarette before placing it between his lips and inhaling deeply. The man was as corpulent as a pig. At that moment, Russell's attention also shifted in this direction. He stretched his neck, peering over with wide eyes, genuinely commenting, "You haven't even seen his son yet." Charlie, unimpressed, lowered his eyelids and casually replied. The rotund man reveled in the pleasures of tobacco while occasionally glancing towards the end of the street, seemingly awaiting someone's arrival. Before long, around the bend at the street's end, a well-dressed, gleaming little boy emerged, bouncing joyfully with a backpack slung over his shoulder. "My goodness, it's my master Charlie." Russell clearly noticed and couldn't help but exclaim. "How old is that child?" Russell swore that he resembled a freshly roasted piglet, differing only by an apple. It must be said that Russell possessed an innate talent for amusing Charlie. A smile crept onto Charlie's lips as he turned to glance at Russell, though he offered no rebuttal. Almost instantaneously upon spotting the little boy, the eyes of the portly middle-aged man sparkled with delight, and even from across the street, Charlie could perceive the uncontainable joy radiating from his sagging, relaxed face. He casually discarded the cigarette but onto the ground, extinguishing it with his foot, then strode purposefully towards the direction of the boy, effortlessly taking hold of the backpack resting on the boy's shoulder. They walked together, exchanging laughter and conversation as they approached the house. Were it not for Charlie's knowledge of certain truths, he might have been tempted to exclaim at the apparent harmony of his family. As the two entered, the door of the house closed once more, and tranquility enveloped the scene. Was Charlie truly here for the sake of this Muggle family? Certainly not. Charlie patiently awaited at the end of the street from which the little piglet had just emerged. As he grew increasingly restless with the absence of his target, he finally decided to take action. "Let us go," he announced, opening the car door and regaining his footing on the ground. After stretching lazily, he turned to Russell, who had cautiously followed him from the vehicle, and a sudden thought crossed his mind. "I almost forgot that the Muggle world lacks house elves." With a leisurely motion, Charlie unfastened his coat and retrieved a wand, approximately 12 inches in length, from the pocket within. "Transfiguration," he declared, elegantly lifting the wand. As he uttered the incantation, the tip of the wand began to glow, tracing several arcs in the air before pointing towards Russell. With a swift whoosh, the light from the wand enveloped Russell, and in an instant, as the radiance dissipated, he transformed from a stooped house elf of about 4 feet into a young butler in his 20s. Thanks to Charlie's extraordinary aptitude for magical control, such transformations were as effortless to him as eating or drinking. "Let us proceed," he said, appraising Russell with a discerning eye and nodding in satisfaction at his own transfiguration spell. Thus, he strolled leisurely along the path that the little piglet had taken earlier, accompanied by the now human Russell, in search of the boy he had long anticipated. Meanwhile, Harry, lost in thought, gazed up at the perpetually overcast sky, which seemed shrouded in an unyielding fog, mirroring his own despondent mood to the utmost degree. He is currently trapped in the garbage bin, precisely speaking. His entire person seems to have been forcefully crammed inside, much like a folding chair, by Dudley and his companions. Judging by the passage of time, it has likely been around 15 minutes. Feeling a numbness in his backside, Harry pursed his lips, unable to suppress his thoughts. He endeavored to stretch his hand to reach his backside, but after several futile attempts, he chose to abandon the effort. He then inhaled deeply, releasing the breath slowly. To be candid, he had grown accustomed to this sensation. The trick of hiding in the trash bin was one that Dudley had subjected him to at least 5 or 6 times. Without exception, he could only hope for salvation when the sanitation workers arrived to collect the refuse. He pondered how long it would take for the workers to come. If they were delayed, he might once again face hunger. Harry doubted that his beloved Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon would leave any food for him. In truth, going hungry was a regular occurrence for him, a routine that would see him occasionally miss a meal, if fortune did not favor him and he managed to irritate them. Going 3 or 4 days without food would not be an unusual ordeal. "Well, I still have some of those biscuits that Dudley discarded, just enough to sustain me today. Since I find myself in this predicament, I might as well accept it, rather than struggle in vain. It would be more beneficial to allow myself to drift into a state of emptiness. This way, when he returned to that place, he would be better prepared to become invisible." "Hey, young man, do you need assistance?" Just as Harry was slowly closing his eyes, awaiting the arrival of the sanitation workers, an unexpected voice jolted him back to reality. So soon? Had the schedule for garbage collection changed today? Harry, taken aback by the voice, quickly gathered his wits and stretched his hand out from the refuse, waving in response, "I'm here, sir. Thank you. Please lend me a hand." However, as Russell observed the small hand waving from the foul-smelling corner of the trash bin, his brow furrowed. "Lord Charlie cannot touch something so filthy. Better to call Russell." As he spoke, he began to approach the trash bin. Yet, just as he lifted his foot to step forward, he saw Charlie extend a hand to block his path. "It's all right. Let me handle this." Russell looked up in surprise, incredulity etched on his face as he gazed at his master. He was well aware of Charlie's mild obsession with cleanliness. Even his office was meticulously maintained by Russell himself, never entrusted to another house elf, for fear they might neglect some detail. Yet, at this moment, Charlie was willing to venture into such a dirty place, even going so far as to personally extract a small dirty child from the trash bin. Russell's expression began to shift into one of bewilderment. What on earth was happening? Could it be that Lord Charlie had an illegitimate child out there? Come, child. In the refuse, Harry heard the warm voice from outside. Almost immediately, a strong and warm hand grasped his outstretched one firmly. Before he could contemplate further, he felt the other's powerful arm effortlessly lift him, hoisting him into the air. Well, caught off guard, Harry gasped in surprise, instinctively tightening his grip on Charlie's hand. At last, he was gently returned to the ground. He twisted his waist and moved his limbs, gradually alleviating the numbness from his backside. Harry sighed in relief, thinking to himself that today, fortune seemed to be on his side. If he returned home now, the worst he would face would be a few humiliating remarks from the Dursleys. At least he wouldn't have to resort to eating Dudley's leftover biscuits, which had become rather stale and even developed a touch of green mold along the edges. If he weren't truly desperate, he would never consider such fare for dinner. Thank you, sir. If it weren't for your help, I don't know how much longer I would have been stuck in there. Harry looked up, meeting the gaze of the tall, handsome man before him. His eyes filled with a hint of awe. As he spoke, he sincerely bowed as a gesture of gratitude. Charlie regarded Harry's frail figure in silence, his expression laden with complexity. The disheveled hair, shattered glasses, tattered and ill-fitting clothing, and those distinctive green eyes. In that moment, Charlie's emotions were tumultuous. Over 2 decades had passed, and he had nearly forgotten the details of the story, retaining only vague recollections. Yet, this child stood before him, indelibly etched in his memory, becoming an obsession he had harbored for so long. Now, as he faced this child, whose appearance was increasingly reminiscent of his memories, he felt a disorienting wave of unspoken emotions. Russell, observing this scene, felt tears welling up in his eyes. Proudly, he could assert that he was the house elf who knew his master better than anyone else in the world. It was the first time he had witnessed such unmasked emotion in Charlie's gaze. Observing the heartfelt display from his master, Russell cautiously retreated, wishing to grant the two a moment of solitude. Meanwhile, Harry experienced an entirely different sentiment. He gazed at the man before him, whose eyes were filled with a complex longing and who remained silent, then glanced at the weeping butler retreating behind him. In that instant, his heart began to race uncontrollably. A thought, one he had never entertained before, quietly surfaced in his mind. Despite his efforts to quell the surge of emotions heading in that direction, the unfolding scene compelled him to ponder deeply. Instinctively, Harry took 2 steps back, the previous discomfort in his rear now rendered inconsequential. He tilted his head upwards, gazing at the man before him, cautiously and sensitively inquiring, "Excuse me, sir? Is there anything else you need?" Harry's voice jolted Charlie from his reverie, and his gaze gradually softened. Unable to resist the urge, he reached out, intending to caress the other's hair. However, to his surprise, as soon as his hand extended, Harry recoiled like a startled rabbit, retreating 2 steps back. Yet, he remained as before, his emerald eyes fixed intently on Charlie, leaving him to ponder what thoughts occupied the young man's mind. Charlie's hand lingered in the air. After a brief moment of hesitation, he chose to withdraw it quietly. Perhaps this young man preferred to maintain a certain distance from strangers. Contemplating this, Charlie opted for an alternative approach. He slowly crouched down, aligning his gaze with Harry's. Striving to soften his tone, he said, "I apologize, Harry. Please do not be afraid. I am not a bad person, merely overwhelmed with joy." With that, Charlie took a deep breath and earnestly continued, "You may not comprehend how long I have awaited this day." Upon finishing his words, he opened his arms wide and extended his palms forward, seeking to convey that he posed no threat. "How did you know my name was Harry?" Hearing this unexpected question, Charlie was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of how to respond to Harry's inquiry. How did he come to know? Perhaps he gleaned it from the pages of a book. Just as I was contemplating a suitable excuse for his momentary silence, it became evident to Harry that all answers gravitated towards a singular notion nestled within his heart. Harry bit his lip, gazing at the man before him, as the words he uttered stirred an overwhelming tide of grievances from his childhood. Tears, like heavy droplets, could no longer be restrained, cascading down his cheeks one by one. In that moment, Harry disregarded everything else. He looked at the man and, without uttering another word, plunged into his embrace. "Father." The utterance of that word left Charlie momentarily stunned. In an instant, he realized that Harry had misconstrued the situation. Yet, As he listened to the muffled sobs emanating from the boy in his arms and felt the small hands clinging tightly, unwilling to let go. He could not bring himself to separate from this wretched child. He comprehends the profound suffering endured by this child and fully understands the torment inflicted upon him by the Dursley family throughout his upbringing. He understood that such a small child could not possibly be devoid of longing for his family, especially when other children, who faced bullying, had someone to lean on while he was left to curl up alone in the storage room. Thus, even if it were just for those few minutes, he hoped to allow the child a chance to vent his feelings. With this thought, Charlie let out a sigh. Subsequently, the arms that had been suspended in midair began to move. Silently, he enveloped Harry in an embrace, gently stroking his curly, disheveled hair, listening to his sobs while allowing the tears to dampen his own clothing. Oh, heavens! Russell, witnessing this scene, could no longer contain himself. While wiping away tears of emotion, he revealed a smile of sheer happiness. It was truly moving to see Charlie, the master, reunited with his child. The Black family had gained a new lineage. Upon hearing this, Harry Potter, who had been pouring out years of grievances in his father's embrace, suddenly ceased his tears. Black? Shouldn't it be Potter? Chapter 5. Love will endure with you thus. Charlie found a place with steps and casually sat down. Have you never seen your father and mother? He inquired, skillfully peeling the wrapper off a hazelnut chocolate bar. He cast a sidelong glance at Harry, who was hunched over, tightly clutching his knees and burying his flushed face in them, too shy to look at Charlie. In response to Charlie's question, Harry could only weakly murmur a yes, nodding slightly. Observing Harry's flushed ears, Charlie couldn't help but stifle a laugh. He shook his head and casually offered the unwrapped chocolate to Harry. Here. This is our flagship product, quite popular in the Muggle regions of the UK. Generally, children your age love it. Charlie's tone was gentle and soothing, akin to a breeze sweeping across the Thames, dispersing the gray mist that hung over the skies of Surrey, which inadvertently relaxed Harry's emotions. Harry hesitantly lifted his head, glancing at the chocolate before him, and then at Charlie. After a moment of hesitation, he finally resolved to reach out and take the substantial hazelnut chocolate that was nearly the size of half his face. Upon receiving the chocolate, Harry did not immediately put it in his mouth. Instead, he closed his eyes and took a gentle sniff. In an instant, the sweet aroma of chocolate, mingled with the roasted fragrance of hazelnuts and a faint hint of honey, filled his nostrils. This scent was all too familiar. His cousin Dudley would devour 2 pieces of such chocolate every afternoon, leading Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia to discuss at dinner how the owner of Charlie's Candy Factory should invite their beloved Dudley to be the spokesperson for the chocolate. After all, seeing him relish it so heartily convinced the couple that no one in the world could possibly love this chocolate more than Dudley. Harry, reflecting on this, couldn't help but take another deep breath, as if he wished to imprint this scent in his memory forever. Charlie, sitting quietly beside him, observed Harry as he seemed to engage in a serious ritual with the chocolate, patiently waiting without uttering a word. A subtle smile involuntarily graced the corners of his lips, while his eyes miraculously revealed a glimmer of anticipation that had long since faded. It seemed that receiving a sincere compliment from the child beside him had become an immensely significant affair. Amidst Charlie's eager anticipation, Harry finally opened his eyes and cautiously took his first bite. Observing the distinct imprint of teeth on the chocolate, Charlie seemed unaware that his smile had broadened even further, and his gaze instinctively widened as he looked into the other's eyes. Russell, standing nearby in attendance, was nearly taken aback, his eyes almost bulging in astonishment. For a moment, he struggled to contain his expression, teetering on the brink of reverting to the appearance of a house elf. His astonished gaze meticulously scrutinized the seemingly ordinary boy before him time and again. He truly could not comprehend what sort of enchantment resided within this child, capable of garnering the attention of his master, the most esteemed wizard in his eyes, Charlie Black, to such an extent. As he chewed slowly, Harry suddenly straightened his back. A glimmer of light sparkled in his eyes, and an unprecedented smile blossomed upon his face, one that he could no longer suppress. He turned his head to gaze at Charlie, who was eagerly awaiting his reaction, and offered the most commendable praise he could muster at that moment. Delicious. Though it comprised merely 3 words, the delight in his tone and the smile gracing his face conveyed an indescribable joy that Harry felt. This, undoubtedly, was what Charlie yearned for the most. Perhaps due to hunger's long reign, Harry chose not to savor each bite meticulously. After swallowing the first morsel, he accelerated his pace. In less than 10 minutes, he successfully polished off the remaining chocolate in his hand. Charlie, as before, watched him with a smile, observing as he gradually consumed the entire piece of chocolate. When the last corner was finally sent to his mouth, Harry licked his fingertips, still tinged with traces of chocolate, and exhaled deeply. He patted his stomach, his face radiant with satisfaction. Unable to suppress a burp, Harry chuckled to himself. This could be deemed the fullest he had felt in weeks. In the presence of Charlie, he no longer felt the previous awkwardness and tension, but rather an increased sense of intimacy and familiarity. Are you full? Charlie finally broke the silence, smiling as he inquired. He continued, when we head back, I'll ask Russell to bring you some more. Thank you, Mr. Charlie. Harry, a bit shy, wiped the remnants of chocolate from the corner of his mouth, then bowed slightly to Charlie in gratitude. Suddenly, Harry seemed to recall something and could not help but look up, his big eyes sparkling as he hesitated for a moment before bravely asking, Do you know my parents? Charlie raised an eyebrow, gazing at the upward-looking little Harry, whose eyes brimmed with longing. After a 2-second silence, he chose to nod. The Dursleys never allowed me to see pictures of my parents. They only told me that they died in a car accident. With that, Harry paused. He swallowed hard, his gaze upon Charlie growing more sincere. Could you tell me about my parents? Anything at all would suffice. I wish to know what kind of people they were. Listening to Harry's words, Charlie pressed his lips together, his eyelids drooping slightly as if he were organizing his thoughts, contemplating what to share. After a prolonged silence, accompanied by thoughtful deliberation, Charlie finally spoke. I'm sorry, Harry, but for certain reasons, I cannot share much about your parents. However, I can tell you that we studied together in the same place. They were my seniors in the first year and quite renowned figures at the school. Harry listened intently, his eyes fixed on Charlie, holding his breath for fear of interrupting the narrative. What I wish to convey is, Charlie extended his hand, gently smoothing Harry's curly, unruly hair. This time, Harry did not flinch away. Your parents loved you dearly. They would have even given their lives for you, even though circumstances have prevented them from being by your side. Charlie's voice faltered momentarily, yet, as he spoke, his hand gently brushed aside Harry's bangs, unveiling the lightning-shaped scar. A faint glow emanated from his fingertips, quietly dissipating and merging into the air. Love will endure with you. Chapter 6, A Child So Ordinary, Yet Extraordinary. Harry lifted his gaze, his eyes meeting Charlie's with a blend of bewilderment and understanding. Although he did not fully grasp the significance of Charlie's words, a wave of warmth surged within him. Perhaps this is what it feels like to be loved, Harry mused. After a brief silence, the sparkle in Harry's eyes seemed to deepen, enriched with newfound emotion. He nodded earnestly, extending his hand to gently caress the scar on his head, tracing along the parted strands of hair, much like Charlie had done. At that moment, the scar, which had been a constant presence in his memory, seemed to awaken a peculiar sensation, growing slightly warm to the touch. However, that sudden warmth quickly dissipated, as if nothing had transpired, returning to its usual state. Charlie observed Harry's actions and sighed inwardly, recognizing that conveying such matters to Harry was the utmost he could achieve. For prior to Harry's official 11th birthday, he was not meant to have any dealings with the magical realm. Perhaps from this instant, the original narrative would undergo a monumental transformation, instigated by the flutter of a butterfly's wings, Charlie mused. He could only hope that everything would unfold for the better. He instinctively murmured under his breath, What did you say, sir? At this moment, Harry had already lowered the hand that had been resting on his forehead and looked at Charlie, who seemed lost in thought, with a curious expression. It's nothing, Charlie replied, shaking his head as he brought his thoughts back to the present. He raised his head, gazing at the slowly descending sun and the gradually darkening sky, and spoke to Harry. It seems we have been conversing for quite some time, and it is getting late. Perhaps you should head back, Harry. Upon hearing this, the brightness in Harry's eyes faded once more, and he lowered his head, reluctantly nodding. The joy and warmth he had just received from Charlie dissipated at the thought of returning home to face the Dursleys. To be honest, the very idea of encountering that family and the cramped, damp staircase filled him with reluctance. At that moment, Harry suddenly lifted his head again, looking at the man who had provided him with a warmth and love he had never experienced before, despite their brief acquaintance. He unexpectedly asked, Mr. Charlie, could you take me away? The instant the words left his lips, he regretted them. After all, such a request to someone he had met only once seemed rather abrupt. As anticipated, Charlie lowered his gaze and slowly shook his head. I'm truly sorry, Harry. While I would love to take you away from here, it is not possible, at least not right now. You must remain with your family, even if they are a bunch of rascals. Harry's head drooped once more. Listening to Charlie's words, he had already anticipated this outcome, yet he could not help but feel a wave of sorrow. After a moment of silence, Harry spoke. Then I shall take my leave. Farewell, Mr. Charlie. As he prepared to take a hesitant step towards home, Charlie's warm and strong hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. Wait a moment, my child. Surprised, Harry lifted his head to look at Charlie again. A smile returned to Charlie's face, as if he had thought of a solution. Though I cannot take you away from that place, perhaps I can assist you in teaching that little pig a lesson, at least make him suffer a bit for his misdeeds. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Harry smiled once more and nodded without hesitation. It was evident that he had long wished for Dudley to face some consequences. Seeing Harry's agreement, Charlie decided to reveal his plan. He reached into the inner side of his coat, as if performing a magic trick, and produced 3 pieces of hazelnut chocolate, then handed 2 of them to Harry. These 2 are gifts for you. Keep them hidden carefully, lest your uncle and the others discover them. Listening to Charlie's words, Harry, who received the chocolate, quickly nodded and lifted his shirt, carefully tucking the 2 pieces into the folds of his clothing. After smoothing out the creases to ensure no one could discern anything unusual from the outside, he turned his attention to the last piece of chocolate that Charlie held. Find a way to make Dudley notice it. Upon saying this, Charlie raised an eyebrow and winked, seemingly concerned that Harry might not grasp his meaning. All right, I think I understand. With his keen intellect, Harry easily deduced the implication, although uncertain of what would transpire. He was confident that Charlie must have tampered with the chocolate. With a twinge of anticipation regarding the spiked treat, Harry finally composed himself, bid farewell to Charlie, and set off on his way back. Charlie and Russell stood in place, illuminated by the glow of the streetlights, watching as Harry's figure grew smaller and smaller. Mr. Charlie. Just as Harry was about to turn the corner, he suddenly halted, pivoted, and shouted in Charlie's direction. What is it? Charlie waved his hand in response. Taking a deep breath, Harry summoned his courage and called out, Will I be able to see you again in the future? Rest assured, barring any unforeseen circumstances. It won't be long before we meet again. This time, Charlie did not disappoint Harry. He nodded and offered an affirmative reply. With this assurance, Harry finally smiled contentedly. He raised his arm and waved vigorously in farewell, accompanied by a final, Goodbye, Mr. Charlie. With that, Harry Potter vanished from Charlie's sight. Turning onto the street they had traversed earlier, Russell, Charlie suddenly called out, gazing in the direction Harry had departed. Here, my dear Master Charlie. Russell, who had previously felt invisible, returned to Charlie's side upon hearing his call. What do you think of that boy? Russell furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before shaking his head. I apologize. Please forgive Russell's folly. To me, he appears to be nothing more than an ordinary child. Russell saw no remarkable qualities in him. Indeed, Charlie replied, narrowing his eyes and exhaling deeply, he is simply an extraordinarily ordinary child. Chapter 7. Home as Dusk Descended. When Harry returned to the doorstep of the Dursleys, the sun, which had still held some light moments before, had completely dipped below the horizon. The sky darkened, transforming into a vague obscurity. He stood at the door, gazing at the white-painted wooden door, and could not help but take a deep breath. He patted his cheeks, dispelling the joy that had surfaced, reverting to the familiar dejection and disarray. The piece of chocolate that Charlie had handed him last was tucked into his trouser pocket, where he had deliberately stretched the crumpled pocket to allow a corner of the chocolate wrapper to peek out. After ensuring everything was in order, Harry finally twisted the doorknob. The old wooden door creaked loudly as he slowly pushed it open. The warm, orange glow of the interior light spilled out, casting a warm radiance upon him. In stark contrast to the dimness outside, it felt like an entirely different world. However, for Harry, it was quite the opposite. If given a choice, he would prefer to wander aimlessly in the dark streets rather than enter this house and face 3 disdainful, loathsome faces. I'm back, he murmured in a voice that seemed to echo only for his ears. Just as he did on every such night, his head hung low. Everything unfolded as Harry had anticipated, devoid of surprises. The Dursleys had finished dinner early. His uncle sat comfortably on the couch, engrossed in a newspaper. Upon hearing the door open, he cast a sidelong glance at Harry, letting out a few dismissive grunts. Shut the door, boy. You're letting in the cold air. His large nose twitched as he spoke, resembling a fat caterpillar crawling beneath his thick mustache. Cousin Dudley, upon seeing Harry in such a disheveled state, wore a smug grin, clearly delighted at Harry's misfortune. Teasing the cousin labeled a little mongrel by his parents had been one of his favorite pastimes since childhood. Is there any dinner left? Harry asked, as he did on previous occasions. Dinner? The aunt, who had been quietly sipping her tea, suddenly widened her eyes at Harry's words. Her voice rose several octaves as she glared at Harry with unabashed contempt, her features reminiscent of the most classic witch from fairy tales. Returning at this hour. And I have already shown you mercy by not locking you in the cupboard for a week. And you dare to ask me if there is dinner? Hearing his wife's words, Uncle Vernon finally deigned to give Harry a proper look, his gaze equally filled with disgust. What a greedy little mongrel. Harry lowered his head. His eyelids drooping, fists clenched, choosing silence, much like a puppet standing still, enduring the insults hurled at him. Soon, the aunt and uncle completed their routine of scornful remarks. Satisfied with a final disdainful huff, releasing a breath of irritation. Don't just stand there. Go wash the dishes. Then scurry back to your cupboard. After watching Harry head toward the sink, the aunt seemed to recall something and quickly added, You'd better not slack off, understand? If I find your dishes are not clean, you won't have dinner tomorrow either. I understand. Standing before the sink, with his back turned to the trio. Harry obediently nodded in agreement, though he couldn't help but curl his lip in disdain. As he scrubbed the dishes, he cautiously turned his head to glance at the harmonious family of three cozily seated on the sofa. In that moment, their demeanor was strikingly different from when they faced Harry. While others might merely nod in contentment at the sight, none would suspect that this was, in truth, a household of four. Finally, as Harry retrieved the last dish from the sink, he felt a mix of emotions swirling within him. He flicked the droplets of water from his hands and, as per usual, obediently returned to the cupboard in compliance with his aunt and uncle's orders. However, there was one notable difference this time. Harry chose not to avoid Dudley, who was glaring at him with predatory intent. Instead, he deliberately walked past him. As anticipated, Dudley, despite his undeniable shortcomings in academics and other pursuits, exhibited an almost uncanny instinct when it came to locating food. In the fleeting moment as Harry brushed by, Dudley's nose twitched, seemingly catching a whiff of something familiar. His eyes widened, fixated on Harry, and ultimately landed on the crumpled, overstuffed pocket of his clothing. In that instant, Dudley displayed an agility that was quite unexpected for someone of his stature. He suddenly sprang up from the sofa, emitting a shrill scream reminiscent of an air raid siren. Dad, Mom, Harry Potter has chocolate in his pocket. It's Charlie's hazelnut chocolate. This rascal has stolen a piece of hazelnut chocolate. Upon hearing his son's exclamation, he was uncertain whether it was merely Harry's imagination. He seemed to perceive a glimmer of delight in the couple's eyes, accompanied by a hint of joy at the corners of their mouths. Their expressions appeared to convey a sentiment of satisfaction, as if to say, how wonderful, we can scold him once more. The subsequent events require no elaboration. The Dursleys were convinced that Harry had pilfered that piece of chocolate, perhaps from a shop, perhaps from someone else, or perhaps from the hidden stash of their beloved son. Yet, these details had become inconsequential. What mattered was that they felt compelled to administer a thorough reprimand to this little thief. Following a tumult of chaos and noise, Uncle Vernon seized Harry as one might grasp a small chick, yanking him up and unceremoniously tossing him into the cupboard. With a resounding bang, his robust arm slammed the cupboard door shut. The cupboard shuddered thrice, sending a cascade of dust tumbling down from its surface. Harry lay nestled in his small refuge, peering through the gap in the cupboard to gaze outside. Though still in disarray, a smile involuntarily crept across his face at that moment. Chapter 8. A fated sleepless night. Harry had grown accustomed to such occurrences. He extended his hand, brushing away the dust that had settled around him, then deftly maneuvered within the narrow confines of the cupboard, adjusting his position for greater comfort. All that was left to do was wait. Harry mused to himself, a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. Given his understanding of his cousin Dudley, now that the chocolate was in his possession, even after having dined, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to indulge in it. As for what would transpire after Dudley consumed the chocolate, although Charlie had tantalizingly withheld the details, Harry could surmise that it would likely result in a splendid prank. I suspect Mr. Charlie has added chili powder or perhaps a laxative to that chocolate. Or maybe it contains ground cockroaches. Harry thought with hopeful anticipation, speaking to himself. He could almost envision the ensuing embarrassment awaiting Dudley. Just then, as he contemplated this, the staircase above the cupboard creaked ominously under the weight of footsteps. Harry quickly snapped back to attention, pressing his ear cautiously against the wooden wall of the cupboard, listening intently for any sounds from above. However, to his astonishment, after the footsteps of the Dursley family gradually ceased and faded into silence, nothing occurred that he had hoped to hear. What was happening? Harry furrowed his brow in confusion. Had Dudley not eaten that hazelnut chocolate? This was uncharacteristic of him. He muttered to himself again. Yet, Harry remained undeterred, continuing to wait patiently. The lights in the house dimmed, and the family retreated to their respective rooms, preparing to drift into slumber. Lying in the cupboard, Harry gently traced the moldy patterns on the wooden wall, passing the time. Finally, just as drowsiness began to overwhelm him, his eyelids drooping, and he was on the verge of succumbing to sleep, a sudden scream pierced through the silence from Dudley's room, laced with terror and a hint of sobbing. Instantly, the drowsy Harry jolted awake, his green eyes sparkling with exhilaration. He hastily pressed his ear against the wall once more, eager to listen to the commotion he had long awaited. Dudley's piercing scream pierced the tranquil night like an unexpected air raid siren, shattering the stillness entirely. At that very instant, Petunia, clad in her night attire, kicked open the door to her room with fervor and hurried towards her beloved son's chamber. It was indeed remarkable how he managed to move with such speed despite his considerable bulk. Aunt Petunia followed closely behind, flicking on the corridor light with a resounding snap, her face reflecting a mixture of shock and concern as she trailed in her husband's wake. "Dudley? Dudley? My little darling Dudley, what is the matter? Oh, my God. My God." The tremor in her voice revealed her distress, as she seemed to have never heard her precious son cry out in such a wretched manner. Meanwhile, Harry lay comfortably in the cupboard, resting his head on his arms, and as the faint light filtered through the cracks in the wood, he could no longer contain himself, erupting into a fit of suppressed laughter. The Dursleys arrived at Dudley's door, and without a moment's hesitation, Petunia grasped the doorknob and flung the door open, peering anxiously inside. His face, still flushed, stood at the doorway, gasping for breath while attempting to comprehend the unfolding chaos. Within the room, Dudley was curled up beneath a small blanket, trembling incessantly. The diminutive covering seemed ludicrous when juxtaposed with his considerable bulk. "Darling, what is wrong?" Aunt Petunia hastily pushed past the obstructing figure of Uncle Vernon at the entrance and rushed to Dudley's bedside. In her panic, she swiftly yanked the blanket off him. The moment she did, upon glimpsing Dudley beneath the fabric, her eyes widened in horror, rolling back to reveal the whites. Overcome by shock, she collapsed to the floor. Even Uncle Vernon, upon lifting the blanket and beheld Dudley, gasped sharply. His eyes, seemingly wedged within layers of fat, appeared wider than ever before, while his already flushed cheeks transformed into an alarming shade of purple. He stumbled twice, nearly collapsing to the ground like his wife. Fortunately, he was leaning against the door, which instinctively provided him with the support he needed. "Oh, God." His lips trembled as he instinctively murmured. His gaze directed at Dudley was akin to that of someone witnessing an unspeakably horrific sight. And indeed, the reality was just as terrifying. Beneath the blanket lay Dudley, clad in pajamas, cowering on the bed, desperately attempting to shield his face with his hands, trying to conceal the ludicrously exaggerated piggish nose and ears that had manifested upon him. However, such futile attempts at concealment were utterly in vain for those rotund, porcine features were far beyond the capacity of his hands to obscure. Indeed, following the consumption of the chocolate, the exquisite transformation spell left by Charlie had been activated. Drawing inspiration from the classic depiction of Zhu Beiji from the 1998 adaptation of Journey to the West, Dudley underwent a complete metamorphosis. As he gazed at his parents' expressions, Dudley was overwhelmed with fright and burst into tears. Yet, his cries morphed into the comical grunts of a pig. Meanwhile, Harry, locked away in the cupboard, was blissfully unaware of the chaos unfolding above. He merely heard a cacophony of commotion. Unbeknownst to him, Mr. Dursley's chocolate had unleashed a most mischievous prank upon Dudley. The ruckus above abruptly ceased the moment Uncle Vernon opened the door, leading Harry to believe that Charlie's antics had come to an end and the amusement had waned. Thus, Harry relinquished his resolve, stifling a yawn, shifting his position, and before long, he drifted back into slumber. However, for the Dursley family, this night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. Chapter 9. A heartfelt thank you. The stillness of the night enveloped the desolate highway, where only Charlie's Aston Martin continued to race with abandon. Russell remained in the passenger seat, trembling all over. Yet, compared to his initial reaction upon arrival, he was undoubtedly feeling significantly better now. His hands gently pressed against the car window, and he could not help but widen his eyes, cautiously surveying the fleeting scenery that danced before him, leaving behind only ephemeral shadows. Suddenly, in a moment of unexpected spontaneity, Russell turned his head and addressed Charlie. Charlie did not respond verbally but, as was his custom, acknowledged with a brief nasal sound. The naive Russell yearned for enlightenment from his master, hoping to receive the wisdom of his affluent owner to resolve the uncertainties that plagued his loyal servant's mind. Charlie maintained his unwavering focus on the road ahead, pressing the accelerator, the engine roaring with a fervent growl. "Speak plainly," Charlie stated candidly. "I truly do not comprehend why we have made this long journey." Russell scratched his head, discarding his earlier peculiar tone and articulating his thoughts succinctly. "I have told you repeatedly, do not adopt that damned Klitsch mannerism. You know how much I detest them." Charlie cast a sidelong glance at Russell in the passenger seat. It was evident that he found his master's elaborate actions bewildering. He could not fathom why a mere muggle child, barely 11 years of age, could summon his esteemed master to lower himself and personally meet spending an inordinate amount of time conversing with him on a filthy staircase. It was worth noting that even the so-called Minister of Magic, Gifford, had been denied entry when he sought to dine with his master. Although, as a house elf, he did not particularly care for the identities within the wizarding world. He was aware that the minister held a significant position. What merits did this child possess? With a sigh, the kind-hearted Charlie ultimately did not wish for his inquisitive servant to be tormented by his own uncertainties. Thus, he casually replied, "I am merely curious about the extraordinary qualities of the infant who once vanquished Voldemort and vanished into obscurity." Upon hearing this, Russell's eyes widened in disbelief, gazing at his master with a look of astonishment that surpassed even his recent shock at believing Harry Potter to be Charlie's illegitimate child. "That child is the one who killed the Dark Lord?" Almost simultaneously with Charlie's words, Russell seemed to be overwhelmed by some immense revelation, leaping from his seat. The outcome was predictable. With a resounding thud, his head collided harshly with the car ceiling. Charlie squinted, observing Russell as he returned to his seat, cradling his head and groaning in discomfort, letting out a resigned sigh. "Be careful, this car is a limited edition." It appeared that the collision had indeed left him rather dazed, as he clutched the swollen bump on his head, writhing in his seat like a stranded fish, momentarily forgetting his initial fear of the vehicle. "I apologize, my master. Please forgive Russell's outburst. I simply did not anticipate becoming so overwhelmed." By the time he sat upright again, his eyes brimmed with tears, uncertain if they were born of pain or some other emotion entirely. He dried the tears from his eyes with his wrinkled fingers, unable to suppress a sniffle, and his emotions gradually stabilized. Russell took a breath, glancing at Charlie, who remained unperturbed while driving, and then at the rising full moon outside, his voice tinged with melancholy. He had not anticipated that he had been less than 5 feet away from Charlie just moments ago. Despite the proximity, Russell had failed to notice, let alone express his gratitude. Observing the tattered clothing of that poor creature, he was certain that the little piglet and his family had subjected him to considerable mistreatment. How could they dare to commit such acts? Oh, Russell was indeed a wayward house elf. The expression he had just directed at Charlie seemed far from friendly. Heavens. He hoped that Mr. Harry would not harbor any resentment towards him. Charlie slightly turned his head, watching Russell's expressions as they fluctuated between excitement, dejection, anger, and sorrow, his words spilling forth in a disjointed stream, like fragmented thoughts. This time, however, Charlie chose not to interrupt but instead opted to be a quiet listener. Although he could not fully empathize with Russell's feelings at that moment, he nonetheless grasped the essence of his turmoil. Russell had been rescued from a pack of werewolves by Charlie. When Charlie first encountered him, the little fellow resembled a moving corpse, emaciated and riddled with scars, hidden away in a broken basket. The first glance from Russell, filled with uncontainable fear and despair, had left the still young Charlie breathless. After Charlie had vanquished the werewolves that had come to capture him and led him to safety, a somewhat recovered Russell finally recounted the harrowing tale. Those werewolves were minions of Voldemort, hailing from a hidden lair nearby, a place where Voldemort conducted experiments on new magic. And Russell had fought desperately to escape as one of his unfortunate subjects. With a trembling voice, he recounted to Charlie the suffocating horrors that resembled a nightmare. Each night, the air was filled with countless wails, the putrid stench of decay, and an everlasting despair from which there seemed no escape. Perhaps in Voldemort's eyes, the Muggle-born wizards, scornfully referred to as mudbloods, ought to be eradicated entirely. Yet, in the eyes of the servant house elf, his status was deemed even lower than that of a wizard born of Muggle lineage. They are mere consumables, slaves, toys to be slaughtered for amusement, scarcely deserving the title of life. It was at this juncture that a nascent, immature idea took root in the young Charlie's heart, eventually blossoming into a towering tree. Suddenly, as Charlie was engulfed in his reverie, Russell's urgent call jolted him back to reality. He turned his gaze toward Russell, who looked up at him with wide, pleading eyes brimming with hope. "Will I have the chance to see Mr. Harry once more? I wish to express my gratitude to him in person." Chapter 10. When by the time Charlie returned to the factory, the hour was late. He chose not to keep Russell by his side, after directing him elsewhere. He returned alone to his office, clutching the bag of violet candy. With a soft thud, the office door closed behind him, sealing off the world outside and enveloping him in a realm uniquely his own, a solitary space, protected by layers of intricate enchantments. The security of Charlie's office could be deemed world-class. Even if Voldemort himself were to arrive, attempting to breach the wards without Charlie's consent would require considerable effort. Charlie stretched languidly, striving to extend his limbs until his body emitted a satisfying crackling sound, reminiscent of bones realigning. before he finally came to a halt. He rubbed his slightly sore and numb neck, casually snapped his fingers, illuminating the crystal chandelier above the office. Subsequently, he removed his overcoat and hat, then strolled back to his chair. He set down the candy. At the long table, the untouched coffee Charlie had left behind remained, now completely cold, devoid of any warmth. The newspaper lay neatly, its top story concerning Harry Potter, while a man in a ludicrous clown costume tirelessly tossed balls. However, the contents of the paper failed to pique Charlie's interest. He casually slumped into the chair, nonchalantly propping his feet on the long table, resting them atop the Daily Prophet, exhibiting no concern whatsoever. Were Russell to witness this scene, it would surely leave him astounded. In his eyes, his master had always been a gentleman of impeccable attire, exuding the distinct aura of pure-blood aristocracy, compelling all who beheld him to feel a sense of inadequacy. Such behavior, under any circumstances, should not befall one of his esteemed stature. Yet Charlie was utterly fatigued, to the point of neglecting the pretensions of so-called pure-blood decorum. To him, certain things were merely for the spectacle of outsiders. The mannerisms he displayed were intended to convey an inner essence, garnering the admiration of others and establishing a favorable public persona, which he believed essential to maintaining his flawless facade. If he were to confine himself with an abundance of rigid protocols and solitude, rendering himself exhausted, it would indeed be foolish. After all, he was no simple-minded, pure-blood noble. His very act of founding the House Elf Liberation Front marked him as a rebel against dogma. Charlie gently closed his eyes, massaging his temples. As he took a deep, soothing breath, he began to replay the entirety of his first encounter with Harry Potter that day. Harry Potter, he murmured, Hogwarts. As he spoke, he flicked his hand, summoning a violet sweet from the table into his mouth. Instantly, the rich aroma of violet flooded his senses, accompanied by a refreshing coolness that surged to his brain. What a delightful treat! Charlie could not help but smile, closing his eyes once more. Perhaps I should pay a visit to my old headmaster. I hope he still enjoys lemon sherbet as he once did. With that thought, he took another deep breath, settling into a comfortable position to relax entirely. Nestling into the chair and succumbing to slumber, enveloped by the gentle fragrance of violet. Knock, knock, knock. It was unclear how much time had passed, but a rhythmic tapping roused Charlie from his peaceful slumber, yanking him from the realm of dreams. Furrowing his brow, he opened his eyes in a daze, instinctively turning towards the source of the sound with a hint of displeasure. His gaze eventually settled upon the heavy curtains behind him, or more precisely, what lay beyond them. In an instant, any remnants of sleep vanished as Charlie recalled something significant. He fully opened his eyes, returning to his senses as he tumbled off the chair. A series of crisp sounds emanated from his waist, causing him to gasp in surprise. Damn it, I must remember not to sleep like this again, he muttered to himself. Leisurely ambling over to the curtains. With a swift motion, he pulled them apart. Through the window, the moon still hung high in the sky, indicating that Charlie had not been asleep for long. There, perched on the windowsill, was a barn owl with mottled gray-brown and brown plumage, tilting its head as it gazed at Charlie, who had just drawn back the curtains. The owl then extended its short beak, tapping the glass twice with a distinct sound. I knew it was you, Faywin, Charlie said, a knowing expression crossing his face as he adeptly opened the window. Faywin wasted no time, upon seeing the window finally ajar. It opened its beak to emit a peculiar short call, then flapped its wings and soared gracefully through the opening, landing precisely atop the coat and hat rack. There. It leisurely tidied its slightly damp feathers. All right, come here, my dear. Charlie closed the window and, at a measured pace, retrieved the owl's food from a drawer beneath the long table. He pinched a handful, presenting it to Faywin on the coat rack. Hoo-hoo-hoo, Faywin twisted its head, producing sounds only Charlie could comprehend. With a flutter of its wings, it glided down from above, landing steadily on Charlie's outstretched arm. Charlie skillfully stroked its dew-kissed feathers while opening his palm, allowing Faywin to feast on the morsels he offered, watching the owl indulge with evident delight. Charlie couldn't help but let a smile creep onto his lips. Faywin, the barn owl, was no ordinary creature. He is a creation of the system, having accompanied Charlie since his infancy, spanning 3 decades. When he was born, Faywin abruptly appeared at the window of the Black family, silently observing the infant Charlie. Each time a task was completed in the system, along with the rewards and newly assigned missions, it would deliver them to Charlie's hands. This occasion was no different. Charlie lowered his gaze to the small box tied at Faywin's feet, effortlessly opening it to reveal its contents. Inside lay a ring adorned with a red gemstone. Chapter 11. Blood Oath. Charlie lifted the ring set with the crimson gem, slowly raising his hand, squinting beneath the light as he meticulously examined its intricate details. The perfectly round gemstone, devoid of any sharp angles, appeared to possess an enigmatic depth under the illumination. His fingers deftly played with the ring, gently tracing the engraved markings within the brass band, where the intricate designs of various spells and symbols, unknown to Charlie, intertwined in an exquisite display of craftsmanship, all condensed into a diminutive piece of jewelry. Even without wearing it, Charlie couldn't help but marvel at the ring's brilliance. Yet, in stark contrast to the complexity within, its exterior appeared remarkably plain, bordering on shabby. The unadorned brass bore no embellishments or contours, seeming merely to have been crudely shaped and then hastily affixed with a ruby. At first glance, it resembled a mere trinket salvaged from the hands of a dazed witch wandering through a forsaken alley. However, this unassuming facade did nothing to diminish Charlie's fondness for it. Naturally inclined towards practicality, he valued its functionality far more than its appearance. Furthermore, such an inconspicuous artifact might one day reveal its extraordinary potential. The creator of this ring must have been a genius, he mused, as he brought it closer to examine the alchemical artistry, remarking to himself how he wondered if the legendary alchemist Nicholas Flamel could achieve such mastery. Setting down Faye, who had fallen asleep on his arm, he watched as she peacefully found a spot to continue preening her feathers. Charlie flicked away the remnants from his hand, then, without hesitation, slid the ring onto his index finger. He noticed that the moment the ring grazed his hand, shadows within the ruby began to stir, faintly illuminating with a glow. Before he could react, the once ordinary brass seemed to be infused with a sudden vitality. The rigid band softened, extending delicate tendrils that gradually immersed themselves into his flesh. A frown creased Charlie's brow, his lips pursed as he observed this unsettling spectacle, yet he refrained from removing it. After all, as a reward for a task bestowed by the system, his extensive experience with such matters led him to believe it posed no threat. Indeed, as he had anticipated, once the tendrils fully penetrated, he felt a slight sting, and a trickle of crimson flowed from the band into the ruby, as if the ring had completed a rite of recognition, retracting the tendrils and returning to its former simplicity. A blood oath? A peculiar look crossed Charlie's face. This ancient alchemical technique had come to his attention during his time at Hogwarts when he stumbled upon a 16th-century treatise on alchemy while exploring the restricted section. At least, that was what the book claimed. Whether it was indeed genuine human skin, the youthful Charlie had not lingered on. The text detailed a once popular alchemical method known as the blood oath, which involved grinding a person's skull into powder and integrating it into an alchemical item, paired with corresponding spells, thereby establishing an eternal bond between the object and its master, only severed upon the master's death. In an era when wizards were unbound by ethical constraints, this technique was widely practiced across Europe. However, as time progressed and alchemical practices evolved, establishing connections with alchemical items became more stable and secure, leading to the gradual obscurity of the blood oath. The treatise he had found was likely the last remnant of this technique's existence. Charlie had not anticipated encountering such an almost extinct alchemical method on this ring granted by the system. Could it possibly hail from the 16th century? He wondered aloud, experimenting with the grip of his ring-clad hand. Yet, he felt nothing unusual. Let me try, he decided, returning to his seat, closing his eyes, and gently caressing the ruby, attempting to activate it. To his surprise, when he gradually infused his magic into the ring, there was no resistance or awkwardness, as often encountered with other alchemical items. Everything flowed seamlessly. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself holding a scroll inscribed with spells and a new mission blueprint. Excellent. Charlie nodded at the items in his grasp, although he was uncertain whether this spatial magical artifact originated from the 16th century wizarding world or another realm entirely. He was unequivocally convinced of its exceptional quality, surpassing even the scroll containing A-level spells. This object represented far more than just an additional storage space. Its distinctive feature of allowing him to effortlessly collect and release items would undoubtedly elevate its worth beyond that of typical alchemical artifacts. As long as he could make contact, he could instantly draw items into the ring's space. This potential sparked a multitude of ingenious ideas in his mind. He believed that, given some time, this ring would become his most formidable talisman for survival, perhaps even eclipsing the enchanted trench coat he habitually wore, which granted him magical resistance. Satisfied after toying with the ring, Charlie finally recalled the other two items he had yet to examine. He turned his head and cast a fleeting glance at the magic scroll quietly resting on the table before reaching out to pick it up. With the foundation already laid, Charlie found himself less captivated by the notion of an A-class magic scroll than he had once anticipated. Thus, it mattered little what it contained. As he pondered this, Charlie slowly unfurled the scroll, revealing the initial text, Protego Diabolic. Chapter 12. The Fire Shield Spell. How delightful. As the scroll opened and the ornate letters spelling Protego Diabolic danced before his eyes, a surge of nostalgia erupted within Charlie. Reminiscent of the sage words from an internet culinary giant of yore. This was indeed the Fire Shield spell. It was noteworthy that, although he had never witnessed the formidable presence of the Dark Lord Grindelwald firsthand, the image of that proud figure, as portrayed in the films prior to his transmigration, had been indelibly etched into his memory. Particularly vivid was the scene where the wizard pointed his wand to the ground, conjuring a circular barrier ablaze with blue flames, a spectacle that was nothing short of breathtaking. Charlie could not help but click his tongue in admiration, scrutinizing the scroll that documented the incantation and its execution. After confirming that his eyes had not deceived him, an inexplicable sensation of wonder blossomed within him. What could this mean? Throughout his life, he had never encountered a system so lavishly generous, bestowing upon him not one, but two extraordinary gifts at once. Despite these musings, Charlie's hands remained unhurried, for he cared little for the reasons behind such fortune. Once it was in his possession, it was his to claim. Instead of lingering in speculation, he resolved to swiftly master the spell. He extended his hand towards the coat hanging on the rack, slightly opening his fingers. With a mere incantation, the wand soared through the air, prompted by a simple utterance, without him needing to turn to face its direction. The coat moved as if stirred by an invisible breeze, and the wand was instantly summoned, flying into Charlie's hand with a swift whoosh, like an arrow in flight. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, devoid of any lingering pauses. The 12-inch wand, adorned with the distinctive grain of elm, bore an exquisite design reminiscent of intertwining branches, encasing a core crafted from the heartstring of a Norwegian ridgeback dragon. It was a wand destined to be wielded solely by those of noble birth, capable of harnessing formidable power. In the early morning, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating Russell's face. He opened his eyes precisely on time, rising from his bed to stretch lazily before attending to the tasks of a new day. Although he often regarded himself as merely Charlie's servant, those with even a modicum of awareness understood that as Charlie's most trusted house elf, his authority could be rivaled only by Charlie himself within the entire confectionery factory. Aside from a few exceedingly significant decisions, he personally managed over 70% of the factory's myriad affairs. Fortunately, Russell did not disappoint his master, overseeing the factory with remarkable diligence, ensuring that no detail was overlooked. At times, Charlie couldn't help but wonder if Russell, as a house elf, possessed some trace of fairy lineage. Russell stretched once more, removing his nightcap with a flick of his wrist, and approached the desk in his room. Gazing up at the towering stacks of assorted documents that had accumulated there, he could not resist the urge to pat his cheek and let out a sigh. Accompanying Charlie to watch Harry Potter yesterday had caused him to fall behind on his work, leaving a mountain of tasks awaiting him. He returned home too late that evening, collapsing directly into bed and falling asleep almost instantly. Upon awakening, he found the accumulation of work had indeed transformed into a small hill. Shaking his head, Russell roused himself slightly and turned to glance at the wall clock. It was now 6:30. Charlie would likely rise around 8. If he exerted himself a bit, he could still manage to deliver a warm breakfast to Charlie's hands. After pondering for a moment and deciding against further procrastination, he returned to his specially designed chair, deftly retrieved a report from the top of the stack, dipped a quill into ink, and commenced his work. The clock on the wall ticked rhythmically, the sound merging with the swift movement of Russell's quill. He soon became wholly absorbed, his eyes fixated solely on the task at hand. As he settled into a productive rhythm, his hand moved with increasing speed, to the point where it appeared almost blurred. Time slipped away gradually, and the pile of documents on his desk diminished steadily until it vanished entirely. Ding dong! As the clock struck 8, a small bird flew out, circling the room before landing on Russell's desk and chirping melodiously. Ding dong! At that moment, Russell's quill descended onto the final sheet of paper, completing the last punctuation mark. Finished. He returned the quill to its place, seized the chirping bird from the table, and tossed it back into the clock. Lowering his gaze, he surveyed the neatly organized documents he had meticulously revised, nodding in satisfaction. Come on. Russell clapped his hands and waved vigorously at the documents. With a rustling sound, the stacks of papers soared into the air, transforming into a long paper dragon that burst through the door of Russell's room and flew toward various departments within the factory. With everything accomplished, Russell changed out of his nightwear, retrieving a suit identical to the one he had worn yesterday from the wardrobe. Leaving his room, he made his way to Charlie's office. Knock, knock, knock. Balancing a tray in one hand, Russell rapped gently on the office door. Although he had access to Charlie's office, Russell adhered to a strict self-discipline as a proper servant. Without the master's summons, he would not enter uninvited, opting instead to wait patiently at the door. "Come in," came Charlie's deep voice from behind the solid door. Russell immediately straightened, adjusting his attire before pushing the door open and stepping inside, greeting as he always did. "Good morning, my esteemed Master Charlie. Your most loyal and reliable servant, Russell, is here." Yet this time, his words faltered abruptly as he was taken aback by the sight within the office. A roaring wall of black flames engulfed his entire field of vision. The fiery tendrils dancing and sending waves of heat cascading around him, forming a perfect ring. "Don't worry, Russell, just come right over." Charlie's voice resonated from the center of the fiery circle, calm as ever. Chapter 13. The morning meeting. Gulping, Russell gazed up at the towering wall of flames, unable to suppress a swallow. After hesitating for a moment, he ultimately chose to trust Charlie, closing his eyes and summoning his courage to step forward. Indeed, as his foot crossed the threshold of the fiery barrier, the anticipated scorching heat did not greet him. Instead, he felt an inexplicable warmth enveloping him completely. Russell stepped through the burning area, opening his eyes in surprise to examine himself, then turned to appraise the seemingly ferocious flames. He could not help but exclaim, "Truly, the great Master Charlie. To conjure such realistic flames, I can scarcely discern a hint of artifice." At the center of the fire shield, Charlie leaned against his long table, watching a scroll containing magical inscriptions gradually turn to ash. He stifled a yawn, rising from the table and waving his ringed hand, causing his wand to vanish without a trace. He strolled leisurely to Russell's side, gently lifted the steaming cup of coffee from the other's plate, and took a delicate sip. The foolish Russell, in the early morning, found that a single bitter sip of coffee was sufficient to invigorate Charlie, dispelling the fatigue of the entire night and revitalizing his spirit. He cast a glance at Russell, who was still wide-eyed beside the fiery ring, constantly reaching his hand in to probe the depths of the phenomenon, and remarked, "This is certainly not an illusion." As he spoke, Charlie raised his arm and made a swift motion towards the still-burning shield of flames. Instantly, the fire was drawn in by an unseen force, coalescing into a singular line of flame that encircled him and gradually dissipated into the void. It was only then that Russell noticed the area where the flames had burned, now starkly transformed into a charred black, with even the adjacent spots visibly darkened by the smoke. This was the fire shield, a spell once wielded by the previous Dark Lord, Grindelwald. Observing Russell's jaw drop in astonishment, Charlie felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment wash over him. After all, it had taken him an entire night to master this skill. If Russell had reacted with indifference, it would have been truly unsettling. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he delicately held his coffee cup and took a small sip. He then returned to his seat. This was utterly unprecedented. Russell, of course, could not conceal his admiration for his master, and an avalanche of praise soon followed, pouring forth as if it were of no cost. It was akin to declaring him the best of all time, incomparable, possessing unparalleled skills, delivering a flawless performance without repetition within a mere 10 minutes. Although Charlie was aware that much of this was exaggerated, it did not diminish his enjoyment of Russell's adulation. After listening for a considerable while, Charlie finally waved his hand, bringing a halt to Russell's fervent praises. "Let us discuss something of substance." Russell, realizing the shift, glanced at the toasted bread still clutched in his hand, promptly nodded, placed it on Charlie's long table, and commenced his customary report. Recently, the responses from distributors of ice plum sweet sugar across various regions have been quite favorable. Our team is currently negotiating with Muggles in the Americas, and if all goes smoothly, it won't be long before we establish a foothold in the American market. "Well done," Charlie nodded, maintaining a composed demeanor, revealing no signs of surprise. He took a bite of the toast, which bore a hint of crispness, and contemplated suggesting the recent addition of several production lines to enhance output. Just as he was speaking, Charlie suddenly had a moment of inspiration, his eyes lighting up as he snapped his fingers. "What if we incorporate some liqueur centers? Those Americans seem to have a penchant for that." Listening to Charlie's suggestion, Russell earnestly retrieved a small notebook from somewhere and began jotting down notes. "Also, there's that bizarre exploding candy I mentioned to you earlier," Russell said, engrossed in his scribbles. "Ah, I remember. What about it?" Charlie pondered for a moment before nodding, signaling his understanding. "I must admit, its reception has been rather dismal," Russell replied, lifting his gaze with a hint of regret. "Neither the wizarding community nor the European Muggles have taken to it. We've received numerous complaints about it having an unpleasant taste reminiscent of manure. Charlie, who had been chewing on his toast, paused at this remark, frowning as he sipped his coffee. How do they even know what manure tastes like? Why don't they mention that the bizarre exploding candy also contains apple and lemon flavors? He waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was not worth dwelling on. Russell hesitated for a moment, then scratched his head. What I mean is, perhaps we should halt production of the bizarre exploding candy and shift to liqueur-filled ice plum sweets instead. Charlie considered Russell's words, stroking his chin as if deep in thought. After a while, he responded, that might not be a bad idea, but we should at least maintain 2 production lines for the bizarre exploding candy. We can choose not to sell to the muggles, who lack discernment, but we must continue supplying the wizarding community. All right, Russell said after a moment's hesitation, nodding as he diligently recorded Charlie's words in his notebook. Charlie, Russell ventured, unable to restrain himself from looking up cautiously. Could you tell me why? Instead of answering directly, Charlie squinted, turning his gaze towards the window, and took a sip of his coffee before he spoke softly. A few years ago, Headmaster Dumbledore mentioned in a letter to me that he found the taste of the bizarre exploding candy quite delightful. Upon hearing this, Russell immediately grasped the significance and hurriedly noted down the statement with emphasis. With 2 slices of bread and a cup of coffee, their brief meeting concluded swiftly as Charlie polished off the last corner of toast. Once he swallowed it, breakfast was entirely over. The bread was a tad burnt, he remarked, as was his custom after finishing. I'll definitely remind them to pay closer attention next time, Russell replied, stepping forward to place the coffee cup into the tray. No need. I rather enjoy it a bit charred, Charlie responded, rising to his feet and gently ruffling the sleeping Faywin, who had curled up on the table. Chapter 14, Andromeda Master. Just as they were about to depart, Russell suddenly paused. He lowered his gaze to the floor, which had become a disheveled mess, and couldn't resist the urge to rub his foot against the carpet, which immediately disintegrated into fragments. Turning his head, he looked towards Charlie. Do you need me to find someone to refurbish the office? No need, Charlie replied, shaking his head as he scooped up the slumbering Faywin from the table, who was reluctant to stir, continuing to rub his foot. I'll clean it myself with a charm later. Upon hearing this response, Russell refrained from saying anything further, nodding as he balanced a tray in one hand and cradled a notebook in the other, preparing to leave Charlie's office. However, just as he reached the doorway, Charlie seemed to recall something, raising his head and hastily calling out to Russell. Wait, Russell. Yes, master. Is there anything else you require? Just as he was about to step out of the office, Russell nearly stumbled at Charlie's sudden call, instinctively responding while steadying himself and turning back. This is for you. Charlie, cradling Faywin, carefully weighed the creature in his arms, then freed a hand to pick up another scroll from the table. Please give this to the house elf who made the violet candy yesterday. Once he creates this new confection, we shall promote it alongside the violet candy as our flagship products for the new season in the wizarding world. Hearing that it was new product information, Russell quickly nodded, placing everything he was holding down nearby, and hurried back to Charlie's side to accept the plans with utmost seriousness. This is. He cautiously unfurled the blueprints, his eyes widening as he gazed upon the inscriptions. Snow lemon? It must be said that over the past 3 decades, while Faywin showed no signs of aging, his weight had indeed become increasingly burdensome, prompting Charlie to occasionally wonder if he had been overindulging the creature. Gurgling softly, Faywin nestled in Charlie's embrace, relishing the latter's adept technique of caressing the owl, emitting a series of contented murmurs. Once Russell had taken the blueprints and closed the office door anew, Charlie flicked his wrist, retrieving the wand from its ring and grasping it firmly. He then aimed it at the charred remnants, softly uttering the incantation. Renewed. In an instant, the tip of the wand glowed with a soft azure light, and an inexplicable breeze swept through the room. Soon, the once blackened walls and shelves were restored to their former glory almost instantaneously. The carpet and floor, which had long been reduced to char, miraculously rejuvenated, along with the dust that had settled upon them, now completely erased. Within mere moments, as the gust subsided, the entire office transformed, appearing even cleaner than it had been prior to last night. Quite splendid. Charlie surveyed the room, inhaling deeply with satisfaction, the air imbued with a subtle hint of his favorite mint fragrance. Even the trench coat hanging on the rack had been coincidentally refreshed by the cleaning spell. Truly, learning the casting technique for this cleaning charm from Andromeda was undoubtedly one of the wisest decisions of his life. Observing the orderly room, Charlie seemed to recall something, murmuring softly to himself. Meanwhile, Faywin, who had been luxuriating in Charlie's expert ministrations, noticed the pause and shook his fluffy feathers, his previously shut eyes now half opening. tilting his head to issue a series of displeased calls towards the lost-in-thought Charlie. Not perceiving the interruption, Charlie remained somewhat distracted. Seeing that his efforts had failed to capture the other's attention, a disgruntled Faywin ceased his vocalizations, opting instead to feign biting the tip of Charlie's finger, shaking it vigorously. Good boy. Following Faywin's commotion, Charlie, who had been immersed in childhood memories, was compelled to redirect his attention back to the present. He reluctantly withdrew his wand, lowering his head to offer a soothing murmur as he extended his hand to continue caressing the cherubic Faywin nestled in his arms. Witnessing his triumph, Faywin let out a satisfied chirp, snuggling into a more comfortable position within Charlie's embrace, her eyes fluttering shut as she curled into a ball. Sighing softly, Charlie cradled Faywin, reclining contentedly in his chair. The heavy curtains had been deliberately drawn open, allowing the gentle morning light to stream through the glass, enveloping Charlie in a warm, radiant glow. I hope Andromeda is doing well, he mused, tilting his head back to bask in the sunlight. Living within a pure-blood family like the Blacks might be seen as a stroke of fortune, yet it could also be deemed a misfortune. On one hand, Charlie enjoyed better living conditions and a superior early education. Moreover, he had been reborn into this world, retaining the memories of his past life spanning over 2 decades. Consequently, he was regarded by his father, Signis Black, as the most extraordinary prodigy in the family's history. He never hesitated to introduce Charlie to various prestigious soirees or private salons, deliberately emphasizing the unparalleled genius cultivated by the noble lineage of the Black family. Even at the tender age of 5 or 6, Charlie had already mingled with the key figures of numerous pure-blood families and numerous high-ranking officials within the Ministry of Magic. This laid a solid foundation for his future endeavors in establishing a grand factory. However, as is often the case, fortune tends to be accompanied by misfortune. Having reaped the immense benefits of his status as a scion of a pure-blood family, he was also compelled to confront the accompanying misfortunes. This included the peculiarities of his family members, who appeared to be far from ordinary. His father, Signis, was an exceedingly paranoid ruler, obsessively emphasizing the purity of bloodlines and the nobility of their social class. He would never deign to acknowledge the common wizards. His elder sister, Bellatrix, was yet another lunatic following in their father's footsteps. I had always perceived her as rather abnormal since childhood, and indeed, in the end, she chose to pledge her allegiance to Voldemort alongside her foolish husband. His third sister, Narcissa, embodied her name as a haughty daffodil. Although she lacked the madness of their eldest sister and the paranoia of their father, her arrogance was equally unbearable. Only his second sister, Andromeda, provided him with a semblance of warmth amidst the abnormality of their grotesque family. Chapter 15. Hot Cow Dung. However, several years ago, on a fateful day, Andromeda, unwilling to endure the suffocating oppression any longer, eloped with her muggle-born husband in pursuit of love. From that moment on, he never saw her again. The memory of that day lingered vividly in his mind. Signis grasped the family tree of the Blacks, his gaze icy and devoid of emotion. As his wand struck it with force, Andromeda's name began to smolder, ultimately transforming into an indelible void. After completing this act, Signis approached young Charlie directly. He crouched down, his strong hands gripping Charlie's arms tightly, causing him to wince in pain. It seemed that Signis, through the surface of Charlie's obedience, had already discerned the tumult within him. Mirroring the restlessness of Andromeda, he fixed his gaze upon Charlie, and within the deep-set hollows of his eyes, the expression resembled that of a vulture. He then spoke, each word deliberate and measured. You are the pride of the Black family and shall one day be its steward. Remember this, Charlie Black. Do not emulate Andromeda, nor take her as your exemplar. If such a day were to come, I would not erase your name. Instead, I would unreservedly seek your demise. As his words echoed in Charlie's ears, he seemed to sense within those fearsome eyes Signis's nearly fanatical obsession with and allegiance to pure blood lineage. Goosebumps instantly covered his entire body. It was only at that moment that he seemed to realize the profound errors he had harbored since childhood. In this household, the most deranged was not his elder sister Bellatrix, but rather their father, Signis himself. After uttering this revelation, Signis released the grip he had on his hands and enveloped him once more in a tight embrace. Yet, he could not glean even a hint of familial warmth from this embrace. All that lingered was fear. This memory felt like a nightmare. Abruptly yanking Charlie back to the present, he took a deep breath, shaking his head as if he wished to bury that memory deep within the recesses of his mind once more. Vivian? He lowered his head, gazing at the still curled-up Faywin, and gently scratched its small head. Faywin turned its neck, rotating its head a full 180 degrees, curiously looking at him. Would you like to have a little more to eat and accompany me for a stroll around the factory? Charlie said, and without waiting for a response, He took another handful of owl food from the drawer and brought it to Faywin's mouth, as if implicitly acknowledging its choice. He then stood up, opting not to don his overcoat and hat, and walked straight out of the office. He descended the staircase slowly, occasionally lifting his gaze to survey the seemingly endless assembly line workshop. "Good morning, Mr. Charlie," greeted the house elves, their voices ringing with delight upon seeing him. Their faces radiated happiness and joy, embodying a spirit that was lacking in their counterparts outside the factory. In truth, the house elves living in this realm unique to Charlie did not regard those outside as their peers, having undergone a transformation through the ideological enlightenment imparted by Charlie. They gradually distanced themselves from humanity, perceiving themselves as independent beings within the magical world, akin to goblins, fire drakes, and centaurs. Thus, despite their almost blind adoration for Charlie, they refrained from addressing him as their master, opting instead for the respectful title of Mr. to convey their esteem. As for Russell, although he still referred to Charlie as master, their relationship was more akin to that of employer and employee. Each month, when it came time for salary disbursement, Charlie would toss a few golden galleons into Russell's pouch, even though Russell insisted that he did not require such compensation. Claiming that his servitude was a result of Charlie's life-saving grace, Charlie adhered to this custom. Turning back, these well-educated and ideologically reformed house elves regarded their counterparts outside the factory, who endured humiliation with deference and even took pride in their subjugation. Their emotions were consumed solely by anger and disdain, with little else to feel. To rephrase, one might say it was a mixture of pity for their misfortune and fury at their lack of resolve. Charlie navigated through a throng of house elves, occasionally exchanging pleasantries with a few familiar faces. "How is that little fellow of yours, Trix?" he inquired. "Indeed, entrusting this production line to you, Robbie, was a wise choice. Look at you, Aganda. Compared to when you battled the Death Eaters, you've at least doubled in size." As Faye finished the last remnants of her meal, she grew weary of remaining nestled in Charlie's embrace. Perhaps the bustling sounds of the house elves at work and their cheerful greetings disrupted her slumber. With a sharp cry, Faye opened her eyes, raised her head, and meticulously rearranged her ruffled feathers before flapping her wings and soaring into the air. She glided effortlessly above the assembly line and through the gaps of the machinery, vanishing from Charlie's sight to play on her own. Charlie chuckled softly, brushing off the wrinkles in his clothing caused by Faye's antics. He casually reached for a warm piece of candy that had just been produced and popped it into his mouth. However, after a few chews, his previously composed expression shifted dramatically, and he could not suppress a wave of nausea. He stifled the overwhelming discomfort, forcing it down without expelling it. As the sweet slipped down his throat, Charlie's face turned a sickly shade of green. "Damn it, is this merely a half-finished product? How can it taste like this? It feels as though I am chewing on warm dung." He exhaled sharply, unable to contain his disdain as he addressed a nearby house elf who was diligently engaged in work. The house elf, while continuing his tasks, turned and responded with a hint of resignation. "I apologize, Mr. Charlie, but this is not a half-finished product. It is indeed freshly made." As he spoke, he picked up an unused packaging bag, stating, "You see, it is this, bizarre exploding candy." Charlie's lips twitched, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a considerable pause, he nodded and turned to leave. However, inexplicably, the house elf noted with curiosity that Mr. Charlie's complexion appeared even greener. Chapter 16. A letter from the Malfoy family departing the bizarre exploding candy production line with a pallid visage. Charlie could not resist pressing his fingers against his temples. He contemplated that he must confer with Russell later regarding the issues with the production line. It seemed that retaining 2 lines was excessive. One would suffice. He had even contemplated that the sugar produced along that particular line would only need to be supplied to the Honey Duke in the vicinity of Hogwarts. After all, having savored a taste himself, he had come to believe that, apart from his venerable headmaster, there was likely no one who would appreciate that peculiar flavor. Lost in thought, Charlie meandered aimlessly from the production area to the research and development room. After engaging in a discussion regarding the new blueprints with a house elf named Tyka, he felt a sense of relief and departed the R&D room, making his way towards the living quarters and the cafeteria. As he wandered, time unwittingly slipped from morning to nearly 10 past noon. Observing the once empty cafeteria gradually filling with employees as the gears of the clock tower above the factory struck, he chose not to linger any longer. He usually resolved his meals within the confines of his office, always delivered personally by Russell, who served as both servant and assistant. With a sharp clap, Charlie stepped out of the dining hall, slightly raising his left hand. Following this, his thumb and middle finger gently rubbed together, producing a crisp snap that rendered his form momentarily indistinct. dissolving into nothingness, vanishing from his original spot. In the blink of an eye, Charlie found himself once again ensconced within his office. He lifted his head and instinctively glanced towards the top of the coat rack, but Phaewin was not there. It seemed she had run off to play again. Charlie withdrew his gaze and resumed his seat, unable to suppress his thoughts. How delightful it must be to be an owl, free to roam and flit about at will, he mused, yawning involuntarily. Russell did not keep Charlie waiting long. Scarcely had he settled into his office for 10 minutes when a familiar knock resounded. "Master Charlie, Russell has brought your lunch." "Come in, Russell," Charlie replied. Reclining comfortably against the back of his chair, his fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest, the door creaked open, and Russell entered with a tray in hand. Moving leisurely as he greeted Charlie with the same words he had uttered that morning, a gesture of admiration. "Greetings, my esteemed Master Charlie. Good afternoon. Your loyal servant, Russell, salutes you and presents your lunch for today." It was biscuits and tea, a meal as unremarkable as that of most Englishmen's midday repast. The only distinction lay in the jar of golden condiment placed next to Charlie's biscuits, a jar of Charlie's honey-infused mixed fruit jam. This delicacy was widely praised in the Muggle world, yet it seemed to hold little appeal for wizards. Charlie had grown accustomed to such a lunch. After all, residing in England, one could hardly expect anything more refined. Fried fish would suffice. Charlie deftly picked up a biscuit, dipped it into the jam, and took a bite. He then raised his gaze to Russell, who stood before him, and nodded slightly. "If you haven't eaten yet, why not join me?" At this suggestion, Russell instinctively shook his head in refusal, saying, No, master, I've already finished my meal before coming here." Charlie, noncommittal, merely lifted his eyelids and cast a glance at him without uttering a word. "Then I shall indulge a little more," he said after a moment's hesitation. Ultimately, Russell took a few steps forward, cautiously selecting a biscuit from the tray and nibbling it. Charlie's eyelids drooped as he focused on his food. The office was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of biscuits crumbling and Charlie chewing. After a considerable time had passed, when the cup of red tea was nearly empty and most of the biscuits had been consumed, Charlie wiped his mouth and turned his attention back to Russell. "I have had a sudden change of heart regarding our discussion this morning." Russell, attentive but silent, immediately retrieved his notebook upon hearing Charlie's words, ready to take notes. "Ahem." Charlie feigned a cough, clearing his throat before continuing with his usual composure. "Concerning the production line for the bizarre exploding candies, I have reflected upon our customers' purchases of our products and their invaluable feedback. Upholding the principle of putting people first, our customers are paramount. We must treat their insights with utmost seriousness. Only through continuous reflection and improvement can our factory ascend to greater heights." Garnering the support of both wizards and muggles alike, Russell, captivated by Charlie's impassioned discourse, nodded eagerly, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he meticulously recorded every word in his notebook. He thought to himself how such profound wisdom should be conveyed to all departments for them to memorize and internalize. After a lengthy exposition, Charlie finally addressed the crux of the matter. "Let us convert the assembly line into a singular one, disregarding the wizarding world. Ensuring a steady supply to Hogwarts shall be our priority." "As you wish, my esteemed master," Russell responded with a vigorous nod. "Ah, by the way, master." Russell, having stowed away his notebook, seemed to recall something and rummaged through his pocket as he spoke. "Earlier today, shortly after you finished your breakfast, an unfamiliar owl delivered a letter." Charlie, listening to Russell, did not regard the matter with much significance. He slightly raised the corners of his mouth, appearing to be in good spirits. With a casual wave of his hand, he stood up from his seat and walked to the bookshelf within the office, effortlessly picking up a book he had not finished reading last time. "It's just a letter. You can handle it. If it's Fudge wishing to invite me to dinner, kindly draft a polite refusal on my behalf." It was evident that this fellow merely sought to extract some funds from me to procure new equipment for those orurs. "No, sir, it is not a letter from Minister Fudge," Russell replied, continuing to rummage through his belongings. "There is no name on it, but I believe you ought to see it for yourself." Having said that, he finally retrieved the letter from his inner pocket and carefully handed it over. Charlie raised an eyebrow, choosing to remain silent as he accepted it. Upon receiving the letter and observing the wax seal's emblem, the faint smile on Charlie's lips gradually faded, and his eyes narrowed. The shield-shaped crest featured 3 cross spears beneath it, flanked by 2 fire dragons, with a serpent coiled atop. This was the Malfoy family crest. Chapter 17. The invitation. Charlie pressed his lips together and opened the letter, beginning to read from the very first line. "To my dear brother. It has been quite some time since we last met. A few days ago, Lucius and I visited the house where we spent our childhood and paid a visit to our father, Signis. I had hoped to hear of your recent happenings from him, but he informed me that you have not returned here since that incident. Upon hearing his words, my heart felt as though it had been pierced. A wave of sorrow washing over me. I cannot help but reminisce about the days when we lived and played together. Those were truly cherished moments. Upon reaching this point, Charlie paused for a moment, unable to suppress a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He could scarcely recall any delightful memories of frolics shared with Narcissa during their childhood, particularly before he possessed a wand, when he had endured her reprimands. Who could have foreseen that the siblings, once united in their upbringing, would now find themselves scattered in disparate directions, each leading differing lives? I understand that there may exist some misunderstandings between you and Lucius. However, time has a way of mending all wounds, and over a decade has passed since then. I believe it is high time to seek an opportunity to resolve your misunderstandings. Conveniently, your nephew, Draco Malfoy, is soon to embark on his journey as a new student at Hogwarts. I have often recounted your deeds during your school years as tales to him. Though he has yet to meet you, he holds you in great admiration and aspires to emulate your success as a wizard. Thus, I would like to extend an invitation for you to visit Malfoy Manor for a brief sojourn. It would also be an opportunity to attend Draco's upcoming graduation ceremony and to reconcile the misunderstandings that have lingered between our families. Of course, this is contingent upon your willingness. Charlie read the letter meticulously, his gaze ultimately resting upon the signature at the end, Narcissa Malfoy. His brows furrowed, and after a prolonged moment, he took a deep breath and placed the letter upon the table. Narcissa, Lucius, and Draco Malfoy, an inexplicable complexity surged within him. Habitually, he pressed his fingers against his temples, gently closed his eyes, and reclined in his chair, entering a realm of aimless contemplation. Throughout, Russell attentively observed Charlie's expression. Aware of his master's state, he understood that he ought not to intrude further at this moment. Thus, he cautiously lifted the platters from the long table, tiptoeing silently as he gradually exited Charlie's office. The door closed with a soft creak, yet Charlie remained with his eyes shut, seemingly oblivious to Russell's departure. Or perhaps indifferent to it, for at that moment, his thoughts were entirely entangled by the unexpected letter. Memories associated with Lucius and Narcissa flickered incessantly in his mind, plunging him into a tumult of emotions. In Wiltshire, the meticulously designed garden of Malfoy Manor resembled an opulent crown encircling the central residence, which stood as the most resplendent gem. Upon the opening of the exquisite wrought iron gates, it felt as though one were traversing through layers of enveloping mist. As clarity dawned, one's vision was greeted by a fountain gushing with melodious waters. Above it, a lifelike statue stood majestically, depicting a man with an air of reserve and pride, gazing into the distance as if harboring unexpressed ambitions. Elegant white peacocks wandered leisurely through the courtyard, preening their lustrous feathers or extending their splendid tails. Inside the manor, the lavishly ornate decor could leave any first-time visitor in awe. Be it the exquisitely luxurious furniture, the marble-adorned fireplace, or the gilded mirrors. Each item alone represented a luxury unattainable to an ordinary wizard even after years of toil. Furthermore, the grand entrance hall, the portraits of ancestors adorning the walls, and the sumptuous carpets covering the entire abode spoke volumes of opulence. The master of the manor, akin to the white peacocks in the garden, displayed his magnificent plumage with pride, symbolizing his extraordinary wealth and status. Yet, unbeknownst to many, the current master of this estate, once a proud peacock, now exhibited an unusual sense of unease. Lucius sat upon the sofa, his lips pressed tightly together, his gaze penetrating a distant point, lost in deep contemplation. Beside him sat his wife, Narcissa, Charlie's sister, who, observing her husband, reached out to cover his hand with hers and softly inquired, "What troubles you still?" Lucius's reverie was interrupted. He turned to face his wife, exhaling deeply as he shook his head. Turning his palm, he gently grasped Narcissa's delicate hand. His voice remained as steady as ever, yet it lacked the usual haughty tone he often displayed in the presence of others. "I am simply uncertain whether your actions are indeed right." After a moment, he could not help but inhale deeply again, continuing, "You should have consulted me before composing that letter, at the very least before he could finish his words." Narcissa interjected softly. Her gaze met that of her husband, and she gently uttered his name. "He is my brother, and you are my husband." Lucius, absorbing her words, seemed to grasp her intent. He parted his lips, yet found himself momentarily speechless. "I am aware that during the war over a decade ago, you were adversaries. But that was long ago. Moreover, that was Voldemort." Lucius hastily interjected, interrupting the name that was about to escape her lips. "Bellatrix has been imprisoned in Azkaban, and Andromeda has been disowned." My father, Signis, is on the brink of death, as if it were imminent. Charlie is perhaps the only kin I have left in the Black family. I merely hope that Charlie can reconcile with us. Narcissa continued. Besides, did you not say that Cornelius Fudge holds him in high regard? If you could indeed mend fences, perhaps you would find greater opportunities within the Ministry of Magic. Lucius lowered his head, remaining silent, only the sound of his slightly labored breathing indicating to Narcissa that her words had registered. Moreover, she said, taking Lucius's hand and sitting beside him, Draco truly admires him. Chapter 18. Draco. At last, Lucius was swayed. What are the odds that he would acquiesce? He rose to his feet, smoothing out the slight wrinkles in his attire, striving to regain his former composure and haughtiness. Though I cannot say for certain. I have an inkling that he will indeed come. Listening to her words, Lucius's eyelids fluttered, unable to restrain his curiosity. Are you so certain? Narcissa's lips curled into a serene yet equally proud smile. Do not forget, I am his sister. I have lived alongside him for over a decade. Is that the reason? No, it is not merely because I know him. Rather, it is because I understand that he is Charlie Black. Clang. As soon as the words left her lips, a tremendous noise resonated, reaching the ears of both individuals before Lucius could react. Simultaneously, Narcissa and Lucius turned their heads toward the source of the commotion. Not far away. The emaciated figure clad in a tattered pillowcase, a stark contrast to the opulence of their residence, was Dobby, who stared wide-eyed in disbelief at their direction. As if struck by a fit of madness, he dropped the plate he held onto the ground, showing no sign of awareness. Damn creature. Instantly, Narcissa's brow furrowed, her gaze turning frigid and merciless. Observing Dobby, who appeared as if carved from wood, she reprimanded him. The expression on her face was utterly transformed from the one she bore when addressing Lucius. This was only natural. A proud pureblood like Narcissa would only reveal a hint of her concealed warmth to family. To her, Dobby, as a house elf, was worth even less than the plush sofa beneath her. This sentiment was shared by the majority of other wizards as well. It is worth noting that a rebel like Charlie is indeed a rarity, a true anomaly. However, what Narcissa found utterly intolerable was that this lowly house elf dared to eavesdrop on her conversation with Lucius. Forgive me, master. Please pardon Dobby. Dobby is a bad elf. Dobby should not have dropped the plate. At once, as the unkind gazes of the two converged upon him, Dobby snapped out of his stupor, trembling uncontrollably. Almost instinctively, he fell to the ground, trembling and repeatedly banging his head against the floor. Even with the plush, thick, luxurious carpet beneath him, the dull thuds of his head striking the ground echoed clearly. Yet, Narcissa paid no heed to this, just as she reached for her wand. Intending to impart an unforgettable lesson to the disobedient house elf, Lucius grasped her arm. Wait. Lucius halted his wife's movements, slowly shaking his head. Although his gaze toward Dobby was more frigid than ever, he had no desire to exact punishment at that moment. Do not forget what that creature is. After this simple reminder to Narcissa, Lucius turned his attention back to Dobby, commanding in a voice devoid of warmth, You are to remain unseen for the next few days. Go wherever you wish, but do not show yourself before Charlie Black. Upon uttering these words, he observed Dobby, whose body had stiffened in shock. Narrowing his eyes and coldly adding, You had better not attempt any tricks, understand? Remember, you are merely a house elf. Yes, I understand, my master. Dobby pressed his head to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, yet he strained to respond loudly. Dobby will leave here for the next few days. Dobby will not appear at home. Dobby will not meet with Mr. Charlie Black. Dobby is just a house elf. Begone. With Lucius's final, indifferent remark, Dobby's form flickered and vanished in a flash of light from the lavish abode. That creature is a restless one. Narcissa lowered her wand, gazing at the spot where Dobby had departed, unable to suppress a murmur. Humph. A smirk of derision curled at Lucius's lips. And what of it? It is nothing more than a house elf, nothing more. In the upper floor of the mansion, in Draco's chamber, he stood before the mirror, making an effort to puff out his chest and raise his chin, mimicking his father's usual air of composure and arrogance, continually adjusting his pose in front of the mirror. After a considerable period of practice, he finally looked at his reflection, gently nodding with a satisfied smile. He then extended his hand, bowing slightly to the mirror and saying, Greetings, Mr. Charlie Black. May I address you as uncle? I am. No, wait. He paused, gazing at his reflection in the mirror, furrowing his brow. Then he attempted to adopt a different approach. Greetings. My dear uncle, I am your nephew, Draco of the Malfoy family. It is indeed an honor to connect with you, he said, feeling that it should not be so awkward. Ah, the master of the Black family, once the esteemed head of Slytherin House, a wizard of genius. As described by Dumbledore, Charlie Black, My respected uncle. Draco raised his chin, observing his reflection, feeling the emotional expression gradually reaching its peak. His voice involuntarily rising a few decibels. Draco, what are you doing? However, before he could fully articulate his emotions, a sharp reprimand from Lucius downstairs abruptly shattered his confidence, startling him into silence. The composed and self-assured smile that adorned his face vanished in an instant, and his once proud chest deflated. I apologize, father. Draco hastily rushed to the door, offering a swift apology to Lucius from behind it. Enough, Draco. Do not be so anxious. Your uncle is not as fearsome as you think. In fact, he was quite similar to you as a child, merely an ordinary boy. Came Narcissa's timely voice from outside, prompting Draco to exhale in relief. Compared to Lucius's stern demeanor, his mother always exuded a gentler disposition. Understood, mother. Draco replied as he returned to the mirror, turning around to meticulously inspect his attire once more. Meanwhile, the subtle anticipation within him surged with the imminent arrival of the uncle he had yet to meet. Chapter 19. Memories from years past as time ticked by. The couple remained seated on the sofa in their residence, quietly awaiting. Lucius occasionally glanced at the fireplace in their home, then turned his head to observe the movements outside. It appeared he was even more agitated than Narcissa, Charlie's elder sister. Narcissa rose and leisurely approached the corner cabinet in the hall. Selecting a fine bottle of wine and retrieving 3 glasses, she placed the wine and glasses on the long table in the foyer. Lucius, would you like to have a drink first? You seem even more anxious than Draco, Narcissa teased, turning to her husband. Lucius remained silent, instead directing his gaze toward his wife. His gaze lingered for a moment, seemingly infused with a hint of hesitation. After what felt like an eternity, he finally nodded. Very well, pour me a glass. I find myself rather parched. Narcissa turned her head, her smile becoming more pronounced, and chose not to expose Lucius's pretense of thirst. Instead, she gently uncorked the bottle, which bore a subtle scent of oak, and poured the wine into 2 glasses. Holding one glass in her hand, she returned to her seat and handed the other to him. I hope this alleviates your thirst. Lucius remained silent, as if oblivious to the teasing undertone in his wife's words. With downcast eyes, he accepted the goblet, gazing at the amber-hued liquid within, and like an unrefined novice, he drank it in one gulp. Once the glass was emptied, he felt considerably better, lifting his gaze to meet his wife's, offering a rare smile. Narcissa reciprocated with a slight smile of her own before delicately sipping her red wine. Tick, 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 the gears of the clock on the wall turned, emitting a faint clicking sound. Though the noise was subtle, in the profound silence of the hall, it was the only sound that persisted. Ding! Time slipped away. And before long, the deep chime of the clock resonated throughout the estate, marking the hour as the hands aligned at 10. It seems you still do not know him well enough, Lucius remarked, glancing at the wall clock, unable to suppress a sigh. Yet, it was difficult to discern whether this sigh was laced with regret or joy. At this moment, Narcissa's glass was empty, and a faint flush adorned her cheeks. Though not pronounced, the redness stood out against her alabaster skin. It appears my understanding of him has only ever been rooted in childhood, she replied, pursing her lips into a somewhat stiff smile. Despite her lack of words, years of marriage allowed Lucius to perceive the undercurrent of disappointment in her tone. However, he offered no words of consolation, merely nodding. You should inform Draco of this news, tell him not to wait and to retire for the night. After a brief pause, he continued, the bottle has already been opened. Narcissa, her eyes sparkling, responded with a smile, perhaps when I return, we can indulge in a few more glasses. Lucius lowered his gaze, remaining silent, yet Narcissa understood this as his silent acquiescence. She ascended the stairs gracefully, while Lucius approached the long table, replenishing the 2 empty glasses with wine. A sigh escaped him as he sat down at the table, the effects of alcohol beginning to take hold, and his mind wandered back to his first encounter with Charlie Black. During that time, the rising and ideologically opposing House Elf Liberation Front stood as a thorn in Voldemort's side. Unfortunately, the fierce clashes with the Order of the Phoenix left him unable to divert any resources to confront the House Elf Liberation Front. Moreover, he had to concede that those whom he considered a lower species, when united, could indeed wield a terrifying power. Thus, Voldemort altered his strategy. He intends to dispatch his loyal Death Eaters to execute a decapitation mission against the leader and key figure of the House Elf Liberation Front, Charlie Black. He firmly believed that once the leader Charlie was deceased, the so-called domestic House Elf Liberation Front would merely become a hollow shell, collapsing under its own weight without requiring any further exertion. Resolute in his decision, Voldemort meticulously selected 40 elite followers from his ranks to undertake this task. Among them was Lucius, initially one of the chosen few. despite Voldemort's profound concern regarding this matter. Having prepared meticulously and personally familiarized himself with Charlie's movements while devising a strategy, the reality dealt a staggering blow to him when everyone presumed the situation was firmly in hand, in the outskirts of Merseyside. As the 40 Death Eaters surrounded the youthful figure, who had recently graduated from Hogwarts, a true transformation occurred, confronted by the 40 ones poised to strike. This young man unveiled his terrifying prowess to the world for the first time. A dense fog, seemingly emerging from nowhere, enveloped the surroundings, stripping everyone of their senses in an instant. Even the simplest illumination spell could not penetrate the despairing mist. In the next moment, the ground cracked and trembled. As the faint glow atop his wand flickered, enormous rock columns erupted from the fissures, chaotic and disordered, yet intricately interwoven to form a barrier that ensnared both the 40 Death Eaters and himself within. Amidst the resounding tumult, it felt as though the very earth had become an extension of his being. He wielded his wand with abandon, manipulating the ground into soft, undulating waves. The rising peaks resembled a merciless meat grinder, accompanied by the haunting wails of the so-called elite, who never had the chance to even graze Charlie's hem before being reduced to mere pulp. Only Lucius, upon seeing the thickening fog, sensed something amiss. His sharp intuition was suddenly invigorated. Seizing the moment before the mist enveloped him, he decisively vanished from his spot through a swift disapparition, retreating to a distant vantage point to observe the unfolding chaos. When the adversary departed, he returned to the scene, only to find everything had vanished. The ground lay as it once was, yet the heaps of flesh had been devoured clean, as if by some monstrous tongue, leaving no trace of blood behind. Chapter 1. This is my first attempt at sharing a chapter, and I find myself at a loss for words. I am grateful for your attention, and I have persevered in writing this novel, having completed over 10 chapters. While this is merely the beginning, I sincerely appreciate your support for both me and this book. In the coming days, I shall strive to secure more recommendations and endeavor to produce additional chapters, aiming for even greater success. Therefore, I shall make an effort to rally support. From today onward, for every 70 collections, I will add a chapter, and for every 100 recommendation votes, another chapter will follow, until I have shared all my stored manuscripts. Chapter 20. He has arrived from start to finish. He employed but 2 spells, the Mist of Cloud and the Transfiguration Charm. Lucius was uncertain whether his opponent had intentionally allowed him to escape, yet that scene had undeniably etched itself into his mind as an everlasting nightmare. Perhaps it was due to his connection with Narcissa, or perhaps because Charlie required someone to relay this incident to Voldemort. Regardless, he had survived, becoming the sole survivor of what could hardly be deemed a battle, but rather a one-sided massacre. Lucius could not suppress a shiver, instinctively downing the red wine he had just poured. However, as he pondered the nightmare that haunted him, 2 bright beams of light suddenly pierced the fog enveloping the iron gates of Malfoy Manor, shining through the estate's glass and illuminating the interior. The unexpected radiance compelled Lucius to squint against the glare. He was abruptly pulled from the depths of his memory back into reality, furrowing his brow as he instinctively gazed towards the doorway. What was happening? Just as questions swirled in his mind, a well-dressed house elf emerged from the passenger seat of an opulent black sedan parked outside the wrought iron gates. It steadied itself against the car door, its trembling legs seeking support to prevent a complete collapse onto the ground. After a considerable pause, it finally composed itself, inhaling deeply before calling out loudly towards the manor within the estate. By the invitation of Lady Narcissa Malfoy, Master Charlie Black has arrived. With a thud, a solid wooden chair toppled over, producing a dull sound against the thick floorboards. Lucius felt as though his heart had been struck hard, instinctively rising from his seat. For a brief moment, the unexpected arrival of Charlie halted his thoughts. Ignoring the chair that lay on the floor, Lucius took a deep breath and swiftly ascended the staircase, shouting, "Narcissa." "Very well, Master," Russell called out before hurriedly circling around the front of the car to open the door for Charlie. Charlie descended from the driver's seat at a leisurely pace, casting an exasperated glance at Russell. "You know, in the Muggle world, drivers typically dash out to open the car door for their employers." Russell, oblivious to the underlying meaning of Charlie's words, was startled and quickly retreated a couple of steps, waving his hands in protest. "And no, I couldn't possibly. As a servant, how could I allow my master to open the door for me?" Charlie sighed in resignation, stretching his arms to alleviate the weariness from driving for nearly an entire afternoon. "I merely meant for you to learn this task, so that next time, I won't have to exert myself so much." Russell's eyelids fluttered, and he forced a somewhat stiff smile. "Please do go to the back and retrieve the items I prepared. Then drive the car back." "What? but I specifically included magical navigation and assisted driving features inside. It won't be fatal, Charlie replied, dismissing the flustered Russell without a second glance as he made his way to the wrought iron gates, gently caressing the cool metal with his hand. Closing his eyes, he savored the faint chill that radiated from the iron. He could not help but marvel at the esteemed lineage of the pureblood family. Indeed, the grandeur of their estate was evident, with the entrance adorned by alchemical artifacts. The moment Charlie's palm made contact with the surface, he discerned that this seemingly unremarkable iron door concealed at least 3 enchantments. Regrettably, he could only identify one of them, shrouded in mist, while the nature of the remaining 2 eluded him entirely. At that moment, with Charlie's arrival, Lucius could no longer maintain his composure. He swiftly ascended the stairs and pushed open Draco's chamber door. Inside, Narcissa sat at the bedside, offering solace to the despondent Draco, whose eyes glistened with unshed tears. Upon witnessing Lucius's abrupt entrance, Narcissa paused momentarily. However, Draco, almost instinctively, jolted and instantaneously restored a fade of tranquility, even forcing back the tears that had threatened to spill, as if everything were perfectly normal. "What has happened, father?" he inquired. Yet, at this juncture, Lucius could scarcely afford the luxury of attending to Draco. After casting a fleeting glance at his son, he turned his attention to Narcissa. "Narcissa, he has arrived." His expression betrayed a hint of anxiety, beads of perspiration forming on his brow, suggesting that Charlie was not merely a guest, but rather someone who had come a great distance with ominous intent. Upon hearing Lucius's words, Narcissa's brows furrowed slightly, though her reaction was undoubtedly more measured than Lucius's. "First, go and open the door," she instructed Lucius, before turning to Draco and gently patting his blanket. "Come now, Draco. Hurry down. Your uncle has arrived." Her voice was laced with unabashed delight and joy. Draco, upon hearing his mother's words, hesitated momentarily. It was only after they hastily departed his room that he fully grasped the situation. He glanced at the pajamas adorning his small frame, and his delicate face fell once more into a frown. How vexing. Had he known, he would have refrained from changing his attire. Outside the grand entrance, Russell, with a sorrowful expression, entered the driver's seat of the Aston Martin under Charlie's gaze, navigating away in a serpentine manner until he gradually vanished from sight. At that moment, the imposing wrought iron gates behind him creaked open, accompanied by a gentle clamor. Charlie turned to behold, not far from the estate's entrance, his sister Narcissa and brother-in-law Lucius Malfoy, both smiling as they watched him from beyond the iron gates. Upon noticing his turn, they extended their hands in a welcoming gesture. It was then that Charlie's attention was drawn to his little nephew Draco, who, still clad in his pajamas, appeared most unwilling as Lucius held him firmly in place. The contrast between the impeccably dressed parents and their disheveled child was stark. This predicament was not entirely Draco's fault. It was simply that Charlie stood at the threshold, and in a moment of urgency, Lucius had not afforded him a moment to change, dragging him to the entrance without delay. Consequently, all the meticulous preparations Draco had undertaken over the past few days to leave a lasting impression on Charlie were rendered futile. Observing the scene before him, Charlie couldn't help but chuckle before even stepping inside. It seemed he had indeed chosen the right time to visit. The likelihood of boredom during his stay appeared exceedingly slim. Chapter 21. The meeting. Charlie did not adopt any airs. He reciprocated his sister's gesture with a smile and a wave. Unbeknownst to him, this simple act was enough to soothe Lucius, who had initially been on edge, allowing his tension to dissipate. He secretly exhaled a sigh of relief, and the grip he had on Draco's shoulder noticeably relaxed. Charlie lowered his head and observed the items on the ground, most of which were popular candies from the factory, intended as gifts for Draco, as this occasion was in honor of his nephew's graduation party, under the pretense of an invitation from Narcissa. In addition to the candies, there were also a few exquisitely packaged gift boxes made of high-quality materials, prepared as tokens for his long-unseen sister and brother-in-law, Lucius. To be honest, Charlie was uncertain about the contents of those boxes. He had simply instructed Russell to select a couple of items at random from the Black family's collection. After all, the old Black family represented a genuine lineage of pure-blood nobility, boasting a wealth of fine possessions accumulated over centuries. Although Charlie typically did not pay much heed to such things, it was undeniable that even a single item from their collection was something that an ordinary wizard could only dream of acquiring in several lifetimes. The red gemstone on his ring shimmered as Charlie grasped his wand once more. With a casual wave, a gentle breeze swept through, lifting the items off the ground as if they had suddenly lost their weight. They floated gracefully into the air, aligning themselves in a neat row, trailing behind Charlie as he made his way through the gates of Malfoy Manor. approaching the trio awaiting him at the estate's entrance. As Narcissa gazed at the figures before her, gradually coming into focus, she couldn't help but feel a moment of daze. After all, her brother had grown so much since the last time she saw him, which had been over a decade ago. Back then, he had just graduated from Hogwarts at the age of 18, radiating an unparalleled vigor, with an aura so sharp that anyone standing before him felt as though they could be pierced by his brilliance. Now, 12 years later, though he had not aged in appearance, the 30-year-old Charlie bore an even deeper sense of maturity. His once sharp brilliance has dulled, giving way to a maturity that emanates from within. The thought stirred a subtle emotion within Narcissa. What trials has this child endured to reach such a point after all these years? While she mused, her expression remained unchanged with a smile. Yet the hand resting on Draco's shoulder instinctively tightened slightly. Draco, sensing the unusual pressure, turned his gaze towards his parents with a perplexed expression. What is happening? One moment she releases, and the next she grips tighter. In the distance, Charlie approached with a smile, saying, "Apologies for the wait." Upon reaching an appropriate distance, the Malfoy family descended from their doorstep to warmly welcome Charlie. You know, the journey from Greater Manchester to here is not a short one. As he spoke, he first embraced his sister, and feeling the joy of their shared embrace, Charlie's heart suddenly warmed. He could sense the genuine sincerity emanating from Narcissa at that moment. Initially, I had intended to transform and arrive directly, but as you can see, there is an abundance of items here. It matters not, my dear Charlie. Your presence is what matters most to me. I am truly delighted to see you again. At that moment, Narcissa exhibited no distinction from an ordinary sister in a typical family. Look at you. So many years have passed, and I can hardly believe it. She gently caressed her brother's face, observing the changes he had undergone in recent years. 12 years can alter many things. Yet Narcissa knew that those eyes, mirroring her own in hue, would remain unchanged. Like siblings bound by blood, this connection, rooted in their lineage, could never be severed in any way. Charlie smiled, allowing Narcissa to continue her tender ministrations, her hand gliding over his nose and tracing his cheek. After all, 12 years had elapsed, bringing with them a myriad of experiences. However, what astonished me most was that my sister's beauty remained as radiant as it was 12 years ago, unchanged. Draco tilted his head upwards, gazing at his mother, who had painted a vivid picture of his uncle since childhood, and could not help but take a deep breath. Summoning his courage, he gently cleared his throat twice, hoping to attract the other person's attention. His thoughts were successful. Charlie noticed something. He lowered his head and gazed in Draco's direction, following the sound. However, when those eyes met his own, Draco, who had rehearsed countless times in his mind, suddenly found himself blank, completely frozen in place. Draco, uncle. Helpless, he could only muster the courage to stammer out his intentions while gesturing with his hands. Hello, Draco. Ultimately, it was Charlie who bent down, smiling as he extended his hand to him. Hello, uncle. Draco looked at the large hand before him and, without hesitation, grasped it firmly. Feeling the warmth emanating from Charlie's palm, Draco's face flushed with excitement. Gripping Charlie's hand tightly, he instinctively puffed out his chest, shaking it vigorously in a rather formal manner. The sensation he experienced with Charlie was entirely different from what he had imagined. This man was not at all proud like his father, but rather approachable, despite his remarkable success. As his mother's brother, he bore a striking resemblance to her. And in his presence, Draco felt a warmth akin to that which he could only experience with his mother. Summoning his courage, he spoke to Charlie. I know you previously attended Hogwarts as a Slytherin. You were once the head of Slytherin House. Did your mother tell you that? Charlie raised an eyebrow, instinctively glancing at his sister beside him. Narcissa smiled faintly, remaining silent. Indeed, Draco nodded, continuing, once I enter Slytherin, I shall look up to you as my role model. I aspire to become a wizard as successful as you. It was no surprise that a Malfoy child had already anticipated his sorting into Slytherin even before stepping foot in Hogwarts. Chapter 22. An unconventional banquet success is merely a definition, after all. Charlie chuckled as he extended his hand to ruffle young Draco's hair, saying, Everyone has their own definition of success. Do not let the opinions of others disturb you, Draco. When you engage in what you truly wish to pursue, that will be your success. Charlie's words left the naive Draco somewhat bewildered. He nodded, though it seemed he did not fully grasp the meaning behind Charlie's statement. However, there was no rush, for he was merely 11 years old and would have ample time to ponder such thoughts as he matured. Perhaps, rather than future success. You would prefer some candy? As he spoke, the gifts that had been floating behind him all tumbled down, piling up before Draco. It seemed to be the first time he had received such an abundance of sweets, and the bewildered Draco immediately cast aside Charlie's earlier words, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the candy. He was eager to reach out for it, but in the next moment, he appeared to remember something. Pausing with his hand halfway extended, he turned carefully to glance at his father. Humph. Lucius, who had been watching Draco's cheerful interaction with Charlie with downcast eyes, let out a cold scoff before turning away, refusing to look at Draco any longer, simply stating in a dry tone, "Go ahead and take it." Once Lucius granted his permission, Draco's cautious expression vanished completely. He exhaled a sigh of relief and burst into laughter. "Thank you, Uncle." Finally, Charlie approached Lucius. Lucius remained silent, observing Charlie's ever-present smile, though his throat involuntarily constricted slightly. "Welcome, Charlie." Lucius managed to offer a rather stiff smile, which could almost be deemed sincere. "Thank you, Lucius." Lucius's current emotions were not lost on Charlie's keen observation. He smiled, extending his hand as if greeting a long-lost friend, gently patting Lucius's arm before inquiring warmly, "It has been such a long time. How have you been?" Upon hearing the other's cordial greeting, Lucius felt his heart involuntarily quiver. What is he trying to convey? Is he attempting to remind me of something? Damn. Is he suggesting that I should be more forthcoming? A torrent of chaotic thoughts surged through his mind, causing his breath to quicken and his complexion to darken. He pressed his lips together, staring at Charlie as if turned to stone, without uttering a word. Draco held two oddly shaped boxes of candy in his hands, glancing curiously at his father. For some unknown reason, his father appeared particularly strange today first, in a flustered state in the bedroom, and then remaining silent while conversing with his uncle, entirely devoid of his usual decorum and grace. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke, his voice trembling slightly. In fact, at the beginning. Before Lucius could finish, Charlie hastily reached out to interrupt him. Observing Narcissa's anxious demeanor and shaking his head in resignation, he leaned closer to Lucius's ear, whispering something that only the two of them could hear. After speaking, he gently patted Lucius on the shoulder. "The last time we met was at your wedding with Narcissa, if my memory serves me correctly. I was still in the 3rd grade at that time." "Yes, indeed, you were still in school." Although the content of their conversation remained a mystery, Lucius's expression soon relaxed before returning to its previous state. He nodded as if nothing had transpired, engaging in conversation with Charlie. Watching the scene, Narcissa felt her initial concerns dissipate into a faint smile. She silently exhaled, relieved that her decision had not led to any missteps. The earlier incident seemed merely a minor interlude, soon fading from everyone's minds. Suddenly, Narcissa appeared to recall something, and with a smile, she said, "Come in. We have prepared a dinner. Although it has cooled somewhat, it can be warmed up quickly. There is also a splendid bottle of red wine, a cherished collection of Lucius." "Indeed," Lucius responded to Narcissa's words, adding, "Let us go inside. It is a fine bottle of wine." As he spoke, he placed his hand on the large door of the estate and gently pushed. Instantly, the heavy wooden door swung open, allowing warm light to spill forth, enveloping Charlie and dispelling the weariness from his journey. "Just in time. I am quite hungry," Charlie remarked, not wishing to be overly formal. He nodded in agreement, recalling that he had only consumed a few candies and a small packet of biscuits brought by Russell on the way. It was indeed time for dinner. He extended his hand and gently massaged his neck. Perhaps it was time for a glass of red wine, for the office chair was indeed quite uncomfortable, and he desperately needed a good night's sleep. Upon hearing this, Narcissa nodded and assured him that the guest room had just been tidied up, and after the dinner, he could retire there for a restful slumber. The warmth of the room, the sumptuous feast, the wine, and the family gathered around the table all contributed to a sense of comfort. Charlie's knife glided softly over the tender pork chop on his plate. The juices spilled forth, mingling with the steam and the aroma of rosemary as he savored the bite he took. Thank heavens for this moment. He had long lost track of how long it had been since he had experienced such contentment. Initially, he had come here out of sheer boredom, seeking amusement. Yet now that he was present, everything had transformed. Whether it was Narcissa's concerned inquiries after their long separation or the four of them sharing dinner at the long table, exchanging casual conversation from time to time, it all felt like something he had subconsciously yearned for. Thus, even though he had only just arrived, he felt himself beginning to relish this state of being. Who would have imagined that both Lucius and Narcissa, perceived by outsiders as rather unapproachable individuals, could present such a contrasting demeanor? Perhaps human nature is inherently complex. Charlie took a sip of wine, licking his lips that still bore a hint of sweetness. Pondering this thought, after living in this world for 30 years, he had come to understand a profound truth. This was no longer merely a narrative woven from 7 books and 198 chapters. It was a vivid, tangible world, It was the life of Charlie Black. Chapter 23. Morning coffee the next day. In the guest room of Malfoy Manor, Charlie stirred from a deep slumber, his eyes fluttering open to the unfamiliar ceiling above him. The grand bed felt foreign, and even the light filtering through the curtain seams appeared dimmer than that in his office. Lying there, he lingered in a daze for a while before gradually regaining his senses. He recalled that he was not in the factory, but rather at the Malfoy estate. Perhaps he should consider adding a bed to his office. After all, sleeping in a chair was certainly not a wise choice. He extended his hand, brushing against the soft, plush bed beneath him, momentarily reluctant to rise from its comforting embrace. It must be acknowledged that this slumber was perhaps the finest he had experienced since graduating from Hogwarts. His neck rested upon a pillow filled with an unknown down, as if cradled by an invisible hand. Throughout the night, he had not endured the usual stiffness and soreness. As for his spine, it was an entirely different matter. Lying on the yielding mattress, he felt a gentle indentation that seemed to envelop his back, nearly bringing him to tears with the yearning to reclaim this bed for his own factory from Narcissa and Lucius. After a considerable time, Charlie, with lingering reluctance, finally began to stir from his repose. He turned over, propping himself up with his elbow, and began to survey everything in the room. He first noticed his clothes. After entering the room last night, exhausted beyond measure, Charlie had carelessly discarded his garments and collapsed onto the bed. At this moment, his clothes lay haphazardly draped over a chair. Meanwhile, the ring that had adorned his finger rested steadily beside the nightstand. However, now that it had left his hand, its brilliance had diminished once more, appearing rather unremarkable. After stifling a yawn, he felt his spirits lift anew. Not lingering in bed any longer, Charlie retrieved the ring from the nightstand and slipped it back onto his finger. He then tossed aside the covers and stepped down from the bed, his feet meeting the soft carpet adorned with intricate patterns. He approached the chair, gently smoothing out the creases, and proceeded to dress himself neatly. Pushing open the door, he wandered down the staircase to the second floor. At that moment, Lucius was seated at the long table where they had dined the previous evening, sipping coffee while perusing the latest edition of the Daily Prophet. He seemed to have heard the sounds from the staircase, causing the coffee cup, which was just about to reach his lips, to pause momentarily. He set down his coffee cup, diverting his gaze from the newspaper to Charlie, who was now dressed impeccably, having regained his former demeanor. "Good morning, Charlie. How did you sleep last night?" Lucius forced a somewhat stiff smile before nodding in acknowledgement to Charlie. However, one could hardly expect much more from Lucius, as the expression of such amiable gestures had long since lost its significance in his life. Given his status, even in the presence of Fudge, a mere slight bow and nod would suffice to convey respect. Apart from his interactions with Charlie, he rarely exhibited a smile, even when with Narcissa. "Good morning, Lucius," Charlie greeted casually as he descended the stairs. Upon reaching the long table, he seated himself at a position not far from Lucius and continued, "Last night was probably the best sleep I've had in quite some time." As he spoke, he seemed to notice something and turned to glance at the wall clock, raising an eyebrow in surprise. "It's already this late?" After saying that, he turned back to Lucius, who had set down the Daily Prophet, and inquired with a smile, "I thought the ministry would have started work by now." "Ah," Lucius replied, taking a sip of coffee while discreetly surveying Charlie. Seemingly reassured by the other's demeanor, he relaxed and smiled in response. "Typically, most departments do begin their work at this hour. However, my duties are rather light, and there is not much of particular concern, so I can afford to arrive a bit later." "I see," Charlie nodded. At that moment, Narcissa emerged from the kitchen, having heard some commotion, and smiled as she remarked, "I'm delighted to see you've slept well." As she spoke, she waved her wand gently, and a cup of coffee floated gracefully from the kitchen, landing perfectly in front of Charlie. "Here, give it a try. I just brewed this coffee. Although I don't usually add milk or sugar, you can feel free to let me know if you prefer it that way." Narcissa's demeanor was strikingly different as she interacted with her long-lost brother, to the point that even Lucius could not suppress a flicker of surprise in his gaze. "No, I also prefer my coffee without milk or sugar," Charlie replied, shaking his head as he extended his hand to feel the warmth of the cup, which was just right. He lifted the cup of coffee, carefully taking a sip. "How does it taste?" Narcissa inquired, her heart tinged with a hint of apprehension. It is worth noting that tasks such as brewing coffee and preparing breakfast are typically entrusted to Dobby, the house elf. However, having granted Dobby a day off yesterday, she was compelled to undertake these duties herself. As for why there was only coffee and no breakfast, Narcissa had indeed attempted to prepare fried eggs and toasted bread. Unfortunately, a minor mishap resulted in the eggs and toast being charred beyond recognition. Thus, she had opted to serve only the coffee. regardless of what Charlie should do. Lucius, sipping his coffee, had already formulated a plan in his mind. Once he finished this cup, he intended to visit the Ministry of Magic and, on the way, casually stop by a decent little CAF to procure his breakfast. As the coffee flowed slowly into his mouth, Charlie squinted slightly, savoring its flavor. "It's rather peculiar," was his initial thought, finding it even less palatable than what Russell brewed. Furthermore, he detected large gritty particles within, whether from the coffee beans or something else, which were somewhat abrasive on the throat. Nevertheless, upon setting down the cup and meeting Narcissa's earnest gaze, he swallowed his initial impressions and smiled, declaring, "It's absolutely delightful." Chapter 24, Milk. Good morning, Father. Good morning, Mother. Good morning, Uncle. Not long after, as Charlie's coffee neared its end, Draco emerged from his room near the staircase, yawning, appearing as if he had just awakened. He did not forget to greet the three below, resembling a remarkably polite young boy. "Come down. I have warmed some milk for you," Narcissa said, turning back towards the kitchen to check on the milk she had prepared for Draco. Upon hearing his mother's words, Draco paused momentarily, then furrowed his brow, gazing towards the kitchen in the direction of Narcissa's retreating figure. "Mother." His tone conveyed an air of incredulity. "Why on earth are you in the kitchen, Dobby?" The contempt in his voice was palpable. However, before he could finish his statement, Lucius, having just finished his coffee, abruptly shook the newspaper in his hand and coughed twice. Draco instinctively turned to glance at him, only to find his father glaring at him with piercing eyes, casting a fierce look his way. Instantly, Draco felt a shiver run down his spine. Although he was unaware of what he had just done wrong, his mouth had already formed a conditioned reflex, abruptly falling silent and sealing shut. In contrast, Charlie maintained his smile, as if he had heard nothing at all. He squinted his eyes, gazing at the remnants of dregs at the bottom of his coffee cup. Occasionally, he extended his hand to gently rotate the cup, observing the shapes of those dark fragments from various angles. This ritual bore a striking resemblance to the divination techniques he had once learned during his time at Hogwarts. However, back then, they had utilized the tea leaves left after consuming black tea, while he now contemplated the grounds of coffee beans. Charlie was uncertain. In truth, he understood that in the eyes of the majority of wizards, house elves merely represented servitude. This mindset had been ingrained in the collective consciousness for several centuries. Much like the relationship between humans and dogs, the dynamic between wizards and house elves followed a similar pattern. There was a time when house elves were not even referred to by this name. They constitute an independent race, distinct from humanity, yet bear no difference from the other magical races. They reside in the northern reaches of England, within a jungle that serves as their independent sanctuary. The origins of their plight can likely be traced back to a forgotten war, buried within the pages of an ancient tome. The victory of humanity led to the imposition of sanctions against the domestication of house elves. Through generations of captivity and servitude, their inherent nature was thoroughly extinguished, and their mode of existence irrevocably altered, embedding in their minds the foremost tenet of serving wizards. In the contemporary wizarding world, where the notion of house elves as slaves has become an accepted norm, any genuine animosity or indignation directed towards households possessing house elves would only render you as mad in their eyes. Moreover, these house elves might harbor even greater contempt for you than their masters, perceiving you as an undeniable fiend. Thus, the quest for the emancipation of house elves is fraught with challenges. It cannot be rushed, but must await a specific opportunity in the future. Observing Charlie's unperturbed demeanor, Lucius finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Raising his gaze to Draco, who stood frozen on the staircase, caught in indecision, he intoned gravely, "What are you still doing standing there?" At these words, Draco felt as if a weight had been lifted, nodding appreciatively before hastily descending the stairs with a flurry of footsteps to take a seat beside Charlie. "Good morning, Draco." Charlie's gaze shifted away from the coffee grounds that resembled an umbrella or perhaps an Australian cloak lizard, and turned towards Draco sitting beside him. He reached out and gently tousled Draco's somewhat disheveled hair, greeting him with a smile. Young Draco inherited his father's long and silky hair. However, Charlie could not help but wonder if, like at school, he would continue to apply hair gel to style it meticulously into a slick-back look, potentially leading to a receding hairline as he matured. After all, this was England. Contemplating these thoughts, Charlie found himself hesitating. Perhaps it would be wise to find a moment to share his concerns with Draco. Meanwhile, Draco appeared somewhat bewildered. Observing Charlie, who was momentarily lost in thought while touching his hair, caused Draco to furrow his brow in confusion. He silently pondered how peculiar everything had become. Just in the past 2 days, he had been taken aback by his father's surprising behavior the night before. His mother had ventured into the kitchen, and now His newly arrived uncle seemed mesmerized by his hair. It was all exceedingly strange. Fortunately for Draco, his musings did not linger for long. As soon Narcissa returned to the long table with warm milk. The steaming pot and cups floated gracefully in the air under Narcissa's guidance, filling the entire hall with the delightful aroma of warm milk. Only Draco could not help but feel a tremor in his eyelids, due to his height. He was positioned perfectly to catch a glimpse of the bottom of the pot, which was entirely blackened. Although he was unsure how it had come to be in such a state, his inherited sixth sense from his father strongly advised him against drinking it, clearing his throat. Draco coughed a couple of times and managed a stiff smile at his mother. In truth, he was not quite ready for this. He had not finished his words when he abruptly paused. Narcissa gazed at him, although her smile lingered. The squint of her eyes imparted a familiar sense of pressure reminiscent of Lucius. Instantly, he shifted his tone. No, I suppose I am not very awake. A glass of milk should remedy that. The oppressive feeling dissipated, and Narcissa nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, then do drink more. As she spoke, milk from the pot was poured into a cup. However, Draco distinctly noticed some dark residue lurking within the milk. Charlie also observed as he withdrew his hand from Draco's head and gently patted his back, his eyes reflecting a hint of sympathy. I must take my leave. Lucius stood, tossing the daily prophet onto the table, before turning and striding toward the nearby sofa. He picked up the office supplies and the robe he typically wore. Leaving so early today? Narcissa inquired, her gaze fixed on the resolute Lucius, somewhat perplexed. But Lucius merely nodded, uttering a brief HM, before swiftly stepping into the fireplace and retrieving powder. With a declaration of Ministry of Magic, a billow of smoke enveloped him, and he vanished without a trace. Chapter 25. Exporting domestic goods. Watching Lucius depart with such decisiveness, Charlie found himself startled by his brother-in-law's unyielding demeanor. Meanwhile, Narcissa could not suppress a frown as she contemplated something while staring at the now empty fireplace. Charlie turned to observe Draco, who hesitated with the cup at his lips. Suddenly, a thought struck him, prompting him to ask Narcissa, has Draco procured everything for Hogwarts? His inquiry interrupted Narcissa's musings. After a moment's reflection, she replied, We have prepared several robes and a wand for him. The remaining books and other items await the list from Hogwarts for us to purchase. Charlie nodded in understanding. Perhaps later, if Draco has no other matters to attend to, I could take him out for a bit, teach him a few simple spells, and help him acclimatize to his wand. At this suggestion, Draco's eyes brightened, having hesitated to speak while eyeing the milk. He immediately turned his head and vigorously nodded in agreement with his uncle's words. Subsequently, he hastily turned to glance at his mother, his eyes reflecting a hint of supplication. Narcissa smiled, her decision unwavering as she nodded in assent. This was indeed the best course of action. Originally, Lucius and I intended for him to learn a few spells before entering Hogwarts. Since you are willing to personally instruct Draco, I am certain it will surpass anything Lucius and I could accomplish. Upon hearing this, Draco's heart swelled with exhilaration and joy to an unparalleled degree. Were it not for his mother watching him at that moment, he would have undoubtedly leapt with glee. However, Narcissa had not finished speaking. She paused before continuing, Draco, you should drink your milk quickly so that you can obtain your wand and go out with your uncle. Instantly, the joyful expression on Draco's face froze, slowly giving way to sorrow. As a young wizard yet to master any spells, Narcissa prioritized safety, keeping the wand in her possession after purchasing it and refraining from allowing Draco to hold it. Observing Draco's face, which now bore the resolute expression of one facing a dire fate, he gulped down the milk in large sips. It was only then that Narcissa nodded and descended the stairs to retrieve Draco's wand. Upon seeing Narcissa's departing figure, Draco could no longer contain himself. He opened his mouth and retched, tears streaming down his cheeks. Charlie sympathetically reached out, patting his back in hopes of providing some comfort. My mother burnt the milk. Draco turned to Charlie, his eyes misty with tears. It's all right. I understand, Charlie replied, nodding in agreement before continuing. Do you know why your father left so quickly? Draco was momentarily taken aback, then instinctively glanced at the spot where his father had just sat, asking, Why? Charlie chuckled, if I am not mistaken. He is likely enjoying a leisurely breakfast with coffee at a fine restaurant right now. Draco's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Charlie. Soon, Narcissa returned, bringing with her a rectangular box made of black leather. Charlie took the box, caressing the smooth surface, and before opening it, he couldn't help but ask in surprise, Isn't this from Ollivander's? No, Narcissa shook her head. For Draco's wand, Lucius and I sought out a master wand maker from Germany, spending a substantial sum of galleons to have this wand custom-made. Hearing his mother's words, Draco could not help but lift his chin in pride. In his view, a wand specially crafted from Germany was undoubtedly superior to the ordinary wares found at Ollivander's. Well, Charlie sighed, not wishing to say more. This was, after all, a rather common occurrence in pure-blood aristocratic families. Their actions stemmed not from the superiority of the German wandmaster's craftsmanship over Garrick Ollivander's, but rather from a deliberate attempt to underscore their distinction as members of a pure-blood family. After all, they attended the same school, donned identical uniforms, and utilized the same textbooks, with the instructors being the same group of individuals. In such circumstances, a cadre of exceptional and ambitious pure-blood aristocrats, aside from showcasing their prowess, undoubtedly relied on their wands for distinction. What? You purchased your wand from Ollivander? TSK, 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 how typical of an ordinary wizard. Look at me, as a pure-blood wizard. I must have a wand custom-made from Germany, how authentic. Charlie cautiously opened the elongated box, revealing the wand resting quietly upon the red velvet lining. It was a wand of rich brown and purple hues, approximately 10 inches in length. He extracted it from its confines and held it before his eyes, carefully examining the wood grain. Draco, filled with anticipation, also gazed upward, eagerly awaiting his uncle's appraisal of the wand. It's hawthorn, Charlie discerned, feeling the texture of the wand. As for the core, being no expert, he could only ascertain its nature through the practical application of magic. Regardless, it was undoubtedly a wand of considerable quality. With a gentle flick, accompanied by a murmured incantation, a soft white light emanated from the wand's tip, shimmering brilliantly. Oh, Draco gasped, watching his uncle elegantly wield the wand before him, his eyes lighting up with excitement. However, it was merely a Lumos charm. Charlie had no intention of casting anything aggressive indoors. He merely sought to test the wand's core composition. He could now confirm it was made from a cluster of unicorn hair. Curiously, using unicorn hair as a core was also one of Garrick Ollivander's specialties. Suddenly, Charlie paused, a thought occurring to him that altered his expression to one of peculiarity. It appeared to be a case of domestic export. Chapter 26. My mother once told me, stepping out of the Malfoy estate, he entered the garden. Standing on the steps, he inhaled the crisp morning air. Perhaps due to some peculiar enchantment, the interior of Malfoy Manor bore no resemblance to the typical foggy atmosphere of urban England. Instead, it was a picturesque scene filled with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers, with the air imbued with the scent of grass and morning dew. Refreshing to the soul. Having arrived too late the previous night, under the cover of darkness, and being utterly fatigued, Charlie had missed the garden's splendor. Now, lifting his gaze, he beheld a lush, vibrant garden. From the peacocks gracefully wandering about to the exquisite landscaping, it was evident that Lucius and Narcissa had devoted considerable effort to this space. Quickly, uncle. While Charlie admired the scenery, an exuberant Draco burst from the house, wand in one hand and a robe yet to be donned in the other. Dashing into his line of sight, he kicked aside a somewhat obstructive white peacock, then animatedly waved his wand while urging Charlie onward. This mischievous child. Indeed. Whenever Lucius was absent, Draco's pretentious demeanor would vanish, revealing his true nature. Charlie's eyelids fluttered, and with a resigned nod, he retrieved his own wand, leisurely following in Draco's wake until they reached a spacious lawn. Uncle, what will you teach me today? The anticipation of learning his very first spell, taught by Charlie Black no less, had Draco brimming with enthusiasm, gripping his wand tightly as if it were a sword, ready to charge forth. But who among them wasn't similarly eager? A smile crept across Charlie's face, recalling his own feelings when Signis had taught him his first spell. All right, my dear child, Charlie said gently. Calm down. Before I teach you magic, I believe it's best to first instruct you on how to properly hold your wand. With that, he extended his left hand, demonstrating the grip, moving his fingers purposefully before Draco's eyes, before firmly grasping the wand. Charlie's grip was aesthetically pleasing, reminiscent of a conductor wielding a baton, holding the wand with poise and precision. Regardless of the circumstances, he maintained an air of composure, perfectly aligning with the persona he consistently projected. One must concede, when a wizard's stance and wand-holding technique are visually appealing, it significantly enhances their allure in the eyes of others. Furthermore, Charlie inherited the admirable genes of the Black family, rendering him quite handsome. Proper wand grip is fundamental, and not particularly challenging, especially since Draco seldom had the opportunity to handle a wand, thus lacking any ingrained bad habits. It wasn't long before he was able to mimic Charlie's grip. After a few tentative swishes, though still feeling somewhat awkward, Draco found that this elegant posture struck a chord with his pure-blood sensibilities. And now, uncle, can we begin to learn magic? What would you like to learn? Charlie inquired, instinctively tracing arcs in the air with his wand. The wand emitted a soft green glow, leaving traces in the air like ink. How about the Lumos charm? He cast a sidelong glance at Draco, who gazed at Charlie with envy, and with a gentle motion of his wand, inscribed the word Lumos in midair. This incantation serves as a fundamental illumination spell, one of the simplest forms of magic. Alternatively, it could be referred to as a flickering light. Seemingly unimpressed by Charlie's suggestion, Draco furrowed his brow and resolutely shook his head. Charlie raised an eyebrow but chose not to elaborate further, with a decisive flick of his wand. He dispelled the incantation entirely. What about the repair spell? He inscribed another incantation, Reparo, restoration, which is equally among the simplest of the fundamental spells. However, Draco remained unsatisfied. After a decisive shake of his head, he finally voiced his demands. These spells are utterly useless. I wish to learn those that instill fear in others, compelling them to bow before me. Upon hearing this, Charlie furrowed his brow in concern. His wand, which he had been wielding, paused momentarily. He squinted his eyes, and his expression shifted from gentle to serious. Young man, your thoughts are perilous. Draco, taken aback by this sudden change in demeanor, instinctively took a couple of steps back. Clutching his wand, lowering his head in hesitation, and refraining from further speech. How could you entertain such an idea? Charlie could not help but inquire. Although he had deeply understood Draco's character from books in his previous life, the shift in perspective compelled him to adopt a mentor's role, wishing to guide the boy not to inherit his father's reprehensible pureblood traditions. Upon hearing this, Draco cautiously lifted his gaze to assess Charlie's countenance. Noticing the lingering displeasure etched on his face, he lowered his head once more. After a moment of indecision, it seemed he steeled himself and began to respond to Charlie's question. My mother mentioned to me. As soon as Draco uttered these words, a sense of foreboding arose within Charlie. Sure enough, Draco continued, my mother said that when my uncle first attended Hogwarts, he dared to sneak into the restricted section at midnight to find books and was subsequently caught. Dumbledore even summoned my grandfather to Hogwarts because of this. Draco, with his head bowed, remained oblivious to the change in Charlie's expression, continuing with his narrative. At that time, my mother said my grandfather did not scold him. Rather, he was exceedingly pleased and returned home to boast about his extraordinary talent. It was only as Draco spoke that he began to sense the atmosphere was amiss. Cautiously lifting his gaze to scrutinize Charlie's expression, which had darkened. In that moment, Charlie found himself at a loss. No matter how he pondered, he could not fathom that Narcissa had shared such tales with Draco. Instantly, his moral high ground crumbled. With a sigh, he turned his gaze toward the estate, reflecting on this unexpected revelation. I said I wanted to learn from you. Upon uttering these words, Draco finally lifted his head, his voice regaining some confidence. But that is different, Charlie retorted. The environment I was in then was entirely unlike yours now. However, after the earlier collapse of his moral stance, he found himself lacking in conviction as he attempted to explain. Under the unwavering gaze of Draco's large eyes, he ultimately conceded, rubbing his forehead in mild frustration. He sighed deeply, realizing that teaching magic to such a young child was far from the easy task he had envisioned. While contemplating, he silently repented for a series of transgressions he had committed during his time at Hogwarts, simultaneously hoping that Narcissa had not divulged everything to Draco. All right. He finally spoke after a moment of contemplation. You wish to learn a rather unsafe spell, do you not? Upon hearing this, although Draco did not fully grasp the meaning of unsafe, he nodded eagerly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Wielding his wand, he exclaimed, I want to learn the Avada. Stop. Before he could finish, Charlie, still rubbing his forehead, pointed his wand at Draco, swiftly casting a spell. Instantly, Draco's upper and lower lips were glued together. The remaining words caught in his throat. Charlie was not surprised by Draco's knowledge of the incantation. After all, such knowledge was not unexpected in the Malfoy household. Observing Draco's wide-eyed attempts to muffle sounds while trying to pry his lips apart, Charlie felt a throb at his temples. Truth be told, this was a consequence of his own making. Why mention such things and land himself in this awkward predicament? All right. Charlie waved his wand again, freeing Draco's mouth, then clapped his hands to beckon the boy to look his way. The transfiguration charm. After considerable thought, Charlie had chosen the safest spell among the numerous unsafe ones, one that he was most proficient in. The transfiguration charm? Draco's enthusiasm waned as he squinted in disbelief at his uncle. Isn't that just a basic spell? To him, learning how to transform a chair into a teacup was far less appealing than discovering how his mouth had been sealed. Charlie shook his head, choosing not to comment further on Draco's evident disappointment, and instead raised his wand. At that moment, a serious expression settled on Charlie's face. He raised his wand high, aligning it with his line of sight. Suddenly, with a resonant buzz, Charlie's wrist flicked, causing the tip of the wand to slice through the air, producing a piercing sound. The wand seemed to respond to some unseen stimulus, its core of dragon heartstring intertwining with Charlie's magical essence in perfect synchrony. It was only then that the wand truly became an extension of the wizard, wielded with effortless grace. Transfiguration. The magic surged into the wand, activated by the incantation. The brilliance emanating from the wand's tip shone brighter than the illumination charm used within the estate. Charlie turned his head, directing the wand's tip towards the white peacock that had just been kicked away by Draco and was now approaching again. Boom. The rampant magical energy poured forth from the wand, coalescing into a laser as thick as a forearm, enveloping the white peacock. A horrified squawk echoed as the peacock's body began to swell rapidly, its feathers shedding to reveal a dull green skin beneath. Simultaneously, its wings elongated, legs expanded, beak shrank, and tail feathers converged. Draco's eyes widened, his mouth agape, riveted by the transformation of the peacock. Before his astonished gaze, the white peacock morphed within mere seconds into an ugly giant over 3 meters tall, emanating a foul odor. The creature continued to squawk. Its voice transformed from a high-pitched call to a deep, guttural groan. The giant scratched its scalp, glancing at its own body, seemingly bewildered by the metamorphosis. Then it lifted its head, its gaze twisting towards Draco beside Charlie, its expression contorting into one of rage. Charlie couldn't help but chuckle at the peacock's grudge. Even after transforming into a giant, its first thought was to confront Draco. It seemed the mischievous child had bullied this unfortunate bird often at home. Yet, as he observed the charging giant, Charlie's hand did not falter. The wand, having completed the transformation of the peacock, continued to emit its magical energy without pause. Watch closely. Draco. Transfiguration is an exceptionally profound branch of magic. It is not mere elementary sorcery, but a super spell with boundless potential. You better not think of trivial matters anymore. If you truly wish to learn from me, strive first to become a master of transfiguration. Before Draco could respond, Charlie continued his demonstration. The ferocious giant charged towards them, leaping into the air, but in an instant, its form began to twist again. In the blink of an eye, the towering giant transformed into a carriage drawn by a white horse, soaring above their heads and landing behind Draco. At this moment, Draco's astonishment was beyond description. Charlie's display had irrevocably altered his understanding of the spell. His previous memories regarding this matter were entirely rooted in the occasional rearrangements his mother made to the neatly trimmed plants in their garden. Witnessing someone as flamboyant as Charlie cast a spell was a first for him. Yet, with each flourish, Draco's heart raced uncontrollably, and his admiration for his uncle soared to unprecedented heights. It was evident that even his father could not wield such magic. In that moment, all thoughts of Wakanda's grand feats, explosive spells, and the intricate incantations he had secretly perused in his father's notebook vanished completely. His gaze was solely captivated by his uncle's extraordinary presence and the power of that spell. He silently repeated the title Master of Transfiguration several times in his mind until he firmly ingrained it within himself. Now, having recently celebrated his 11th birthday, Draco had a newfound aspiration. He was determined to attend Hogwarts. He yearned to master the art of transfiguration. He aspired to become a master of transfiguration, just like his uncle. Charlie remained unaware of Draco's inner journey, yet he could surmise the excitement reflected in his nephew's expression. In Charlie's hands, the original white peacock transformed into a malleable form akin to soft clay, undergoing various manipulations and metamorphoses before Draco's eyes, morphing into a plethora of creatures. In a moment of inspiration, Charlie even elevated it to resemble Fawkes, the phoenix owned by Professor Dumbledore. Although the appearance and flames could not truly compare to a genuine phoenix, for an 11-year-old wizard who had never even seen one, it was enough to ignite wonder. At this juncture, having extravagantly expended his magical energy, Charlie finally began to feel fatigued. With a deep breath, he flicked his wand once more. The laser-like spell was cleanly severed, and he returned his wand to the confines of his ring. The once played with white peacock, now restored to its original form, sat on the ground, barely managing to rise without swaying unsteadily. It seemed the creature had yet to recover from the effects of Charlie's transfiguration spell. With a startled expression, it let out a cry of alarm, unable to maintain its previous composure. Flapping its wings in a flurry, it hastily scurried away from the two. I want to learn transfiguration. Draco felt an unprecedented desire to master this all-encompassing spell, unlike any he had experienced before. He tightly grasped his wand, his breath noticeably heavier. In his mind, he began to envision the moment he would master this spell, conjuring storms and bending nature to his will, much like his uncle. Poor Draco was unaware that, within the entire magical realm, there were scarcely more than a handful of true masters of transfiguration, akin to Charlie Black. Nevertheless, even if one strives fervently yet fails to achieve their ultimate goal, upon reflection, they may realize that their current progress has already surpassed that of many others. Years later, as Draco, now graduated from Hogwarts, held Scorpius Malfoy in his arms, reminiscing about the awe he felt in his youth. A smile reminiscent of that time would unconsciously grace his lips. Although he had yet to reach his uncle's level of mastery, he had undeniably altered the trajectory of his life. Of course, these are merely reflections of the past. Once he reached this point, the subsequent tasks became significantly easier. Charlie's teachings proceeded remarkably smoothly. Thus, Draco, having shifted his earlier mindset, resolutely followed Charlie's explanations, embarking on the journey to learn his first spell, transfiguration. Throughout an entire morning, Draco's enthusiasm astonished even Charlie. He practiced his technique, starting with the simplest of objects, a single leaf, repeatedly waving his wand, occasionally adjusting his approach based on Charlie's suggestions. Although Charlie could not ascertain whether his nephew's enthusiasm was merely a fleeting fancy or a genuine passion, he recognized that the transfiguration spell was not an easy skill to master. Perhaps the remarkable display of talent he had just exhibited inspired Draco's fervor. However, Charlie was keenly aware that even he had devoted many years to reach such proficiency. After enduring long periods of diligent practice without significant progress, he harbored doubts about whether this 11-year-old boy could summon the perseverance to continue. Yet, despite these thoughts, Charlie felt a sense of satisfaction as he observed Draco's efforts that morning. Under his precise guidance and Draco's dedicated practice, within just a few hours, the boy had managed to effectuate a transformation in the fallen leaves. This achievement was no small feat for a novice wizard. Perhaps, Charlie mused, as he gazed upon the leaf curling tightly, soon to twist into a needle. His nephew indeed possessed a natural aptitude for the art of transfiguration. At that moment, Draco finally ceased his wand waving after an entire morning of practice. His eyes widened as he cautiously crouched down to pick up the leaf. In that moment, an unparalleled joy filled his weary heart. He felt as though an infinite power had been bestowed upon him. Draco suddenly turned his head, presenting the crumpled leaf in his palm as if it were a treasure gem before Charlie. "Uncle, you must see this. I have succeeded. Look at this leaf. It has transformed." Charlie, witnessing Draco's exuberance, could not help but burst into laughter. He reached out to take the leaf from Draco's hand, gently squeezing it. The once fragile leaf had transformed into a resilient form, with faint hints of a needle-like shape emerging from the petiole. Charlie did not withhold his encouragement, truthfully stating that perhaps before dinner today, Draco would succeed in transmuting the leaf into a needle. Hearing Charlie's words, Draco couldn't help but puff out his chest. Ignoring the sweat on his brow, he raised his wand once more towards the leaf on the ground. He was unaware of the vast chasm that lay between him and the means to transform a leaf into a needle. Yet the young man remained steadfast in his belief that with persistent effort, he too would one day achieve the prowess of his uncle. Chapter 29. Well done. The day swiftly slipped away during Draco's practice. At this moment, Narcissa set aside her own tasks and approached the grand entrance of the estate. The twilight of the setting sun cast a warm glow upon the two figures, one large and one small, draping their shoulders in a soft veil of light. Transfiguration. Transfiguration. Narcissa stood there, listening repeatedly to her son's voice grow increasingly hoarse. She did not intervene. Instead, she silently observed from a distance as he waved his wand again and again under her brother's guidance. Charlie glanced sideways, acknowledging Narcissa at the door with a wave, inviting her to come closer. However, Narcissa merely smiled gently, signaling her refusal with a wave of her hand before retreating back into the estate. Charlie turned his attention back to Draco, who had been practicing the transformation spell for approximately 7 or 8 hours, excluding the time spent on lunch. He remained oblivious to his mother, and even Charlie, standing beside him, was subtly neglected. After Charlie divulged all the techniques, the rest was left for him to explore on his own. Huffing and puffing, Draco gasped for breath. Sweat streamed down his forehead, and his eyes began to sting. His arms, having wielded the wand tirelessly throughout the day, would undoubtedly protest come morning. Yet, he persevered, his gaze fixed upon the leaves on the ground. And the incantations flowed from his lips with meticulous precision. In his mind, there were no other thoughts, only the repetitive imagination of transforming leaves into needles. Time slipped away unnoticed, and eventually, Charlie could no longer resist the urge to lift his gaze towards the sky. The sun had set, and stars alongside the moon adorned the night sky. Meanwhile, Lucius, who had long returned home, stood before a window, lips pursed, observing the happenings in the courtyard through the glass. Suddenly, Lucius turned his attention towards his wife, who was seated on the nearby sofa. "It is about time," Please call Draco and Charlie in for dinner." However, Narcissa merely smiled gently at him, remaining seated, and patted the sofa, inviting him to join her for a moment. "You have been standing there since we returned home. Are you not tired? Come and sit for a while." Just as Lucius furrowed his brow, seemingly poised to speak, a sudden shout from outside the courtyard interrupted his thoughts. "I did it. I succeeded. I turned it into a needle." It was Draco's voice. At this proclamation, Lucius redirected his gaze back to the courtyard, where Draco was exuberantly holding a needle, shouting with joy. He raised his wand high, waving it through the air, expressing his elation. The tension that had previously creased Lucius's brow began to ease slightly, and his lips moved, though no sound emerged. Under normal circumstances, he would have swiftly reprimanded his son for such unruly exuberance. Yet, in this moment, he chose silence, continuing to gaze through the glass. Eventually, Draco, having released his pent-up joy, finally came to a stop. He glanced back at Charlie, who had been standing there for an indeterminate amount of time, and cautiously handed over the needle, placing it into Charlie's palm. Subsequently, he widened his eyes, eagerly awaiting the other's appraisal. The slender silver needle twirled in Charlie's grasp for a brief moment before being returned to Draco. Meeting Draco's hopeful gaze, Charlie nodded earnestly in acknowledgement. With Charlie's approval, Draco erupted into joyous celebration once more. With one hand firmly gripping the wand and the other clutching the needle within his palm, he dashed back to the mansion. With a resounding bang, Draco thrust open the grand door of the estate. He excitedly raised the hand holding the wand and hurriedly ran to Narcissa's side. "Mother, I have mastered the transformation spell. Do take a look." He extended the needle towards Narcissa, as if sharing a cherished treasure that he had fought hard to obtain. At that moment, Draco appeared disheveled, his face glistening with beads of sweat that trickled down, a stark contrast to the polished noble he once was. Yet, Narcissa seemed oblivious to this. Her gaze was fixated on the expression on Draco's face, a joy she had never witnessed before. In an instant, she too broke into a smile. "Wonderful, my dear, you truly embody the spirit of the Malfoy lineage." With that, she disregarded the dust clinging to him and enveloped him in a warm embrace, gently patting his back. Suddenly, Narcissa's gaze shifted towards Lucius by the window. He stood there, silently observing Draco as he rushed into Narcissa's arms, his face betraying no emotion. "Come, Draco. Show your father," Narcissa said, releasing her hold and turning her head towards Lucius. Upon hearing those words, the previously ecstatic Draco seemed as though he had been jolted by an electric shock, springing to his feet in an instant. He followed Narcissa's gaze towards the window, and only then did he notice that his father had returned and was standing there all along. "Lucius." Draco could not suppress a gulp, standing rigidly in place, instinctively lowering his head, gripping the pin tightly in his palm once more. Lucius regarded Draco, who appeared utterly disheveled, in silence. The atmosphere, once vibrant, plummeted back to a chilling stillness. At that moment, Charlie re-entered from the courtyard. He stood at the doorway, glancing at the silent, downcast Draco, then at Lucius by the window, feeling overwhelmed by the tension in the air. Finally, Lucius spoke. "Bring it to me for inspection." His voice appeared somewhat tranquil, even gentle at this moment. Draco, who had originally bowed his head in anticipation of the impending storm, was momentarily taken aback. He then raised his head, gazing at his father with incredulity as if he had misheard something. "Did you not hear what I said?" Lucius furrowed his brow and admonished in a deep voice. Oh. Draco finally snapped back to reality and hurriedly trotted over, presenting the needle before Lucius. Lucius took the needle, scrutinizing it with a serious expression, as if examining a precious work of art. After a considerable pause, he nodded and uttered 4 words. "Well done." Chapter 30. Look at the table. Those 4 words tumbled from his lips, yet in Draco's heart, they stirred a tempest. Once Lucius returned the needle to his hand, Draco accepted it. He paused for a moment, unable to restrain himself from lifting his head. As if for the first time in his life, he boldly gazed upon his father. "Thank you, Father." He parted his lips and eventually murmured a few words, his voice barely audible, so much so that even Narcissa, seated not far away on the sofa and gazing at them, could not hear him. However, Charlie, standing at the doorway, could not suppress a laugh. He instinctively touched his nose and leaned against the doorframe, taking a deep breath. Lucius lowered his gaze, as if seeing his son anew, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Yet this time, in the face of Lucius's gaze, Draco appeared remarkably composed. He did not lower his gaze, nor did he instinctively retreat. Instead, he fixed his attentive eyes upon Lucius. After a considerable pause, Lucius averted his gaze, letting out a noncommittal huff, before slowly articulating the words, "Let's go have dinner." Thus, the evening meal commenced. The dinner, alas, was once again the handiwork of Narcissa, and while it cannot be deemed utterly inedible, it must be acknowledged that a simple dish of pan-seared steak accompanied by a mound of mashed potatoes does not require exceptional culinary prowess. However, it must be said that Narcissa is perhaps an unconventional genius. Charlie observed the spoonful of multicolored mush, unable to discern what it was supposed to be, and his eyelids involuntarily fluttered. He was certain that something peculiar had been added to the dish. At the very least, it was neither green peppers nor carrots. The only ingredient Charlie could definitively identify in the mashed potatoes was, indeed, the potatoes themselves. However, when he turned his head, an astonishing sight unfolded before him. Draco, seated beside him, was relishing the meal with remarkable delight. One spoonful of mashed potatoes after another, he then proceeded to slice the meat on his plate with a knife. Although cutting such a hefty steak, capable of causing serious harm, was no easy feat for an 11-year-old, Draco maintained his composure, meticulously breaking it down piece by piece before swallowing it with evident satisfaction. Even Narcissa, sitting across from them, could not help but express her surprise at the scene. Perhaps it was the fatigue from the day's exertions, Charlie mused. After observing Draco for a while, he redirected his gaze back to his own plate. Whether it was Draco's influence or something else, he found himself feeling a twinge of hunger when he beheld the somewhat peculiar dishes before him, which had previously seemed daunting. Without hesitation, he too picked up his knife and fork, immersing himself in the task of satisfying his appetite. During this meal, Charlie found himself genuinely enjoying the experience, even more so than the lavish banquet he had attended upon his arrival the previous evening. It was not merely the food that brought him joy, but rather the presence of Draco and Lucius, in this excessively proud family that clings to the ideals of pure blood. He unexpectedly glimpsed a rare essence that did not belong to the realm of purity. This intrigued Charlie immensely. After dinner concluded, there was little conversation, feeling somewhat fatigued. Charlie exchanged greetings with the remaining 3 members before retreating to his guest room. He removed his garments, yet this time, he refrained from carelessly casting them onto the chair. Instead, he hung his trench coat back on the rack and neatly folded the remaining attire, placing them flat upon the stool. Subsequently, he entered the ensuite shower, embarking on a cleansing ritual before slumber. The water cascaded gently from the intricately designed copper faucet above the bathtub. Once the tub was half filled, Charlie stepped in cautiously, lying down with his arms resting on the edge, releasing a deep sigh. The rising steam dampened his hair, causing the golden strands to cling closely to his scalp. Charlie tilted his head back, quietly relishing the sensation of water enveloping his body, feeling the fatigue in his limbs gradually dissipate with the ascending warmth. And he could not help but close his eyes. However, as Charlie indulged in his bath, a sudden flash of light illuminated the room. As the brilliance faded, a slender house elf materialized in the center of the chamber, hunching its body. It retracted its neck, appearing somewhat apprehensive, with its large eyes darting around, surveying the surroundings. Once it confirmed that the master of the room was absent, it let out a sigh of relief. Dobby had not seen Mr. Charlie. Dobby merely appeared in Mr. Charlie's room. The house elf, known as Dobby, tilted its head and spoke to itself. Its fingers intertwined, revealing its current state of unease and inner turmoil. Dobby had not disobeyed the master's orders. Dobby had not contravened the master's commands. He muttered to himself repeatedly, as if engaged in a self-induced hypnotic trance. Even though his subconscious was acutely aware that such behavior would undoubtedly be disallowed by his master, Dobby did not intend to meet Mr. Charlie. He merely intended to compose a note. With that thought, Dobby lowered his head and swiftly retrieved an unknown notebook and pen from the pillowcase wrapped around him. He then leapt onto the chair that Charlie used for his garments, heedless of the neatly folded clothes now crumpled beneath him. Leaning over the table, he seized the pen and began to scribble fervently. Once the note was completed, Dobby, while speaking, decisively tore it from the notebook and lightly tossed it onto the table, inadvertently causing it to land upon Mr. Charlie's desk. Upon reaching this point, his incessant chatter finally came to a halt. He turned his head and cast a glance at the bathroom door, where a certain longing, unbefitting of the moment, flickered in his eyes. Shaking his head, he resolutely pulled himself back from this reverie. With determination, he swiftly extinguished the light, plunging the room into darkness. Shortly thereafter, Charlie, having soaked in the bathtub, finally emerged. He opened the bathroom door, enveloped by a wave of warm steam, and stepped out while drying his hair. As Charlie shook his head and squinted, preparing to retire for a restful slumber, an unexpected voice echoed from an unknown source. "Look at the table." Chapter 31. Go find Harry Potter. Startled by the sudden intrusion, Charlie instinctively sprang into action. Almost simultaneously with the voice's utterance, he lunged forward, swiftly seizing the ring from his nightstand and donning it without hesitation. In the next moment, his wand was back in his grasp. All spells shall cease. As he uttered the incantation, a radiant white halo emanated from his wand, sweeping across the entire room. This entire sequence of actions transpired in scarcely 3 seconds. The white ring spread like ripples from a stone cast into water, gradually dissipating into the air once it had enveloped the room. Charlie squinted, surveying his surroundings, which appeared unchanged, devoid of any new presence. The voice had vanished as abruptly as it had come. With his wand still raised, he lowered his arm slightly. Yet the wariness in his heart lingered. A wizard who has traversed the trials of danger develops an almost instinctual vigilance, and for Charlie, this was particularly true. Since he had established the House Elf Liberation Front until Voldemort's defeat, he had endured over 30 sudden assaults. Those wretched Death Eaters buzzed around him like relentless flies. Even after fending off one wave, another would charge at him with reckless abandon. In such circumstances, a lack of adequate caution would have surely led to his demise. Finally, as calm descended upon the room, seemingly confirming the absence of danger, Charlie exhaled in relief and lowered his wand completely. Frowning, he instinctively glanced toward the table. His gaze fell upon the neatly folded clothes he had arranged not long ago. The clear impressions of footprints embedded in the fabric made his eyelids twitch involuntarily. Taking a deep breath, he forced his racing thoughts to subside, struggling to divert his gaze from the clothes and instead focus on the tabletop. To his astonishment, a piece of paper had materialized on the previously barren surface. Approaching the table, he picked up the note and returned to sit by the bed, beginning to read. The handwriting was exceedingly scrawled, riddled with misspellings and awkward corrections, rendering its meaning enigmatic. Charlie remained silent, patiently deciphering the message word by word, attempting to grasp the intent of the note's author. After nearly 10 minutes of scrutiny, he finally unraveled the note's contents. Rubbing his temples, he realized that the author was none other than Dobby, the house elf from the Malfoy household. The message conveyed his plight. Dear and esteemed Mr. Charlie, savior of house elves. My name is Dobby, a house elf serving Master Lucius Malfoy. I have long heard of your story and hold you in the highest admiration. I implore you to assist per Dobby. My masters forbid me from appearing before you. They send me away to do menial tasks, forbidding any meeting with you. Thus, Dobby can only communicate in this manner. Dobby has not disobeyed his master's orders. The note merely fell onto the table by accident, and I hope for your understanding. Dobby wishes to join your factory like other house elves. Dobby desires to be a happy little elf. After sifting through the lengthy preamble that had wearied Charlie's eyes, the final sentence succinctly encapsulated Dobby's yearning. Sighing, Charlie scratched his head in exasperation. The spell he had cast only affected the majority of wizards' enchantments. For a being inherently magical like a house elf, it bore no effect. That was precisely why his powerful incantation had left no trace of disturbance in the air. Glancing around the room, he surmised that Dobby was likely hiding in some corner, watching him with excitement. The thought, though amusing, was also rather unsettling. He endeavored to organize his thoughts, contemplating for a moment before he finally spoke. I am afraid Dobby cannot be of much assistance to you. As soon as these words left his lips, a sudden rustling emerged from the wardrobe nearby. Charlie cast a fleeting glance at the wardrobe, but quickly averted his gaze. He continued without pause, the bond between house elves and humans has been inscribed in the genetic fabric of our kind through magic for centuries. This is not a crude enchantment. Even I, without specific and detailed information, could not reverse engineer it. With that, Charlie lowered his head, a tinge of shame washing over him. If it were indeed possible, I would have long since begun casting spells on all house elves. Thus, the only one capable of breaking your enchantment remains Lucius Malfoy. You must obtain clothing from him to regain your freedom. At this point, he refrained from saying more, for he had already heard the faint sound of sobbing emanating from within the wardrobe. The sound was heart-wrenching, particularly for Charlie, who found it deeply distressing. He rose from his bed and slowly approached the wardrobe, sitting down before it. Gently caressing its door, he understood that Dobby was just behind it. Listening to the persistent sobs, Charlie spoke softly, however, I believe I can share a way with you. Inside the wardrobe, the original sobbing began to wane. Dobby, curled up within, lifted his head to gaze at the dark wardrobe door. Hearing Charlie's voice from outside, he opened his mouth and, with a still trembling voice, asked, What is it? Seek Harry Potter. After a moment's hesitation, Charlie finally spoke, revealing for the first time to another, even if that other was merely a house elf. After 30 years of concealment in this world, be patient and trust me. It won't be long before you find your freedom with Harry Potter's help. Chapter 32. A New Room. As an aside, Charlie paused, seemingly having recalled something. He gently rubbed his finger over the ring adorning his hand. its red gemstone glimmering in the light. Shortly thereafter, a beautifully wrapped gift box was placed into his hands. With Harry's birthday approaching, Charlie softly murmured, "I suppose I want to be able to make it in time to celebrate with him." He gradually stood, placing the exquisite gift box before the wardrobe. "Could you take this to him? And please convey my wishes, Charlie Black, for a happy birthday." The wardrobe remained silent, as though the house elf Dobby, who once resided within, had long departed. Yet Charlie paid no mind to this, yawning and turning away, leisurely returning to his bed as if nothing had transpired. "I'm utterly exhausted. Good night." Inside the wardrobe, Dobby curled up, wiping away the tears that lingered in his eyes, listening intently to Charlie's voice outside. When the final goodnight echoed, a crisp snap resonated, and darkness enveloped the room once more. "Harry Potter, sir," Dobby murmured to himself, seemingly lost in contemplation. Time passed, and Charlie's breathing gradually steadied, indicating he had fallen into slumber. Only then did Dobby cautiously open the wardrobe door a crack, peeking out into the pitch-black room. Lowering his gaze to the beautifully wrapped gift box before the wardrobe, he extended his hands as though cradling the most precious treasure in existence. Solemnly lifting it from the ground, gently loosening the soft yellow satin ribbon binding the box, he discovered a note nestled within the grand bell. The note contained no extraneous words, merely an address: 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Dobby removed the note and carefully tucked the gift box into the pillowcase he wore, momentarily speechless. Then, a flash of light flickered from within the wardrobe. In the morning, Charlie awoke, his eyes fluttering open. The moment he regained consciousness, he turned to gaze towards the wardrobe door, akin to a child on Christmas Eve eagerly awaiting gifts from Santa Claus. However, while Santa would deliver presents, the gift box he had originally placed there had vanished. Witnessing this, a smile crept across Charlie's face. He promptly rose from his bed, smoothing out the wrinkled clothes he had worn, and after dressing, he walked straight out of the room. Everything appeared unchanged. Simultaneously, at that very moment, a well-rested Harry awoke, unable to suppress a yawn, revealing a contented smile. This marked the first day he had moved from the cupboard to a new room. Although the so-called new room was merely Dudley's former space, Harry felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. After all, simply escaping the confines of that cramped space was a monumental blessing. What more could he possibly desire? The events leading to this moment began with a piece of chocolate from the night before. Believing his prank had succeeded, Harry had retired early. But he hadn't slept for long. Soon enough, his furious Uncle Vernon burst through the cupboard door like a rampaging hippopotamus, yanking Harry out of his slumber. Believe me, it was the first time Harry realized a person's face could turn such a shade of red. Uncle Vernon's plump visage resembled a boiling kettle, simmering with rage. His temples throbbed violently, and the veins, previously concealed beneath a layer of fat, surfaced on his forehead, forming a grotesque shape. The small, pitiful eyes were ablaze with fury, as if they could incinerate Harry into oblivion. In an instant, Harry, who had been somewhat dazed, was jolted awake by the terrifying visage before him, banishing his drowsiness completely. "Harry Potter!" Uncle Vernon bellowed, spewing saliva onto Harry's face. Harry's heart plummeted into despair. It was over. He had been discovered. This was his immediate thought. Yet, even so, the rule-abiding Harry Potter mustered his courage and instinctively curled up, cautiously inquiring, "What has happened, Uncle? What has happened?" Uncle Vernon seethed, echoing Harry's words through gritted teeth, and without allowing for a response, his burly arm seized Harry by the collar. Thus, he was dragged upstairs in a series of heavy thuds. Thud. Harry was unceremoniously thrown to the ground, unable to suppress a grimace as he rubbed his painfully bruised backside. He then lifted his head, instinctively surveying the situation before him. It was only then that he realized he had been hauled into Dudley's room. Before him, Dudley was curled up on his bed, his hands covering his face as he wept uncontrollably, occasionally shuddering involuntarily, presenting a pitiable sight. However, Harry found it nearly impossible to stifle a laugh at the scene, for he noticed that within the chubby crevices of Dudley's small hands lay a grotesque semblance of a pig's face. Unfortunately, his amusement was short-lived. Harry soon observed that his Aunt Petunia was slumped in a chair in Dudley's room, her complexion ashen, groaning softly against the backrest. Upon seeing Harry dragged over by Vernon, her expression morphed into one of bitter malice, mirroring that of her husband. "Look who has arrived, you filthy little wretch." Her voice, weakened by fatigue, lacked its former strength. Yet the venom and animosity within it had multiplied, causing the hairs on Harry's arms to rise involuntarily. "Your uncle and I took you in, allowed you to survive. We provided you with clothing and an education. You didn't have to scavenge for food like those abandoned little urchins in the orphanage. And we even treated you as our own son. But what have you done? You disgusting brat. A monster devoid of humanity. A pitiful mongrel. Chapter 33. What shall we do? At this point, perhaps fueled by her seething fury, she managed to steady herself against the chair and unsteadily approached Harry, punctuating his chest with her sharp finger as she spoke each word with venomous intent. You are just like your detestable mother. Equally revolting. Equally ungrateful. Equally damned. And Petunia's knuckles were rigid, jabbing at him, forcefully pushing him from Dudley's room into the corridor. Yet, upon hearing her final words, the previously silent Harry lifted his gaze, his pupils constricting sharply as he stared intently at the hideous woman before him. Seemingly startled by Harry's sudden intensity, Petunia faltered momentarily in her tirade, but the next instant, her ire surged anew, more ferocious than before. What do you want? Do you wish to defend your wretched mother? It is because of her that I am so cursed. It is because of her that I am compelled to care for you. This little beast. She deserves to die. I will not allow you to speak of my mother in that way. In that moment, after years of suppression, Harry's pinned-up rage finally erupted, flooding forth like a dam that had burst, unleashing a torrent of emotions long held within. A glimmer suddenly emanated from the lightning-shaped scar concealed beneath his tousle bangs on his forehead. What do you intend to do? Behind him, Dudley, realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, wasted no words. With his robust hands, he aimed to seize Harry's shoulder, intending to lift him once more, just as before. However, this time, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The moment his hand made contact with Harry, an immensely powerful repulsive force erupted from the point of contact, hurling the more than 180-kilogram Dudley into the air, tracing a high arc before crashing down with a resounding thud upon the floor. The entire house seemed to shudder with Dudley's fall, resembling a minor earthquake. In that instant, all sound ceased. Even Dudley, who had been sobbing, was momentarily muted. Clutching his blanket, he cowered at the foot of the bed, wide-eyed with terror as he gazed upon his cousin, whom he had so casually tormented, as if he were a monster. And Petunia's voice abruptly fell silent as well. She stared at her husband, who had been flung to the ground, and in an instant, her fiery resolve extinguished, her face turning pale with defeat. In a daze, she stumbled back into her seat. The room returned to an eerie stillness, with only the sound of Harry's furious breaths echoing in the silence. He was unaware of what had transpired. He only knew that at this moment, the scar on his forehead, once touched by Charlie, was now emanating a faint warmth, reminiscent of the sensation he felt when he caressed it himself. He instinctively extended his hand once more, reaching for the scar, but this time the peculiar sensation of searing heat became particularly pronounced. No longer a mere figment of his imagination, but a palpable reality. At this moment, the initial enchantment that Charlie had inscribed upon his forehead finally took effect. Dudley clumsily rose to his feet, yet this time he did not pursue any further actions. Instead, he gasped for breath and circumvented Harry, who stood resolutely in the center of the room, positioning himself defiantly between his son and wife. What do you intend to do? Whether it was fear, or the pain from his fall, or perhaps a combination of both, at that moment, the enraged Dudley seemed to regain a semblance of rationality, the flush on his face gradually subsiding. He feigned a facade of unwavering strength, yet there was a faint tremor in his voice. Harry did not respond, merely continuing to breathe heavily. He lowered his head, gazing at his tightly clenched fists, which at that moment seemed to be enveloped by an inexplicable force. Though invisible, it bestowed upon him a profound sense of security. Harry glanced at his fists, then at the huddled Dursley family, feeling somewhat dazed. He realized that perhaps, at this moment, their identities had undergone a wondrous transformation. Harry, began to speak. He furrowed his brow, gazing at the Dursley family before him. Just as the three Dursleys began to tremble, fearing Harry might take some action, he abruptly unclenched his fist. I'm going back, Harry stated. His response so brief it was almost devoid of substance. He then turned on his heel and hurriedly exited the room, returning silently to his cupboard, where he closed the door behind him. Curled up in the cupboard, Harry did not succumb to slumber. Instead, he kept his eyes wide open, staring at the cupboard's wall, his heart racing wildly. After a considerable pause, he slowly extended his hand, lifting his fringe to touch the scar on his forehead. However, by this time, the once searing scar had reverted to its usual state, devoid of the earlier sensation. Darling, are you all right? Only after Harry departed did the previously huddled trio react. Petunia cast a worried glance at Vernon, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, unable to restrain her inquiry. With a heavy sigh, Vernon collapsed back onto the ground. Utterly spent, he gasped for breath, his heart pounding relentlessly. I pondered whether I had sprained my back. It felt as though something had struck it when I was thrown out. What exactly transpired? Did you witness it? Was it he who cast me out? No, father. You collided with him and were propelled away. At this moment, Dudley had also regained his composure. He let out a couple of grunts, murmuring as if the scene were still vividly replaying in his mind. The contempt in that little wretch's eyes mirrored an unsettling malice. Yet this time, alongside the malice, there was an indescribable fear. He was, like his mother, a despicable being. As she reached this point, Penny's mouth contorted in a grimace, as if she had summoned every ounce of strength to finally utter the two words she so despised. Which? Dursley furrowed his brow, turning to glance at his wife. He had never heard his wife speak of wizards, yet despite his corpulence, he was not a complete fool. Observing the expression on his son's face and recalling the astonishing events that had just transpired, he found himself piecing together certain possibilities. What should we do? That night, Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia engaged in a sleepless discussion at Dudley's small abode, grappling with this very question. Chapter 34. My name is Dobby as dawn broke. After a night of restless deliberation, Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia finally reached a decision. They prepared to communicate with Harry in an entirely different manner. For the sake of their son, they were willing to endure certain humiliations that should not have been necessary. For instance, they allocated him an empty room and prepared an additional portion of food during breakfast. It is noteworthy that, after considerable contemplation, the Dursleys ultimately decided to prohibit the family's primary entertainment of referring to Harry Potter as a worthless little brat. Thus, after a night of internal turmoil, when the sleep-deprived Harry emerged from the cupboard under the stairs, he was met by the sight of Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia, both with dark circles under their eyes. Before him, they proceeded to transfer his belongings from the cupboard into Dudley's old bedroom. Remarkably, at the table that originally accommodated only 3 chairs, a 4th chair had appeared, causing Harry to momentarily question whether he was still dreaming. As he sat at the dining table, gazing at the rather meager breakfast before him, he gradually began to accept the extraordinary changes that had transpired overnight. At the table, Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia's expressions resembled that of someone who had just consumed a mouse's droppings. Though their countenances were unattractive, they strained to keep their heads down, attempting to conceal their unwilling struggle from Harry. In stark contrast, Dudley, transformed into a gluttonous pig, seemed to adapt quite swiftly. Apart from the persistent fear reflected in his eyes whenever he glanced at Harry, he exhibited no other significant changes. Remarkably, the previous night, while the other 3 wrestled with insomnia, it was Dudley, the primary victim, who fell asleep first. Throughout the entire meal, Dudley alone bore no dark circles under his eyes. Instead, he appeared invigorated, devouring his food with even more fervor than before. With this, the situation had reached a genuine conclusion. For an entire day, they scarcely acknowledged Harry. Aside from occasionally feigning sorrow by lamenting over Dudley's substantial figure in a manner intended to elicit Harry's sympathy, they completely treated him as if he were invisible. This, of course, was precisely what Harry had longed for. Though he remained bewildered by the events that had unfolded, he possessed an instinctive sense that everything was part of Mr. Charlie Black's grand design. Perhaps from the moment that chocolate was placed in his hands, all of this had been predestined. He lay on his new bed, basking in the radiant sunlight streaming through the window. His gratitude for Charlie deepened profoundly. Time now returned to the present. Upon awakening, Harry lifted his gaze to the clock hanging on the wall. It was merely 5:30. At this moment, if he were not mistaken, his cousin Dudley, as well as Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia, were likely still in the depths of slumber. Perhaps it was a consequence of the routines he had cultivated over time. Even if Harry wished to indulge in a little more rest, he found himself unable to keep his eyes shut at this hour. Nevertheless, Harry did not linger in bed for long. He hastily donned his clothes and descended from the bed, standing in the center of the room, surveying this space that truly belonged to him. Perhaps I should find a way to tidy up, he murmured, glancing at the somewhat disheveled bookshelf and the dust-laden floor. In truth, prior to the Dursleys relocating his belongings to this room, it had solely served as a storage area for an assortment of useless clutter. The Dursleys, who harbored a deep-seated disdain for Harry, naturally had no inclination to expend time or effort cleaning the room after moving his things in. Consequently, aside from the items on the bed being cleared away to lay down a mattress, the entire room remained virtually indistinguishable from a storeroom. This was a task that Harry would have to undertake himself. With this thought in mind, and without further ado, Harry turned towards the door, intending to head downstairs to fetch a broom and mop. Creaking, Harry gently twisted the somewhat sticky doorknob, even though he was cautious and did not exert too much force. The dilapidated hinges emitted a jarring sound that echoed through the corridor. That little wretch is awake, murmured Petunia, lying in bed, seemingly anticipating this moment. Her eyes shut as she mumbled. Ignore him, Vernon grumbled, rolling over to alleviate the pressure on his left side, and uttered similarly dismissive words. Thus, the room once again succumbed to silence. With careful steps, Harry navigated down the staircase, making his way to the kitchen, since he typically bore the responsibility of maintaining cleanliness. He found the broom and mop without wasting much time. Light-footed, he scurried back to his room with the cleaning supplies in hand. Ignore him, ignore him. The Dursleys couldn't help but frown, listening to the commotion outside, taking a deep breath as if speaking in their sleep, mumbling under their breath. However, just as Harry returned to his room, broom and mop in tow, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Upon freeing his hands to reopen the door, he was astonished to find that his previously empty room now housed a peculiar, diminutive creature. Not only that, but this creature was perched upon his bed, swinging its tiny legs that did not quite reach the floor, exuding an air of tranquil contentment. Ah, Harry gasped, taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Instinctively retreating a couple of steps, his mouth opening to exclaim. Fortunately, he quickly realized the necessity of silence and hastily covered his mouth, preventing the sound from fully escaping. The creature, having just arrived, turned at the sound, its initially calm expression transformed into one of sheer delight upon seeing Harry. Mr. Harry Potter! He joyfully shouted towards Harry, startling him. My name is Dobby. You may not know me yet, but I have come to bring you a gift. And also a present from Mr. Charlie Black. Chapter 35, A Garment. It is worth noting that Dobby was completely unaware of the need to temper his exuberant and astonishingly loud voice, which, coupled with a sharp tone, reverberated throughout every corner of the house in an instant. Harry's heart tightened involuntarily, and without a second thought, he hurried forward, snatching a cleaning tool from Dobby's grasp to cover his mouth, and swiftly slammed the door shut with a resounding bang. That wretched little imp. The Dursleys could no longer contain themselves. The piercing cries and the sound of the slamming door struck like hammers upon his already fragile heart. He suddenly opened his eyes, propping himself up on the bed and swiftly sitting up. Fueled by a surge of anger, he resolved to impart a well-deserved lesson to Harry Potter, just as he had done in the past. However, just as he was about to make his move, his wife, Petunia, grasped his arm firmly. At that moment, she too opened her eyes, gazing at her furious husband with a look of concern. Calm down, don't forget about that little brat, she urged. He will be just fine. Yet, still consumed by rage, Dudley disregarded his wife's warning. He exhaled a heavy sigh through his nose, freeing his arm from her grasp. And as he walked toward the door, he declared over his shoulder, I refuse to believe that this little scoundrel can be so fortunate every single time. With that, he forcefully flung open the door and strode directly toward Harry's room. Damn it, you little rascal, what are you up to? You best not think that you are beyond my control in this house. Let me tell you. As he spoke, he forcefully twisted open Harry's bedroom door and pushed his way inside. However, upon the door's opening, he found himself halted in his tracks. Despite his intention to stride in and confront that little wretch, the Dursleys, the words he had planned to utter became lodged in his throat, escaping only as incoherent sounds. Within the room, both Harry and Dobby turned their gazes toward the now ajar door. In an instant, his face, previously flushed with anger, turned ghostly pale. A sharp intake of breath filled his lungs, and without a moment's hesitation, he slammed the door shut with a resounding bang. The Dursleys, burdened by their own weight, commenced a frantic dash down the frail corridor, hastily retreating to their own room. Once the door was securely closed, he seemed still entrapped by the scene he had just witnessed, his eyes wide open as he pressed his body firmly against the entrance, panting heavily. Just moments before, he had been so boastful. Now he appeared utterly disheveled. What on earth happened, dear? Petunia sat up abruptly, her brow furrowed, staring at the seemingly dazed Dursleys, and hastily inquired. He opened his mouth, his voice trembling uncontrollably. That fellow, he has begun attempting to summon demons in his room. What? Petunia shrieked, springing from the bed, her expression one of shock as she gazed at him. It's true, the Dursleys gulped, nodding vigorously before continuing. I saw it. I saw it. What did you see? I saw him in the room, performing a terrifying ritual like something out of a television horror show, summoning hellish imps. With a thud, Petunia rolled her eyes and fainted onto the floor. In the room, Harry and Dobby exchanged glances and could not suppress their laughter. So, was this part of Mr. Charlie's plan? Young Harry chuckled with delight, embracing the peculiar creature beside him, feeling a sense of warmth rather than fear. What? Dobby paused, then appeared to comprehend, nodding eagerly. Of course. It was all Mr. Charlie's idea. He instructed me to bring you this gift. While speaking, he rummaged through his pillowcase and produced a beautifully crafted gift box. Regrettably, due to the bumpy journey, the box had become somewhat misshapen and wrinkled, losing its former exquisite appearance. Dobby gazed at the battered box, his large ears drooping in disappointment. Oh dear, Dobby is such a naughty elf. Never mind. However, Harry seemed unfazed by the box's condition. His face glowed with excitement, a rosy hue illuminating his cheeks. He is indifferent to the appearance of the gift box. What truly matters is that this is the first formal gift he has ever received. Moreover, it was presented to him by Mr. Charlie Black. He hurriedly took the gift box from Dobby's hands, cradling it with excitement. One could feel its weight in his embrace. Observing the elation radiating from Harry, Dobby, who initially felt guilty, found solace in the moment. Mr. Charlie had conveyed that due to certain commitments, he was unable to celebrate your birthday in person. So he sent this gift ahead of time to wish you a happy birthday. Thank you. I'm overjoyed. As Harry listened to Dobby's words, he fervently nodded, as if Charlie were standing before him, speaking directly to him. Oh, and Dobby, an idea struck him, and his drooping ears perked up once more. He hurriedly rummaged through the pillowcase and produced a crumpled gift. However, in comparison to Charlie's meticulously prepared present, this one's wrapping was evidently hastily assembled. Using newspaper procured from an unknown source, he had tightly encased the original item, and mimicking Charlie's presentation, he secured it with a slender string before presenting it to Harry. Thank you, Dobby. We have only just met. Yet despite this, Harry felt an overwhelming joy, reverently cradling Dobby's gift, his eyes sparkling as if it contained stars within. He cradled two gifts, and in that moment, it felt as though he possessed the entire world. May I unwrap the gifts? He asked eagerly. Suddenly, Harry lifted his gaze towards Dobby, his excitement palpable. Of course. Dobby quickly nodded, adding, You can open Dobby's gift first. Dobby has prepared something he has long desired. Something he has long desired? Listening to Dobby's words, Harry's curiosity piqued as he began to tear away the wrapping of the newspaper enveloping the gift. Beneath the layers of paper lay an article of clothing, still bearing its price tag, an item so utterly ordinary it could scarcely be more so. Chapter 36. The Wizard. It looks splendid, Harry exclaimed, rising to his feet, grasping the shoulders of the shirt, and extending his arms. He scrutinized it from top to bottom. Though it was merely an unremarkable shirt, the delight in Harry's eyes remained undiminished. Without hesitation, he slipped it on. However, it seemed a tad snug. Taking a deep breath, Harry pulled in his stomach. Once clad in the shirt, he felt as though his entire body was tightly constrained by it, making even the movement of his arms rather arduous. Nevertheless, when he glanced down to see Dobby's expectant expression, the smile on his face remained radiant. Just perfect. He nodded and gestured to Dobby. Upon hearing Harry's words, Dobby seemed to relax, letting out a sigh of relief. He had initially worried that Mr. Harry might not appreciate it. However, witnessing Mr. Harry's delight brought him comfort. After speaking, he plopped back down onto the bed. This garment is so exquisite. I believe I should wait until my birthday to wear it. For now, I shall fold it neatly and store it away. Feeling as though he could scarcely breathe, Harry hastily sought a reason to change, all the while struggling to remove his current attire and donning his original clothing instead. He exhaled deeply, finally feeling a considerable sense of relief. He quickly placed the garments on the bed and then lifted his gaze toward the gift sent by Mr. Charlie. It was time to unwrap Mr. Charlie Black's present. Noticing Harry's focus, Dobby excitedly leaped off the bed and urged, Mr. Harry, do open it. I bet Mr. Charlie has prepared many delightful things for you. Listening to Dobby's encouragement, Harry cautiously picked up the somewhat misshapen gift box. After a moment's hesitation, he shook his head, inhaled deeply, and with great resolve, placed the gift back on the bed. Perhaps I should wait. I think I'll unwrap Mr. Charlie's gift on my birthday. Upon hearing this, Dobby, who had been so animated, came to a halt. He scratched his head, puzzled by Harry's intentions. After all, house elves do not comprehend the human concept of birthdays, nor do they grasp the significance of such peculiar rituals. To them, receiving a gift brings joy, and unwrapping it should elicit even greater delight. However, the notion of keeping a gift aside to open later struck them as utterly strange. Dobby's ears drooped slightly, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts, merely nodding in acquiescence. Well, it was Harry's gift after all. He could choose to open it whenever he pleased. Harry chuckled softly, opting not to elaborate further. Instead, he folded the clothes Dobby had brought and placed them neatly on the bed. He then carefully shifted the unopened gift beneath his pillow, ensuring it was partially concealed by the blanket to prevent it from being discovered by Dudley. Given the current circumstances, it was unlikely Dudley would dare to venture into Harry's room or even approach him without trembling in fear. Nevertheless, Harry deemed it prudent to exercise caution, for this was his very first birthday gift. Once everything was in order, Harry sighed in relief and turned to look at Dobby again. At that moment, Dobby was perched on a small stool nearby, surveying the room with an air of inexplicable curiosity towards the dusty surroundings. I apologize for the mess. The room is a bit untidy, Harry said, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head. Although the disarray did not directly pertain to him, he felt compelled to explain. I had intended to clean it up. As he spoke, he pointed towards the broom and mop that had been carelessly discarded. But then you arrived. Upon hearing Harry's words, Dobby's eyes sparkled with excitement. Call Dobby to help. As he spoke, he did not await Harry's response. Rather, as if it were only natural, he extended his hand. With a swift motion, he waved towards the broom and mop that lay collapsed on the floor. Instantly, the cleaning tools appeared to be infused with a newfound spirit. Quivering slightly before rising upright as if by their own volition, Harry's eyes widened in astonishment, instinctively holding his breath as he turned to look at Dobby. Although he had begun to piece together the truth, whether it was Mr. Charlie or the suddenly appearing Dobby, he realized that neither could possibly be akin to the ordinary people he had encountered throughout his life. Yet, speculation remained just that. It was merely a conceptualization in his mind. Having lived in the Muggle world, he was witnessing such a magical scene for the very first time. If he were to describe it, it would be akin to witnessing a marvelous close-up magic trick, though he had never actually seen any magic himself. Having only heard of live magic performances when Dudley and his friends boasted about their experiences. But that was not the end of it. As Harry stood there, dumbfounded, Dobby began to skillfully direct them, tidying the entire room. What is this? Harry blinked, then removed his glasses to wipe them on his shirt before putting them back on. After much effort, he finally confirmed that this was not merely some trick. Magic, Dobby replied, as he lowered his raised hand and turned his gaze towards Harry, no longer paying attention to the self-sufficiently working broom and mop. You are a wizard. Harry felt as though his heart might leap from his chest, the excitement in his eyes becoming increasingly difficult to contain. It seemed he was even happier than when he received birthday gifts. No. How could that be? Dobby was taken aback by Harry's astonishing declaration. Quickly shaking his head and explaining in disbelief, I am merely a house elf. Upon saying this, he scratched his head, seemingly realizing that Harry might not fully understand what a house elf entailed. Thus, he continued to elucidate, I am a servant to wizards. Wizards, Harry murmured, repeating the term. So Mr. Charlie is actually a wizard. Of course, Dobby affirmed without hesitation, his eyes revealing an unabashed reverence. Mr. Charlie Black is the most powerful wizard. He is the one most deserving of respect among all wizards. Chapter 37. I go to find the priest in stark contrast to Harry's exhilaration. Dudley lay in bed, his hands and feet cold, as if he were descending into hell. His eyes were tinged with bloodshot hues, staring vacantly at the ceiling. Yearning to slumber as if nothing had transpired, yet sleep eluded him. Darling, came the voice of his wife. And Petunia, having finally roused from her stupor, spoke with a tremor in her voice, tinged with suppressed sobs. What shall we do? What if he intends to feed us to the demon? My poor Dudley. How young is he? He has barely begun to savor the joys of life, yet he is to meet his demise at the hands of that vile cousin. As she spoke, Petunia's voice grew increasingly choked with emotion, until she finally succumbed to tears. This display was a far cry from her previous haughty derision towards Harry. That wretched little brat, just like his mother. Equally malicious. Equally detestable. Vernon Dursley furrowed his brow, inhaling deeply as he listened to his wife's incessant lamentations and ceaseless curses. His already tumultuous emotions began to simmer with agitation. Be quiet, he bellowed, his mustache bristling like a disturbed caterpillar. His furious outburst startled Petunia into silence, halting her tears momentarily. Despite years of marriage and their relentless torment of Harry, they had maintained a facade of a harmonious couple. Vernon's sudden eruption was unprecedented. She gazed at him, wide-eyed in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. Sighing, Vernon recognized his loss of composure, weary from the mounting tension. He reached out, pulling his wife close. I'm sorry, Petunia, he murmured, resting one hefty arm on his forehead while the other enveloped her, surrendering to the chaos in his mind. He closed his eyes. I believe it is time we devised a plan. After a prolonged silence in such a tense atmosphere, Vernon finally spoke again. He is a terrorist, more terrifying than those Middle Easterners. We must subdue him, or banish him from our midst. Petunia, having regained her composure, shuddered at the thought of the malevolent creature lurking just a room away, yet she managed to think critically. But what shall we do? Seemingly reaching a resolution, Vernon pondered for a moment and then abruptly opened his eyes. Get up, he declared, deftly rolling out of bed, donning his clothes as he spoke to Petunia. Please call in sick for me at work today. I'm heading to the little chapel to consult Father Proud on what to do. By this point, he was fully dressed, clutching his car keys, ready to depart. At the threshold, he paused to glance back at Petunia, who sat on the bed, looking rather disoriented. "Everything remains as usual," he asserted before resolutely leaving. Meanwhile, Harry, who had been engaged in a lively conversation with Dobby, suddenly sensed something amiss. He paused, a hint of confusion washing over him as he made his way to the window, gazing outside. There stood Dudley beside his little car, adjusting his hat and staring intently at the house, his expression resolute, lost in thought. When Harry's gaze inadvertently met Dudley's through the window, it was as if time froze. In an instant, Dudley, who had been fixated on the house, seemed startled by something, hurriedly opened the car door, swiftly climbed in, and drove away with a roar, leaving their home behind. Curiously, Harry pondered aloud, if I recall correctly, Uncle Vernon should still be in bed at this hour. However, he quickly dismissed this trivial thought, redirecting his focus back to Dobby. With eager enthusiasm, he inquired, "How long can you stay with me?" Dobby hesitated for a moment, raising his finger and counting. "About 5 or 6 days, I suppose." It took little time for Dobby to provide his answer. Dobby's master forbade him from appearing before Mr. Charlie, rendering his whereabouts trivial. Harry felt a pang of sympathy for Dobby, as if he saw his own reflection in the little house elf's plight. "Your master must be a terrible person," he exclaimed indignantly, seemingly advocating for Dobby's cause. Dobby, however, was taken aback by Harry's startling declaration. "Oh, my goodness!" he exclaimed, immediately standing up in excitement. Desperately covering his ears with his hands, shutting his eyes tightly, his expression contorted in anguish. Harry, startled by Dobby's sudden transformation, rushed forward with concern. "What is wrong, Dobby?" Suddenly, Dobby released his hands from his ears and, to Harry's astonishment, hurled himself against the wall. "Bad Dobby! Bad Dobby!" he screamed, continuously banging his head against the wall. Even as a faint redness began to show on his forehead, showing no sign of stopping, Harry struggled to pull the persistently headbanging Dobby away from the wall, urgently pleading, "Stop, Dobby, stop. My aunt will hear." He had not anticipated that the seemingly frail house elf could possess such strength at that moment. Gritting his teeth, Harry exerted tremendous effort to finally drag Dobby away from the wall. "Oh my goodness!" Aunt Petunia, lying alone in bed, listened to the resounding thuds emanating from Harry's room, accompanied by the distant, piercing screams. Her heart raced in her chest. Cowering under the covers, she shut her eyes tightly, wrapping herself up in the blanket. That little brat is trying to summon demons again. Chapter 38. Smooth and Complex Charlie? Charlie jolted from his reverie at the dining table, lifting his head abruptly, thoughts returning to reality. Following the sound, he noticed his sister Narcissa, her face etched with concern, holding a silver platter filled with food. "Apologies, I was lost in thought," he said, shaking his head as he stood, carefully accepting the platter from Narcissa and placing it on the table, a hint of regret in his voice. "I've never seen you so distracted before. What were you thinking about?" Narcissa arched an elegant eyebrow, clearly surprised, and inquired further. "It's just some matters regarding the factory. You know, as the business expands, there are more responsibilities to consider, especially when it comes to supporting such a large family." Narcissa listened to her brother, her brow furrowing in concern. She opened her mouth, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately could not restrain herself from speaking. "You are far too kind to those house elves. Perhaps they are indeed a formidable force, but you must also recognize your own identity as the heir of the illustrious Black family. You were born noble. How can you associate with those creatures?" Charlie smiled and shook his head, choosing not to engage with Narcissa's perspective. In truth, her viewpoint mirrored that of the majority of wizards regarding Charlie's establishment of the candy factory. Yet, Charlie had long ceased attempting to explain himself. He was acutely aware of his purpose. Moreover, he had come to a surprising realization: as long as one possesses sufficient strength, even the most unconventional endeavors will eventually be embraced by society. Take, for instance, the Charlie Candy Factory. When people speak of it, their first thoughts are the delectable confections and the vast wealth it has accumulated, while the house elves living within, enjoying their freedom, are often conveniently overlooked. It was as if everyone had collectively forgotten that the candy factory's origins lay within the famed house elf liberation front. Narcissa's words were seldom echoed by others. "I'll go check on Draco. He has been practicing outside for a while," Charlie remarked, glancing out the window at Malfoy, who was still waving his wand in the same spot as yesterday. He shifted his chair and made his way towards the door. Sighing, Narcissa refrained from saying more, understanding all too well that her brother was fundamentally different from herself, Lucius, and even Draco. He resembles Andromeda, the woman whose name was stricken from the records by her father. However, in comparison to Andromeda, Charlie's character embodies a greater complexity and sophistication. His heart was laden with weariness towards the Blake family's ways. However, he chose not to engage in a hysterical rupture with his kin. Instead, he utilized the family's feuille to pursue his true aspirations. Though difficult to accept, this undoubtedly represented the most favorable outcome for both parties. He has acquired the vast resources of a pureblood family, while the Black family has maintained a semblance of dignity because of him. In fact, when she gazes upon her brother, she occasionally finds herself lost in thought, captivated by the innate confidence and determination that emanate from him. There were even moments in the stillness of night when she questioned whether the pride and reserve associated with pure-blood families were merely a decayed lamentation that ought to be discarded. Yet, such musings yield no tangible results for her. For she is Narcissa, akin to her name, Narcissus, embodying a belief she has upheld throughout her life. Her pride and reserve forbid any hint of doubt. However, when she truly begins to contemplate this issue, is it not a form of questioning itself? In the courtyard. To facilitate the movement of his arms while casting spells, Draco has opted for a more comfortable shirt and waistcoat today, rather than the usual stiff and elaborate attire of British nobility. Ever since he successfully transfigured a leaf into a needle yesterday, perhaps buoyed by his father's praise, Draco has exerted himself even more diligently. This morning, as Charlie descended the stairs still bearing hints of sleepiness, he discovered Draco, who had been practicing alone for quite some time. After receiving a few simple instructions from Charlie, Draco continued his practice uninterrupted until noon. "Take a break, Draco," Charlie called out as he opened the estate's front door and stepped outside. Hearing Charlie's voice from a distance, Draco's movements momentarily paused. He instinctively turned his head, offering a faint smile to Charlie, who was approaching leisurely. "Uncle, I assure you, I have not been idle." Charlie chuckled in response. He stood firmly before Draco, reaching out to smooth the damp strands of hair clinging to his forehead. A look of satisfaction etched upon his face. "Of course. I can see how hard you've been working," he remarked. After a brief pause, Charlie guided him beneath the shade of a tree, settling down against its sturdy trunk. With a casual flick of his wand, he summoned a plump teapot and 2 delicate cups. After leisurely pouring water into the cups, Charlie continued, "However, it would be best for you to balance work and rest. Otherwise, you might exhaust yourself before school starts. I fear Narcissa would come after me in a fury." Draco casually placed his wand on the grass, rolling up the sleeves of his shirt to wipe the beads of sweat from his brow, an expression of indifference on his face. "Rest assured, uncle," he replied, lifting the cup and drinking its contents in one swift motion. As the icy water flowed down his throat, it dispelled the lingering heaviness in his mind. Savoring the refreshing sensation coursing through him, Draco could not help but exhale deeply. "It's the first time I've realized how delightful cold water can be." After expressing this revelation, he set down the cup and continued, "I understand how fortunate I am to be a Malfoy, and I am determined to become an even better person." As he spoke, there was a resolute glimmer in Draco's eyes, one that belied his youth. "I hope to achieve even greater heights before school begins." He carefully retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket. Unfolding it, he revealed the very needle from yesterday. It was not merely the appearance of a needle, but Draco, holding the handkerchief in one hand, fixed his gaze intently on the silver needle it enveloped, while with the other hand, he picked up the wand he had carelessly set down on the lawn. Charlie raised an eyebrow, remaining silent as he observed Draco's subsequent actions. As the incantation he uttered shifted from a soft murmur to a fervent crescendo, the wand in Draco's hand began to sway in rhythm. A subtle smile crept upon Charlie's lips, for he noticed that, astonishingly, merely a day had elapsed, yet Draco's grip on the wand mirrored his own almost perfectly. Every detail, from the slight elevation of the pinky to the gentle grasp of the wand's body with his index, middle finger, and thumb, was flawlessly executed. This peculiar sense of accomplishment washed over Charlie, and he mused to himself, "Perhaps I should consider a career in teaching. I feel I possess a certain aptitude for it." At the tip of Draco's wand, as the incantation resonated, a glow began to coalesce. Finally, as he pronounced the last segment of the transformation spell, Draco's wrist began to move, akin to the demonstration Charlie had given him that day. His wrist, too, quivered as it traced a delightful arc through the air. Beautiful. Even Charlie could not help but silently commend the grace of the motion. However, regrettably, despite the exquisite mimicry of the pose, it bore a striking resemblance to his own spellcasting stance. Yet, Charlie was already aware that failure loomed once more. As anticipated, a burst of light erupted from the tip of the wand, striking the silver needle with precision, accompanied by a resonant hum. What had begun to warp, transforming from a rigid form back into a supple needle, suddenly twitched uncontrollably. It began to writhe across Draco's handkerchief, ultimately twisting into a chaotic mass. Akin to a discarded paperclip, shrouded in a swirling plume of black smoke. Draco, somewhat disheartened, lowered his head, his lips protruding in a sulky manner. The steadfast glimmer in his eyes vanishing without a trace, replaced by a woeful expression. "I intended to transform it into a worm," he lamented. His voice tinged with disappointment as he leaned against the grand tree. Charlie, at ease, sniffed and grumbled. "I had thought that after a morning of practice I would be able to accomplish it." As he spoke, Draco's frustration flared anew, and he flung his wand onto the grass. Yet, refusing to relent, he seized the entire teapot and tilted it back, pouring water into his mouth. With a sigh, Charlie lazily straightened up from his position against the tree. He retrieved the teapot from Draco's grasp and filled the already emptied cup anew. Raising his gaze, Charlie stated plainly, "You have fallen into a misconception." With that, he handed the cup back to Draco. "Do you know what the essence of magic relies upon?" Draco accepted the cup, momentarily bewildered by Charlie's inquiry. He furrowed his brow, pondering deeply for a while before tentatively proposing an answer. "A spell. In the world, there exists a multitude of wizards who can cast magic without uttering a word. They do not require incantations when wielding their powers." Charlie shook his head, his expression unperturbed, directly dismissing Draco's suggestion. "A wand?" Draco recoiled slightly, offering another tentative answer. This time, Charlie did not respond but instead extended his hand. "Look closely," he said. As his fingers slowly unfurled, dancing before Draco in a mesmerizing pattern. Draco, biting his lip, concentrated and widened his eyes, focusing all his attention on Charlie's hand. In the next moment, to his astonishment, something extraordinary occurred. A cluster of flames, each the size of a fingernail, materialized between Charlie's moving fingers, swirling freely around them as if imbued with life. "What is this? How is this possible?" Draco fumbled the cup in his hand, dropping it onto the lawn, and he sprang up from the ground in shock. Charlie, unfazed by Draco's reaction, began recounting a tale. "I once sought a magical plant capable of producing candy and journeyed to Nauru, where wizards living near the equator referred to themselves as shamans. They inscribed special tattoos on their bodies to enhance their perception of magic, thereby substituting the need for a wand, achieving the ability to cast spells barehanded." Draco's eyes widened, his mouth agape, seemingly unable to calm himself after hearing this unfamiliar story. "Do you understand what I mean?" Charlie rose to his feet and brushed off the bits of grass clinging to his trousers. Without waiting for Draco's reply, he continued. "Both spells and wands serve merely as mediums for communicating with magic. Incantations materialize the otherwise formless magic, allowing it to be perceived more readily by wizards. A wand, on the other hand, assists in solidifying the manifested magic through this medium." Draco's pupils brightened involuntarily, and at that moment, an unprecedented clarity surged forth from his mind. He took a deep breath, fixating intently on his uncle's lips, as if he wished to imprint every word spoken into the deepest recesses of his mind. "The true essence of casting a spell lies within your brain, your consciousness, your spirit." Charlie crouched down to retrieve the wand that Draco had carelessly discarded on the lawn, placing it carefully into the pocket of his trousers. A graceful wand movement serves merely to embellish your spellcasting, enabling you to execute the magic with greater swiftness, provided you are confident in your ability to perform it. This allows for quicker reactions during duels or in moments of peril. Clearly, Draco, you have misunderstood the crux of the matter. The task at hand is not to perfectly replicate my wand movements, but rather to harness your own mental faculties more effectively, constructing the entirety of the spell within your mind through your own will. At this point, Charlie paused, deliberately casting a glance into Draco's eyes. The unquenchable spark of curiosity glimmering in his eyes made Charlie silently marvel, for such brilliance can only be observed in the eyes of children. Chapter 40, Umbrage. "I understand now." In an instant of clarity, the gloom and grievances that once resided in Draco's heart dissipated like mist. He seemed to have regained his spirit. Withdrawing the wand that Charlie had returned to his pocket, stepping out from the shade of the tree, and eagerly returning to the spot where he had just practiced to continue honing his spell work. He yearned to solidify the knowledge he had acquired from Charlie through his own practice, transforming it entirely into his own mastery. Transfiguration. Transfiguration. The distant echoes of Draco's voice resounded incessantly. Charlie stood still, gazing in the direction of Draco's figure, his expression complex as if he were contemplating something profound. After a lengthy moment, he finally averted his gaze, choosing instead to settle back beneath the tree's shade, leaning against its sturdy trunk, slightly closing his eyes, and releasing a long sigh. Ding! It was noon. As the central clock in the Ministry of Magic's Grand Hall emitted a deep and resonant chime, the ministry's officials, who had been busily attending to their respective duties, collectively paused in their tasks. "Good afternoon, Andrew. Don't forget to place the newly revised report on the interaction between Muggles and the British wizarding community in my office, understood?" "Yes, Minister Fudge." The myriad of voices filled the previously somewhat empty hall of the Ministry of Magic to the brim. Lucius, too, nodded slightly to his colleagues before donning his robes and casually picking up a few documents that required minimal attention, following the flow of people towards the fireplace. However, just as he was about to step inside, a somewhat weary voice called out his name from behind. "Malfoy." Lucius, having just raised his foot, paused. His brows furrowed slightly, and he instinctively turned the gaze in the direction from which the sound emanated. Amidst the throng of people, a particularly striking figure clad in vibrant pink was making her way toward him, raising her arm and waving it above her head. She forcefully navigated through the crowd, rudely shoving aside anyone who obstructed her path with her short and stout frame. There was not a trace of remorse in her eyes. Instead, she exuded an air of entitlement. Although those she pushed aside felt a surge of anger the moment they caught sight of her vivid hue, they could only suppress their ire and resign themselves to the situation. Lucius watched the approaching figure, his lips pursed, silently uttering her name. At that moment, the furrow in his brow deepened, and a flicker of disdain could not help but seep into his gaze. However, as the other party drew closer, the tension in his brow and the look of contempt vanished in an instant, reverting to the usual, formulaic demeanor. "Good day, Deputy Umbridge," Lucius remarked, turning to face the now approaching Umbridge, slightly leaning forward to extend a greeting. Umbridge seemed to relish being addressed by her title, her lips curling into a grotesque smile. "Hello, Malfoy," she replied, nodding in a somewhat haughty manner, her voice dripping with insincerity. As she spoke, she twisted her neck, obscured by excess flesh, glancing towards the clock in the center of the hall. "Time flies in the ministry, you know. It seems like every time I settle behind my desk, I blink. And it's already time to leave. I once expressed to Minister Fudge that as employees of the ministry, we ought to possess a stronger commitment to serving the entire magical community. Therefore, we should consider eliminating or shortening our lunch breaks for greater efficiency in our work." As she continued, Umbridge could not suppress a smacking of her lips, ultimately wearing a rather regretful expression. "Alas, the benevolent Minister Fudge did not accept my suggestion. Apologies, Deputy Umbridge," Lucius replied, his eyes narrowing slightly, evidently uninterested in her recounting of proposals or flattery towards Fudge. He deliberately appended "Your Excellency" after deputy to imply that their familiarity was somewhat superficial. "While I would relish a profound and detailed discussion with you regarding the cancellation or reduction of lunch breaks, regrettably, my wife's brother is currently visiting, and I must return home to host him. Thus, let us focus on the matter at hand." Upon hearing Lucius mention his wife's brother, Umbridge's eyes sparkled with excitement, and her hideous grin widened, as if she truly embodied her private nickname, the Pink Toad. "Yes, yes." She eagerly nodded, taking a couple of small steps forward. "I came to see you precisely because of this matter." "Oh?" Lucius raised an eyebrow, emitting a long sound of curiosity, the meaning of which was unmistakable. "If I am not mistaken, Malfoy, your wife's brother must be Mr. Charlie Black." Upon hearing Charlie's name, Lucius's previously vague thoughts were confirmed, and he instantly understood her implication. Without any pretense, he nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is Charlie. In a few days, my son Draco will be starting at Hogwarts, and my wife has invited him, hoping he will attend Draco's graduation feast and stay at Malfoy Manor for a few days." At this juncture, Lucius instinctively raised his chin, a smile gracing his lips. After all, Charlie had been occupied with work at his factory, rarely finding the opportunity to rest, and Narcissa wished to provide him with a well-deserved break. Precisely. Umbridge nodded vigorously, appearing deeply moved by Lucius's words. "Mr. Charlie is a busy man. He hardly ever sets aside his work. Minister Fudge has longed to dine with him. Yet each time, obligations at the factory have caused Mr. Charlie to miss the opportunity." Pausing, Umbridge looked at Lucius and continued, "Just now, Malfoy, you mentioned that your son Draco has a graduation feast coming up, correct?" Chapter 41. Distinction. Before long, Lucius returned home. Draco ceased his incessant wand-waving and accompanied Charlie back to the manor, the warmth of the garden clinging to them, perhaps knowing his culinary skills were lacking. Narcissa wisely opted for a simple meal of salad and biscuits, regardless of others' opinions, for Charlie. This meal was perhaps the finest he had enjoyed during his 2-day stay at Malfoy Manor. Just as Charlie was engrossed in his meal, Lucius, seated not far away, suddenly spoke up. He picked up a napkin placed beside him and wiped away the crumbs clinging to his lips before speaking. Just before his return, everyone who heard Lucius's voice simultaneously lifted their heads to gaze at him. Charlie was no exception. After swallowing the salad in his mouth, he too turned his attention to Lucius, eager to hear what he had to say. Deputy Minister Umbridge has sought me out to discuss a matter, Lucius began. Umbridge? Narcissa furrowed her brow, clearly recognizing that individual, her expression betraying her disdain. What does she want with you? Narcissa inquired further. She mentioned that Minister Fudge hopes to attend the upcoming graduation celebration prepared for Draco, Lucius replied, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Charlie, as if seeking a reaction in his expression. Upon hearing this, an abrupt silence enveloped the group. The notion of the Minister of Magic attending a child's graduation celebration evoked an overwhelming sense of contrast and absurdity. Even Charlie's face momentarily stiffened at the news. That old buffoon truly is omnipresent, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. He could hardly fathom the depth of Connolly Fudge's yearning for him, considering that even after being rebuffed time and again, he would humble himself to request attendance at the graduation celebration of a mere 11-year-old boy whom he barely knew. It must be said, Charlie felt a twinge of emotion. Meanwhile, at the dining table, as Charlie's mind raced with tumultuous thoughts, Draco was the first to react. With a sudden thud, he sprang from his seat, sending the chair crashing to the carpet behind him. At that moment, however, he was utterly oblivious to such trivialities. The Minister of Magic is coming to my graduation party. He widened his eyes, staring intently at his father. An uncontrollable surge of elation flooded his heart, as if it sought to fill his entire being. I am full. Immediately, Draco hurriedly propped up the chair beneath him, then hastily seized 2 biscuits and raced up the stairs in a flurry. Draco, you had better rein it in. Lucius furrowed his brow, admonishing Draco's retreating figure. Sorry, father. Yet this time, the usual reprimand seemed to lose its effect. Along with Draco's habitual apology, the door to his room was firmly shut with a thud. Wow, Charlie remarked, raising an eyebrow as he observed the sudden disappearance of his nephew, breaking the somewhat awkward silence at the table now occupied by only 3. I wager young Draco is off trying on clothes again. Narcissa's furrowed brow remained unchanged as she turned her gaze towards Charlie. Though proud, she was not oblivious. Narcissa was well aware that even though she and Lucius belonged to the same lineage of 28 pure-blood families, it was highly unlikely that the influential Minister of Magic, a leader in the wizarding community of Britain, would attend their son's graduation banquet. The only plausible reason would be Charlie. Narcissa opened her mouth, seemingly poised to speak, but Charlie waved a hand to interrupt her. At that moment, his expression returned to normal as he lowered his head, finishing the remaining salad with his fork, and remarked, Don't worry, everything is fine. Wiping the salad dressing from the corner of his mouth, he continued, After all, if Fudge were to attend Draco's graduation banquet, it would be beneficial for both Draco and Lucius. Upon hearing this, Narcissa and Lucius fell silent once more. Charlie added, That fellow Fudge has been like a shadow, trailing behind me for quite some time. It would be just the opportunity to have a word with him and save myself a hassle. Hearing this, Lucius couldn't help but take a deep breath, his eyelids fluttering slightly. It seemed only Charlie Black would dare to casually use the term shadow in reference to Fudge in the context of the British wizarding world. The lunch break at the Ministry of Magic was brief. After finishing his meal, Lucius returned to work. Meanwhile, Charlie, after using a simple cleaning charm to assist Narcissa with the dishes, ascended the stairs to Draco's room. He knocked gently on the door. He bent his knuckles and gently tapped on Draco's door. Soon, Draco's voice came from within, asking him to wait a moment. His tone sounded somewhat flustered, accompanied by the sounds of hurried movement and footsteps. After a minute or two, the door finally creaked open. Draco cautiously turned the doorknob and opened the door. His hair was meticulously styled with fresh gel, and a subtle hint of men's cologne wafted in the air. How curious, Charlie raised an eyebrow but chose not to comment. Upon seeing his uncle, Draco's face, still adorned with remnants of a smile, brightened once more. I thought it was my father, he said, stepping aside to allow Charlie in. Visibly relieved, Charlie strolled into the room, casually surveying his surroundings. The space was immaculate, devoid of the typical chaos one might expect from a child of Draco's age. Instead, the furniture and decor clearly reflected the Malfoy family's taste and aesthetic. Yet, there was a hint of youthful vitality, evident in the pristine broomstick tucked away in the corner, the assortment of trinkets on the desk, and the poster of a Quidditch star hanging on the wall. Draco closed the door behind them, and Charlie settled onto a stool by the desk. Suddenly, he recalled something Narcissa had mentioned to him not long ago. On an impulse, he glanced at his nephew and asked, Draco, in your opinion, What distinguishes pure-blood wizards from muggle-born wizards? Chapter 42. The graduation feast. Charlie knew that Draco would not provide him with any profound insights. For not only Draco, but even he himself was uncertain how to respond. Days passed in a blur. Charlie felt quite at home in the Malfoy residence, spending his days alternating between meals and guiding Draco through the intricacies of transfiguration spells. Perhaps when he first began teaching this spell, he never anticipated that this young lad, yet to step into Hogwarts, would demonstrate such remarkable perseverance. Diligently practicing without a hint of fatigue over the past few days. Due to his dedicated efforts, combined with his innate talent, Draco managed to master the derivative spell, Wit Beyond Measure, in a mere 5 or 6 days. Although he had only successfully cast it once, it was truly astonishing to Charlie. As the weeks swiftly passed, Charlie, despite his reluctance to leave, knew it was time to regain his focus and prepare to return to the factory for work the next day. Night fell over Malfoy Manor. The once languid and serene estate transformed under the enchanting night sky. The wrought iron gates at the entrance swung wide open, flanked by a row of lights welcoming the guests of the Malfoy family. Inside the mansion, the spacious first floor now appeared somewhat cramped. Elegantly dressed men and women conversed gracefully, wine glasses in hand, while a few children around Draco's age dashed past the adults, leaving trails of cheerful laughter in their wake. Charlie found himself scanning the crowd, attempting to recognize familiar faces. Most of the attendees were indeed acquaintances, given that this was merely a graduation feast for the children, not a formal gathering. Thus, the majority of the guests were relatives and friends. As a relative of the Malfoys, it was easy for Charlie to deduce that the attendees were primarily staunch supporters of blood purity and cousins from the 28 illustrious pureblood families. Observing their interactions, Charlie couldn't help but smirk to himself. He felt no interest in their conversations, only a sense of boredom. As an individual who stood apart in a pureblood family, he managed to navigate social norms while avoiding the need to adopt their thick British accents, engage in discussions about the Ministry of Magic's politics, or reminisce about the family's past glories, all culminating in a celebration of blood purity that garnered applause from those around him. Charlie knew this all too well, having attended such gatherings since he was 6 years old. Reflecting on this, he raised his glass, taking a sip of the fine wine, and grimaced slightly, internally comparing it to the exquisite drink he had shared with Lucius on his first day. As he savored the taste, a familiar voice cut through the chatter. "Look, there's my uncle." Without needing to guess, Charlie turned in the direction of the voice, and indeed, Draco was approaching, flanked by 2 chubby companions, a proud expression adorning his face. As he walked, he effortlessly turned his head to introduce his uncle to the 2 boys. "You've definitely heard of my uncle, Charlie Black. His candy is the best in the world, and he brought me loads when he visited." He continued, "Not only that, but he's also one of the most powerful wizards in the magical world. Did you know he stayed with me for 7 days and taught me magic for 7 days? Want to see? I know you 2 are eager to witness my wit beyond measure. Just wait, we'll go outside, and I'll show you." Listening to Draco's enthusiastic proclamations about his uncle brought a smile to Charlie's face. Soon, Draco stood before Charlie, radiating confidence and excitement as the guest of honor for the evening. His attire was impeccable, a testament to the meticulous preparation he had undertaken. And even the sun-kissed skin from days spent practicing transfiguration outside had been carefully covered with powder. Where did he acquire such a thing? Uncle. Perhaps due to the presence of his 2 little followers, Draco restrained himself more than in their previous days together, his delicate features betraying a hint of modesty. Raising his goblet, he offered a toast to Charlie. Naturally, his glass contained only ordinary orange juice, but Charlie graciously indulged him, wishing to spare Draco's pride in front of his friends. "How has your evening been, Draco?" he inquired with a smile, leaning slightly to clink their glasses together in a gesture reminiscent of formal noble gatherings. "Cheers." The crisp sound resonated, causing the 2 adoring chubby boys behind them to widen their mouths in astonishment. "It's wonderful, Uncle. You know, I've prepared a lot for tonight's feast." As he spoke, Draco retrieved his cup and took a sip of the orange juice from the goblet, a hint of unmasked delight gracing his reserved visage. Charlie refrained from drinking the wine in his glass, instead raising his gaze to the 2 plump boys behind Malfoy. Suddenly, Charlie broke the silence. "Are those the children of Crabbe and Goyle?" The moment the words escaped his lips, astonishment swept over the trio, including Draco. The 2 chubby boys, upon realizing Charlie was addressing them, appeared somewhat bashful, their faces flushing slightly as they hurriedly chimed in unison, "I am Vincent Crabbe." "I am Gregory Goyle." Draco set down his goblet, his eyes widening as he turned to his uncle. "Uncle, do you know them?" "No," Charlie replied, shaking his head. He offered no further explanation. simply stating, "I know their fathers." Observing the two endearingly rotund and somewhat daft boys, Charlie remarked sincerely, "They are strikingly similar to Old Crab and Old Goyle." The two exchanged glances, believing Charlie was paying them a compliment, and they burst into laughter. Only Charlie understood that during the initial confrontations with the Death Eaters, those two could undoubtedly be considered peculiar anomalies among their ranks. Chapter 43. Minister Fudge. Charlie did not engage in protracted conversation with Draco and his two small lackeys. Draco was eager to demonstrate his blunder of an escape, thus after a brief exchange, he departed hastily. The space beside Charlie once again became deserted. Raising an eyebrow, he downed the remainder of his drink and set the cup aside, seeking a pleasant corner to relax. Sitting amidst the bustling crowd, he found a solitary spot, prompting thoughts of young Harry, who resided with his muggle aunt and uncle. Coincidentally, today also marked his birthday. One could assume that at this moment, accompanied by Dobby, he was unwrapping his birthday gifts. With this thought, a rare and radiant smile graced Charlie's lips. At that moment, as the host of the gathering, Lucius remained in the hall, conversing with several friends, his demeanor unusually amiable, even his gaze softened as he nodded occasionally to those nearby. However, despite the lively appearance of their conversation, Lucius's attention was clearly elsewhere. His gaze occasionally flickered towards the fireplace in his living room, patiently awaiting the arrival of an esteemed guest. As for the identity of the awaited individual, it goes without saying. Ding dong. Accompanying the chime of the clock striking 10 in the evening, a towering green flame erupted from the empty fireplace, igniting with punctuality. With a crackle, the flame surged, carrying a wisp of ash that danced in the air. Witnessing this spectacle, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Lucius's eyes. "A distinguished visitor has arrived. I must go greet them," he spoke, halting the lively conversation amongst several friends, and then gracefully withdrew, striding towards the fireplace. "Ha ha ha, my apologies for my tardiness. The Ministry of Magic required my attention to an abundance of documents today, causing my delay." The flames in the fireplace still flickered, and amidst a hearty laugh, a voice emerged. However, those familiar with him would hardly associate the word hearty with his persona. On the contrary, beneath his seemingly mundane exterior lay a shrewd mind. At that moment, the entire hall hushed, directing their gazes towards the fireplace, where Lucius had just arrived at its side. "Your presence is already an honor for me. I should rather apologize for causing you to waste your precious leisure time on such trivial matters." Lucius paused deliberately, then coughed lightly before continuing, "In any case, welcome, Minister Cornelius Fudge." As he spoke, the rising flames extinguished simultaneously, revealing a portly gentleman clad in a suit and top hat, radiating vitality, standing before all. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted, as people widened their eyes and covered their mouths, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the Minister of Magic. Fudge, seemingly pleased by the reaction, smiled, first shaking hands with the host, Lucius, then surveying the crowd, doffing his hat to his chest and nodding in greeting. "Good evening, everyone. I hope my arrival has not disrupted your enjoyment." "Ha ha, how could it? It is truly an honor to meet you, Mr. Fudge. I am Wells from the Cott family. We exchanged greetings at the banquet held at the Ivor residence. I wonder if you recall?" Strangely enough, the timely humor of those in high positions often elicits waves of benevolent laughter. In no time, all the guests unconsciously gravitated towards that direction, wine glasses in hand, exchanging warm words as if they were long-lost friends reunited after centuries. Charlie, seated in a corner, couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. These individuals were indeed amusingly predictable. Both adults and children seemed cut from the same mold when it came to flattery. Just moments ago, he had found the two plump boys from the Gall and Clark families trailing Draco rather comical, yet now he was witnessing a grander spectacle. Shaking his head, he observed the rosy-cheeked Fudge encircled by admirers and chose not to comment. Instead, he rose from his seat and strolled up the stairs to the second floor. In the crowd, the affable Fudge quickly noticed Charlie ascending the stairs, fully aware of his intentions. Consequently, without making a fuss, he concluded his brief interactions with the others, allowing them to disperse. He swiftly grabbed 2 untouched glasses of wine from the table and carefully followed Charlie's path upstairs. Indeed, in a secluded corner on the second floor, he found Charlie waiting for him. "A glass of red wine, Mr. Charlie?" Fudge's demeanor brightened considerably as he approached Charlie, extending the wine glass towards him. "Thank you, though I have already had one earlier," Charlie replied, yet still accepted the glass Fudge offered. The two clinked their glasses gently, smiling as they commenced their long-awaited conversation. "Let's not beat around the bush, dear minister." As the red wine touched his palate, and he began to feel a slight intoxication, Charlie chose to speak directly. bypassing any pretense. Of course. Fudge, clearly understanding Charlie's character, recognized that he could not employ the traditional aristocratic methods of communication with this unconventional individual, and thus nodded in agreement with a knowing smile. He pondered for a moment before speaking. Recently, there have been some developments regarding the orur office's equipment. However, before Fudge could finish his statement, Charlie interrupted him, extending 2 fingers. How about 20,000 galleons? Fudge's eyes instantly lit up as he turned to Charlie, his previously eager expression now brimming with even greater enthusiasm. It seemed he paid no heed to the fact that his words had been cut short. He originally believed that obtaining a substantial sum of funding from Charlie would not be a simple endeavor, requiring considerable persuasion and eloquence. However, he was taken aback by the other's generosity, who immediately proposed such a significant figure. Yet, before Charlie could finish his statement, he added that an additional 5,000 galleons would be provided as a token of gratitude for the Ministry of Magic's diligent safeguarding of the British magical community. Upon hearing this, Fudge, who had initially been flushed with joy, gradually regained his composure and returned to a state of calm. He hesitated for a moment, his eyes darting about, and then hesitantly inquired, "What would you like me to assist you with?" "The third-class medal of the Merlin Knight Order, as well as our factory's new product for the next quarter. I hope you can personally present one before the reporters and joyfully consume it." Chapter 44. Departure. As the banquet concluded, the hour approached midnight. The hosts and guests reveled in merriment. After a series of inevitably cliché polite exchanges, friends and family began to disperse. In an instant, the once vibrant and bustling residence returned to tranquility before the clock struck 12. Ding dong, ding dong. As the chimes resonated throughout the mansion, Charlie donned his hat at the entrance. It seemed the hour was indeed late. Charlie lifted his gaze, assessing the time on the clock, and then smiled at the Malfoy family accompanying him. "I shall miss you, Charlie." Naturally, it was Narcissa, Charlie's elder sister, who felt the most reluctance. As she spoke, she embraced Charlie once more, reminiscent of the moment he had arrived just 7 days prior. However, this time, as he prepared to depart, Lucius's demeanor was no longer as rigid as it had been, and his nephew Draco's gaze was imbued with far more emotion than during their initial encounter. Charlie smiled and gently patted Narcissa's shoulder, saying, "Do not worry. Our next meeting shall not be in over a decade. If you think of it, you are always welcome to visit my factory. Of course, if you desire. I would also be more than happy to come and see you frequently." As he uttered his final words, a smile danced in his eyes. Yet his gaze was fixed upon Lucius. Lucius reciprocated the smile, shedding his reservations and revealing a genuine sincerity. One could only wonder if he had truly forgotten the events of over a decade ago. Of course, the doors of Malfoy Manor would always remain open to him. After a nod of affirmation, Lucius provided a resolute answer. Ultimately, Charlie's gaze naturally shifted to Draco, though this time he remained silent, patiently awaiting Draco to speak first. Draco's eyes brimmed with unspoken reluctance. He bit his lip and cautiously retrieved the acceptance letter from Hogwarts that had arrived over the years, extending it towards Charlie. "Uncle, take a look." Charlie accepted it, unfolding the document with a sense of formality, meticulously reading from top to bottom. Upon reaching the final word, he let out a sigh, unable to suppress his nostalgia. It's hard to believe that after all these years, the Hogwarts acceptance letter remains unchanged, just as it always was. Having said that, he turned back to Draco, not immediately returning the letter, but instead offering some advice. "Your transfiguration spell has improved significantly. Once you arrive at Hogwarts, make sure to heed Professor McGonagall's words. While my transfiguration skills may be commendable, I assure you, I am nowhere near her level of excellence." At this point, Charlie paused, then sincerely added, "She is a truly admirable teacher." Listening to his uncle's counsel, Draco nodded earnestly. Even before reaching the school, the name that Charlie held in such high regard had already made a profound impression on him. At this juncture, Charlie suddenly recalled something, and the ring on his hand shimmered. He then produced a hefty notebook, grasping it by the spine and lifting it into view. "This is a notebook I used during my studies. It contains not only notes on transfiguration but also insights from other subjects that I personally compiled. Consider it a farewell gift." Draco's eyes sparkled with excitement as he stepped forward, extending his hands to receive the notebook. From a cursory glance, its weight was evident. But when he finally embraced it, he realized it was even heavier than he had anticipated, nearly causing him to stumble as he grasped it. Nevertheless, once steadied, he managed to cradle it in his arms. "Thank you, Uncle," Draco exclaimed, his joy palpable as he nodded vigorously at Charlie, clearly eager to delve into its contents. "All right. I must be on my way. With all that needed to be said concluded, Charlie had no intention of lingering any longer. After all, it was already midnight. Any further disruption to Lucius, who had work the next day, and even Draco, who would soon be bustling about Diagon Alley under Narcissa's guidance, seemed unwarranted. At that moment, outside the wrought iron gate, familiar lights pierced through the lingering mist for the second time, illuminating the group. Russell had arrived, and indeed, he had heeded Charlie's advice, dedicating considerable effort over the past 7 days to master the wondrous mode of transportation adapted from the Muggle world. Let us go. Without further ado, Charlie, maintaining his ever-present smile, opened the door and descended the steps towards Russell, who awaited by the car. The Malfoy trio followed suit but refrained from accompanying him further, instead standing at the entrance and waving goodbye to Charlie as he departed. Mr. Charlie. Russell's voice resonated with joy upon seeing Charlie again after a week, tinged with an unmistakable longing. How have you been? Quite well. As he stepped out of Malfoy Manor, Charlie felt a noticeable lift in his spirits. After a brief response, he made his way to the rear seat of the car. Russell, as Charlie's devoted servant, was quick to notice his movement. He hurriedly took 2 steps ahead. Reaching the car door first, and mimicking the Muggle drivers, he adeptly stood on his tiptoes, shielding the car's top with his hand. Then, lowering his gaze respectfully, he said, "Master, please enter the vehicle." Charlie raised an eyebrow, surprise flickering in his eyes. It seemed Russell had invested considerable effort into this task. In just 7 days, not only had he learned to drive, but he had also taken the time to master the Muggle etiquette of car service. Perhaps Charlie's offhand remarks during his previous visit had resonated with him. With a soft thud, the car door was firmly closed by Russell, who then hopped back into the vehicle. Seated comfortably in the leather chair, Charlie listened as Russell turned the ignition, gradually setting the car in motion and navigating the turn. Unable to resist, Charlie turned to gaze out the rear window at the wrought iron gate, which slowly faded into the mist. He is aware that the 3 individuals in front of the mansion have yet to enter. 6 inquiries. Just yesterday, I completed the recommendations for the PK event. And to my astonishment, today there has been such a surge in collections. To be honest, as an amateur, this is somewhat overwhelming. Well, as of today, I have pinned over 40 chapters, so my primary intention today is to address a few questions from you esteemed readers, while also briefly discussing the forthcoming trajectory of this book, alongside a humble request for recommendations and monthly votes. Let us begin. The first question: why does the protagonist, despite being a member of the Black family, not have a star in their name? Answer: frankly, this is the most frequently asked question regarding the tradition of the Black family name bearing stars. I was indeed aware of this when I commenced writing. However, the name I initially chose was Charlie, yes, inspired by Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, as I am quite fond of that film. As for why the protagonist does not bear the surname Black, it is because there is a wealth of material to explore within the Black family. Additionally, many of the characters I admire are likely to have connections to them. So, I kindly ask for your patience, ahahaha. The second question: will the protagonist become the Dark Lord? No, not only will he not become the Dark Lord, but he will also not ascend to the position of Minister of Magic. My intention for him is to be the owner of a candy factory, as I believe this identity offers an abundance of narratives to explore. He is both a noble of pure-blood lineage and a rebel unafraid to defy the very aristocracy from which he hails. He organized a liberation front for House Elves, skillfully navigating various aristocratic soirees while feigning deference to the influential figures within the Ministry of Magic. He is both a wizard and yet his products sell fervently among muggles. I yearn to uncover something distinctive within this realm to write about, peculiarities that have gone unnoticed by others before. Of course, this is merely a hope, as I truly lack confidence in my writing abilities. To the third inquiry: will this book encompass many original elements? Answer: yes, indeed. As the Candy Factory evolves, I shall endeavor to fill in the gaps left by the original work, such as the American Ilvermorny and other intriguing aspects. Regarding the fourth question about the protagonist system, will it receive extensive elaboration? Answer: no. I intend to bestow upon him a golden touch, which, apart from advancing the plot and other functions, will likely not be elaborated upon in depth. As for the fifth question, is there a female lead? Answer: yes, I have this concept in mind, but it will be an original character. Should any kind soul possess creative ideas, I welcome your insights. For the sixth question, does the book have an outline? Answer: there is a general direction, yet no detailed outline exists. If I come across an exceptional review, I would not hesitate to incorporate it. That is all for now. Thus, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all who appreciate this book and for your unwavering support of my endeavor. Chapter 45. Hagrid. The three broomsticks buzzed with a cacophony of voices, mingling with the intoxicating aroma of spirits. An ethereal mist hung in the air, casting a unique ambience over the establishment. At a somewhat weathered round wooden table, Hagrid slammed his empty glass down, having drained its contents in one go. He felt the liquid cascade down his throat, invigorating every cell in his body with a delightful shiver. His face, obscured by his thick beard, flushed an ardent crimson, and he could not help but release a resounding belch of satisfaction. He licked his lips and absent-mindedly brushed his hand against his beard, which bore traces of beer. Then, he once again raised his glass and turned his head towards the bar, bellowing with a voice that nearly drowned out all other sounds in the establishment. "Tom, I've run out of drink. Please bring me some more." Behind the bar, an elderly man with thinning hair and a face lined with wrinkles slowly lifted his head. He cast a glance at the large, robust man nearby, who seemed to be in high spirits, vigorously shaking his glass. "You've already consumed 14 drinks, Hagrid. Don't forget that you have matters to attend to shortly." He remained still, continuing to polish the beer glass in his hand, then leisurely reminded. The matter caused Hagrid to lower his previously raised goblet slightly. He paused for a moment, murmuring Tom's words to himself. Under the influence of alcohol, his already muddled mind became even more disoriented. Hagrid furrowed his brow, his large fingers pressing against his temples in an attempt to alleviate the turmoil within his mind. Yet it proved futile. His thoughts remained in a state of utter confusion, and he could not recall anything at all. His elbow rested upon the table, supporting his considerable frame, causing the aged wooden surface to emit a series of jarring creaks. This prompted old Tom, stationed behind the bar, to involuntarily flutter his eyelids, fearing that this venerable table, older than himself, might meet its final glorious demise today. Consequently, he hastily set down the beer mug in his hand and dashed out from behind the bar. Old Tom extended his hand to awkwardly assist Hagrid, who was nearly leaning half his weight upon the table, and continued, "Have you forgotten? When you arrived, you mentioned that Professor Albus Dumbledore entrusted you with some important task." "Dumbledore?" Hagrid, squinting slightly, instinctively echoed Tom's words. He allowed the frail little man to struggle in propping up his arm, attempting to salvage his beloved round table. However, in the next moment, a jolt of realization surged through Hagrid's mind, instantly rousing him from his drunken stupor. A sharp intake of breath escaped him, and his previously half-closed eyes widened in alarm, now devoid of any trace of inebriation. Old Tom, feeling a sudden lightness in his burden, instinctively looked up again. He beheld Hagrid, who had previously appeared dazed and befuddled, now managing to stand upright. "Tom, what time is it now?" He swiftly reached for the burlap robe set aside and, with a hint of panic, inquired, "Air?" Old Tom blinked and turned his gaze towards the clock hanging on the wall. 3:50? Upon hearing this, Hagrid's already flushed face turned pale with dread. "It's over. It's over. It's over," he murmured to himself, hastily stumbling forward with somewhat unsteady steps. In the midst of the chaos, he knocked over a few unattended tables before finally crashing through the wooden door of the bar, bursting forth into the night. Old Tom raised an eyebrow, surveying the disheveled scene before him. With a couple of grunts, he refrained from further comment and began to tidy up, clearly accustomed to such disorder. In the office of the headmaster of Hogwarts, sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting a warm glow upon the desk adorned with slightly yellowed papers. The walls were lined with portraits of former headmasters, all seemingly in slumber. Perched within a brass cage, the phoenix fox buried its head in its fiery plumage. Simultaneously, the light illuminated the figure seated behind the desk, Albus Dumbledore, an elderly man with a gentle countenance and a mane of white hair. Dumbledore's gaze was cast downward, contemplating the myriad of notes before him. At the same time, he reached into the half-open drawer below, skillfully retrieving 2 candies. He tossed one into his mouth, savoring the moment as it gradually dissolved away. The office was enveloped in an extraordinary stillness, the only sound being the soft scratch of Dumbledore's quill gliding across the parchment. Time and space seemed to freeze at that instant, reminiscent of an elegant painting where everything appeared leisurely and serene. Until, bang, bang, bang. A sudden series of knocks shattered this tranquility like a stone dropped into a still pond, sending ripples of disruption throughout the space. The portraits on the walls, previously resting, awakened in an instant. "Oh, goodness. Oh, for heaven's sake. Albus, you ought to tell him to use a lighter touch. It's always like this. One day, the office door will be completely dismantled. This office is older than all of us combined. You should inform him not to treat that poor door so roughly. It's always this fellow who wakes me up whenever he arrives. I'm an old man. I deserve some peace. For heaven's sake, you ought to expel him." Frustration, irritation, resignation, and exasperation filled the air. Despite the cacophony, the portraits, each with their own distinct personalities and philosophies, shared a rare consensus, a heartfelt complaint regarding the intruder outside. Even Fawkes couldn't suppress a couple of distinctly displeased chirps, spreading his wings to cover his small head. "Enough. Please, esteemed headmasters," Dumbledore said, lifting his gaze anew, directing his attention towards the door that was being incessantly pounded, with splinters faintly visible flying off. He raised a hand in a gesture of exasperation, signaling the portraits to quiet down. "Hagrid?" Dumbledore inquired slowly. "Headmaster, I apologize for my tardiness," came Hagrid's somewhat anxious voice from beyond the door. However, the brisk wind he had traversed had awakened him, and his words were no longer as muddled as they had been at the Three Broomsticks. "Not to worry, please come in." Chapter 46. The birthday cake. The enormous Hagrid stood within the headmaster's office, yet he appeared as though he were a wayward student caught in the act. He bowed his head, reluctant to raise his gaze to the imposing figure of Dumbledore before him. His large hands came together in front of him, the fingers, thick as carrots, unconsciously entwined, anxiously awaiting their fate. Yet, contrary to Hagrid's expectations, Dumbledore did not chastise him. He merely sighed softly, inhaling the aroma of alcohol that wafted into the office alongside Hagrid. Dumbledore could easily surmise where he had just returned from. His gaze fell once more, and after opening the drawer fully and rummaging through its contents, he extracted a few glistening hard candies. Holding the candies in his hand, Dumbledore rose from his seat and strolled over to Hagrid. Gently prying open the enormous palms that resembled those of a brown bear, he placed the candies within. Beneath Hagrid's bashful eyes. "A few days ago, Charlie sent me some of their unique products." Dumbledore paused, contemplating for a moment before continuing. "You might find this flavor quite delightful, though I must admit, I still prefer their whimsical exploding candies." After saying this, he patted Hagrid's hand and raised his gaze to meet his. In those eyes, aged by a century, there resided an indescribable gentleness and wisdom. In the small, quiet neighborhood of Jean District on Yesion Road, night had fallen. The lights in Harry's room were extinguished, and the curtains were drawn tightly, allowing no light to seep in. In the pitch-black darkness, only the faint whispers of conversation and the occasional sounds of objects colliding with the table or bed indicated that the room's occupant was not, as usual, lost in slumber. Harry sat cross-legged on an old carpet, listening to Dobby, who was tinkering with something nearby. A mix of excitement and amusement swelled within him. Dobby really need not go to such lengths. He had already given him a gift. "Dobby, you don't have to," Harry said softly. "No." Dobby's voice rang out in response. "Dobby is preparing a memorable birthday for Harry Potter." Dobby lowered his sharp voice, deliberately creating an air of mystery. As he spoke, Harry could distinctly hear Dobby fiddling with something that made faint sounds. Despite his insistence that no surprises were necessary, Harry found himself unable to suppress a growing sense of anticipation. "All right, Harry Potter, please close your eyes." Upon hearing Dobby's request, Harry took a deep breath, nodded, and obediently shut his eyes. Shortly thereafter, he heard a crisp snap of fingers near his ear. "Is that you snapping your fingers, Dobby?" he inquired, biting his lip in curiosity. "Yes, indeed." Dobby's voice echoed once more. "Now, open your eyes, Harry Potter." With Dobby's permission, Harry quelled his rampant thoughts and slowly opened his eyes. The moment his eyelids parted, his pupils instinctively contracted, and he held his breath. Before him flickered a vibrant orange flame, trembling in the air before finally stabilizing. The flame emitted a soft, warm glow that illuminated Harry's youthful face and cast a gentle haze over the once dark room. Before him lay a small birthday cake, adorned with a candle. Dobby carefully cradled the cake in his hands and presented it to Harry. "Happy birthday, Harry Potter." A brilliant smile broke across Dobby's grimy face. Though still pitiably unattractive at that moment, to Harry's eyes, it was the most beautiful sight he had ever seen. "Dobby, where did you find this?" Harry's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He struggled to suppress the voice that was on the verge of escaping his lips, trembling slightly as he could not help but inquire. "Dobby is a clever elf. Naturally, a clever elf has his own ways." With his head held high and an expression of pride, Dobby proclaimed thus. He certainly could not reveal to Harry that today marked the celebration of their young master's academic advancement, and that his master had specially ordered a splendid three-tiered cake for the occasion. This particular piece, however, was a small morsel he had stealthily cut away while returning to the house, taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention. As for the candle, it was fortuitously acquired during his return when he encountered Mr. Charlie. After listening to his thoughts, Mr. Charlie casually picked up a silver fork, which he then deftly manipulated in his hands, transforming it into the very candle that now adorned the cake. Harry might struggle to envision what a three-tiered cake truly entailed, even though he held a slice of it in his hands. After all, even his cousin had only indulged in a lavish version of cake on his birthday, one merely enhanced with double cream and chocolate. Yet, none of this mattered. Harry was blissfully unaware of such distinctions, and even if he were privy to them, they would hardly concern him. At this moment, his heart was entirely consumed by the meager piece of cake, leaving no room to accommodate anything else, regardless of how precious it might be. Come on, Mr. Harry. Make a wish and blow out the candles. Dobby carefully placed the cake on the floor between them, his voice brimming with joy, as if he were celebrating his own birthday. Harry nodded earnestly, then leaned closer to the cake. Whether it was due to overwhelming excitement or the flickering candlelight, his face glowed a brilliant shade of crimson. He gazed solemnly at the tiny flame, as if wishing to etch it deeply into his heart. Shortly thereafter, Harry closed his eyes once more, inhaling deeply. With a whoosh, the candle extinguished. And at that very moment, with a snap of his fingers, the previously extinguished light flickered back to life, restoring its former brilliance. We can share this cake, Harry exclaimed eagerly, rising to his feet and removing the extinguished candle from the cake. He broke it into two unequal halves, handing over the larger piece to Dobby. As Dobby accepted the cake from Harry's hand, a glimmer of emotion welled up in his eyes. Dobby was overjoyed to have met Mr. Harry. Looking at Harry with sincerity, he declared, "Though I must leave soon, I promise to return and see you again, Mr. Harry. We shall be friends forever." "So shall I. We are eternal friends," Harry echoed. With that, they both took a bite of the cake. Chapter 47. The admission letter. Eventually, Dobby departed, leaving with a heavy heart and a flicker of light. Heading straight out of Harry's room, Harry brushed the dust from his trousers and settled back onto his bed. As he gazed at the spot where Dobby had vanished, an indescribable sense of loss surged within him, prompting a sigh. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, for he knew that, as promised, he would see both Mr. Charlie and Dobby again. Lost in thought, Harry turned his attention to the pillow at his bedside. Lifting it, he discovered the gift that had arrived with Dobby still untouched beneath it. However, alongside Mr. Charlie's gift, there was a new addition, a thin envelope. The envelope bore a complex and intricate four-colored shield emblem, and at the bottom of the emblem, a ribbon boldly proclaimed its origin, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. This letter had arrived a few days prior, and Harry recalled that day vividly. He had been in the house with Dobby, perusing his cousin Dudley's old books in search of something intriguing. Suddenly, he was startled by Aunt Petunia's shrill screams from downstairs. "Dursley!" Aunt Petunia's voice trembled as she called out for her husband, shattering the previously tranquil atmosphere. The quiet was soon replaced by the sound of their muffled arguments. Though they attempted to keep their voices low, Harry could not grasp the complete story, but he caught snippets of heated words exchanged, such as damn, brat, like his mother, wizard, and school. Before Harry could piece together the connections among these phrases, the argument fell silent due to a single exclamation from Uncle Vernon. "If you keep him here, he'll devour us all." The familiar creaking of the stairs and the thudding footsteps signaled Uncle Vernon's approach to Harry's room. "Harry!" He reached out and knocked on the wooden door, simultaneously calling out toward the interior. Harry, upon hearing the commotion, furrowed his brow in perplexity. He could not help but set aside the storybook he had just retrieved, casting a glance at Dobby, who was still rummaging through the bookshelf. At that moment, Dobby and Harry seemed to share an unspoken understanding. Upon hearing a knock at the door, Dobby turned to Harry, exchanged a fleeting glance, and then vanished from sight. "They have arrived." After Dobby departed, Harry swiftly rose to his feet, responding with an acknowledgement while jogging to the door, reaching for the locked entrance. As he opened it slightly, he cautiously peered outside, and his eyes were immediately met by the imposing figure of Uncle Vernon, who loomed at the threshold like a wall. "Is there something you need?" Harry inquired, tilting his head as he observed the expression on Uncle Vernon's face, cautiously testing the waters. Uncle Vernon, whose skin bore a faint reddish hue yet lacked the furious flush of earlier, squinted his eyes, which were nearly obscured by his chubby visage, revealing an indescribable complexity. These past few days had likely been the most excruciating of his life. The mere thought of that dreadful boy and his hellish companion residing in his home, occupying a room and incessantly experimenting with some terrifying sorcery, or as depicted in 1980s comics, constructing a gateway to hell to summon more fiends, rendered him unable to eat or sleep. Each day, he concocted various schemes, whether involving priests, shamans, or other entities, anything associated with supernatural forces. He felt compelled to invite into his home for a ritual, despite their utter ineffectiveness. As a result, he himself had lost considerable weight over the past few days. However, Today, when Petunia handed the letter to Uncle Vernon, the flickering flame of hope reignited within his nearly extinguished heart. That little wretch would finally be leaving this place. Uncle? Uncle Vernon? Harry observed the silent figure of Uncle Vernon, his gaze curious, and gently called out a couple of times, which snapped Uncle Vernon from his reverie. Oh dear. He murmured, returning to reality, as he regarded his loathed nephew, the boy he wished to see utterly obliterated, and then glanced at the acceptance letter crumpled in his grip. Now slightly wrinkled, he managed to muster a forced, stiff smile. Harry, I have something to give you. You're in luck. You won't need to attend any public school anymore. Noting the somewhat terrifying expression on Uncle Vernon's face, Harry instinctively recoiled into his room and asked, Then where am I going? To this Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. With practiced ease, Harry opened the envelope. How many times had he done this? And withdrew the parchment, reading each word and even every symbol inscribed upon it. In his mind, a grand epic unfurled like a magnificent scroll. An unimaginable world was being unveiled before him. But how do I get there? Harry flopped onto his bed, twisting and turning as he scrutinized the unremarkable letter, hoping to discover some wondrous magic that could transport him to the so-called platform 9 3/4 with a mere flick of a finger. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Harry's eyes brightened. Wait a moment. He straightened his back and sat up from the bed, turning his gaze towards the gift that Mr. Charlie had sent. Perhaps Mr. Charlie knew something. Maybe this was part of Mr. Charlie's grand design? Perhaps his gift was the very magic that led to Hogwarts. Harry murmured to himself, and as he spoke, his eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. Without further ado, he extended his hands and drew the long-placed gift box back onto his lap, a subtle anticipation swelling within him, expanding from the depths of his heart. Of course, this was merely a figment of Harry's imagination. Setting aside whether it was possible to enter the enchanted Hogwarts through a simple spell, there was no real necessity for it. For at this moment, the one coming to fetch him had already arrived at the doorstep of the Dursleys. Chapter 48. I come to retrieve Harry. The roar of the motorcycle engine shattered the tranquility of the street. From the sky above, Hagrid's massive form gradually became visible, until he finally descended to the ground. With a muted thud, the motorcycle landed smoothly in front of number 4, Privet Drive. As Hagrid set the motorcycle stand, he removed the wind goggles from his face and dismounted, firmly regaining his footing on the ground. His gaze slowly swept from left to right, ultimately resting upon the quaint 2-story white house before him. The night sky was desolate, adorned only by a few twinkling stars. The streetlights lining the road flickered intermittently, occasionally emitting a hum as though on the verge of short-circuiting. The wind stirred the leaves of the plants planted in front of the house, causing them to brush against one another and create a gentle rustling sound. Hagrid stood with his hands on his hips, taking a deep breath of the night air, feeling its coolness permeate through his very being. A smile broke across his face, causing his thick beard to sway and his mouth to quiver slightly. It was astonishing how this familiar place remained unchanged from the way he remembered it. He murmured to himself, yet his memories inevitably followed his voice, transporting him back to that night a decade ago. The same summer, the same location, he was once again riding this custom-modified flying motorcycle. However, back then, his motorcycle was far more splendid, with its exhaust pipe gleaming like polished silver. Yet, what more could one ask for, considering his weight? The fact that such a motorcycle has endured for 10 long years and remains remarkably sturdy even now is indeed a rare treasure. He still remembers it was shortly after Voldemort's defeat. He received a command from Professor Dumbledore to place the infant Harry, still swaddled, into the sidecar of his motorcycle. Departing from the towering peaks of the Giants' Valley, he rode all the way here and left the child at the doorstep of this family. Little did he anticipate that a decade would pass in the blink of an eye. Hagrid raised his hands to his mouth, exhaling deeply to ascertain whether the remnants of alcohol still lingered on his breath. After all, it had been many years since their last encounter, and even one as rugged as he could not help but desire to make a favorable impression on Harry. To this end, he had taken a special trip back to his wooden hut, retrieving the long and used brown leather jacket and putting it on once more. Everything seemed to be in order. Hagrid adjusted his beard and hair, and once assured that he looked presentable, he retrieved the meticulously prepared cake from the sidecar. He stepped forward, cake in one hand, and knocked on the Dursleys' door with the other. Bang, bang, bang. His enormous fist struck the wooden door with such force that it trembled, as if it might splinter at any moment. The sound was so resounding that even those at the far end of the street could faintly hear Hagrid's knocking. Naturally, the Dursleys, already on edge due to Harry's situation, could not have overlooked such a thunderous noise. In an instant, the couple, lying in bed, were startled awake by the commotion from downstairs. What is happening? Petunia propped Dudley up, her eyes wide with fear, still tinged with the remnants of sleep, urgently inquiring. "I'll go take a look." Dudley hastily donned his clothes and peered out the window. At first glance, he was met with the sight of an enormous figure, resembling a brown bear, standing at their doorstep. Despite the poor visibility of the night, he could discern that an enormous hand, nearly the size of his own face, was pounding against their front door. Instantly, Dudley was nearly struck with a heart attack. Yet, to Petunia, witnessing her husband's imposing silhouette blocking the entire window brought an inexplicable sense of comfort. Noticing his silence, she quietly asked again, "Is it just some drunken fool?" "Most likely," Dudley replied, his voice tinged with unease. However, after a brief moment of panic, he quickly regained his composure. "You stay here. I will check it out." As he spoke, he hurriedly finished dressing, hurried down the stairs, and upon reaching the ground floor, his cheeks visibly twitched with apprehension. He leaned against the wall, somewhat unsteady as he made his way toward the door, casually picking up a vase placed beside the television. It seemed that the vase in his hand imbued him with a considerable amount of courage. Finally, Dursley mustered his resolve and called out toward the door. "Who are you?" Outside, the previously persistent knocking ceased, only to be replaced by the voice of the visitor. "Hagrid," boomed a deep and rugged voice from beyond the door. Realizing that communication was possible, Dursley's taut heart began to relax slightly. He let out a sigh of relief and continued to shout at Hagrid outside the door. "I believe you have come to the wrong address. We are not acquainted with anyone by the name of Hagrid." Indeed. Hagrid's voice sounded somewhat impatient at that moment. He had no desire for pleasantries with this family and continued, "I have no wish to become acquainted with you either. To be frank, if it weren't for Professor Dumbledore and Harry, I would not have come to your home." "Harry?" The moment the familiar name escaped Hagrid's lips, the corner of Dudley's brow twitched. Just as he was about to utter another word, outside the house, Hagrid had already placed his hand against the front door. Without further ado, he glanced at the cake in his other hand and then forcefully pushed, with a resounding bang. The door along with its frame was shoved inward by Hagrid's strength. With a thud, the door was utterly destroyed, accompanied by a cascade of dust and debris that fell into the house. "Apologies, it seems I may have exerted a bit too much force," Hagrid said, brushing off the dust from his hands. He cast a sidelong glance at Dudley, who stood nearby, holding a vase, utterly dumbfounded. Although he politely uttered an apology, there was no trace of remorse upon his face. With a crash, the vase slipped from Dudley's grasp, shattering into countless pieces upon impact with the ground. As for Dudley himself, his legs could no longer support him. They buckled, and he plopped down onto the floor. "Very well. I shall not waste any more words with you," Hagrid declared as he stepped carefully over the shattered bricks and the ruined door, striding into the house. He glanced around and casually found a spot to set down the cake he had painstakingly prepared before finally articulating his purpose. "I am here to escort Mr. Harry Potter to Hogwarts for his studies. I trust you have also received the letter from Hogwarts?" Chapter 49. Overjoyed, the ordinary Dursleys had never encountered such a spectacle. For a moment, his mind became muddled, and he sank to the ground, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, traversing his plump nose, and ultimately disappearing into his thick beard. He opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged, his face flushed with suppressed emotion. After a moment, he finally regained his composure and repeated, You are here to take Harry?" "Yes, indeed." Seemingly unfazed by the fear exhibited by the Dursleys, Hagrid remained remarkably unhurried. He chose to plop himself down onto the adjacent sofa, nodding candidly. However, just as Hagrid's words fell from his lips, an imperceptible change flickered across the Dursleys' faces. Their eyes gradually sharpened, igniting with a glimmer of hope. "So you will take little Harry, then?" The Dursleys hastily scrambled to their feet, their excitement causing them to momentarily disregard all else. They quickly approached Hagrid, anxious to ensure they had not misheard him. In contrast, Hagrid found himself perplexed by the Dursleys' sudden proximity, instinctively shifting back a step. He scrutinized the bewildered muggle before him, unable to discern what trickery they were up to. Thus, he merely nodded silently, offering no further words. Having sensed the commotion early on, Harry replaced the gift he had been about to unwrap beneath his pillow and dashed out of his room. At that moment, he timidly concealed himself at the staircase, cautiously observing the happenings below. Upon hearing Hagrid's robust voice explaining his purpose to the Dursleys in the living room, Harry's heart raced uncontrollably. He leaned forward, his eyes sparkling with curiosity, yet he did not immediately leap forth to follow the departing figure. Instead, he began to scrutinize the appearance of the newcomer, a massive physique, a tangled beard, wild, curly hair cascading behind him, and a jacket that seemed to hail from the fashionable era of the 18th century. Was this truly a wizard? A thought flickered in Harry's mind. Although he did not appear to be an ordinary person, he starkly contrasted with the image of a wizard that Harry had conjured in his imagination, given his preconceived notions. His recent visions of wizards had all been based on the persona of Charlie Black. In his mind, wizards ought to resemble that, even if they differed. He presumed they merely donned robes and a wide-brimmed magical hat. Alas, during his inaugural formal encounter with the wizarding world, the illusions in his mind were utterly shattered. Downstairs, Hagrid's conversation with the Dursleys continued. Mr. Dursley nodded fervently, seemingly making the most resolute decision of his life. He gazed at Hagrid, his tone betraying a sense of uncontainable joy. Wonderful! You are truly our family's savior. In his excitement, he dashed a few steps closer to Hagrid, extending his pudgy hands to firmly grasp Hagrid's calloused palm, shaking it vigorously. Hagrid, caught off guard, stared blankly at the man before him, instinctively attempting to retract his hand, yet momentarily unable to do so. Prior to arriving, Hagrid had mentally prepared himself, having thoroughly researched the family's lifestyle, personalities, and their treatment of Harry. Thus, upon his arrival, he had made an imposing entrance, literally uprooting the Dursley household's door. However, now it appeared that the reality diverged significantly from his expectations. When are you planning to take him away? Mr. Dursley tilted his head back, gazing up at Hagrid, his voice brimming with hope. Soon? Faced with Mr. Dursley's unexpectedly amiable demeanor, Hagrid, who had initially intended to play the villain and frighten them for the years of distress Harry had endured, found it increasingly difficult to maintain his stern expression. His eyes twitched slightly, and after a moment of hesitation, his tone eventually softened. Very well. Hagrid's words prompted Dursley to nod more readily. Without waiting for Hagrid to utter another word, he released Hagrid's hand, turned, and shouted towards the upper floor, Harry, come down. They are here to fetch you. Harry timidly descended the stairs, silent, yet his expression mirrored his uncle's bewilderment. Truth be told, he had never witnessed such friendliness and warmth from his uncle before. Hagrid fell silent as he observed Harry's descent. Originally, he had envisioned a dramatic entrance, kicking down the door and delivering a furious reprimand to the dreadful Muggles for their years of cruelty and mistreatment towards Harry. After thoroughly berating them, he would soften his demeanor, hand Harry a cake, and sincerely wish him a happy birthday, followed by sharing stories about James and Lily. Ultimately, they would ride off on his motorcycle, soaring into the sky like a fairy tale imagined by many Muggles. However, now, after he had kicked down the door, the narrative had taken an entirely unexpected turn. The overly cooperative Dursley rendered him somewhat at a loss, and when Harry finally emerged, Hagrid found himself in a state of confusion, unsure of how to introduce himself to Harry. In the ensuing silence, it was Harry who broke the ice, alleviating the awkwardness. Hello, my name is Harry. Upon hearing Harry's quiet greeting, Hagrid quickly sprang to his feet from the sofa. Hello. I am Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. He opened his mouth, gesturing somewhat clumsily at Harry. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and his eyes lit up. He quickly turned to retrieve the cake he had set aside and offered it to Harry. Look, Harry, I prepared a cake for your 11th birthday. As Harry approached the somewhat bumbling, robust man, he felt an inexplicable sense of warmth rather than strangeness. He extended his hand to receive the cake, beaming with joy. Thank you, Hagrid. I never anticipated that you would prepare a cake for me as well. As well? Am I not the first? Hagrid was momentarily taken aback once more. Chapter 50. The Dursleys in utter disbelief. The cake that Hagrid had prepared was exceedingly large, far exceeding the typical dimensions, rendering it impossible for Harry to consume it all within a short span of time. Consequently, Harry merely symbolically took up a knife to cut himself a slice before setting the remainder aside. It must be said that Hagrid's cake was quite remarkable, at least. In contrast to its unremarkable appearance, its flavor was undeniably astonishing. Harry settled on the sofa, nestled closely beside Hagrid, savoring the cake in his hand while occasionally turning his head to listen intently to Hagrid's captivating tales. Hogwarts is the finest magical institution in all of Europe, nay, in the entire world. Hagrid leaned back against the sofa, his eyes sparkling with fervor as he spoke of the glory of Hogwarts, his pride evident as he unconsciously straightened his posture. He turned his head, suddenly recalling something, and smiled at Harry, saying, Your parents, James and Lily, are indeed graduates of Hogwarts. James was an exceptionally talented student, leaving behind numerous achievements at Hogwarts. If you are sorted into Gryffindor, you may still see the glory he attained as a seeker. Harry listened intently, his eyes widening as he gazed at Hagrid, his mouth slightly agape, forgetting even the cake in his hand. So, Mr. Charlie is also a Gryffindor graduate? He murmured to Hagrid. Mr. Charlie? Hagrid furrowed his brow, scratching his head in confusion. Which Charlie are you referring to, Charlie Weasley? No. Harry shook his head decisively at the unfamiliar name, stating earnestly, it's Mr. Charlie Black. Charlie Black. Upon hearing this name, Hagrid instinctively raised his voice several decibels, startling Harry, who was seated beside him. He widened his eyes. His brows arched in disbelief as he gazed at Harry. How could you possibly know Charlie Black? Shouldn't I be aware of this? Harry scratched his head, seemingly perplexed by Hagrid's intense reaction to a mere name. Of course. Hagrid emphatically nodded. You ought not to know that name. At least not before your schooling. You should not be aware that Charlie Black is a wizard. Charlie Black is a wizard? As the two conversed, the Dursleys, who had long been forgotten, suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. The mustache beneath his nose trembled as he hastily interjected into their conversation, inquiring, Are you referring to Charlie Black, the founder of the Charlie Candy Company? Dursley, a fervent admirer of Charlie chocolate, could be considered the most significant consumer in the vicinity of Privet Drive. Naturally, his father, Dursley, was not unfamiliar with this name. In fact, just a month prior, he had encountered it in an issue of the Times that he subscribed to. The journalist had extolled this exceptional and youthful entrepreneur and his confections as a beacon of British excellence. Indeed, it was he. Hagrid turned his head to glance at the squatting Dursley. Although he found the situation somewhat peculiar, he chose to exercise patience, nodding affirmatively in response. In an instant, Dursley's expression soured dramatically. With a thud, he plopped back onto the ground. This time, however, it was not a vase that shattered, but rather his worldview. Painstakingly constructed over more than 30 years. How many wizards could there possibly be? If such a renowned entrepreneur was a wizard, who else could be? Could the Prime Minister be one? What about the ministers? Or perhaps the Queen? What if the Queen were also a wizard? This was catastrophic. The world was doomed. Overrun by wizards. Hagrid chose not to dwell on Dursley's current disgrace, for his thoughts were consumed with concerns regarding Charlie Black and the myriad of details he had gleaned from Harry. Suddenly, Hagrid recalled a statement Harry had just shared with him. He swiftly turned his head to Harry and continued to inquire, So, when you mentioned that I should send you a piece of cake, does that imply that before me, Charlie Black also came to deliver cake to you? Harry pondered for a moment and shook his head. No, the cake was not sent by Mr. Charlie. Hagrid felt a slight sense of relief, however. Before he could catch his breath, Harry's unfinished next sentence nearly choked him with astonishment. The cake was given to me by Dobby. Dobby? Who is Dobby? Hagrid gasped, unable to suppress a roar from within. Dobby is a house elf. He told me he is a servant of the Malfoy family. At this moment, Hagrid's inner turmoil escalated. It was in stark contrast to what Dumbledore had conveyed to him earlier. He seemed to realize for the first time that even without consuming alcohol, his mind was still in a state of considerable disarray. Sitting there, after a prolonged moment of mental paralysis, Hagrid finally took a deep breath and murmured to himself. It appears that things have become rather peculiar. His voice now revealed a hint of fatigue as he spoke, rising to his feet. I believe we should set off promptly to report these matters to Professor Dumbledore. Observing the other person stand, Harry obediently followed suit, dutifully trailing beside him. After a moment of hesitation, he continued, Actually, I would like to hear about Mr. Charlie's character at the Academy. Hagrid paused, momentarily hesitating before glancing back at Harry. Logically, these were matters Harry ought not to know. However, when Hagrid lowered his gaze and met the glinting eyes of the boy, he succumbed entirely. Though I am eager to share about Charlie Black, regrettably, I do not know him well. All I can say is that he was not a particularly docile student, he said, shrugging helplessly as he began to walk towards the door. Once you arrive at Hogwarts, you may inquire with Filch. He is likely the staff member most acquainted with Charlie Black. All right, Harry replied, nodding in confusion. Although Hagrid's answer did not entirely satisfy him, he chose to suppress his lingering questions, knowing that once he arrived at the magical institution named Hogwarts, most inquiries would likely find resolution. Before we leave, may I return to my room to gather my things? Harry asked, gazing at Hagrid, who had resumed his seat on the motorcycle, posing one final question. Chapter 51. A most opportune moment, honestly. I hope Harry has already unwrapped the gift I sent him. Finally back in his familiar office, Charlie sat leisurely at his desk, tapping the armrest of his chair with his fingers while the other hand held a freshly brewed cup of coffee. He spoke to Russell, who was not far in front of him, while gently blowing on the steam rising from his coffee, before taking a delicate sip. As the familiar flavor enveloped his palate, Charlie could not help but close his eyes, a look of contentment spreading across his face. Indeed, this is what coffee is meant to be. A voice deep within Charlie's soul rejoiced. He slowly opened his eyes, and when he gazed at Russell again, a hint of admiration had undoubtedly crept into his expression. Previously, he had consumed Russell's coffee without truly appreciating its flavor, yet upon returning from Malfoy Manor, he was struck by the revelation that Russell's coffee was indeed exceptional. Truly, one cannot appreciate without comparison. Although he felt somewhat guilty for this remark, especially towards Narcissa, who had been so attentive to him over the past 7 days, Charlie could not suppress his thoughts. However, Russell, standing before Charlie, remained oblivious to the complex emotions swirling within him and did not notice the praise reflected in his eyes. At that moment, Russell was focused intently on the notebook he had carried with him. He still harbored some doubts regarding Charlie's approach. As he spoke, he lifted his gaze weakly toward Charlie, expressing his concern. Russell believed that offering a yet-to-be-released flagship product as a gift was rather unwise. Here, he instinctively recoiled slightly, leaving the rest of his thoughts unspoken. With the implication clear, rest assured, Charlie gently set his coffee cup onto the coaster, his smile unwavering, yet infused with newfound confidence and pride. That expression reminded Russell of the thought he could not voice. The brilliance of his master was beyond his comprehension. It's merely a few candies. Besides, you ought to have some faith in the factory's products. Even if the new product is leaked prematurely, what of it? Those inferior imitations will only serve to highlight the superior quality of Charlie's candies. After a brief pause, Charlie lifted the now lukewarm coffee cup to his lips. Taking a sip before continuing, this is not merely a gift for Harry. Russell scratched his head, still uncertain of Charlie's intentions. Yet he could not help but admire his master's enigmatic demeanor. Indeed, the genius of his master was not easily grasped. With this realization, much of Russell's initial worry dissipated. Naturally, Charlie graciously accepted Russell's admiration, a slight smile gracing his lips. Very well, let us discuss other matters. Soon, as the coffee cup neared emptiness, Charlie began to shift the conversation to work. What progress has been made on the production lines I mentioned before I left? All is well. Russell's demeanor grew serious, and he instinctively stood a bit straighter. He flipped through his notebook rapidly, reporting, concerning the adjustments to the bizarre exploding candy production line you referenced before your departure. That has been completed. Only one line remains dedicated to the Hogwarts region, while the rest have been converted to the exclusive chocolate-filled sweet line. And what of our discussions with the distributors in America? Charlie inquired, nodding as he pressed for further details. The negotiations are proceeding smoothly. They are quite earnest. They intend to come to England in a few days to meet with you and sign the contract in person. Russell's response was swift, nearly instantaneous. Is it merely to sign the contract? Charlie's expression was one of amusement, prompting another question. However, before Russell could respond, Charlie continued. I suspect the Americans are apprehensive and wish to visit our assembly line for themselves. He emphasized the word visit deliberately. Upon hearing this, Russell furrowed his brow. His tone laced with doubt as he ventured, should we not prevent their visit? That would be unwise. Charlie shook his head, seemingly weary from sitting. He stood up, turning to look out at the bustling street, stretching languidly. It is entirely normal for them to have reservations about our first collaboration. Concealing our operations would only reflect poorly on us. Let them tour the factory. There is nothing to hide. The glass faintly reflected Charlie's figure. He gently placed his hand on the glass, intertwining with the reflection, and spoke softly. After all, I cannot conceal you here for eternity. When I first established the House Elf Liberation Front, my intention was not merely to provide a secluded haven for the elves, but to enable them to be genuinely accepted by society, much like other magical races, to exist as independent beings and live openly in the world. The wizards of the British magical community avoid discussing the undeniable fact that all the employees in the factories are house elves, as if it were a contagious affliction that everyone must collectively conceal. As he spoke, Charlie paused, his tone gradually growing more resolute. However, I do not seek such simple acquiescence. The more they wish to ignore it, the more I must bring it to light for all to see, to adapt, to understand, and to learn to accept. In my view, the arrival of the Americans presents an exceptionally opportune moment. Russell's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears as he gazed up at the figure that remained radiant even under the sunlight, unable to suppress a sniffle. At that moment, his emotions surged to an exhilarating peak, and though he opened his mouth, he found himself at a loss for words. He was acutely aware that the most prudent decision of his life was undoubtedly to seek refuge in that inconspicuous, dilapidated bamboo basket while escaping from Voldemort's lair. It was precisely for this reason that he encountered Mr. Charlie Black, enabling him to follow in his footsteps and become his trusted ally, witnessing together the eventual revival of House Elves. He held this belief with unwavering conviction. By the way, Charlie suddenly interjected, breaking the solemn atmosphere as he turned to Russell. "I almost forgot to ask you, who did you send to America to negotiate with those people?" "It was Dobby, master," Russell quickly replied, regaining his composure. Charlie repeated the name Dobby twice before recollecting something. "I recall that Anka and Chaff's child is named Dobby, right?" "Indeed, that's the lad," Russell said, a smile of satisfaction illuminating his face. "He's quite clever, just like his father. But he possesses even greater resolve. He is a promising candidate. And I think we should nurture him further. His recent mission was executed remarkably well, wasn't it?" Charlie chuckled lightly, contemplating. "When he returns, let him take a proper rest, then he can assist you with some simple paperwork, allowing you a bit of respite." "Yes, I believe Dobby will relish this opportunity." Russell agreed wholeheartedly, nodding sincerely. "When will he return?" He mentioned wanting to seize this chance to explore the world beyond the factory, after all. "You are aware that he has never left the factory since his childhood." After this exchange, both fell into a contemplative silence. Due to unforeseen circumstances, Hagrid did not linger by Harry's side for long. Once everything was arranged and ready, he hurriedly made his way back to Hogwarts alone. At this moment, he stood in the headmaster's office, still bearing a hint of the chill from the frost, his goggles carelessly perched on his forehead. It was evident that he had come directly to Dumbledore upon returning. "Hagrid," Dumbledore said, as Hagrid took a steadying breath, placing a securely wrapped object in parchment before the headmaster. "Here's what you requested." Dumbledore's expression remained as affable as ever, observing Hagrid's weathered face. He smiled and nodded in gratitude before accepting the item from Hagrid's hands. "Thank you, Hagrid. I thought you might wish to spend more time with Harry. I did not expect you to return so swiftly." As he spoke, he gently lifted the object, meticulously peeling away the layers of parchment. "Yes, headmaster," Hagrid replied, removing his goggles and shrugging helplessly. "You have no idea. That child is utterly delightful. If I could, I would truly wish to converse with him." Regrettably, Hagrid hesitated before continuing. Unfortunately, unforeseen events occurred. One could say the entire journey was fraught with complications. He scratched his tangled beard, his voice growing softer. "I must tell you all about it. You would never guess how outrageous it was." "I would be most eager to hear the tale," Dumbledore responded, continuing to unwrap the object in his hands. As the layers of parchment fell away, Dumbledore's eyes instinctively narrowed, and his movement slowed. Finally, he unveiled the last layer, revealing a dimly hued red stone at the center, laid bare before both of them. "This is the Philosopher's Stone," Dumbledore declared. "It belongs to my dear friend, Nicholas Flamel. He has entrusted it to me for safekeeping." "Nicholas Flamel," Hagrid exclaimed, eyebrows raised in astonishment. "The renowned alchemist. It is said that he used the Philosopher's Stone to create the elixir of life, allowing him to live for 5 centuries. His enormous fingers incredulously pointed at the seemingly unremarkable red stone in Dumbledore's hand. "So, is this the very object that enabled him to create the elixir of life?" "It is not merely a legend." Dumbledore lowered his gaze, meticulously examining the vast and intricate magical formula concealed beneath the stone's dim exterior, and continued, to be precise. "Nicholas Flamel has lived for 6 centuries. After ensuring that everything was in order, Dumbledore lifted his eyes once more to meet Hagrid's. "I have a foreboding sense that something malevolent approaches, which is why I requested your assistance in retrieving it. We must be thoroughly prepared to conceal it in a place of absolute safety." Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Hagrid's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. He nodded earnestly and replied, "I believe I can lend you Fluffy. You know, the 3-headed hellhound is always the most dependable guardian. Their territorial instincts rival only those of the Norwegian ridgeback that guards the treasure cave. Well, later I shall consult with a few other professors to deliberate on the specifics." Dumbledore nodded in agreement. He carefully rolled up the parchment that had encased the stone and returned to his seat. He opened the drawer where he usually kept his sweets and tucked it inside. Observing Dumbledore's actions, Hagrid suddenly broke into a grin. He suddenly realized that perhaps there was no need for overly deliberate protection. The drawer of Professor Dumbledore's desk was an excellent hiding place. It was undoubtedly safer than Gringotts. Hagrid could hardly believe that anyone could steal the Philosopher's Stone right under the nose of Albus Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of white magic. As the drawer was slowly pushed open by Dumbledore, his expression relaxed. Looking at Hagrid, he smiled and inquired, "Perhaps now you could share the tales of your journey?" Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Hagrid abruptly recalled the purpose of his early return. He hastily recounted, in meticulous detail, the Dursleys' attitudes, his meeting with Harry, and most importantly, the unexpected intrusion of Charlie Black. Chapter 53. Spellcasting without wands. Dumbledore listened intently to Hagrid's account, occasionally nodding slightly to indicate he was contemplating Hagrid's words. Harry told me that Charlie Black made a special visit to him and even intervened with magic to teach that bullying little cousin Dudley a lesson, transforming him into a pig's head. At this point, Hagrid's lips began to twitch, as if struggling to contain his amusement. He had to admit that although Charlie's sudden actions had left him somewhat bewildered, they were undeniably brilliant. Turning Dudley into a pig's head. How amusing. In fact, initially, Hagrid had considered using a similar approach to teach that bothersome little bully a lesson, perhaps by giving him a pig's tail. Little did he know that Charlie was far more skilled than he. He just wondered how long it would take for the spell to be lifted. Listening to Hagrid's description, Dumbledore couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing Dumbledore laugh, Hagrid, who had been holding back, burst into hearty laughter as well. The office was instantly filled with a joyful atmosphere. After the laughter subsided, a thought suddenly struck Hagrid. Ah, yes, there's also this. As he spoke, he hastily rummaged through the pockets of his brown leather jacket and carefully extracted 2 translucent candies that radiated a faint lavender glow, resembling crystals. The moment the candies emerged from Hagrid's pocket, a rich aroma of violet blossomed, filling the entire office. Even the rugged Hagrid couldn't help but slightly squint his eyes, instinctively inhaling the delightful fragrance that permeated the air. What is this? Dumbledore inquired, observing the 2 candies cradled in Hagrid's palm, his expression betraying a rare hint of surprise. Hagrid scratched his nose and quickly replied, "It's from Charlie Black for Harry. He said it was a birthday gift for him." "So you brought Harry's birthday gift just like that?" Dumbledore tilted his head, gazing at Hagrid with a peculiar look. No. Hagrid tightened his grip on the candies and waved his hand in explanation. "These are Harry's gift to me. Charlie sent Harry a box of these candies, and without hesitation, he gave me 2. As he spoke, he opened his hand again, extending the 2 candies towards Dumbledore. "Thank you." Dumbledore accepted one of the candies from Hagrid's enormous hand without hesitation. He held the crystalline violet candy before his eyes, examining it closely. And it increasingly resembled a true gemstone. How strange. Is this a new product from Charlie? Dumbledore mused aloud. I would have thought, given his nature, that he would send me a sample of any new creations first. I must scold him properly the next time I write. Despite his words, the smile on Dumbledore's face indicated that this was merely a light-hearted jest shared with a younger colleague. With that, he opened his mouth and slowly placed the candy inside. However, the moment the violet candy touched his tongue, Dumbledore's brow furrowed instantly. What's wrong? Headmaster, is there something wrong with the candy? Hagrid was startled by the sudden change in Dumbledore's expression. He hurriedly took a few steps forward, arriving at Dumbledore's desk, fearing that something was amiss. In his moment of urgency, he instinctively extended his large hand, reminiscent of a fan, intending to extract the sweet from the other's mouth. Fortunately, Dumbledore swiftly raised his hand, preventing Hagrid from proceeding with his action. Do not worry, Hagrid, I am quite all right. He spoke soothingly to Hagrid. Yet the furrowed brow revealed no sign of relief. Dumbledore closed his eyes and began to savor the candy in his mouth with an unprecedented seriousness. As the most eminent wizard in the entire magical realm, the moment the violet confection melted on his tongue, he instinctively sensed something extraordinary, a peculiar force that even he had never encountered. It intertwined perfectly with the rich floral aroma and the refreshing sweetness, surging forth in an instant, permeating his entire being, ultimately converging in his mind. Everything unfolded with an effortless grace as it coursed through his body. Even the mind-blocking spells could not withstand its slightest influence. Soon, an unprecedented sensation of clarity washed over his brain, jolting Dumbledore's thoughts. This was the effect of an epic candy, elevating one's essence in a manner both simple and drastic, disregarding the heights one had already achieved before indulging in it. In that moment, even a figure as composed as Albus Dumbledore could no longer maintain his calm. His eyes fluttered open once more, and his furrowed brow finally relaxed. However, the gaze he directed towards Hagrid at that moment revealed an expression he had never worn before. Hagrid, Dumbledore's voice carried a note of gravity, causing Hagrid to feel a renewed sense of tension. Yes, Headmaster. What is your command? Step back a bit. Hagrid was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded in compliance, taking several steps backward until he found himself pressed against the door of the headmaster's office. In the next instant, Hagrid witnessed a scene that would be etched in his memory for all time. Dumbledore's robes billowed as if caught by an unseen force. Moving without the slightest breath of wind, he extended his palm, softly murmuring something with earnestness. Gradually, as Dumbledore raised his hand, an invisible force enveloped the entire headmaster's office, imbued with an unprecedented sense of oppression and a subtle heat. Even Hagrid, who possessed the blood of giants, could not help but swallow hard beneath this overwhelming presence. Feeling goosebumps rapidly cover his entire body. Wisdom 3, Mental Strength 3, and a 50 increase in spellcasting proficiency. Dumbledore, already a master among masters, had ascended to a new pinnacle with these 3 enhancements. His gaze was solemn, and suddenly his fingers curled, his arm thrust upward with great force. God of Fire, pave the way. The voice, steeped in the weight of time, yet resonant with strength, intoned the incantation, and that invisible, formidable power finally solidified. Billowing flames surged forth instantaneously, accompanied by wisps of white smoke. They spiraled around Dumbledore, swirling with abandon, resembling a phoenix engulfed in flames, defiantly crying out to the heavens. Ultimately, following Dumbledore's raised right hand, the searing currents surged toward the pinnacle of the headmaster's office loft, only to vanish, dissolving into nothingness. At that moment, the portraits of all former headmasters lining the walls of the office stirred, their expressions shifting from indifferent observation to fervent engagement. Among them, an elderly headmaster from the Slytherin lineage exhibited particularly intense reactions. His lips trembled faintly as he fixed his gaze intently on the elderly man below. His voice laced with a disoriented shock. Did you just cast a spell barehanded? Chapter 54. It's all right. I have plenty more. The clamor subsided, and after a prolonged moment, tranquility was finally restored. A deep breath was exhaled from Dumbledore's lips, lingering in the air. He then resumed his seat behind the desk. His expression serene, his eyes unchanged from before, as though nothing had transpired, and it were all merely an illusion. In stark contrast, Hagrid exhibited an entirely different demeanor. He leaned slightly against the door of the principal's office, his eyes widening slightly, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, even his breath momentarily faltering. After a considerable time, when tranquility was restored, Hagrid finally came to fully comprehend everything that had just transpired before him. He gazed at Dumbledore, his excessive astonishment rendering his voice somewhat stammering. What was that just now? Although Hagrid often presented a rugged exterior, he was far from foolish. As he inquired, he instinctively lowered his head, observing the singular crystalline candy remaining in his palm. It still shimmered like a gem adorned with sugar glaze, radiating a soft lavender hue. Yet, at that moment, the violet candy, which should have felt light as air, suddenly bore an unwieldy weight in Hagrid's grasp. It seemed that Charlie had indeed created something extraordinary. Dumbledore gently straightened his spine, leaning back against the chair, resting his head. His voice, now imbued with a complexity of emotions, carried a hint of astonishment, a touch of nostalgia, and an air of inexplicable associations. Hagrid glanced once more at the candy in his hand, hesitating for a moment before slowly approaching Dumbledore, carefully extending it toward him once more. However, this time, Dumbledore did not accept it. With a smile, he blinked, his eyes seemingly gleaming with a childlike spirit. Isn't this a gift from Harry? I am delighted that you are willing to share one with me. As for the remaining piece, it is best savored by you alone. As he spoke, he raised his hand, gently pressing against Hagrid's large hand, nudging it back. Yet, as he watched his returned hand, Hagrid felt an inner turmoil. Such a delightful treat. Would it not be wasteful for him to consume it? Dumbledore, observing the earnest half-giant before him, could not help but chuckle softly. He shook his head gently, stating that there is no notion of wastefulness in this matter. I believe that when Charlie created it, he defined it simply as a candy. If it is indeed candy, then its most intrinsic meaning is to bring joy to people, isn't it? Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Hagrid paused for a moment. He first scratched his head, hesitating for a moment before finally summoning his resolve to cautiously place the candy into his mouth. How is the flavor? Dumbledore glanced at Hagrid, seemingly anticipating his reaction. Hagrid closed his eyes, mimicking Dumbledore's demeanor, savoring what was undoubtedly a unique taste. Soon, Hagrid abruptly opened his eyes, a sparkle of astonishment illuminating his gaze. The flavor, it's simply exquisite. I believe I have never tasted such delectable candy in my life. After Hagrid departed, only Dumbledore remained in the headmaster's office. His gaze fell once more, resting upon the surface of the desk. Charlie's name, once renowned in its glory, slipped from his lips in a soft murmur, as if he were ensnared in a reverie. After a considerable pause, Dumbledore leisurely opened the lowest drawer, retrieving a sheet of stationery which he carefully laid flat upon his desk. Oh, Merlin's socks. This is undoubtedly the most delectable thing I have ever tasted. Meanwhile, in the train compartment en route to Hogwarts, a child with red curls and a face speckled with freckles sat with his eyes blissfully narrowed into mere slits. Harry was seated opposite him, still cradling the gift bestowed upon him by Charlie, which had now been unwrapped, observing the joyful expression of his newfound friend. Harry couldn't help but beam with delight. "Would you like some more, Ron?" Harry inquired, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Is that all right?" Ron's eyes lit up at Harry's words. "Of course." Harry, displaying remarkable generosity, nodded in agreement and reached back into the gift box, retrieving 2 violet sweets identical to those received by Hagrid, and handed them directly to Ron. Overjoyed, Ron stretched out his hand to accept them. However, just as his fingers were about to brush against Harry's, he hesitated. "What's wrong?" Harry asked, a hint of confusion lacing his voice. "Such delightful candies must be quite precious, right?" Ron's small face was etched with an unspoken dilemma, his hand hovering in midair, caught in a moment of indecision. Rest assured. Upon hearing this, Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him. He vigorously shook his gift box, producing a delightful clatter. "I have plenty, mister. Charlie gifted me an entire box." With this reassurance, Ron's previous trepidation melted away as he smiled broadly, happily accepting the 2 candies from Harry's hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he tossed both sweets into his mouth. MMM. As the candy melted on his tongue, Ron emitted a blissful sound reminiscent of a train whistle. "My brother is also named Charlie." As he chewed and crushed the candy in his mouth with his teeth, he continued to engage in conversation with Harry. Yet, he could never create such exquisite confections. "I surmise that the person who gifted you this treat must be an extraordinary genius." He continued to praise somewhat ambiguously, suggesting that he ought to open a candy shop, even if it were solely dedicated to this one type of candy, which could effortlessly transform him into a wealthy magnate. Harry, listening to Ron's unintentional words, felt a peculiar expression cross his face. A wealthy magnate? Harry pondered, his thoughts subtly drifting back to the day he met Mr. Charlie. "I suppose he is indeed quite affluent," Harry replied with a smile. "Oh, is that so?" Ron, still seated across from him, joyfully gesticulated, his ears perking up at Harry's words as he instinctively inquired, "What does he do?" "He owns a candy factory." Chapter 55. What sound? "Oh, a candy factory," Ron exclaimed, seemingly enlightened. Yet, in the next moment, it appeared that he suddenly grasped something. His mouth, which had been incessantly chewing like a squirrel, abruptly ceased its movements. His gaze then fixated once more on Harry. "Wait, he is called Charlie?" "Indeed, Mr. Charlie. He owns a candy factory?" At this juncture, Ron's tone seemed barely able to contain his excitement, his lips trembling involuntarily. Yes," Harry replied, feeling somewhat unnerved by Ron's intense gaze, subtly leaning back against the chair while nodding in affirmation. "He is Charlie. Black? Be careful, Goyle. You had better lift my suitcase a bit higher. The contents within are far more precious than your luggage." In the train corridor, Draco continued to cradle the enormous notebook that Charlie had gifted him, meticulously studying it word by word. Hearing the faint sounds of collision from behind, he merely paused momentarily, casually reprimanding, yet his gaze never left the pages of the notebook. "Sorry, Draco." From behind, Goyle wiped the perspiration from his brow, striving to comply with the order. Hoisting the suitcase high, ultimately resting it upon his shoulder, he gazed at the boy before him, whose silhouette exuded an extraordinary delicacy, and could not help but inquire, "Draco, do you genuinely believe that reading on the train is a prudent idea?" Behind Goyle, Clark, burdened with a heap of luggage, eagerly leaned forward and wholeheartedly agreed, "Indeed. My father always told me that reading too much would ruin one's eyesight." "Ah. It is precisely because you have taken your father's words to heart that your vision remains intact, yet your intellect has faltered," Draco retorted, casting a disdainful glance at the two. After this casual jibe, he returned his attention to his book and continued forward, leaving Goyle and Clark staring at each other, their expressions tinged with confusion. After a brief moment of silence, they could only sigh in resignation and persist in their slow march, trailing behind with their burdens. They were genuinely perplexed about Draco's sudden change. Just the other day at the graduation banquet, he had seemed perfectly normal. Yet today, he appeared as if he had become an entirely different person. Ever since he joined them, he had been engrossed in that large tome, unable to tear his gaze away. What could be so extraordinary about a mere book? Despite their best efforts, neither of them could fathom its significance. Goyle and Clark had even sneaked a few glances while Draco was distracted, but the dense array of symbols and text was almost overwhelming, inducing a dizzy spell that forced them to retreat. Truth be told, were it not for his trademark sharp tongue and the disdainful glances he cast, they might have believed that the Draco beside them was merely an impostor. "We are on the brink of entering Hogwarts. You cannot possibly comprehend the urgency I feel," Draco exclaimed, his brow furrowing slightly as he continued to pore over the pages. "My uncle. When he began his studies at Hogwarts, he had already mastered 20 spells. I must keep pace with him if I aspire to become a figure of greatness like him. Surely you jest, Draco. You intend to learn 20 spells before we even reach Hogwarts? Goyle and Clark stared in disbelief, their expressions resembling that of someone witnessing a curious anomaly. How could this be possible? Fortunately, Draco's subsequent admission eased their tension. I concede, while I am exceptionally gifted, I am still far from my uncle's level. Taking a deep breath, Draco's resolve intensified, as if he had been infused with an invisible force. Thus, I must toil even harder to match his stride. With that, his steps grew increasingly resolute. This is utterly bizarre, Clark muttered, his face contorted in confusion as he glanced at Goyle. I preferred the old Draco. Goyle responded with a somber nod, his expression turning melancholic. I truly wish he would revert to his former self. My father told me the other day that Charlie Black is merely a wealthy oddball. I cannot comprehend why Draco feels the need to emulate him. Is their fortune not sufficient? Just as they whispered conspiratorially, Draco suddenly seemed to notice something. His steps halted, and he shifted his gaze from the book to scan the surrounding compartments. Goyle, Clark. He abruptly turned towards his lagging companions. Yes, Draco. What is it? The unexpected call startled the two hefty boys, who had been speaking ill of Charlie Black, causing them to jump. They quickly masked their surprise, hastening to catch up with Draco. Did you just hear something? Draco inquired. A sound? Goyle asked nervously, tugging at his collar and casting a furtive glance aside. What sound? Clark echoed, cautiously retracting his neck. TSK, Draco observed their odd expressions, his brow furrowing in suspicion. Yet, he dismissed it, muttering, Did I mishear? I thought I heard someone mention my uncle's name. Upon hearing this, the two boys, already on edge, broke into a cold sweat and hastily denied. No. We didn't hear Mr. Charlie's name. Perhaps you misheard. After all, many people bear the name Charlie. Draco, listening to their reassurances, felt his furrowed brow relax slightly. After all, the train was hardly quiet. A boisterous crowd of exuberant children filled the compartments, making it difficult to discern any one voice amidst the cacophony of laughter, shouts, and footsteps. Even Draco found it challenging to ascertain whether he had indeed misheard, as they suggested. Very well, perhaps I did mishear. As Draco resumed his focus, Goyle and Clark secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a faint voice pierced the air once more. You actually know Charlie Black? No. Draco's previously relaxed expression tightened again. This time, he was certain he had heard correctly. Chapter 56, He is Harry Potter. As Ron's unmasked envy lingered in the air. Just as Harry was about to respond, a voice from the door of the train compartment intruded upon their conversation. I just heard someone mention my uncle's name. The unexpected voice caused Harry and Ron, who had been engaged in their chat, to instinctively halt, both peering towards the entrance. Soon, Harry beheld the source of the voice. A boy with golden hair standing before him. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his brow furrowed as he entered, casting an arrogant gaze upon the two individuals in the private room. In his hands, he held an exceedingly peculiar large book, which he unabashedly positioned at the entrance. Suddenly, the boy seemed to notice something, and his previously wandering gaze refocused entirely on Ron, seated opposite him. The Weasley heir? Draco's lips quivered. Although he instinctively desired to utter a taunt, he managed to restrain himself. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he refrained from voicing the thought of the impoverished relative of the Malfoys. After all, he had distinctly heard someone mention, you actually know Charlie Black. Regardless of its veracity, even a slight possibility that one of the two individuals seated here might be acquainted with his uncle compelled him to preserve his impeccable image. He could not allow a trivial matter to tarnish the flawless persona he had meticulously cultivated in his uncle's presence. He recognized that while he struggled to keep his tongue in check, he understood that excessive sharpness of wit was hardly a trait befitting noble breeding. Malfoy. Meanwhile, upon seeing the newcomer, Ron appeared to be provoked, springing up from his seat like a startled cat, his eyes alert and fixed on Draco, as if prepared for an imminent confrontation. Harry, seated nearby, glanced between the two tense figures, perplexed by the unfolding situation. What are you doing here? Ron wasted no time in questioning Draco directly. As Draco listened to him, his previously furrowed brow relaxed considerably, and an odd expression crossed his face. As though he were observing a rather dim-witted fool, he turned away, casting a glance at his peers who had passed him, and the unspoken understanding lingered in the air. At that moment, the formidable figures of Goyle and Crabbe, who had been trailing behind, finally matched Draco's pace, standing like two imposing sentinels at his back, completely filling the narrow corridor, rendering it impassable. Observing the approaching giants, Ron, who had initially exuded confidence, could not help but take 2 steps back, instinctively glancing at Harry. His resolve wavering further. Can you answer my question? Draco nonchalantly lifted his chin, maintaining his tone as he continued to address Ron. What question? Despite his diminishing confidence, Ron's demeanor remained stiff. I just heard the name of my uncle. Draco reiterated what he had stated upon entering. However, this time, his gaze slowly shifted towards Harry. No one here knows your uncle, Ron retorted dryly. Yet, in the face of Ron's admonition, Draco chose to disregard him entirely. His gaze remained fixed on Harry, scrutinizing him from head to toe, until it ultimately settled on the box cradled in Harry's hands. Harry felt a shiver under his intense scrutiny, sensing an unmistakable discomfort as he prepared to speak. However, Draco interjected first. My uncle is Charlie Black. Upon hearing this, the entire compartment fell into an uncanny silence. Ron, who was about to continue his tirade, froze in place, and even Harry, who had intended to respond, wore a look of bewilderment. Yet, he soon regained his composure, staring incredulously at Draco. So you are Mr. Charlie's nephew? Indeed, Draco replied, a smirk involuntarily gracing his lips as he relished the attention. His expression remained haughty. And who might you be? Perhaps buoyed by his good mood and the possibility that Harry might know his uncle, Draco exhibited an unusual level of politeness. Extending his right hand, Harry's eyes brightened, and he rose to his feet, offering Draco a radiant smile as he grasped his hand. Any lingering resentment from Draco's earlier intrusion and scrutiny evaporated in that moment. Hello, I am Harry Potter, he began, momentarily pausing as he hesitated to articulate his connection to Mr. Charlie. After a brief mental deliberation, he finally settled on an appropriate description. Mr. Charlie once helped me. He is my friend. However, before Draco could respond, his companions Goyle and Clark were quick to react. The sound of two heavy thuds echoed behind them. Draco furrowed his brow and turned to see the two boys, having instinctively dropped their luggage, staring at Harry with unabashed astonishment. He, Goyle stammered, his plump chin quivering. Finally, it was Clark who completed Goyle's thought. He is the one who defeated the Dark Lord, Harry Potter. Indeed, he is Harry Potter. Ron, who had been overlooked until now, seized the moment, leaping forth with a triumphant challenge directed at Draco. He is the one who vanquished the Dark Lord. Far greater than your uncle, Weasley. Ron. But as soon as the words escaped his lips, Ron felt a twinge of regret. For Draco's furious gaze snapped toward him, and Harry quickly called out his name. Chapter 57, a lesson for him, humph. Even as he recognized his blunder, the words had already been uttered. And in such a charged atmosphere, it was impossible to retract them. Thus, Ron stood defiantly, neck taut, facing off against Draco. Meanwhile, Draco's expression darkened significantly in response to Ron's remark. It seems your impoverished father, Weasley, not only neglected to provide you with new clothes and a new wand, but also failed to instill in you the basic manners expected of a pure-blood family. Goyle and Clark, standing behind Draco, snapped out of their shock at his words, exchanging bewildered glances. It seemed to behave similarly, they both thought to themselves. What did you say? Ron's face reddened with anger, and he reached for his wand, pointing it directly at Draco. What right do you have to speak of my father? At least he was never a Death Eater. Ron, don't. As the situation escalated, Harry quickly grasped Ron's sleeve, hoping to calm him down. Leave me alone, Harry. This guy insulted my dad. I must give him a piece of my mind. Fueled by rage, Ron flung Harry's hand away, his wand still raised, glaring at Draco as he spoke through gritted teeth. Very well, very well. Draco's face was stormy, veins pulsing at his temples, a clear indication of his rising fury. Goyle! Draco shouted, and Goyle, who had been waiting for a cue, responded with a malicious grin. He pinched his knuckles, producing a crisp cracking sound, and then took a step forward, reaching out to teach Ron a lesson. Wait. However, just as he was about to pass Draco seized his shirt and forcefully pulled him back. What are you planning to do? He inquired, simultaneously shoving the notebook that had been tucked beneath his arm into his embrace. Please hold on to the gift my uncle gave me. I intend to personally teach this impudent fellow a lesson. With that, he ceased to regard Goyle and leisurely unfastened the robe draped over him, his gaze fixated on Ron. Do you wish to duel with that one of yours? Draco chuckled at the sight of Ron's wand, which appeared to have seen better days. What? Ron, momentarily taken aback by Draco's words, struggled to grasp his meaning. His intention in grasping the wand was merely to intimidate his opponent and bolster his own confidence. After all, as a young wizard yet to step foot in school, Ron possessed no actual magical prowess. The only utility the wand offered him at that moment was as a makeshift poker to prod Draco's rear. Of course, however, Ron, ever the stalwart, soon mustered a resolute affirmation. If you have the ability, then have your two lackeys step back. Let us engage in a fair contest like true wizards. Ron's calculations were astutely pragmatic. He reasoned that, given they were of the same age, even if Draco hailed from wealth, a mere holiday would scarcely afford him the opportunity to learn any formidable offensive spells. At most, he could manage a light charm akin to what his own mother might conjure. The real challenge lay in the two hefty sidekicks accompanying Draco, should a brawl ensue. He and Harry, who was baffled as to why he was included in this predicament, would stand no chance against those two brutes and would merely end up on the receiving end of a thorough thrashing. Yet, if he could cleverly maneuver to neutralize Draco's significant advantage, he could then wield the wand to jab Draco with fervor. Ron was imbued with unwavering confidence, convinced that a pampered scion sheltered in a mansion could never rival him in a skirmish. With this thought, a resolute determination radiated from Ron's countenance. He could not help but puff out his chest even higher, casting a disdainful glance at Draco as he continued, "What? Is it that the Malfoy family intends to rely solely on their subordinates to overwhelm the few?" Draco, amused, allowed a smile to break through his previously dark demeanor. "No. As you said," he replied, his hand gradually descending to reach into his robes, deftly retrieving his wand. "Let us engage in battle like true wizards." With a swift motion, his wand sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistle, pointed directly at Ron, who also brandished his wand. In that instant, Draco's expression turned serious. Clearly, even from the manner in which they wielded their wands, anyone could discern the vast disparity between them. The duel between wizards often accompanied irreversible peril. Therefore, when facing off against a wizard, one should not contemplate the niceties of dueling etiquette. The true decorum lies in swiftly dispatching one's opponent. Charlie's words from earlier at the estate flashed through Draco's mind. Without a moment's hesitation, Draco's wand moved rapidly. Serpensortia, a flawless incantation escaped his lips, and his trembling wrist suddenly stilled. With a resounding bang, the tip of his brown-purple hawthorn wand erupted, releasing a thick gray mist that coalesced into a black phosphorescent serpent with triangular-shaped eyes. The serpent plummeted from the air into the carriage, landing as if it had struck Ron's heart. Hiss. Finally, accompanied by the snake's menacing hiss, Ron's legs trembled uncontrollably, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. "Hey, wait, perhaps we should all take a moment to calm down." In the face of the suddenly looming serpent, Harry resolutely stepped forward, positioning himself between Draco and Ron. "Step aside, Harry Potter," Draco said, momentarily taken aback before his brow furrowed once more. This was the very person who had provoked him, the one who had raised his wand first. Now he felt compelled to teach him a lesson. Chapter 58, Weary of Heart. At this moment, Harry could not suppress his conflicted expression, for from an observer's perspective, Draco's assertion held truth. After all, it was Ron who had initiated the provocation and raised his wand first upon Draco's entrance. However, at this juncture, Harry could not simply overlook the situation and allow Draco to chastise Ron. He turned his head to glance at Ron, whose complexion had shifted from crimson to pale. Although reluctant, he steeled himself and offered an apology to Draco on Ron's behalf. "I apologize, Draco. I am speaking for Ron. He truly acted impulsively, and I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive him." However, facing Harry Potter, Draco exhibited an unusual restraint, refraining from pressing the advantage or uttering any taunts. He fell silent for a moment, and suddenly, with a fierce flick of his wand, he uttered, "Vipera evanesca." The black phosphorus serpent, in harmony with Draco's incantation, once again transformed into a wisp of smoke, retreating back into the tip of his wand. "Remember this, Harry." Draco tucked his wand back into his robes, disregarding Ron, who was nearly frightened to death behind Harry. He gazed deeply into Harry's eyes and said, "The only reason I spared him this time is for your sake." Suddenly, Draco paused and quickly added, "No, to be precise. It is because of the relationship between you and my uncle that I am granting you this favor, forgiving this fool from the Weasley family. Do you understand?" Perhaps," Harry replied, momentarily bewildered by Draco's lengthy declaration, yet instinctively nodded to indicate that he comprehended most of it. "Splendid." With an affirmative response, Draco nodded in satisfaction, his expression reverting to its initial haughty demeanor. After slightly raising his chin and casting a glance at Ron, he elegantly flicked his robe and strode out of the compartment occupied by Harry and Ron. "He's gone. Goyle, Crabbe," he called to his two followers, who were still at the door, gazing at his retreating figure with admiration. They hastily grabbed their belongings and eagerly followed suit. "Here comes Draco. You are simply magnificent." "Draco. Ha ha ha," Did you see that Weasley's expression? I thought he was about to wet his pants. Goyle and Crabbe's voices were unabashedly loud, almost as if they relished the moment. Even from a considerable distance away from the compartment, Harry could still hear their jubilant exclamations. Once the trio had completely departed, leaving behind a profound silence, Ron, his face as red as a monkey's behind, sulkily plopped back into his seat. He cautiously lifted his head and cast a furtive glance at Harry, noticing that the latter was still observing him. Thus, he softly stammered an explanation. It was an unforeseen circumstance. In truth, my recent fall was part of my strategy. I intended to execute a swift maneuver to topple him while he was preoccupied with releasing the snake, and then seize his wand. But you interfered. Honestly, if it weren't for your intervention, he would certainly be sprawled on the ground, weeping. Harry was left speechless. He is not foolish. He naturally understands that what Ron said is no different from nonsense. However, out of consideration for his new friend's feelings, he refrained from retorting and returned to his seat, offering a few words of comfort to Ron instead. After a while, Ron finally managed to recover from his earlier embarrassment. Yet, the frustration of being outshone in front of a newly acquainted friend lingered, and he continued to ramble on to Harry. What is so impressive about him? Honestly, if I had a new wand, he wouldn't stand a chance against me. It would be him who ends up frightened. I bet he must have cheated. Perhaps that snake he summoned wasn't even real magic. It could just be a prank prop. My brother often studies such things, and I understand them quite well. Meanwhile, Harry could only lower his head and fiddle with his wand, occasionally responding with vague affirmations like aha to indicate he was still listening. Ron, however, paid no heed to Harry's apparent indifference. He merely sought an outlet for his frustrations, looking for a way to embellish his failures with a semblance of triumph, achieving a sort of psychological victory. I bet he can't suck up 18 chocolate beans through a straw in one go. Just as Ron continued to chatter on in an attempt to salvage his pride, a voice from the doorway abruptly interrupted his train of thought. Excuse me. Have you seen a toad? A boy named Neville was looking for it. No, just leave here. Faced with yet another unexpected interruption, Ron's annoyance escalated. Without even glancing in the direction of the door, he irritably waved his hand and shouted angrily. The girl, who had been peering inside while inquiring, was taken aback by such sudden hostility. For a moment, she stood frozen, her intended explanation caught in her throat as she looked at the two boys in the compartment. Bewildered. But soon, she regained her composure, her eyebrows slightly raised, her keen eyes fixed on Ron as she questioned him directly. I don't believe we've met before. Is this how you greet someone for the first time? Ron, however, didn't even spare her a glance, resting his arms on the table, burying his head in them, completely disregarding her. Ugh, Harry sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose in frustration before standing up once more. It had been scarcely 3 hours since they boarded the Hogwarts Express, yet he already felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. He had a premonition that this weariness would persist in a different form once they arrived at Hogwarts. I apologize for my friend. He has had a bit of a rough time, which has affected his mood. My name is Harry Potter, and this is Ron. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hermione Granger. I hope your friend is as cheerful as you claim. Chapter 59. I am not foolish at all. After leaving the compartment occupied by Harry and Ron, Draco found nothing else to pique his interest. Thus, he did not wander about, but returned straight to his own compartment with Crabbe and Goyle. Once they had settled their luggage, they resumed their focused study of the contents of their books. The Hogwarts Express resembled a comet streaking through the night sky, pulling carriages filled with the future lineage of the British wizarding world, racing past lush fields, glistening lakes, mist-covered mountains, and serene, tranquil forests. For Crabbe and Goyle, who were on their first journey aboard the Hogwarts Express and witnessing such landscapes, it felt like a dream come to life, filling them with the most splendid hopes for their forthcoming school life, stirring waves of excitement within their hearts. Under the influence of these various factors, Crabbe and Goyle could not remain seated like Draco, patiently awaiting their arrival at Hogwarts. After merely accompanying Draco for a few minutes, their thoughts began to wander far beyond the confines of their small compartment. From time to time, they cast glances out the window, exchanging knowing looks, fidgeting restlessly, as if this small compartment contained all the discomforts of the world. Even enduring a few hours of silence seemed an insufferable ordeal. At last, after a flurry of hushed whispers followed by a fit of giggles punctuated by gay, Draco could no longer bear it. He took a deep breath, gradually lifting his head, his cold gaze drifting towards the two individuals seated opposite him. In that instant, it seemed as though the chill emanating from Draco's eyes had penetrated them, causing Goyle and Crabbe to shiver involuntarily. They quickly straightened their backs and dutifully settled back into their seats, cautiously lowering their heads like frightened quails. Despite their imposing appearances, such a posture appeared decidedly abstract. "Are you both so idle?" Draco said, resting his forehead on his hand, his eyes narrowing slightly as he scrutinized his two lackeys repeatedly. A perplexing thought crossed his mind. Was it truly wise to choose two rather dim-witted fools as his companions? Well, in truth, the two of us instinctively extended our hands to gesture a denial towards Draco. However, as we spoke, our voices gradually dwindled, until finally, we could not complete a single sentence, our words fading into silence. Sighing, Draco gazed at the two imbeciles before him, finding even his irritation dissipating in their presence. He had no choice but to lower his head once more, returning to the passage he had been engrossed in before he was so rudely interrupted. With his other hand, he waved dismissively toward the door of the private room, as if shooing away flies. In an irritable tone, he declared, "Go wherever you please. Just do not continue to disturb me here. Leave quickly." Upon hearing Draco's words, the two individuals who had been cowering previously lifted their heads once again. They cautiously scrutinized Draco, who had lowered his head once more. Though they wholeheartedly agreed with his proposal, the fear of his darkening expression if they truly ventured outside held them back. They exchanged glances at the wide-open door of the compartment, momentarily engulfed in indecision. Fortunately, at that moment of hesitation, Draco's next words provided them with ample motivation. 3 seconds. If you remain here after 3 seconds, let us review the specific topics for the first-year potions exam together. The effect of his declaration was immediate, even before he could begin enumerating the topics. The two hefty figures, each weighing over 150 pounds, sprang into action as if propelled by springs, vanishing from Draco's sight in the blink of an eye. As they fled, the surroundings fell silent once more, devoid of any noise. Within the compartment, aside from the occasional whistle of the wind outside and the gentle rustling of turning pages, all was still. The tranquility was palpable. Draco let out a sigh of relief, leaning back into his seat, murmuring to himself with a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. In the corridor of the Hogwarts Express, Goyle and Crabbe, who had bolted from the compartment, finally came to a halt, exhaling deeply. They exchanged a knowing glance, recognizing the unspoken understanding in each other's eyes. It truly seemed as if Draco had transformed into an entirely different person. Crabbe spoke first, his tone tinged with frustration. "Indeed," Goyle nodded earnestly. "It's all that Charlie Black's fault. He has changed Draco beyond recognition." After uttering this sentiment, they both fell into silence. Suddenly, Goyle broke the quiet again. "Hey, Vincent." "What?" Crabbe turned to look at his childhood friend, his plump brow arching slightly. "Are we really going to continue following him? I sense that at Hogwarts it will only become increasingly dull." Goyle's expression was serious, devoid of any hint of jest. "Are you serious?" Crabbe's voice carried a note of surprise. Yet he did not react strongly, perhaps having contemplated the same question in his mind. "But you know, Dad and Uncle Crabbe said we must." Yes, Goyle interrupted, waving his hand in annoyance, completing Crabbe's unfinished thought. "Let us become Draco Malfoy's entourage. They follow Lucius Malfoy. As long as we all stand united with the Malfoy family, a promising future awaits us." As he spoke, Goyle exhaled a frustrated breath through his nose, candidly expressing to Crabbe, "Honestly, were it not for this, I wouldn't be carrying his luggage or being his sycophantic follower. You know, I've long grown weary of his arrogant demeanor." At this point, as if recalling something, his grievances intensified, and his tone rose slightly as he continued to complain. "And I'm not dim-witted at all. My father has always praised my intelligence. I merely happen to be larger in stature. Hey, keep your voice down. Be careful not to let Draco hear you." Chapter 60. How dare she? As for Draco, who remained engrossed in his book within the compartment, he was blissfully unaware of Goyle and Crabbe's conversation. However, given his current disposition, even if he were to learn of it, it would likely not disturb his composure in the slightest. Draco gently turned the pages, occasionally extending his index finger to trace the elegant handwriting from his notebook. As he felt the indentations engraved in the paper over countless moments, a wave of nostalgia washed over him, momentarily clouding his thoughts. He seemed to envision, in the depths of Hogwarts, countless late nights or early mornings where a figure of his same year was bent over a desk, meticulously filling the vast pages of a notebook. In that moment, an inexplicable surge of emotion coursed through him, and Draco could not help but take a deep breath, his gaze becoming increasingly resolute. I shall become like my uncle." However, just as Draco murmured a silent vow to himself, a sudden voice shattered the atmosphere he had cultivated. "Hey, hello?" A little boy named Neville lost his toad. Has it wandered in here? Draco furrowed his brow, slowly turning his head towards the source of the voice, his expression darkening. At the entrance stood a girl with tousled hair, appearing to be of a similar age, who spoke while casting her gaze in his direction. Draco's frown deepened, and he opened his mouth, poised to respond. Yet unexpectedly, the girl seemed to notice something, her gaze shifting from Draco to the notebook laid out on the table. Are you reading? Her tone brightened suddenly, as if she had encountered a kindred spirit, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. And what concern is that of yours? Draco retorted, his demeanor unyielding and laced with sharpness. Indeed. Upon hearing Draco's response, the previously enthusiastic girl immediately furrowed her brow, scrutinizing him anew with narrowed eyes. Really? Is it my fault? Or is it merely your kind's tradition to be inhospitable to strangers? Draco was utterly perplexed by her words and felt no inclination to engage. Humph. He scoffed disdainfully, returning his attention to his notebook, his demeanor as hostile as ever. If you hadn't bothered me, perhaps you wouldn't know. In terms of acerbic wit, Draco was clearly in a league apart from Ron. In an instant, Draco's likability in Hermione's eyes plummeted like a roller coaster to the depths, surpassing even Ron's previous standing in record time. She pressed her lips together, glaring fiercely at the insufferable boy in the compartment, her rapid breaths betraying her intense anger. At that moment, a flicker of doubt ignited within Hermione. She questioned whether her decision to forego her acceptance at Eton and instead attend Hogwarts, a school of magic she had never heard of, was indeed wise. For a girl raised in a middle to upper class family, cherished by her parents, today's events were utterly unprecedented. In her neighborhood, nearly everyone was courteous, their speech gentle and their demeanor kind. Even the most neglectful would merely forget to polish their shoes before heading out. The notion of being met with hostility from two strangers, when she had done nothing wrong, was utterly unfathomable to her. Silence enveloped the compartment once more. Just as Draco, engrossed in his notebook, anticipated that the girl would soon take her leave, her voice rang out again, this time devoid of the previous friendliness. Oh, is that so? Let me guess why you dislike others drawing near. Draco turned his head again, squinting at her with confusion, just as he prepared to respond in his customary manner. The girl interjected. Is it because you wish to conceal the fact that you don't understand? Hermione answered herself, casting a pointed look filled with faint pity. How pitiful. Do you need me to inform you that what you're reading is called a book? It's spelled B-O-K. Draco was taken aback by this unexpected retort, his brow furrowing even deeper as he prepared to retaliate. Yet before he could finish, she interrupted once more. Indeed, no need for a defense. For I know that the more one defends, the more it reveals their lack of something. Have you heard the old adage? Protect your pitiful pride well. I certainly won't tell anyone. Draco's pupils dilated, his lips quivering slightly, as he opened his mouth several times, struggling to retort. Yet she offered him no chance to speak. A barrage of words poured forth from her, relentless and rapid fire, akin to a machine gun. Finally, after 4 full minutes of venting, Hermione managed to expel all her pent-up frustration. She exhaled deeply and then raised an eyebrow at the stunned Draco, flashing a radiant smile that perfectly encapsulated the exchange. I hope you now recognize your errors. Really, no need to thank me. I'm Hermione, and I look forward to our next encounter when you might be in better spirits. With that, she turned away, leaving Draco's compartment with an air of nonchalance. It was only after some time that Draco began to process the whirlwind of her relentless words. His bewildered gaze gradually regained its brilliance, and then his eyelids quivered violently, with veins bulging on his forehead, revealing an expression of incredulity. What a joke. With a sudden burst of energy, he leapt from his seat, no longer caring to read any book, and rushed out, frantically searching for any trace of Hermione. How dare she? However, she had already vanished, leaving the empty corridor devoid of any presence. Chapter 61. A letter in the candy factory. Within Charlie's office, Russell stood beside the desk, cautiously extending the envelope in his hand towards Charlie. Master Charlie, is this a letter from Hogwarts? A letter from Hogwarts? Charlie took the letter, observing the familiar wax seal, unable to suppress a raised eyebrow. Nevertheless, his expression revealed little astonishment, as if he had anticipated the arrival of this letter long before. He cautiously opened the envelope and gently extracted the folded letter, skillfully unfolding it in his hands. Suddenly, Charlie's nose twitched as he brought the paper closer, inhaling the faint, sweet aroma of his own confections that wafted from it, and he couldn't help but chuckle in amusement. He did not immediately delve into the letter. Instead, he tilted his head back and playfully teased Russell, who sat at the desk before him. Think about it, Russell. It seems like it has been over a decade since I last received a letter bearing the Hogwarts wax seal. Russell chuckled heartily and nodded earnestly, his large ears, reminiscent of bat wings, perked up in agreement. At that time, Russell had not yet followed in his footsteps. Indeed, Charlie listened to Russell's words and couldn't help but let out a sigh, a hint of melancholy exclusive to middle age stirring within him. However, this sentiment did not linger for long. Soon, he regained his composure and redirected his focus back to the matter at hand. To be honest, the letter took him somewhat by surprise, for in his mind, any correspondence he received from Albus Dumbledore would typically come as a personal letter, adorned not with the Hogwarts emblem, but rather with a vividly depicted phoenix. It is worth noting that although both were crafted by Dumbledore, the meanings they conveyed were vastly different. The phoenix symbol represented a personal identity, while the Hogwarts crest signified official business. Letters bearing such a wax seal were typically reserved for communications pertaining to the school's specific affairs, such as annual acceptance letters, internal procurement lists, and faculty appointment notices, among others. With this realization, although he had yet to read the letter, Charlie's expression became somewhat peculiar. What could it be? Could it be that Draco had exhibited remarkable talent upon his arrival at Hogwarts, prompting Dumbledore to commend him and insist on bringing his uncle in as a professor? If that were the case, it wouldn't be entirely out of the question. However, if Dumbledore intended for him to teach defense against the dark arts, then that would be a different story altogether. But then again, aside from that subject, what else could he possibly teach? Transfiguration, perhaps? That would depend on whether Professor McGonagall would agree. At the desk, Russell looked up, observing the myriad of expressions flickering across his master's face, and felt an involuntary tremor of concern, leading him to indulge in his own fanciful speculations. What is going on? Is there an issue with the channels? I recall that the channels at Hogwarts were functioning well. Could it be that there is a shortage of exploding candy? Prompting Headmaster Albus Dumbledore to write a letter reprimanding Charlie for reducing the production line? After a considerable time spent suppressing a whirlpool of thoughts, Charlie finally began to read the letter with due diligence. As moments passed, the office grew increasingly silent. Charlie's expression became more relaxed as he absorbed the letter's contents, his gaze revealing an undercurrent of intrigue. This, however, left Russell in a state of confusion, observing the fluctuating expressions of his master, the already quiet office becoming a rather tense place to endure. His brow was furrowed tightly, and instinctively, he retrieved the small notebook that he never left behind from behind him. Lowering his eyelids, he began to ponder how to achieve a perfect compromise between the demands of American distributors and the needs of Albus Dumbledore. This letter from Hogwarts, aside from the formal greeting that distinguished it from personal correspondence, contained only a mere 300 words of substantive content. Thus, it did not take long for Charlie to read it thoroughly. As he gently placed the letter back on his desk, his expression had transformed into one of clarity, and the corners of his mouth instinctively lifted slightly. In contrast to his initial expectations regarding the arrival of this letter, genuine astonishment now shimmered in Charlie's gaze, accompanied by an undercurrent of excitement that he did not attempt to conceal. He inhaled deeply, his gaze clear, and turned once more to the capable assistant quietly standing before his desk. Just as he was about to speak, Russell abruptly lifted his head, his expression radiating excitement, as if he had conceived a brilliant plan. "I've thought of a solution," he exclaimed joyfully. "We can temporarily transfer the production line originally intended for violet candy to the ice plum sweets. After we manage those Americans, we can find time to expand the existing production line to make up for the violet candy output. However, this means that the violet candy will be delayed by 1 to 3 weeks from our original schedule." Charlie's initial intention to instruct Russell was abruptly stifled, caught in his throat, as he absorbed this unexpected proposal. His expression morphed into one of complexity, ultimately settling into confusion. In that moment, the two, one man and a small sprite, fell into an uncanny silence. After a considerable pause, once Charlie fully grasped the situation, he pressed his temples in exasperation and tossed the letter resting on his desk in front of Russell. "You would do well to refrain from such excessive speculation. You are not particularly clever as it is." Listening to Charlie's admonition, Russell shrank back slightly and hastily took the letter, scanning it with rapidity to grasp the overall content. "To dear Charlie Black, as the new academic year commences, I, in the capacity of the current headmaster, cordially invite you to return to Hogwarts to partake in this year's opening ceremony and the sorting hat ceremony for the new students. Sincerely yours, Albus Dumbledore." headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. As he reached the final line, the signature of Albus Dumbledore caught his attention, and Russell's eyes widened in realization as he abruptly looked up. Master, you are going to Hogwarts? Chapter 62. You cannot do this. Shortly thereafter, Russell departed. Charlie stood alone in his office, his emotions once again rising in a tumult of complexity. He rose from his seat behind the desk and began to pace slowly in this entirely personal and enclosed space, lost in contemplation. Occasionally, he would halt his steps to revisit the letter he held, his thoughts swirling incessantly in his mind. The invitation from Dumbledore was indeed an unexpected turn of events for him. In truth, he had anticipated that when Harry unwrapped the candy he had gifted, Harry's generous nature would compel him to share the joy. Consequently, whether swiftly or gradually, this yet-to-be-launched confection would surely receive its inaugural experience at Hogwarts, bolstered by Harry's celebrity status. Moreover, it was inevitable that some astute wizards would uncover the magical secrets hidden within the candy, much like the esteemed Headmaster Dumbledore. All these factors undoubtedly served as the finest preliminary promotion for the alluring violet candy. One should not underestimate the impact of marketing within the confines of a single institution like Hogwarts. It is essential to recognize that the primary demographic for the candy consists of these underage children. The sheer number of families represented by the nearly 1,000 students across 7 grades forms an undeniably significant audience. After much contemplation, Charlie ultimately decided to relinquish his efforts to decipher what exactly Dumbledore had in mind. He plopped back into his chair, shaking his head and letting out a sigh. With a slight lift of his wrist, the letter he had been grasping slipped from his fingers, gracefully tracing an arc through the air before descending. Yet, as if influenced by some unseen force, it was mysteriously lifted and returned, deftly slipping back into the already opened envelope. Never mind, Charlie murmured to himself, his voice oddly laced with a hint of languor. After all, since the old headmaster had extended the invitation, attending the Hogwarts opening ceremony was hardly a misfortune. Moreover, as he pondered this, Charlie paused, a smile beginning to bloom unabashedly at the corners of his mouth. I believe my dear old friends will be quite delighted to hear the news of my return. With that, a renewed vigor coursed through him, and his gaze became clear once more. Russell. He sat upright in his seat as usual, gently snapping his fingers. With a sharp sound, Russell, who had only just departed, reappeared at Charlie's side. However, this time he held a lengthy list that trailed on the ground, evidently engaged in his duties. At your summons. My esteemed Master Charlie. Russell's somewhat shrill voice echoed again as he hurriedly rolled up the list that had fallen to the floor, tucking it behind him. Please prepare an appropriate outfit for me. Charlie's tone shifted back to its original timbre, shedding the earlier languor. It was essential to maintain a sense of decorum for his first invitation back to Hogwarts after many years. Absolutely, Master. Upon hearing Charlie's request, Russell's demeanor instantly became serious, nodding in agreement with fervor. This is a significant occasion. As the senior to those young wizards and the proprietor of the Charlie Candy Factory, we must ensure that you present yourself in the best light at the opening ceremony. Listening to Russell's earnest tone, Charlie paused slightly and murmured, It doesn't have to be so formal. After all, I am attending in a personal capacity. What do you think of the formal attire you wore during your visit to Baron Bester? Before Charlie could finish, Russell, who had taken the matter gravely, offered no chance for refusal and hurriedly continued, No, that's not suitable. That outfit is far too red. You were the head boy of Slytherin when you attended Hogwarts. We should wear something that reflects Slytherin's characteristics. As he spoke, Russell furrowed his brow, then paused, a spark of inspiration lighting his face. I recall you had a dark green outfit. Perhaps we can locate it in your wardrobe. Charlie listened to Russell's incessant chatter, his eyelids fluttering involuntarily. In the dim light of the Hogwarts corridors, Severus Snape strode purposefully across the uneven stone floor, cloaked in darkness. His gaze was shrouded in a somber and inexplicable gloom, accentuated by the prominent ridge of his nose, rendering it somewhat fearsome. His lips were tightly sealed, causing the corners of his mouth to subconsciously droop, instilling no desire for closeness. At that moment, Snape clutched a substantial lesson plan in his hands, presumably prepared for the impending start of the school year. His strides stirred the air around him, causing his black robes to flutter dramatically. No, you cannot do this. A faint cry pierced the air, prompting Snape, who had been lost in his own thoughts, to instinctively direct his gaze towards the source of the sound. It emanated from the direction of the headmaster's office, where, behind the colossal stone gargoyle, the wooden door seemed to be the backdrop of a fierce argument. The sound, despite the office's soundproofing, could not be entirely muffled. Snape's steps faltered momentarily, his brow furrowing in confusion, yet this only intensified the already unfriendly glare in his eyes. With a resounding thud, the wooden door swung open. Snape beheld Hagrid's massive frame, hunched over as he awkwardly retreated from the headmaster's office. "No, you cannot let him return. Albus Dumbledore, you must not do this." The voice continued to scream, and as Hagrid fully emerged from the office, Snape discerned the origin of the outcry. Hagrid was tightly holding a slender figure that starkly contrasted his own size, Firenze. At that moment, Firenze, under Hagrid's grasp, struggled desperately, twisting his head and shouting into the office. "Charlie Black, Headmaster, you cannot allow him to come back. My heart condition has not flared in 12 years. He will take my life. Please, Firenze, do not overreact. He has grown up," Hagrid explained with a resigned expression as he continued to carry him outside. "The grown-up demon is far more terrifying. I do not want to see him. No." Chapter 63. Friends, my apologies, Professor Snape. I am taking Firenze back to his room, Hagrid said quietly, acknowledging Snape, who stood in the corridor. Snape remained silent, merely stepping back slightly to grant Hagrid, with his imposing stature, a passage. "Thank you," Hagrid nodded, seemingly accustomed to Snape's aloof demeanor, before he resumed his path, cradling Firenze and heading in the direction from which Snape had come. Snape's gaze lingered on the still open wooden door, momentarily lost in thought. The name, so familiar, echoed in his ears after countless years, finally breaking through the veil of his previously dark expression with a flicker of emotion. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, Snape's feet moved once more. However, this time, he did not continue along his previous path. Without hesitation, he approached the imposing stone gargoyle. "Password," came a slightly hoarse voice, and the gargoyle began to shift, silently granting passage to the headmaster's office, revealing it once more to Snape's eyes. Inside, Dumbledore sat as he always did, his brows lowered in resignation as he sighed deeply. He then reached into his drawer, retrieving 2 candies to pop into his mouth. As the sweets dissolved, Dumbledore's mouth began to move beneath his thick white beard, and the previously furrowed brows relaxed, restoring their usual luster. Suddenly, as if noticing something, Dumbledore paused his chewing. He lifted his head, squinting his eyes as he gazed toward the door of the headmaster's office. "Severus?" Dumbledore's tone was laced with surprise as he raised an eyebrow, unexpectedly observing Snape, who had arrived at the door without notice. Clad in his dark robes, Snape was scarcely distinguishable in the dim light of the castle, without a keen eye. Most would find it challenging to perceive his presence. "Dumbledore." Snape did not engage in idle chatter at the threshold. He stepped into the headmaster's office, his wand, which had mysteriously appeared in hand, slightly raised, and with a flick, a muffled thud echoed. The previously ajar wooden door promptly swung shut, re-establishing the separation between the office and the outside world. Snape swiftly approached Dumbledore's desk, coming to a halt before him. "Did you hear Filch's voice just now?" Dumbledore inquired with a smile, while he pinched the bridge of his nose, seeking relief from the headache inflicted by Filch's earlier clamor. Snape offered no response, his gaze fixed intently on Dumbledore's eyes, lost in thought. Dumbledore, accustomed to Snape's reticence, paused momentarily. Noting the lack of intention for a reply, he continued speaking. "It appears that Filch has truly invested considerable effort into this school, to the point of becoming somewhat neurotic. I was merely attending to some paperwork when I was interrupted by his incessant knocking." Dumbledore shook his head as he spoke. As you can see, upon entering the office, he began to shout incessantly. Thankfully, Hagrid followed closely behind. Snape's eyes narrowed, fixated on Dumbledore, when he suddenly interjected, his voice heavy as he pronounced a name. "Charlie Black. I just overheard Filch mention that Charlie is returning to Hogwarts. Is this true?" Snape continued, his gaze unwavering as he sought Dumbledore's eyes for confirmation. He keenly observed that when Charlie's name was mentioned, a fleeting glimmer of an unprecedented brilliance flashed across those eyes, which had perpetually seemed shrouded in darkness, as if they would never behold the light. Though it was but a momentary flicker, Dumbledore nonetheless perceived it. Thus, without concealing anything from the other, Dumbledore nodded with calm assurance and continued, "Indeed, I recently penned a letter personally inviting him to attend this year's Hogwarts opening ceremony." Having finally received the answer he sought, a look of dawning realization crossed Snape's face as he murmured Dumbledore's words, seemingly lost in thought. Yet soon after, he reverted to his usual demeanor, solemnly inquiring, "Why would you wish to invite him to the Hogwarts opening ceremony?" Dumbledore cast his gaze downward toward the table, slowly articulating, "Hagrid, when he went to fetch Harry." brought me word that Charlie had reached out to Harry prior to his arrival and had employed magic to teach a lesson to the cousin who had been tormenting Harry. As he spoke, Dumbledore cleared his throat twice, swallowed the candy in his mouth, and continued. I believe his concern for the child warrants allowing him to witness the sorting ceremony firsthand, thereby easing his mind. Concern for the child? Listening to Dumbledore's words, a profound sarcasm emerged upon Snape's perpetually impassive countenance. The corners of his mouth lifted, revealing a stiff and sardonic smile. Charlie's relationship with the likes of James was far from cordial. He had reprimanded his foolish cousin countless times. I wonder what could possibly make you believe he would care so deeply for that man's child. Yet, it was Dumbledore's calm response that prevailed, his demeanor unaltered by Snape's derision. I sensed that perhaps he did not wish to entangle Harry in the grievances of the previous generation. Dumbledore spoke again, directing his gaze towards Snape, seemingly eager to gauge the latter's reaction. Snape's expression indeed shifted slightly, but that was where it ended. Retracting his gaze, he continued, moreover, there are indeed matters I need to discuss with him. What matters? Snape inquired. However, this time, Dumbledore refrained from answering directly, simply stating, in due time, you shall know. Snape fell silent, slowly nodding in acquiescence, refraining from uttering another word as he turned and made his way toward the door. I thought you would be pleased, after all. He was once your closest friend. Yes, Snape paused, turning his head to look at Dumbledore, his eyes laden with complexity. But once I became a Death Eater. We lost all contact. Chapter 64. Arrival before the grand floor-to-ceiling mirror. Russell assisted Charlie in adjusting his attire one last time, suddenly recalling something. He lifted his gaze to Charlie and remarked, perfect timing. I suspect by the time you return, Dob will have brought that group of Americans along. Charlie raised an eyebrow. Non-committal, habitually stroking the inconspicuous ring on his finger as he replied, none of that is of great consequence. Even if I am not present, the factory will function as it ought. Let them observe as they please. As he spoke, Charlie paused, seemingly struck by a thought. He lowered his head and inquired of Russell, is there any renowned newspaper or publication within the American magical community? Oh, that Russell momentarily faltered, scratching his head as he pondered the unexpected question. After a brief moment of contemplation, he continued, there seems to be one. But I haven't kept track of such things, so I can't recall the name. Never mind, Charlie chuckled, a glint of new calculation sparkling in his eyes. What do you think about spending some money to have them bring a journalist from America along? Charlie regarded Russell, continuing his musings as if speaking to himself, not particularly expecting a substantial response from Russell in this regard. After all, in matters of factory management, Russell was indeed a remarkably reliable ally. He possesses an extraordinary ability to effortlessly untangle chaotic matters within the briefest span of time, ensuring that each step proceeds in an orderly manner, and that every order and raw material within the factory remains uninterrupted. However, once he steps outside the factory, any external affairs become beyond Russell's comprehension. He is acutely aware of this reality. Consequently, whenever factory matters intersect with external environments or marketing strategies, he unhesitatingly reports to Charlie and places unwavering trust in the decisions made by him. It has been proven that Russell is indeed correct. Although he occasionally finds Charlie's enigmatic maneuvers perplexing, each instance compellingly demonstrates Charlie's extraordinary wisdom and insight. Perhaps it's not too bad. Though I fail to grasp the reason for calling a journalist, Russell casually replied, continuing to meticulously arrange Charlie's hymn. Aren't those American wizards known for their openness and inclusiveness? Charlie's eyes narrowed slightly, his previously radiant smile now subdued to a faint trace. With an enigmatic tone that Russell could not comprehend, he said, I truly hope they are as inclusive as they claim to be. As the brass whistle emitted its final long and piercing call, the Hogwarts Express, which had been racing, began to slow down, gradually diminishing its speed until it approached a halt. Quick, Harry, look outside. Ron had already leaped from his seat, eagerly clutching his meager belongings, nearly pressing his face against the glass, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he gazed outside, observing the castle rapidly enlarging in the distance beyond the window. Ron's expression was devoid of the earlier gloom and anger. The incident with Draco had long been cast aside. Now, his mind was wholly consumed with the delightful life that awaited him at Hogwarts, leaving no room for anything else. Watching Ron, who seemed on the verge of bouncing off the walls like an excited monkey, Harry couldn't help but smile genuinely. He grasped his luggage with one hand, while lifting the brass birdcage containing Hazel High with the other, anxious that the exquisitely beautiful white bird inside might experience even the slightest discomfort. Within the cage, Hazel stood steadily on her perch, her eyes, which had been closed, fluttering open slightly as she observed her surroundings. After casting a few casual glances, she chirped softly a couple of times, flapped her wings, and then closed her eyes once more. "Come on, Ron. We're almost at the station. Let us go." Harry's face flushed crimson as he turned to gaze at the throng of children outside their compartment, all adorned in identical uniforms and of similar age, bustling and laughing, eagerly dragging their luggage in a vibrant surge. The lively yet cacophonous atmosphere stirred his heart, making it beat with renewed fervor. "Oh, right," Ron suddenly realized. Hastily removing his face from the glass, then extending his hand to grasp the brown furred rat that had been lounging on the table, promptly tossing it into his pocket. He lowered his head and reached into his pocket, disregarding the struggles of the creature named Banchon, casually ruffling the poor mouse's head a few times. He then continued, "Come on, Banchon. Be good. I am about to take you to school." After exchanging a glance with his companion, they both nodded in unison and plunged into the throng of people surging towards the car door. "Hey, be careful with my rope. Did someone just kick me? Yvonne. Where are you? Yvonne, let me go back. My toad and luggage are still in the compartment. I must return." Amidst the bustling crowd, Harry found his steps particularly arduous. Having no time to glance at Ron, who had emerged alongside him, he could only focus on preventing himself from being jostled and toppled by the crowd. "Hey, apologies. I have an owl cage here. Please make way. It doesn't seem very sturdy. Ah, my foot." Buzzing with the sound of white steam billowing from the front of the train, the locomotive, which had been hurtling forward, appeared to be gently cradled by invisible hands. Its speed drastically decreased, finally coming to a smooth halt at the platform. With a soft hiss, the train doors swung open. In an instant, the previously dense crowd found an outlet, erupting into a cacophony as the little wizards hurriedly surged forth, or rather were pushed out, swiftly filling the once desolate platform. Harry clutched his birdcage firmly, though he himself remained quite disoriented from the collisions. He vigorously shook his head, striving to recover from the disorientation that had momentarily engulfed him. Raising his gaze, he scanned his surroundings, only to find that Ron was no longer by his side. Chapter 65. Do you like candy? Ron. With a sigh, Harry tugged at his luggage and birdcage, beginning to call out Ron's name as he walked, his eyes darting about in search of his friend. Suddenly, as he swept through the vast crowd, something caught his attention, his gaze fixated on a striking flash of golden blonde hair. Undoubtedly, the glossy locks adorned with hair gel made this individual the most conspicuous in the throng. A sense of joy welled up within Harry, although he had not located Ron. The prospect of encountering another familiar face brought him considerable comfort. Moreover, he vividly recalled the words spoken by the boy named Draco during their earlier encounter in the compartment. "My uncle is Charlie Black." This connection to Mr. Charlie Black had colored Harry's initial impression of the seemingly arrogant youth in a favorable light. In fact, when Draco had expressed a willingness to spare Ron, Harry's fondness for him had subtly increased. Now, spotting Draco once again, Harry's spirits lifted, and without a moment's hesitation, he guided Hester towards him. At that moment, Draco appeared composed, seemingly having long since dismissed any unpleasantness encountered on the train. He still clutched the notebook in his hands, passing the remaining luggage to Goyle and Crabbe, who stood a short distance away. Draco closed his eyes and took a deep breath. His hands gripped the sides of the enormous notebook tightly, pressing it against his chest as if summoning something from the ether. After exhaling a heavy sigh, he opened his eyes, which now shimmered with renewed vigor. In a voice only he could hear, he murmured, "It was on this very platform that my uncle took his first step towards Hogwarts." With that, he solemnly stepped forward, executing this seemingly symbolic action with utmost precision. He continued, "I feel as if I have resonated with my uncle from back then, as if, after 19 years, we are connected once more." However, before he could complete his thought, a voice filled with unrestrained joy suddenly interrupted him from behind. "Draco." Draco's brows furrowed tightly, and instinctively, he turned to rebuke the source of the voice. Yet, before he could utter a word, he caught sight of the approaching figure, causing his expression to shift. He opened his mouth, but ultimately fell silent, slowly closing it again. "He knows my uncle. He knows my uncle," Draco repeated in his mind. Nevertheless, the subtle change in Draco's demeanor went unnoticed by Harry, who remained jubilant. Seeing that Draco acknowledged him, he raised his hand high, excitedly waving while holding Hedwig's cage. The cage shook, nearly causing the resting owl within to tumble off its perch. Startled, Hedwig opened her eyes and flapped her wings a few times before regaining her balance. She then looked at Harry, emitting a few disgruntled hoots, clearly displeased. Unfortunately, her small voice was drowned out in the cacophony of the bustling surroundings, rendering her efforts to garner attention futile. After a few attempts with no success, Hedwig buried her head in her feathers, sulking quietly. Harry Potter. As Harry approached with an eager stride, Draco's eyes flickered, and he forced a smile, uttering Harry's name. No need for formality, just call me Harry. Harry, oblivious to any underlying tension, naturally halted in front of Draco and began to chat cheerfully. What a coincidence. It was rather crowded earlier, and I got separated from Ron. As he spoke, Harry turned his head again, scanning the area in search of Ron's familiar figure, but to no avail. Frowning slightly in frustration, he sighed and turned back to Draco, asking, "What about you? Did you get separated from your friends as well?" "Friends?" Draco paused, momentarily taken aback before glancing towards the grass near the platform where Goyle and Crabbe were crouched, rummaging about for something unknown. "Are you referring to Goyle and Crabbe?" Draco turned back, eyeing Harry with an odd expression. "Is there a problem?" Harry, sensing the scrutiny, instinctively questioned, "They're not my friends." Draco's lips curled slightly, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes, though it quickly faded. "They are merely my lackeys." "Lackeys?" Harry echoed the term, oddly reminded of his cousin Dudley back at home. He used to surround himself with a group of equally mischievous friends, causing trouble wherever they went, and being bullied by them was a frequent occurrence. As for the present, Harry could only wish that he would not be too heartbroken. Harry scratched his somewhat disheveled hair, momentarily rendered speechless by Draco's words, unsure of what to say. Fortunately, a thought struck him, and his eyes brightened. "Right. I received a box of candies from Mr. Charlie for my birthday. Would you like to have some?" As he spoke, he eagerly set down what he was holding and reached into his pocket to retrieve the candies he had originally intended for himself. Humph! Upon hearing Harry's words, Draco's initially forced smile gradually transformed into a more genuine expression, with the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, exuding a mix of pride and disdain. "Ah. If you are referring to candies, I think I shall pass." Draco raised his chin slightly, looking down at Harry, and continued, "You might not be aware, but my uncle stayed at my home for 7 days before the start of school, bringing me an abundance of sweets. I have already sampled everything from his factory, whether limited editions or otherwise, as for you." However, his words were abruptly cut short, for Harry had already pulled out the candies, displaying them openly before him. The candies were exquisite, translucent, and adorned with a faint purple hue. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The essential point was that it seemed his uncle had not provided him with such treats. At that moment, Draco's expression mirrored the sensation of an entire world collapsing around him. Confusion, doubt, resentment, jealousy, all these emotions swirled within him, culminating in a feeling he could scarcely articulate. "Draco?" Harry lowered his hand that held the candy slightly, regarding the motionless Draco with a puzzled glance, softly calling his name. Yet, Draco remained oblivious, fixated on the candies in Harry's hand, not even blinking. Just then, Ron's familiar voice pierced the air. "Hey, Harry." Turning towards the sound, Harry saw Ron, wide-eyed, frantically waving his arms in an attempt to catch his attention. However, it appeared that Ron's feet were rooted to the spot, showing no inclination to approach. Evidently, Draco's blunder aboard the Hogwarts Express had left a lasting impression on him. Harry hesitated before glancing back at Draco, who remained unmoving. "Come here, Harry." Seeing Harry still gazing at Draco, Ron's voice grew more insistent. Yet, his feet remained firmly planted. He could only watch Harry anxiously, waving his hands with urgency. "All right, I'm coming," Harry responded loudly. With a sigh of resignation, he reached out and pried open Draco's hand, which had been clutching a notebook, and forcefully stuffed all the candies into his palm. "There, I've found Ron. I'll see you later." With that, he busily gathered his belongings and hurried towards Ron. Draco watched Harry's retreating figure for a while until he vanished from sight, then lowered his gaze to the candies that Harry had thrust into his palm. After a moment's hesitation, he slowly picked one up and cautiously placed it in his mouth. "Draco, look what we found." Moments later, Goyle and Crabbe, who had been crouching in the bushes nearby, rushed back excitedly to Draco, eagerly sharing their discovery. With the candy still in his mouth, Draco gazed at them with an impassive expression, saying nothing. However, Goyle and Crabbe seemed utterly oblivious to Draco's current gloom. They exchanged glances before bursting into grinning laughter. "Look." Suddenly, Goyle produced a perfectly straight stick from behind him, brandishing it triumphantly before Draco. At the sight of the stick, Crabbe's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly began to describe the small wooden stick they had found in just a few minutes. "Look, Draco. You have never seen a straighter stick than this. I swear, Goyle's wand is not as straight. And, it's even. Crabbe swallowed hard, his enthusiasm intensifying. It's naturally grown. Look, it even has leaves on it. Oh, Goyle chimed in, raising his arms in joyous celebration, drawing the attention of those around them. Draco's lips quivered, yet he ultimately chose to remain silent. He once again placed another sweet from his palm into his mouth and slowly closed his eyes. How can you converse with Malfoy? Ron huffed, dragging his luggage in the opposite direction of Draco, occasionally glancing back apprehensively as if fearing the other would follow. Observing Ron's demeanor, Harry felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet he was compelled to gently suggest, could it be that there was some misunderstanding between you? I sense that Draco isn't as bad as he seems. Not as bad. Ron's voice sharply escalated, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Harry. He furrowed his brow again and replied, Don't be deceived by that boy's seemingly harmless facade. Pausing, Ron glanced around cautiously, ensuring no one was eavesdropping, then leaned in closer to Harry, lowering his voice. Malfoy's father was once a Death Eater. He managed to evade the Ministry's judgment through connections. You must realize, their entire family is not composed of good people. Ron. Harry immediately turned, frowning deeply as he regarded Ron, whose expression was a mix of mystery and seriousness. You ought to recognize that speaking ill of others behind their backs is hardly honorable. Besides, Mr. Charlie is Draco's uncle. By all accounts, he is family. At least from my perspective, Mr. Charlie is an exceptionally admirable individual. After speaking, sensing his argument lacked sufficient weight, Harry followed up with a probing question. Can you truly name any wrongdoing committed by Mr. Charlie? He even donates to orphanages. Ron was taken aback by Harry's sudden fervor. Remaining silent for a moment before his brows drooped, and he muttered, Well, I can't think of anything. Originally, Hogwarts students weren't required to carry their own luggage because he had taken numerous house elves. Harry opened his mouth, intending to counter, but before he could articulate his thoughts, a clear and melodic bell rang out, halting all noise as the previously boisterous students instinctively turned towards the source of the sound. Unbeknownst to them, a somewhat balding elderly man, with a grim expression, had appeared on the platform, with one hand grasping a brightly shining lantern and the other clutching a bell. He vigorously shook the latter. Once the cacophony of the entire platform faded into silence and all eyes were fixed upon him, he finally surveyed the crowd with satisfaction. Ceasing the incessant ringing of the bell. Come, Hogwarts students, follow me to the boats over there. Did you hear me? I shall repeat. Follow me. To the boats over there. His voice was as unpleasant as that of a dying crow. Each word that sprang from his lips resembled a eulogy delivered at a funeral. Chilling and disconcerting. To be frank, I had no intention of involving myself in your affairs. This was originally Hagrid's responsibility. Chapter 67. The Pig's Head Pub. As the first-year students arrived, and while Filch was making his way to Hogwarts by boat, a flicker of light heralded Charlie's appearance on the main street of Hogsmeade through the art of apparition. He first adjusted his clothing and then lifted his gaze towards the sky. At that moment, the crescent moon had quietly risen above, faintly glowing alongside a few scattered stars, creating a picturesque scene with the delicate wisps of clouds. It seemed that the time he had lingered was rather prolonged. As the silvery moonlight gently cascaded upon his hair and shoulders, Charlie's eyes once again fell upon the path he had traversed countless times during his student days, murmuring to himself, in stark contrast to the spacious and smooth asphalt roads of the Muggle world, the streets of Hogsmeade were decidedly less accommodating, even inferior to some typical rural roads in England. As he walked, observing the thatched-roof cottages and other structures flanking him, he felt an ethereal sense of time travel back to the pre-18th century, an era devoid of electricity and even steam engines. Charlie's gaze softened, revealing a touch of familiarity towards all that surrounded him. I haven't visited here since my graduation, he mused, his thoughts drifting to the magical joke shop and the literary lounge, yet his footsteps remained unwavering. Soon, he arrived at the end of the most bustling section of Hogsmeade. Charlie paused, standing at the road's terminus, instinctively turning his head towards the shadowy corner. There, nestled among the buildings, was a dilapidated and filthy little house, lurking like a monster concealed in darkness, coldly observing the passers-by in the sunlight. Beside this grimy abode hung a tattered sign depicting a blood-soaked pig's head wrapped in a dirty cloth, unmistakably marking its identity as the Pig's Head Inn. This was the very location he had arranged with Dumbledore to meet. As he gazed at the familiar tavern, a smile crept across his face, memories flooding back to him. In his recollection, the inn contained only a small, dim, and exceedingly filthy room. Upon entering, one would be greeted by a pungent aroma of mutton, Thick layers of grime coated the protruding windows, allowing almost no light to seep through, while rough wooden tables bore flickering candle stubs. At first glance, one might assume the floor was made of packed earth, but stepping upon it revealed centuries of accumulated filth atop a stone surface. For a newcomer, this establishment would resemble a haunted house abandoned for a century rather than a tavern. Yet, Charlie paid no mind, for an old friend of his was likely still inside. Inside the Pig's Head Inn, the faint flicker of orange candlelight served as the sole illumination. In the murky environment, cloaked figures whispered among themselves, occasionally raising various cups to drink their contents. Compared to the lively and boisterous Three Broomsticks or the raucous Leaky Cauldron, the Pig's Head Inn exuded an entirely different ambience. Behind the bar stood Aberforth Dumbledore, tall and slender like his brother, with gray hair and beard, just as he had been years ago, listlessly wiping an eternally dirty glass. However, unlike his brother Albus Dumbledore, Aberforth possessed a rather peculiar temperament, his speech laced with coarseness. Upon hearing the bell at the entrance, Aberforth did not even lift his head, continuing to wipe the glass with a detached tone. "Well, what would you like to drink? How about some butterbeer?" Charlie pushed open the grime-streaked door and cheerfully replied. As he walked across the tavern's floor, marred by filth, his smile remained intact. His polished attire, complemented by his handsome features and striking hair, seemed entirely out of place in this establishment. As he entered, the entire inn appeared to brighten. Even the dust that had been swirling about seemed to deliberately avoid him, retreating at the moment it threatened to soil him. The hushed murmurs within the tavern abruptly ceased, every gaze turning towards him. Even Aberforth, who had been engrossed in cleaning the glass, paused to look up. A piercing gaze emerged from the murk, sweeping over Charlie before a cold smirk escaped his lips. A freshening charm? Aberforth's voice dripped with disdain and mockery. "Honestly, if you can't stand it here, you might as well scurry back to the Three Broomsticks and the Hogwarts brats for some milk, rather than bothering us." Listening to Aberforth's words, Charlie felt no anger. Instead, he walked directly to the bar, locking eyes with Aberforth, who continued to glare at him. "What's the matter? Want to have a go at me?" Aberforth huffed, his gaze unwavering. "To be honest," Charlie said, suddenly leaning forward, resting his elbow on the bar, sending dust flying in all directions. With a flick of his fingers, a wooden beer mug materialized in his hand. "It's been years since we last met, and your chatter has only increased." As he spoke, he clenched his fist and playfully nudged Aberforth's chest, pushing him back a few steps. "In the past, you wouldn't have wasted words and would have simply thrown me out." Pausing again, Charlie regarded Aberforth, a playful smirk gradually emerging on his otherwise gentle face. He slammed the mug onto the table, continuing, "So, stop your prattle and fill my butterbeer to the brim." At that moment, Aberforth, who had been pushed back 2 steps, finally recognized the mug in the face that mirrored his memories. "Charlie, what are you doing here?" Aberforth exclaimed, a look of uncharacteristic joy lighting up his face. "I'm just stopping by Hogwarts to visit my dueling instructor. How have you been all these years?" Chapter 68. Utter nonsense apologies for the delay, Charlie. Not long after, when Hagrid finally arrived in a hurry, the scene before him rendered his half-finished words to a halt. The once dim and silent Pig's Head Inn was now devoid of customers, leaving only Aberforth and Charlie seated at the bar, both with identical beer mugs in hand, leaning against each other and indulging in butterbeer. "Charlie, you." Hagrid's eyes widened in surprise, leaving him momentarily speechless. He rubbed his eyes and, after confirming that he was not mistaken, finally stammered, "Do you know the owner of the Pig Head Bar?" "You do?" However, before Charlie could respond, a Bufus, whose Adam's apple was visibly bobbing after downing an entire glass of butterbeer in one go, suddenly frowned and shouted towards Hagrid. At that moment, his face bore a hint of crimson, leaving one to ponder whether he was genuinely intoxicated or merely overwhelmed with joy at the sight of Charlie. He cast a fierce glare at Hagrid, his eyes shimmering with a brightness unseen for many years. Immediately thereafter, Albus opened his mouth once more, his words resonating like thunder, nearly leaving Hagrid momentarily speechless. "Charlie and I are not merely acquaintances. He has been my apprentice since second year." Upon uttering this, he greedily finished the last remnants of his drink. After a moment's contemplation, feeling that his declaration did not adequately convey the depth of their bond, he hastily added, "My only apprentice." Hagrid's gaze swiftly shifted from Albus to Charlie, seeking validation of this assertion. Charlie laughed heartily, draping his arm over Albus's shoulder, while raising his own beer mug high, abandoning his usual elegance and composure, and downing the remainder in one go. With a resounding thud, the mug struck the bar's surface. And after exhaling deeply, he began to explain to Hagrid, "This happened a long time ago. just as Albus mentioned, probably around second year. Charlie licked his lips and continued. At that time, I was searching for the principles of a spell mentioned in a book, so I snuck into the restricted section to gather information. Hagrid's eyelids fluttered at the casual recollection of such a transgression, feeling an inexplicable oddity. However, recalling that Charlie had long since graduated, he suppressed his peculiar feelings and patiently listened as Charlie continued. Unfortunately, that day did not go well. I encountered old Filch, and as luck would have it, I was in such a hurry that I forgot my wand. What would you have done if you had brought it? Hagrid pondered inwardly. Recalling Filch's demeanor upon hearing of Charlie's arrival not long ago, a wave of sympathy rising within him as he silently mourned for his friend. Yet, oblivious to Hagrid's complex emotions, Charlie and Albus were completely engrossed in the tale from over a decade past. There was no choice but to run. I had only been at Hogwarts for 2 years, and I was no match for old Filch. He was like an eel, well-versed in every passage, and evading him was nearly impossible. However, a spark ignited in Charlie's eyes as he continued, just when I thought I was cornered, hiding in a room. I stumbled upon a secret passage. Can you guess what happened next? Hagrid remained silent, already knowing the answer without needing Charlie to elaborate. It was a passage leading to Hogsmeade. Throughout history, Hogsmeade and Hogwarts have shared a long relationship, during which at least 8 secret passages were constructed between them. And this is merely a minimum. Before Hagrid could respond, Charlie forged ahead. Then I found myself in Hogsmeade, and soon after, I encountered you. Albus seemed to be growing impatient. He casually interrupted Charlie's words and continued speaking. I remember he was about this tall. Aberforth indicated a height with his hand beneath the counter. He went on, I recall that day vividly. It was just like any other day when I intended to visit the DeVries and band store for some errands. However, on the way, I encountered this lad. Seeing him shivering in his pajamas along the path, I inquired and discovered he had no idea how to return through that secret passage. Out of kindness, I decided to escort him back to the Hogshead Inn, planning to use the Duke of Honey's passage to send him home the next morning. As Aberforth recounted this, a hint of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. From that day forward, the boy frequently traversed that passage to visit me at the Hogshead. Gradually, we became familiar with each other. Considering his temperament suited mine, I began to casually instruct him in spellcasting. I must admit, Charlie possesses remarkable talent. Aberforth scratched his chin beneath his thick beard and earnestly stated, even the most gifted wizards I have encountered pale in comparison to him. At this juncture, Aberforth emphasized the words most gifted, leaving one to ponder whether it was a veiled reference. Regardless, upon hearing this, both Charlie and Hagrid couldn't help but avert their gazes, feigning ignorance. Fortunately, Aberforth remained unperturbed. Once he had praised Charlie, he suddenly recalled something, and his tone turned vehement. Given such extraordinary talent, I longed to witness his dueling prowess. Ahem. Charlie instinctively turned away, patting Aberforth's shoulder, signaling him to refrain from elaborating. It wouldn't be an utter disaster. Aberforth's tone softened. Just as Charlie breathed a sigh of relief, expecting leniency, Aberforth's voice abruptly escalated, bellowing, "It's utterly pathetic." Chapter 69. Departure after conversing for a while. In order to arrive punctually for the upcoming opening ceremony, Hagrid had no choice but to interrupt Aberforth's reminiscences. Amidst Aberforth's displeased expression, he hurriedly pulled Charlie away from the Hogshead. Come visit more often. As they mounted Hagrid's motorcycle, Charlie turned his head to gaze at Aberforth, who was waving goodbye at the path's entrance, and returned the gesture, responding, "Don't worry. I'll come by whenever I can. It's high time you learned how to write letters. That way, I can write to you." With that, Hagrid's motorcycle roared to life, propelling the two along the main road of Hogsmeade towards Hogwarts. Aberforth stood at the path's edge, quietly watching the motorcycle carrying his student disappear into the distance. Only when the shadows of the night obscured them did his expression soften, a rare gentleness gracing his features, reminiscent of Dumbledore. For a moment, he seemed lost in thought, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He exhaled a deep sigh, shook his head, and turned away, slowly retracing his steps back into the Hogshead. Charlie sped along the rugged path on the motorcycle, the wind whipping around them. Struggling to maintain his grip, Charlie clutched Hagrid's clothing, huddling behind his broad frame to shield himself from the gusts. Suddenly, as Hagrid rode intently, he seemed to recall something, turning his head to shout back at Charlie. "What is it?" Charlie squinted, pressing his head closer to Hagrid's back. Hearing Hagrid's voice, he lifted his head in response. Where can I find those candies you sent to Harry?" After uttering this, Hagrid hesitated, seemingly concerned Charlie might misunderstand. He quickly added, "When I picked up Harry, He unwrapped your gift and gave me 2 pieces. The flavor was quite unique. I thought it was delicious, so since you're here, I wanted to ask you about it. Ah, Charlie realized, responding, that it's a new product from our factory that hasn't been launched yet. It won't be available until around Christmas. Oh, Hagrid replied, a hint of disappointment in his voice, but he sighed, accepting the news. Actually, Charlie raised his head slightly, if you like them. We're still in the trial production phase at the factory. Once I return, I can arrange for Russell to send some over to you. Really? In an instant. Hagrid's initial disappointment transformed into delight. Behind his goggles, his eyes widened, and his smile grew even brighter. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Charlie. You're a great guy. Hagrid laughed heartily. And his newfound fondness for Charlie caused him to forget all about poor Filch, sincerely praising him. No worries, we're friends, Charlie replied, patting Hagrid's broad shoulder enthusiastically. Indeed. You're absolutely right. We are friends. Hearing Charlie's words, Hagrid was suddenly overjoyed, continuing to steer the motorcycle while cheerfully humming a quirky tune. Unbeknownst to him, Charlie was equally elated, ready to join in song. Did you see that? My ideas are being realized splendidly. Listening to Hagrid's response, he could already envision that before long, the violet candy would enchant the entire Hogwarts community in a remarkable way. For it is known that the finest advertising in this world is not crafted by actors or celebrities, but emerges from the heartfelt conviction conveyed by those closest to us. In time, whether they had tasted the violet candy or not, everyone would share a perfect consensus. This candy is delightful. As for whether it would be a pity to give away the candy still in trial production, nonsense, of course not. As a candy manufacturer, the cost of any confections, no matter how expensive outside, is negligible within. To exchange this price for Hagrid's powerful promotion while simultaneously boosting the goodwill of Dumbledore's trusted allies is an unparalleled gain. With this thought in mind, Charlie tightened his grip on Hagrid's clothing even further. Soon, the motorcycle began to glide past the serene lakes that bordered Hogwarts. Simultaneously, this also affirms that the two have finally entered the realm of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Charlie could not help but lift his gaze, watching as the large raindrops began to plummet from the heavens, crashing upon the lake's surface and creating genuine splashes, stirring a sense of nostalgia within him. Thanks to the protective enchantments, the rain could not touch him. Whenever it approached, it would be deflected or diverted to the side. However, despite this, the chill of the relentless downpour was undeniably palpable to Charlie. His thoughts suddenly drifted back to the moment he first arrived at Hogwarts. Amidst the same torrential rain and the same shimmering lake, the small boat rocked precariously upon the surging waves, resembling a solitary leaf upon the vast ocean. Seemingly on the brink of being submerged, destined to become a delectable meal for the lake's resident aquatic beast. Although Charlie was already aware from his sister's tales that traversing the lake by boat in such a storm was merely a customary rite of passage for new students, designed to evoke the sentiments experienced by the founders, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Slytherin, and Ravenclaw, upon their own arrival, the reality of sitting in that boat, feeling the frenzied splashes of rain, left him exhilarated yet apprehensive. Chapter 70, Disparate Treatment. However, this reminiscence was fleeting, for soon they pierced through the dense rain and glided into Hogwarts. The motorcycle plummeted from the sky, landing gracefully upon the ground. Hagrid steadied the motorcycle with his foot, but did not dismount immediately. Removing his goggles, he shook the rain from his hair and turned to Charlie. Noticing Charlie's calm demeanor, unruffled even in the storm, Hagrid raised an eyebrow in surprise and casually inquired, "What is this? A transformation?" Sort of, Charlie nodded, not concealing the truth from Hagrid. "It's a spell I conjured up myself, akin to a combination of rejuvenation and protective armor. It lacks any defensive capabilities but adds a simple layer of magic around me to ward off dirt and grime." "Sounds quite practical," Hagrid remarked, adeptly kicking down the motorcycle's stand, and unabashedly expressed his admiration. "What is it called?" "I call it dust-free." Once the motorcycle was stable, Charlie swung his leg over and slid down, continuing his conversation with Hagrid. "So, are you interested?" Hagrid dismounted as well, walking alongside Charlie towards the Great Hall. Nodding earnestly as he explained, "I recently acquired some." He paused, scratching his head. "Little creatures. A delightful bunch, but rather troublesome. Occasionally, they spew a green, gooey substance, you know, the kind that's a nightmare to clean. Every time I change their bedding, I have to be extra cautious, for a single mishap could render my clothes irreparable." At this juncture, Hagrid slowed his pace, glancing at Charlie with eager anticipation. "Do you think that dust-free could assist me?" "It should pose no issue," Charlie replied, feeling a slight flush of embarrassment. He smiled, though his mind wandered curiously to what exactly these little creatures were. The spell isn't particularly complex. In fact, it's simpler than protego. Just fetch me a piece of parchment, and I can inscribe it for you. Hagrid opened his mouth, seemingly about to argue that protego was not an exceedingly simple spell, but before he could elaborate, a familiar and somewhat cheerful female voice reached their ears from around the corner. Is that you, Charlie? Following the sound, they beheld Professor McGonagall approaching. Professor McGonagall! Charlie's face lit up with surprise as he hurried to meet her, eager to close the distance. Look at you, my most distinguished student, she remarked, her usually stern expression softening with a hint of affection as she regarded the man before her, now in his 30s. A smile of appreciation for her protege graced her lips as she gently patted his shoulder, reminiscent of more than a decade ago. How goes your transfiguration? I assure you, Professor, I have never forgotten your teachings, he replied warmly, recalling her earnest guidance during his formative years. Every word you imparted remains etched in my notebook. At the mention of his notebook, Charlie's eyes sparkled with inspiration, a smile creeping onto his lips. Among this year's new students, there may be one who surprises you. Surprises me? McGonagall's brow furrowed slightly, intrigued by Charlie's assertion. She regarded him with curiosity. Who might that be? My nephew, Charlie declared proudly, lifting his chin as if to showcase his exceptional child, his confidence swelling. Draco Malfoy. Upon hearing the name, McGonagall could not suppress a slight frown. The Malfoy family? Trust me, Professor, Charlie insisted, anticipating her reaction. He is a different kind of Malfoy, one filled with infinite potential, yet to be fully shaped. Very well, McGonagall conceded, albeit with lingering skepticism. But you know I never grant students special privileges. Of course, Charlie quickly affirmed. There is no need for special treatment. He emphasized the phrase, understanding its implications. Because he is exceptionally gifted, I believe if he were to study the foundational courses alongside his peers, it would be of little benefit to him. McGonagall found this notion intriguing and pressed further. And what do you propose I do? Assign him more homework and more challenging tasks, allowing him to experience the rigors of my N.E.W.T. examinations. At last, McGonagall's composure faltered, her expression betraying her skepticism as she scrutinized Charlie. Charlie, you must be honest with me. What discord exists between you and the Malfoy family? Charlie shook his head, preparing to offer an explanation to Professor McGonagall when, unexpectedly, Hagrid, who had been quietly overlooked by the two like an inconspicuous backdrop, could no longer contain himself and interrupted their conversation. He cleared his throat twice, first glancing at Charlie and then directing his gaze towards McGonagall. I do not mean to intrude upon your dialogue, Professor McGonagall, but the time for the opening ceremony is swiftly approaching. As he spoke, he tentatively gestured towards the direction of the Hogwarts Great Hall and quietly inquired, should we not make our way there? Chapter 71. Malfoy complimented me in the midst of the Black Lake. Ron and Harry were engulfed by the torrential rain and the swaying boat, leading them to embrace each other in a moment of sheer terror. Harry's complexion turned pale with fright as he could not help but turn to Ron, stammering, why is this happening? I feel as though the boat is about to capsize. Ron, upon hearing Harry's words, wore an equally ashen expression, his features contorted in dread. With a hint of trepidation, he spoke to Harry. Fred told me that every year during the new student arrival at Hogwarts, the lake's water monster, resembling a horse, desperately shakes the boats. If we wish to avoid the destruction of the vessel and the loss of lives, we must sacrifice a few newcomers to feed the creature. As he uttered these words, a quiver of distress crept into Ron's voice. He sobbed, continuing, I never believed such a tale. Upon hearing Ron's words, Harry, already unsettled by the tumultuous and surging waves of the lake, could no longer maintain his composure and clutched Ron even tighter. Together, they emitted a chilling cry of horror. Although Harry was entirely unaware of what the so-called horse-like monster truly was, this ignorance did little to quell his fear. Meanwhile, Draco's demeanor was hardly any calmer. With furrowed brows, he clung tightly to his book with one hand while the other grasped the edge of the small boat for stability. Gritting his teeth, he commanded his companions, Goyle and Crabbe, who flanked him, hurry. Crabbe, move a bit closer this way. Goyle, come over here, raise your hands. Quickly. My book is getting wet. The entire boat was filled with gasps and shouts, accompanied by occasional whimpers, as it slowly drifted toward the distant shores of Hogwarts. Only Filch stood unwavering at the bow of the boat, his presence seemingly part of the vessel itself. His legs firmly planted as he swayed with the gentle rocking of the small craft. He raised the lantern high, his gaze serene as it pierced through the delicate veil of mist, fixing upon the hazy silhouette of Hogwarts Castle. He pressed his lips together, as if contemplating something profound. Throughout it all, he stood in stark contrast to the frightened young wizards behind him, who were utterly beside themselves with fear. His emaciated figure and thinning hair, at this moment, were imbued with a unique sense of tragic grandeur, resembling both a steadfast statue and a hero clutching hope. Humming softly, Furchy's gaze shifted. He slightly turned his head to glance at the grotesque scene behind him, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. However, when his eyes fell upon Draco, with his golden hair and a hefty tome in his arms aboard the small boat, it seemed to activate an inexplicable switch, rekindling memories he was most reluctant to revisit. His smile vanished instantaneously, and he involuntarily shivered. Hurriedly averting his gaze, he turned to the increasingly distinct silhouette of Hogwarts Castle in the distance. At last, accompanied by a cacophony of continuous screams, the small boat began to steady itself. The torrential rain that had poured down relentlessly dissipated the moment the vessel reached the shore. The dark clouds receded, revealing the concealed moon and stars in the night sky. Though sparse, they shone brilliantly at that moment. Ron and Harry, still shaken, opened their eyes, maintaining a tight embrace, both swallowing hard. "Did we survive?" Harry's voice, laced with breathlessness, inquired cautiously. "Yes, we didn't feed the horse-shaped monster," Russell replied, sniffing as he nodded. Reaching up to touch his cheek, unsure whether it was rain or tears. "Who went down?" Only then did Harry's eyes regain their sparkle. He turned his head, glancing around as if to ascertain who had vanished. "Perhaps it was Malfoy and his two ogres," Russell remarked casually, yet upon reflection, a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes, prompting him to quickly turn back toward the spot where Draco and the others had been. When he saw all three of them intact, that hope morphed into profound disappointment as he slowly withdrew his gaze. The small boat was not particularly large, barely accommodating the newcomers. Moreover, when Ron spoke, he did not lower his voice deliberately, so his words easily reached Draco's ears. Draco carefully extracted his notebook from his robe, relieved to find it unharmed. "Humph." He then turned to Ron, scoffing derisively. "Only a fool like you would genuinely believe that horse-shaped monster truly exists." Ron, though still reeling from the reprimand, summoned his courage and shot back angrily. Draco's attractive brows furrowed slightly, his eyes narrowing as his expression turned inscrutable while he regarded Ron. After a prolonged pause, he finally remarked, "Your small mind is quite astonishing." He then shook his head, averting his gaze to focus once more on his precious notebook, ignoring Ron thereafter. Seeing that Draco had turned away, Ron redirected his attention to Harry, his face lighting up with joy. "Harry, did you hear that? Malfoy just complimented me. Don't you think that's a sign of him yielding to me?" Harry, glancing back and forth between the jubilant Ron and Draco, found himself at a loss for words, yet refrained from dispelling Ron's delightful misconception, merely nodding ambiguously. "I suppose so," Harry said uncertainly, his gaze drifting elsewhere as he instinctively touched his nose. "Ha, I knew it." Ron straightened up, his eyes sparkling as he looked ahead at the majestic, clearly visible Hogwarts, a surge of pride swelling within him. Harry followed his gaze towards the towering castle, his mouth slightly agape. The fresh, cool air after the rain invigorated him. "All right, first years. Please place your luggage in the designated area, then proceed to the Great Hall for the opening ceremony," Filch shouted as he jumped down from the bow of the boat. "Those planning to stay up late may wait a little longer. After midnight, I intend to release the 2 chapters scheduled for tomorrow." As a novice writer, I still struggle with pacing, occasionally finding myself overly drawn out in moments that shouldn't be. However, I will strive to improve. I humbly welcome your feedback. Apart from the consistent 2,000 words per chapter, everything else can be adjusted gradually. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 72, The Harbor. How do you feel about your arrival this time? In the Great Hall of Hogwarts, Dumbledore sat at the center of the professor's table, watching Charlie walk in alongside McGonagall as the doors opened, a smile gracing his face as he softly inquired. "It feels quite magical," Charlie replied, surprisingly at ease in Dumbledore's presence, experiencing a genuine sense of warmth akin to returning home. He tilted his head upwards, gazing at the floating candles that adorned the ceiling of the auditorium, and beyond them, the ethereal night sky that seemed almost tangible. Narrowing his eyes, he earnestly replied, "I truly cherish the memories of my days spent studying here. They remain the warmest recollections in my mind, regardless of the time. Whenever I encounter difficulties, I find solace in those memories." As Charlie spoke, he closed his eyes, hesitating momentarily before offering a more definitive response. "It is akin to a sanctuary that provides me with ample shelter, shielding me from the tempests of the outside world." In the upper seats, listening intently to Charlie's words, Dumbledore's complexion glowed with warmth, his smile unwavering. Professor Flitwick nodded in agreement, unable to suppress a gentle gesture to wipe a tear from the corner of his eye. Meanwhile, Professor Sprout placed her hand delicately upon her chest, her gaze shimmering with emotion. Even Professor McGonagall nodded in approval. As for Snape, Charlie's eyes instinctively drifted towards the vacant seat of the Slytherin house head. Rest assured, Dumbledore began once more, his voice resonating through the hall. He gazed at Charlie, whose visage, though 12 years younger, bore an undeniable maturity. His expression was gentle yet tinged with a distinct seriousness. As you have said, Hogwarts will forever be your sanctuary, your shelter from life's tempests. At this remark, Dumbledore's smile brightened even further, and with a tone that seemed to flirt with jest, he added, "Should the day ever come when your candy factory faces bankruptcy, I would welcome you back to Hogwarts to take up the role of a professor." Yet, upon hearing these words, Charlie could not help but be taken aback. He gazed at Dumbledore with an expression that remained as kind and gentle as ever. Being under his gaze felt akin to basking in sunlight, an experience devoid of any discomfort and perpetually soothing. Charlie understood that within Dumbledore's words lay profound significance. With the headmaster's statement, if the day ever arrived when the factory truly faced bankruptcy, Hogwarts would be the sole refuge for him and the remaining house elves. At that moment, Hogwarts would transform from merely a sanctuary for his soul into a tangible bastion against the pressures of the outside world. Contemplating this, Charlie's expression grew serious. He stood resolutely before Dumbledore, the esteemed headmaster often referred to as the White Lord, and offered a solemn bow. "Very well, Charlie," McGonagall said softly, giving his shoulder a gentle pat. "Come, that is your place. Simply take a seat. It won't be long before the children arrive." Charlie refrained from any further display of sentiment, nodded, and slowly walked past the 4 long tables representing the 4 houses, taking a seat at the professor's table beside Professor Flitwick. "Long time no see, Professor Flitwick," Charlie greeted him in a hushed tone. "Indeed, long time no see, young Charlie," Flitwick replied, nodding in acknowledgement and leaning closer to whisper greetings. Once seated, Dumbledore turned to McGonagall and continued, "I suspect Filch is about to bring in the new students. Would you kindly go greet them and allow the other students to enter as well?" Shortly after McGonagall exited, a throng of young witches and wizards clad in their respective house uniforms began to chatter excitedly as they streamed through the entrance. They, accompanied by a few others, quickly and adeptly found their places and settled down. Just then, as the last figure, one with whom Charlie was exceedingly familiar, entered the hall, the doors slowly closed once more. Snape approached, lifting his gaze to meet Charlie's, their eyes interlocking. Charlie distinctly noticed a flicker in Snape's eyes, a ripple of unease. Smiling, he winked at Snape and gave a slight nod. Snape remained silent, hesitating for a moment before reciprocating with a nod of acknowledgement, then made his way to his seat, taking his time to settle down. Soon, sharp-eyed young witches and wizards at the 4 long tables began to notice something unusual. Their gazes filled with curiosity and inquiry as they beckoned their companions to look toward the distinguished Charlie among the professors. "Who is he? A new professor, perhaps?" "I don't think I've ever seen him before," one inquired. "Maybe he's the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor? What do you think?" Another suggested. "But he looks so young." "I don't care. He is truly handsome. I feel he is more charming than Gilderoy Lockhart. I don't understand why he hasn't won the Most Charming Smile award from Witch Weekly." Although the scene below was a cacophony of chatter, Charlie could discern their expressions and conversations, allowing him to piece together their thoughts with relative ease. The corners of his mouth subtly curled, imbued with a hint of reticence. Compared to Russell's unabashed adoration, it was this understated praise that truly lifted his spirits. However, Charlie did not savor this moment for long. Soon, when the grand door swung open for the 3rd time, a hush fell over the crowd, all eyes converging on the bewildered first-year students behind Professor McGonagall. It appeared to be Harry's first experience of such an intense focus of attention, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety. He pressed his lips together, instinctively grasping Ron's sleeve and refusing to let go. However, in contrast to Harry's anxiety, both Draco and Ron appeared remarkably at ease. Ron's gaze immediately fell upon the Gryffindor students, swiftly identifying those with the distinctive red hair characteristic of his family. He beheld Percy, Fred, and George. It was evident that the trio had also located him. Fred and George cheerfully extended their hands in greeting, while Percy, with an air of feigned aloofness, nodded imperiously at his brother. Draco, with an air of haughtiness, closely trailed behind Professor McGonagall, his chin held high, unabashedly basking in the attention directed towards him from all corners. He slowly surveyed his surroundings, moving his gaze from the Gryffindor students to the Slytherins. before lifting his head to scrutinize the assembly of professors above him. Suddenly, Draco's eyes froze in disbelief as he beheld among the professors a figure, impeccably poised, gazing back at him with a smile. In that instant, his heart raced fiercely, and even his pale skin began to flush with color, nearly causing him to lose his composure and exclaim aloud, "Uncle!" Draco's inner voice cried out. Chapter 73. You should go to Ravenclaw. Draco. What is the matter with you? Although Draco's unease was not overtly apparent, Albus Dumbledore nonetheless noticed it through the keen observation of Goyle by his side. He scratched his head and leaned cautiously towards Draco, whispering, "My uncle is watching me." A glimmer of light seemed to visibly emerge in Draco's eyes. He exchanged a knowing smile with Charlie, who was seated above and looking down at him, giving a slight nod in acknowledgement. At that moment, Draco felt an overwhelming urge to leap onto the table and proclaim to everyone, especially that Harry Potter, "Look, that is my uncle." Yet, he restrained himself, determined to maintain the facade of perfection in front of his uncle. In an instant, Draco transformed from his previous haughty demeanor into a young gentleman embodying noble etiquette. Goyle, overhearing Draco's words, involuntarily narrowed his eyes and instinctively followed Draco's gaze to discover the source of his excitement. Soon, he noticed a few professors alongside Charlie Black, who, in many respects, could almost be considered an enhanced version of Draco. However, unlike Draco's boldness, Goyle refrained from openly gazing at Charlie. Remembering how he had spoken ill of him behind his back in recent days, Goyle felt a wave of guilt wash over him, instinctively shrinking his neck and turning his head away to avoid detection. "All right, newcomers," Professor McGonagall announced, her expression unchanging. She turned back to the curious young witches and wizards before her and continued, "It is now time for your house sorting. Hufflepuff, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin." As she spoke, McGonagall's gaze deliberately drifted toward the timid Harry, standing next to the red-haired Weasley. Those eyes are just like his mother's, she thought, recalling the beautiful girl with the radiant smile that surfaced in her memory. Her gaze shifted easily to the front, where Draco Malfoy held a massive notebook. She recalled Charlie's recent words about a different Malfoy. She repeated the phrase silently, though her tone was still one of skepticism. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. Regardless of whether he was truly different as Charlie claimed, the truth would soon be revealed after a single class. However, to Professor McGonagall's surprise, Draco Malfoy did not appear awkward or evasive in response to her scrutinizing gaze. On the contrary, he lifted his head, meeting her gaze directly, unflinching, and offered a polite smile. Taking a step forward, he bowed slightly and spoke softly, "Good day, Professor. I am Draco Malfoy, Charlie's nephew. It is an honor to meet you here for the first time. Please forgive my current impetuosity. I am simply overwhelmed with joy. My uncle has mentioned your teachings many times during his stay at our home, imparting upon me a wealth of knowledge regarding transfiguration. Yet he has always insisted that only at Hogwarts could I truly meet a master of transfiguration and receive the finest instruction." At this point, Draco's excitement was palpable, an emotion that could not be feigned. He took a deep breath, his lips pressed together, and continued, "Thus, I have eagerly awaited this day, and at this very moment, I finally meet you." McGonagall did not interrupt but narrowed her eyes, quietly listening until he had finished. Her gaze lingered on Draco for a moment, as if re-evaluating the young boy before her. "Let us await the outcome," she murmured, then turned without allowing others time to react, making her way toward the space between the professor's table and the four house tables. Her voice rose as she issued the command, "Come, follow me." As Professor McGonagall walked ahead, her attention inadvertently drifted to Charlie, who wore a wide smile, bright as a flower in full bloom. McGonagall found herself reluctantly agreeing with Charlie's assessment. Indeed, this Malfoy was distinctly different. As the young witches and wizards closely followed McGonagall's lead, they arrived at the center of attention, where an ancient, tattered hat, covered in an array of patches, awaited them on a chair. After a brief, less than melodious song that the hat had prepared over the past year, McGonagall stepped aside and declared, "Now, I will begin calling names." She surveyed the crowd and continued, "Those whose names I call should sit on the chair and don the sorting hat. It will tell you to which house you belong." Upon hearing McGonagall's words, a murmur of quiet discussion arose among the crowd. "They use that hat to sort the houses?" Harry whispered in surprise to Ron. "I suppose so," Ron replied, his uncertainty evident. "I heard George say that the hat has a curse that can turn someone into an idiot. Anyone with a weak will who wears it will have their intelligence drained from their brain." "Really?" Harry asked, incredulously gazing at Ron. In any case, Ron did not seem as convinced this time. He shrugged, though a trace of tension remained on his face. First up, William Ryan. Without granting the two boys much time to discuss further, Professor McGonagall began calling names. The boy summoned stepped out from the crowd, nervously seated himself on the chair, and donned the talking hat. The Sorting Hat pondered for a moment. Hufflepuff. Instantly, applause erupted from the Hufflepuff table, welcoming the slightly agitated boy to their house. Next, Hermione Granger. The crowd parted as the bushy-haired girl from the train stepped forward, inhaling deeply before placing the hat on her head. Gryffindor. Andy Thomas. Gryffindor. Pansy Parkinson. Slytherin. Gradually, one by one, students were called and met with applause as they dispersed to their respective house tables. Draco Malfoy. Draco did not have to wait long soon. His name was announced by Professor McGonagall. He smiled slightly, already having made up his mind. He maintained a calm demeanor as he handed his notebook to the nearby Goyle, then strode confidently forward. After his gaze briefly met Charlie's once more, he picked up the Sorting Hat from a chair and slowly placed it upon his head. The Sorting Hat of Slytherin seemed to hesitate for an instant before it opened its mouth to announce. However, abruptly, its voice faltered. The personified face within the creases displayed a palpable confusion and unease. Wait, this is peculiar. Perhaps you are better suited for Ravenclaw. Chapter 74, Still Slytherin. What? Draco's previously composed expression instantly stiffened. He widened his eyes, nearly leaping to his feet to hurl his hat to the ground. Fortunately, until the name was spoken, the Sorting Hat's dialogue remained unheard by others. He slightly lifted his head, his eyes darting upwards in disbelief as he gazed at the Sorting Hat perched atop his head. Mentally questioning, "Are you jesting with me?" The Sorting Hat was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected inquiry. Its expression shifted from confusion to a hint of resignation as it softly elucidated. "In truth, it is indeed rather peculiar for a Malfoy." It paused, seemingly wishing to verify its assessment once more before continuing. "However, it is as it is. Compared to Slytherin, I believe Ravenclaw would suit you far better. I can sense your thirst for knowledge and your wisdom. Undoubtedly, should you find yourself in Ravenclaw, your talents would be thoroughly nurtured there, for it would provide the finest stage for your unrestrained expression." "You must be joking." Draco's eyes twitched, and his hands instinctively clenched the edges of the chair, his expression gradually revealing traces of anger. "What is the matter with Draco?" Goyle, clutching a hefty tome, cast a puzzled glance at Crabbe and whispered inquiringly. "I have no idea. Perhaps there is an issue with the Sorting Hat?" Crabbe replied, his tone tinged with uncertainty. All the while, neither of them had ever entertained the notion that Draco might be assigned to a different house. After all, he was a Malfoy. The Malfoy lineage had perpetually produced graduates from Slytherin for generations, and this had become an immutable tradition. It seemed to be a matter beyond contemplation, a given in the eyes of many. Harry furrowed his brow, observing the shifting expressions of Draco with a flicker of concern in his gaze. He glanced at Ron beside him and quietly inquired, "What happened to Draco?" Ron shrugged, wearing an expression that conveyed his own unfamiliarity with the situation, as if to say he had just arrived and was unaware of the details. However, after a moment's contemplation, he offered his own analysis. Perhaps the Sorting Hat perceived that Draco lacked courage, intelligence, diligence, and ambition. As he spoke, a smile involuntarily crept upon Ron's lips. "So it intends to expel Draco?" At this point, he seemed to believe his words wholeheartedly, and his eyes began to sparkle with excitement. Harry remained silent, unable to suppress a substantial eye roll to express his exasperation. He has seemingly seen through his friend, realizing just how unreliable he truly is. Seated at the professor's table, Charlie raised an eyebrow, instinctively propping his arm against the table while gently caressing the ring on his finger. He gazed at Draco, whose back was turned, yet whose turbulent emotions were palpable. In that moment, he felt as if he grasped something profound. Instinctively, he turned to his side to look at Professor Flitwick. Flitwick, stroking his beard, was not one to lack wisdom, and he observed the scene before him with a narrowed gaze, as if watching an intriguing spectacle. Noticing Charlie's glance, he returned a smile and quietly remarked, "Isn't it peculiar?" Charlie opened his mouth, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately his expression transformed into a smile as he nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, it is quite astonishing." However, within his heart, a shocking realization was unfolding. Could it be that he truly intended to bring Draco to Ravenclaw? As this thought crossed his mind, the smile on Charlie's face morphed into a complex expression. He turned back to observe Draco's silhouette, and unexpectedly, a flicker of anticipation ignited within him. "I don't care." Draco gritted his teeth, internally roaring at the Sorting Hat. "Oh, calm down, young man," the Sorting Hat replied. its expression gradually revealing a hint of exasperation and a touch of humanity. Within the span of 2 or 3 minutes of silence, which appeared brief to the outside world, it had attempted various approaches to persuade the stubborn child before it, attempting to convey just how fitting Ravenclaw would be for him. Yet, it had not anticipated that this young Malfoy would prove so obstinately resistant, impervious to reason. Quite frankly, the Sorting Hat mused, in all its years of service, it had never encountered such a headstrong little wizard. Ultimately, after enduring a tumultuous internal struggle, the Sorting Hat let out a resigned sigh. His tone was tinged with a hint of fatigue, softening considerably. The tip of the Sorting Hat drooped slightly, undoubtedly signifying some form of concession at that moment. "I can allow you to attend Slytherin," the Sorting Hat continued, "but I wish to understand your fervent desire to be there. What is the reason behind it?" Without waiting for Draco to respond, it conjured a reason of its own, promptly asking, "Is it for the glory of your family, the Malfoys?" "It is because of my uncle." Draco's tone regained its firmness as he raised his chin. The hands that had instinctively clutched the edge of the chair, now resting calmly on his lap. What? The Sorting Hat's face displayed surprise. It had envisioned numerous reasons compelling one to join Slytherin, and the inquiry was, in some ways, merely a means to grant itself an escape. Yet this reason was one it had not anticipated. After a brief moment of astonishment, an immense curiosity towards the boy arose within it. "Your uncle? Why? Is it because he wishes for you to attend Slytherin?" No. Draco's gaze expanded. The determination within his eyes was almost uncharacteristic of a child his age. "It is because he graduated from Slytherin. I hope to follow in his footsteps, to retrace the path he once walked, ultimately becoming a person like him." The Sorting Hat fell momentarily silent. "How intriguing. Your name is Draco, is it not? I believe I shall remember that name." "Very well, as you wish. Draco Malfoy. You shall proceed to Slytherin." Chapter 75. The Feast Begins. Slytherin. With a resounding call from the Sorting Hat, Goyle, Crabbe, and the Slytherin students naturally erupted into applause. Charlie raised an eyebrow, silently joining in the applause, his gaze returning to Draco, a sense of curiosity inexplicably stirring within him. Professor Flitwick appeared somewhat disappointed. He paused while stroking his beard, but soon broke into a smile. "What a pity." He turned his head and gazed at Charlie, saying thus. In response, Charlie merely offered a faint smile, saying little more. Finally, Draco's expression began to relax. He rose from his seat, extended his hand, and wiped away the beads of sweat that had formed on his forehead due to the recent tension. Then he gently lowered the Sorting Hat, straightened his chest, and strode forward, causing the hem of his robe to billow and flutter behind him. Upon receiving his notebook from Gaul, Draco suddenly paused momentarily. He then halted his steps, not directly proceeding towards the Slytherin table, but instead turning his head to gaze at his uncle. Charlie sat behind a seat, wearing a smile akin to that of the Slytherin students, gently clapping his hands in congratulations for Draco. When Draco turned to look at him, Charlie was equally focused on him. With a smile, Charlie nodded, uttering no words, yet conveying a profound message that was eloquently expressed in the silence. Taking a deep breath, Draco straightened his posture, clutching the notebook, his eyes filled with hope and determination as he walked towards the Slytherins, who were equally watching him. Among the few remaining first years, Harry, who had not dared to lift his gaze until now, finally followed Draco's line of sight and noticed Charlie at the top. A look of surprise spread across Harry's face as he widened his eyes, carefully scrutinizing Charlie once more. In that moment, Charlie began to merge with the figure who had sat on the steps with him that day. An overwhelming wave of emotion surged within Harry's heart, causing his small face to flush with excitement. "Look quickly, Ron." He tugged at Ron's sleeve with fervor, his tone infused with uncontainable joy. "Mr. Black is here too." "Huh." Ron, who had been gazing elsewhere, lost in contemplation, was instantly drawn to Harry's words. He hurriedly turned his head, his eyes wide as he searched around, and quickly asked Harry, "Which one? Is it Mr. Black? Is it Charlie Black?" Harry was taken aback by his demeanor, pushing Ron's head aside while asking in a peculiar tone, "I thought you weren't particularly fond of Mr. Black." However, Ron dismissively waved his hand at Harry, gazing at the now calm Charlie Black at the table, his eyes almost sparkling with excitement. "How could that be?" Ron retorted to himself. "He is the very creator of the greatest candy factory in the world and a powerful wizard. Who wouldn't like him?" Harry was momentarily stunned by his response, then slightly puzzled. "Then why did you?" Ron withdrew his gaze, rolling his eyes at Harry and pouting, truthfully responding, "I just didn't want to see Draco flaunting himself. You know, that guy has been bragging about his uncle being Charlie Black from the start. Honestly, we're all from pure-blood families. Who doesn't have some sort of relative connection?" After saying this, his eyes regained their luster as he leaned towards Harry's ear, as if sharing a grand secret. To be perfectly frank, if we look at the family tree, my grandmother, Cedrella Weasley, is actually Mr. Charlie Black's cousin. Really? Harry nearly exclaimed, quickly lowering his voice to continue asking. Of course. Ron nodded matter-of-factly, continuing, her father, Arcturus Black, is Mr. Charlie Black's father, Signis Black's brother. Then that means Draco is technically your... Harry paused, seemingly hesitant to provoke Ron further, leaving the thought unspoken. Well, it's not quite that simple. Ron replied with an air of normalcy, shrugging. It's just that after my grandmother married my grandfather Septimus Weasley, she was disowned by the Black family, so in name, that connection has been severed. After Draco's incident, the remaining sorting of the new students proceeded much more smoothly. Everything was remarkably normal. Except for Harry taking over 10 minutes at the end. Harry Potter is to be sorted into Gryffindor, with the sorting hat announcing Harry Potter's house. A cheer erupted from Gryffindor, nearly shaking the very roof of the hall, as every Gryffindor student shouted, "We have Harry Potter." The sorting ceremony officially concluded. Dumbledore slowly rose from his seat, saying nothing at first, but surveying the room. Once all the little wizards had fixed their gaze upon him, he began the customary speech he delivered every year at this time. Dumbledore did not delve into any profound or lengthy discourse. He simply stated that any student entering the Forbidden Forest is strictly prohibited. The corridor on the right side of the 3rd floor is also off limits. Our caretaker, Mr. Filch, specifically asked me to remind you of this. Mr. Filch is the gentleman who brought you here initially. He was unable to attend the feast due to some discomfort. As he spoke, Dumbledore paused instinctively, his gaze drifting towards the composed Charlie. However, I suspect you should be able to recognize him. If you wish to avoid a most unpleasant fate, do not approach him. That's all for now. Only after Dumbledore had finished his remarks did he slowly raise his hands. Now, I declare the feast open. As his words fell, Dumbledore swept his arms forward with a swift motion. Instantly, the 4 long tables, which had been empty moments before, were filled to the brim with an array of delectable dishes, appearing as if by magic. Chapter 76. In the culinary skills of Hogwarts house elves are nothing short of exceptional. Even though Charlie had attended numerous noble dinners and gatherings, he had never encountered cuisine that could rival that of Hogwarts house elves. The roast was cooked to perfection. As the carving knife sliced through, tender juices burst forth, mingling with the fragrant steam infused with delicate spices. Merely inhaling the aroma was an exquisite pleasure. The roast chicken, glistening with honey glaze, shimmered under the candlelight, forming a thin layer of soft orange film with the fat. Subtle hints of browning from the roasting process were visible. Among the offerings were puddings that seemed almost to dance, layered souffles, waffles drenched in thick honey, and golden fries piled haphazardly. Charlie felt at ease. And along with Professor Flitwick, he set down his knife and fork, directly tearing off the legs of the roast chicken. As the chicken legs were pulled apart, the skin and meat tore away, revealing succulent, juicy flesh that was still glistening with juices, the rich aroma enveloping his senses, tantalizing his palate. Delicious, Professor Flitwick remarked, bringing a chicken leg to his nose, savoring the aroma with closed eyes before taking a hearty bite, his expression transforming into one of pure enjoyment. Let us hope that after all these years, you haven't forgotten how delectable Hogwarts roast chicken is. Flitwick smiled at Charlie, holding up the now crescent-shaped chicken leg. Charlie chuckled, nodded, and picked up his own chicken leg, taking a gentle bite. His teeth met the outer layer of skin, which had become crisp, yielding a delightful crunch. As the juices burst forth, they filled his mouth with a lang of flavors, each bite flooding his senses with an array of spices. Charlie blinked, his bright eyes reflecting both enjoyment and nostalgia. He relished the meal thoroughly, barely pausing between bites. So engrossed in the food that even Draco faded into the background of his thoughts. It was only as the dinner approached its conclusion that Charlie, with his fork, speared the last cherry from his plate and popped it into his mouth. Satisfied, he finally set down his utensils, exhaling a contented sigh. He gazed at the remnants of food that lay scattered before him, grasping the napkin to his left to wipe the grease-stained corners of his mouth and fingers, restoring his former appearance. Dumbledore had similarly finished his meal, seated upright in his place. Suddenly, his left hand, which had been resting on the table, quietly descended, rummaging through the ample pocket of his robe until it emerged once more, clutching 2 hard candies. Would you care for one, Minerva? Dumbledore inquired, extending his open palm towards Professor McGonagall. Naturally, she was accustomed to such behavior. Taking a sip from her cup, she gently shook her head in response. Do not make me remind you again, Albus. You should refrain from consuming so much sugar. It is not beneficial for your health. Dumbledore chuckled, seemingly unconcerned by McGonagall's refusal, as he popped the candy into his mouth. Perhaps sugar does little good for my body, he mused, pausing for a moment. A playful glimmer reminiscent of childhood dancing in his eyes, but without it, my spirits would surely dwindle. McGonagall merely shook her head disapprovingly, casting him a sidelong glance before choosing to ignore her headmaster. At last, as the final young wizard in the hall set down his utensils and emitted a satisfied belch, the banquet came to an official close. Gradually, the crowd began to flow out of the Great Hall. However, for the first-year students who had just arrived, this was not an end, but rather the commencement of their journey at Hogwarts. Under the guidance of their respective house heads, they would soon be assigned to their dormitories and embark on a true exploration of this ancient castle, which had remained largely uncharted for countless years, preparing themselves for the life that awaited them from the morrow. Headmaster Dumbledore. Charlie finally rose from his seat and approached Dumbledore once the students had vacated the hall and the professors had scattered. He hesitated, seemingly contemplating how to broach the subject, before finally asking, "You summoned me?" Yet his inquiry remained unfinished, as Dumbledore raised a hand, smiling to halt his further remarks. "Very well, Charlie. There will be ample time to converse tomorrow. We need not rush matters." As he spoke, Dumbledore shifted his chair and leisurely stood up. "I have prepared accommodations for you in the staff quarters. I trust you do not mind sharing a night as a neighbor with Severus?" Charlie's response was one of surprise, instinctively turning to gaze at Severus Snape, who remained seated, seemingly waiting for something. Snape's perpetually stoic expression bore a rare hint of astonishment, yet he uttered no words, merely casting a deep, lingering glance at Charlie before rising and departing the hall. Charlie silently observed Snape's retreating figure, raising an eyebrow, lost in thought. "Let it be as you wish, Headmaster Dumbledore." Soon, he returned his gaze to Dumbledore, nodding in agreement. As he turned to leave, Dumbledore's voice called out once more. "Ah, Charlie," he lowered his voice with a hint of mystery. "When you return, do not forget to bring me some of those tangy soft candies you know. The ones from last time. They are nearly finished, and they taste quite delightful." Charlie chuckled softly, amused by the headmaster's childlike enthusiasm, and nodded in acquiescence. "If you desire them, you may ask at any time." Chapter 77. How fares your master? Professor Quirrell. After imparting all necessary instructions, Dumbledore called to Professor Quirrell, who was about to leave through the Great Hall doors. "Ah!" Quirrell seemed startled, exclaiming before hastily turning to face Dumbledore. What is it, Headmaster Dumbledore?" His hands instinctively clasped together before his chest, eyes wide, he stammered in inquiry. He appears perpetually shy and lacking in confidence, treating everyone with utmost caution yet profound deference. Even today, as he attends the opening ceremony in the auditorium, his attire remains unchanged. He is still enveloped in a thick turban and exaggerated cloak, concealing himself completely. "Are you preparing to return to your room?" Dumbledore inquired. "Yes, I am indeed planning to go back," Quirrell replied hastily, nodding while gesturing toward the direction outside the auditorium. "Could you take Charlie with you? His room is right next to Snape's." Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Lockhart shifted his gaze back to Charlie, who was also looking at him. A smile, tinged with a hint of eagerness and humility, instinctively reappeared on his face. His already stooped posture leaned forward slightly, resembling a bow. In return, Charlie also leaned forward slightly as a gesture of reciprocation. "Of course, I don't mind at all," Quirrell said, almost without a second thought, nodding in agreement. "That is splendid." Dumbledore turned his attention back to Charlie. "Professor Quirrell is a kind-hearted individual. Aside from being somewhat timid, you will find little fault in him." After offering a few simple praises, he concluded, "Then let it be so. Allow Professor Quirrell to escort you back. Get a good night's sleep, and when you awaken tomorrow, come to my office, and we shall discuss other matters." He then sought Charlie's opinion. "What do you think?" "That would be wonderful," Charlie replied with enthusiasm. Bidding farewell to Headmaster Dumbledore, he then slowly navigated around the seats and made his way toward the auditorium's entrance, where Professor Quirrell awaited him. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Professor Quirrell," Charlie greeted warmly, extending his hand with a smile. Oh, of course, Mr. Black. It is an honor to meet you." Professor Quirrell appeared somewhat flustered, his instinctive forward lean deepening as he extended both hands to grasp Charlie's firmly, shaking them vigorously. Charlie maintained his smile, feeling the slight chill emanating from Quirrell's hands upon their contact, his gaze subtly shifting. "Allow me to lead you. Please follow me." After a brief handshake, Quirrell released his grip, his smile still warm as he spoke, his steps steady as they exited the auditorium. Charlie said little more, nodding in agreement as he followed. By now, it was past 9 o'clock, nearing 10, with Quirrell in the lead and Charlie trailing behind. Once outside the auditorium, their conversation ceased. Their footsteps were quiet, resonating softly as they traversed the labyrinthine corridors and staircases, moving effortlessly through the grandeur of the architecture. Charlie focused on keeping pace with Quirrell, his attention wandering to the surrounding environment. Every painting on the walls, every sculpture, and even each candelabrum perfectly matched the recollections in his memory. "Mr. Black, we have arrived." After an indeterminate period, Quirrell halted before a closed wooden door. Turning his head, he smiled and addressed Charlie. "Oh, thank you." Charlie, momentarily lost in thought, snapped back to reality, observing the door Quirrell indicated and glancing at another almost identical room nearby. "So, Severus resides here, does he?" "Indeed," Quirrell confirmed with a nod. "This is Professor Snape's residence." "Thank you for your assistance," Charlie said as he approached the door. Quirrell stepped aside, maintaining his humble demeanor as he shook his head. "Do not mention it, Mr. Black. It is but a small effort." Charlie placed his hand on the wooden door, gently pushing it open. Inside was a simple small bed, a desk, a coat rack, and a wardrobe, all impeccably clean, suggesting that Dumbledore had instructed the house elves to tidy up before Charlie's arrival. "In that case, I shall take my leave," Quirrell said, not lingering further. As he turned to depart, however, Charlie unexpectedly spoke again. "By the way, Professor Quirrell." He stood at the threshold, not immediately stepping inside. Instead lifting the hand that Quirrell had just held and examining it thoughtfully. What?" Quirrell's voice held a note of confusion and surprise. But he quickly turned his gaze back to Charlie, his expression marked by uncertainty. "How is your master faring?" "My master?" Quirrell asked, puzzled, before realization dawned on him. "Are you referring to Headmaster Dumbledore?" "No," Charlie replied, turning to look at him once more. This time, however, a smile had vanished from his face. His eyes, now devoid of warmth, radiated an extreme coldness, as if his gaze were a blade capable of piercing Quirrell's heart, announcing the arrival of death. Charlie slowly parted his lips, enunciating each word with precision. "I am speaking of Tom Marvolo Riddle." After uttering that name, a faint smile returned to Charlie's lips. He gazed at Quirrell, whose pupils had shrunk to pinpricks, his mouth agape, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Although his lips moved without sound, it was evident they formed the most terrifying name in the entire magical realm. "I do not comprehend the source of your overwhelming confidence," Charlie remarked, raising the hand that had just clasped Quirrell's. Under Quirrell's scrutinizing gaze, flames erupted from his palm, slowly enveloping it in a blazing inferno, emitting wisps of thin black smoke that drifted upward and vanished without a trace. "Even your master lacks the power to deceive me. What makes you think you can succeed?" Chapter 78. A pleasant collaboration? In an instant, sweat soaked through his garments, yet his heart felt as though it had plummeted into an icy abyss. A fierce glint flashed in Quirrell's eyes, the facade of weakness he had donned to conceal his identity thoroughly stripped away. Without a moment's hesitation, his instincts compelled him to retreat, hoping to create distance, while his hands swiftly extracted his wand from the folds of his ample robes, determined to strike first. Having secured a position as the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, Quirrell's prowess was far from mere pretense. His reactions and the speed with which he drew his wand suggested he surpassed many ordinary orurs. However, in Charlie's eyes, there was little distinction. He perpetually demanded swifter responses from others. As Quirrell began to move, Charlie stepped closer. With a swish, the red gem on his ring gleamed. Before Quirrell could react, the elm wand, crafted from the nervous system of a Norwegian ridgeback, was thrust firmly against Quirrell's chest, pressing through his robe and the clothing beneath, pinning him in place. Throughout this tense moment, Charlie's expression remained devoid of urgency. His eyes sparkled with amusement, akin to a cat that had caught a mouse. As if everything lay within his grasp. Quirrell's motion to draw his wand froze mid-action. It was only half extracted. Their movements commenced simultaneously, yet within a heartbeat, they halted, ensnared in a prolonged silence. A single droplet of sweat trickled down Quirrell's cheek, splattering on the ground below. It was only at this juncture that the overwhelming dread and regret finally jolted his mind into clarity, revealing that this young man, who had garnered fame and was now even younger than himself, was no mere facade but a formidable force beyond his reach. "Mr. Black," Quirrell stammered, his throat quivering, his breath growing labored. The stutter, initially a guise to mislead, became genuine in this life-or-death moment. In truth, there is no need for such tension. Quirrell managed a strained smile through his rigid expression. He licked his cracked lips, his voice trembling despite his efforts to suppress it, with limited success. Is there not? Charlie raised an eyebrow, intrigued, tilting his head as he pressed his wand more firmly against Quirrell's chest. Feeling the sharp pain radiating from the wand's tip, Quirrell gasped. Yet the smile on his face remained unyielding. Indeed, I believe you can understand that despite previous misunderstandings between you and my master, such discrepancies can be gradually resolved when mutual interests are sufficiently significant. Quirrell swallowed nervously, cautiously meeting Charlie's gaze. Charlie's eyes flickered, seemingly contemplating Quirrell's words. Witnessing this, Quirrell, initially trembling with anxiety, regained his composure. His mind raced, striving to employ every ounce of wit to persuade Charlie. I trust you can see that had it not been for that unfortunate incident, my master's strength would have ensured his triumph. With the number of followers he commanded at that time, sweeping through the British magical community would have posed no challenge, not even to the orurs or the Order of the Phoenix, let alone Dumbledore, who could not suppress his might. At this point, Quirrell's expression took on a fervent zeal, his eyes gleaming as he eagerly turned to Charlie, his words flowing more freely. Even now, though my master is weakened, his loyal followers remain steadfast, and even from Azkaban, they believe in his inevitable return. Mr. Black, this is an opportunity. You need only to act as though you know nothing, and that alone would be the greatest assistance to my master. He shall soon resurrect, leading his servants to once again sweep across the magical realm. At that moment, you who aided him in his time of peril shall be rewarded beyond imagination. Resurrection? Charlie appeared momentarily swayed, his brow arching with surprise. Had he truly found a means of revival? Absolutely. Quirrell fervently nodded, conviction radiating from his gaze as he sought to convey his fervor to Charlie. My purpose here is to facilitate my master's resurrection. If you release me, I am confident that he shall return. Charlie fell silent once more, lowering his gaze as he genuinely began to ponder the possibility. For Quirrell, this period of contemplation felt like an eternity of torment. Finally, Charlie lifted his head. The wand that had been pressed against Quirrell's chest vanished from his hand with a flicker of the ring. Remember, this is a debt you owe me, Charlie smirked, extending his hand toward Quirrell once more. Shall we collaborate pleasantly? Indeed, a delightful collaboration. Quirrell nearly buckled at the knees, but mustered the strength to grasp Charlie's hand tightly, this time refraining from any tricks. With a smile, Quirrell departed, striding back to his chamber as if enveloped in a gentle spring breeze beneath Charlie's watchful eye. As the door swung shut with a resounding thud, the smile faded from Charlie's face, morphing into an uncontainable expression of derision and mockery. He stood with his arms crossed, tilting his head as he leaned against the doorframe, gazing intently at the room just a few doors away, murmuring to himself, Tom, I cannot bring myself to do away with you, at least not now. After uttering these words, he shook his head, straightened up, and ceased his observations, turning instead to retreat back to his own room. You may continue to languish in existence for now, like a creature forever banished from the light, bearing that repugnant nose of yours. With a resounding thud, Charlie's door slammed shut, and once more, the corridor fell into silence, as though nothing had transpired at all. Chapter 79. Resolving misunderstandings. As the door to the room clicked into place, Chilo felt as if all the strength had been drained from his body, leaving him unable to remain upright. With a thud, his legs buckled beneath him, and he collapsed to the floor. His upper body leaned against the wooden door, his chest heaving violently, reminiscent of a fish on the verge of drowning, gasping for breath. After a considerable time, he finally managed to slowly remove the sweat-drenched headscarf that covered his head, revealing his bald skull and the grotesque, writhing visage on the back of his head, his master, who at that moment could only parasitize others, existing in such a pitiable state as Voldemort. You worthless fool. The instant the headscarf was lifted, it was as if some seal had been broken, causing Voldemort's blurred face to writhe even more fervently. He opened his mouth as wide as possible and, with a hoarse voice, vehemently cursed at Chilo. How dare you? How dare you be so presumptuous? Chilo's complexion immediately turned pale, disregarding his still feeble body. He staggered to his feet, awkwardly repositioning himself to kneel. His upper body seemed to exert every ounce of strength as he pressed it against the floor, positioning his head at the highest point. Trembling like a leaf in the wind, he quaked even more than when he had faced Charlie. It was as though the hoarse voice, with each agonizing syllable, struck him like a piercing curse, deeply resonating within his mind. I am sorry. I am sorry. My great master, I am sorry. Chilo pressed his forehead hard against the floor, his eyes tightly shut in agony, his lips quivering uncontrollably, unable to articulate a complete sentence, merely repeating apologies like a malfunctioning machine. Tell me, you damned fool, what were you thinking? Why? Why did you provoke that plague god at this moment? Yet, even as Chilo humbled himself to such a degree, Voldemort showed no signs of calming down. Continuing to writhe furiously at the back of Chilo's head, seemingly intent on bursting forth and eliminating this foolish wretch on the spot. Chilo shuddered, his eyes, filled with terror, opened once more, but he dared not lift his head, pressing it firmly against the floor instead. His gaze fell upon the dust-laden wooden grain above, trembling as he responded. Please, forgive the ignorance of your servant, my great master. I had intended, when you were resurrected, for our resurgence to require funds. As he spoke, sweat began to flow uncontrollably down his head, splattering onto the floor beneath him. He was a wealthy man. His candy factory was quite discreet. Even the Ministry of Magic would not inspect it. Listening to Chilo's words, Voldemort's face, resting at the back of Chilo's head, ceased its futile rage, and in a fit of exasperation, interrupted him mid-sentence, continuing in a voice that could chill one to the bone. So you thought it would be splendid if you could control him? A simple Imperius curse would subtly turn him into your puppet, allowing you to seize his factory and monopolize everything he possesses, you damned fool. With those final words, his fury erupted completely, no longer contained. He roared with unrestrained fury, his voice resonating with an invisible force that swept outward in a circular wave. The windows trembled ominously, their glass surfaces beginning to fracture, while the meticulously stacked lesson plans on the desk were violently hurled into the air. Sheets of densely written paper fluttered chaotically, scattering throughout the room. My master, I am prepared to accept the consequences of my foolish actions. I beseech you to quell your wrath. Chilo shivered, his heart racing as he witnessed the escalating commotion. Panic-stricken, he implored with genuine sincerity, fully aware that merely being present at Hogwarts was an extraordinary feat in itself. Typically, he navigated his surroundings with the utmost caution, akin to a timid mouse, which had allowed him to remain undisturbed for these past few days. Should this tumult attract the attention of the Dark Lord residing within the Academy, the outcome would be undoubtedly fatal. Fortunately, although Voldemort was consumed by rage, a semblance of reason still lingered within him. He reined in the inadvertently rampant aura, retreating once more beneath the skin of Chilo, squirming and gasping like a human. You were deceived by his youthful visage. Did you not think that such an incredibly youthful face could belong to a master of magic? Or perhaps his self-proclaimed identity as a candy factory owner led you to perceive him more as a feeble merchant. Though he had retreated, Voldemort continued to prattle incessantly. If it weren't for my relentless efforts to conceal my existence, to suppress my aura, and remain undetected by him, do you have any inkling of what might have transpired? I ought to eliminate you. If only I had the means, I would revel in delivering you 10 heart-rending curses. In truth, my esteemed master, we might contemplate a more favorable perspective. Chilo, panting heavily, perhaps a consequence of previously warding off Charlie with his verbal prowess, now intended to employ this inadvertently developed new skill against Voldemort once more. At the very least, amidst the misfortune, we have discovered that Charlie Black is not aligned with Dumbledore. In fact, he appears to favor you, and like myself, he harbors an inner belief in your greatness. Voldemort's tone lowered, a derisive snort escaping him, tinged with a seriousness that was unmistakable. He harbors no affection for anyone. Charlie Black is merely a wretched opportunist, far more cunning, powerful, and terrifying than you can imagine. Chilo furrowed his brow, his throat bobbing subtly, yet he remained silent. Even as he elevated his perception of Charlie Black in his mind, he could not fathom that his master would bestow such high praise upon him. Voldemort pivoted abruptly, continuing. But what of it? He is a damned opportunist, perfectly suited for my current needs. If resurrection is indeed possible, what does it matter if I owe him a favor? My foolish servant, the only correct thing you have uttered today was that remark you just made to him. What was it, my master? Chilo inquired hastily. As long as the benefits are substantial enough, any misunderstanding can be resolved. Chapter 8, Night, with Severus and fire whiskey upon returning to his chamber. Charlie promptly shed the light green cloak draped over him, casually hanging it on the coat rack beside the wooden door. He then stretched languidly, his expression gradually relaxing, an inexplicable smile gracing his lips, indicating a buoyant mood. Throughout, he did not dwell on the events that had transpired in the corridor outside, nor did he experience the anxiety and turmoil that plagued Chilo and Voldemort. Truth be told, from the very beginning, Chilo and the yet-to-be-resurrected Voldemort had not been on the list of individuals Charlie anticipated encountering upon his return to Hogwarts. Had it not been for Chilo's reckless attempt to ensnare him during the feast, Charlie would have scarcely acknowledged their existence. However, from a certain perspective, this incident could be viewed as a testament to the success of his years spent managing the candy factory, a validation of his efforts to rehabilitate his reputation. After all, if even his enemies regarded him merely as a powerless candy factory proprietor, one could easily surmise how ordinary wizards, who had never even seen his face, but merely heard tales of the so-called Charlie Black, would perceive him. At this moment, Charlie had removed the exquisite formal attire he had been wearing, along with the myriad of elaborate accessories. Clad now in a simple white shirt, he had undone the top 2 buttons for comfort. The transformation in his demeanor was striking. Shifting from noble confidence to a gentle, relaxed disposition, he sat on the chair in the room, resting his elbows on the table, quietly awaiting something. His eyes were half closed, gazing vaguely at the subtle traces of time etched upon the surface of this table, whose history remained a mystery spanning countless years. His fingers glided slowly along the grain of the wooden desk, occasionally encountering the irregularities beneath his fingertips, as well as the wax that had dripped from a candle long ago, now seamlessly merged with the surface. It is likely that a previous professor had once sat quietly in this very room, lighting a candle and, by its flickering light, fervently inscribing thoughts with a quill. Over time, the ink had seeped through the paper, leaving faint impressions etched into the wood, preserving a unique memory, just as Charlie's thoughts began to wander. Drifting far beyond the confines of the desk before him, a series of firm knocks echoed through the room, abruptly anchoring his wandering mind back to the present. He turned his gaze toward the door, and as the dull thuds resonated, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Someone had arrived. He rose gracefully from his seat, his steps light as he approached the door. With a gentle pull, Charlie slowly opened the door, allowing a stream of light to spill forth, illuminating the previously dim corridor and casting a glow upon Severus, who stood before him, clad in his customary dark robes, his expression somber yet composed. As he beheld the door ajar and the figure of his once dear friend reappear before him, Severus momentarily felt a sense of disorientation, as if he had been transported back to his school days, to the inseparable times spent with Charlie and Lily. Yet, within the depths of his mind, he was acutely aware of the harsh reality that those days were irrevocably lost to him. It was akin to a scar etched into his very being. While time may dull its pain, the grotesque mark would forever linger, a relentless reminder of its origin. Even decades later, should one chance upon it again, the agonizing memory would surge forth, as piercing as it had once been. At this moment, Severus found himself touching that scar once more. Severus began. His expression underwent a series of transformations, ultimately settling into a visage that even he found difficult to articulate. Within his gaze, sorrow and joy danced in a perpetual cycle, while the corners of his mouth, faintly tugged by the long stiffened muscles of his cheeks, formed an expression that resembled a smile, yet leaned more towards a cry. Severus's naturally somber voice became even more gravelly as he faced Charlie, seemingly burdened with countless words yearning to be shared. However, something lodged in his throat rendered him mute. Despite exerting every ounce of strength, he could not utter a single syllable. For a moment, the two men were enveloped in an unsettling silence. Heartache was the first thought that surged within Charlie upon seeing him in that instant. He gazed at the face that had transformed so drastically since his youth, and it was not difficult to imagine the tribulations Severus had endured over the years. Enough, let us not say anything more, Charlie sighed, offering a smile familiar to Severus as he stepped aside, gesturing for him to enter the room. You've never been adept at expressing these sentiments, come in, my dear half-blood prince, for I have brought you something special. Upon hearing Charlie's words, Severus momentarily froze. But soon an unprecedented smile began to flicker at the corners of his mouth. He suppressed the turmoil and anguish within him, nodded slightly, and followed Charlie into his room. Once the door closed, Severus finally managed to regain his composure, restoring the dignity he had momentarily lost. Do you understand? He spoke, since my graduation. I have not heard anyone call me that. The name, inscribed in his potion textbook during his adolescent years, had never been revealed by Severus to anyone. Only Charlie, after clandestinely glimpsing it in his potion book, had persistently used that name for him in private. Although it often brought Severus to the brink of exasperation, Charlie remained undeterred and gradually developed a habit of it. Now, upon hearing that name once more from Charlie's lips, Severus found that his state of mind had undergone a profound transformation. He took a deep breath, calming the immense complexity and emotion swirling within him, and continued, only you. You rascal can still find a way to provoke me at the first opportunity, even after all this time. Despite his words, the expression on his face belied his statement. In fact, it had relaxed considerably, and his eyes sparkled with a different glimmer. Charlie chuckled softly, choosing not to expose him further, and added, "It is my honor." After a brief pause, he continued, "Guess what I have brought for you?" As he spoke, he pulled a chair from the desk and dragged it to the bedside, sitting down with a casual demeanor. "Is it candy? Perhaps some Charlie brand chocolate?" Severus raised an eyebrow, unperturbed, and skillfully settled beside the bed, his gaze laced with curiosity. A flash of red from the ring signaled that Charlie suddenly possessed 2 bottles, tightly wrapped in crumpled brown paper. Fire whiskey? Severus's eyes gleamed with excitement as he recognized the familiar packaging, unable to restrain himself from asking, "Did you visit the Hog's Head before returning to Hogwarts?" "Indeed. I stopped by to see Aberforth and brought back 2 bottles," Charlie replied with a smile, not denying it. As he spoke, he handed the bottles over. Severus grasped the bottle, feeling the crumpled texture, and a smile spread across his face. "The Hog's Head has never changed its packaging over the years. It is identical to what you used to sneak back every night." Severus tore away the crinkled brown paper and deftly took out his wand, aiming it at the cork. With a pop, the tip of his wand emitted a brief flash of light, sending the cork flying through the air in an arc before it clinked to the ground with a resounding thud. He grasped the neck of the bottle, carefully leaning in to inhale the sharp, intoxicating aroma of the potent liquor mingled with faint hints of fruitiness wafting from within. Without hesitation, Severus raised the bottle to his lips and, reminiscent of his childhood, took a hearty swig. Closing his eyes, he savored the explosion of whiskey on his palate, akin to a fiery blaze, igniting every fiber of his throat. As he swallowed, the warmth did not dissipate. Rather, it intensified, coursing down his throat, meandering into his esophagus, and ultimately swirling within his stomach. After a tumultuous upheaval, it finally settled. Exhaling a breath of murky air, he felt a comforting warmth enveloping him. Just as he was about to speak, the overwhelming sin of alcohol caught in his throat, provoking a bout of coughing. After a moment's reprieve, he continued. "A few years ago, I ventured to the Pig's Head Tavern and ordered a glass of flaming whiskey." "How was it?" Charlie inquired, simultaneously grasping the bottle and taking a sip. Severus shook his head with a hint of regret. "Not particularly memorable. Perhaps the solitude dulled the experience. I left before even finishing a glass." As he spoke, he glanced at Charlie, licked his lips, and once again brought the bottle to his mouth, swallowing another mouthful. This time, he appeared to have acclimated to the tumultuous sensation of the flaming whiskey, exhibiting a more composed demeanor without further coughing. Suddenly, he remarked, "I recall that night. I was asleep when you roused me, insisting we venture to the restricted section in search of some spell theory." "Indeed," Charlie replied, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his sturdy, scar-laden forearms beneath his white shirt, nodding as he continued to drink. Severus's gaze instinctively fell upon Charlie's arms. His lips quivered, yet no questions escaped his mouth. He averted his eyes, feigning nonchalance as he surveyed the surrounding room. He understood the origin of those scars, and perhaps out of guilt for his dear friend, he felt utterly at a loss when confronted with the remnants of Charlie's battles with his colleagues. However, Charlie seemed unfazed, his attention fixated on the bottle in his hand, twisting and turning it as though searching for some profound revelation within its depths. He continued, "I remember that from that day forth, I would occasionally bring a few bottles of this to the academy, some for Regulus, some for Dreer, and I believe I even handed a bottle to Lily. Yet, the majority of it was consumed by us." At this juncture, Charlie furrowed his brow in contemplation and cast a perplexed glance at Severus, who was seated at the edge of the bed. "I still cannot fathom what you meant by gifting fire whiskey to a little girl." Severus lowered his head, avoiding Charlie's gaze, and took another sip from his drink. After a prolonged silence, as the effects of the alcohol began to take hold, he finally murmured in a voice rendered even more gravelly by the liquor, "You told me then that it was a fine thing." Thus, the two men, now well into middle age, conversed and drank, using the years of shared experiences as their culinary accompaniment. In that room, the concept of time seemed to dissolve. Apart from the wine before them and the companionship of a friend, nothing else held significance. Only two hearts, which had been separated for various reasons, were gradually closing the distance between them, erasing the barriers, and returning to a time long past. It is unclear how much time had elapsed, but Severus's voice had grown increasingly muffled. He cast a sidelong glance at Charlie, who lay carelessly on the bed in a similarly poor posture, and shook his head slightly, forcing himself to sit up. Dumbledore mentioned that you had already encountered Lily's child before this? Listening to Severus, Charlie rubbed his bleary eyes and instinctively shook the empty bottle in his hand. Casually tossing the bottle aside, he regarded Severus, who had also managed to sit up, nodded, and then turned over to sit up as well. Harry, Charlie began, rubbing his noticeably puffy cheeks, though I despise his father. I must concede that this child is 1,000 times better than that scoundrel, James Potter. Severus nodded, closing his eyes, and with some difficulty, continued to inquire. How is he? I mean, does he resemble his mother? Charlie, taken aback by Severus's question, soon broke into a broad smile. Ha ha ha. He laughed joyfully, imbued with a hint of inexplicable intoxication, and flung himself back onto the bed. After all, he would soon become your student. Why not take a glance? I surmise. During the banquet, you may not have scrutinized him closely. How so? His eyes are strikingly similar to Lily's. Chapter 81. The Headmaster of Hogwarts, My Headmaster. Within the headmaster's office, Hagrid sat earnestly upon a wooden high stool, carefully cradling a diminutive porcelain teacup that appeared almost pitifully small in his large hands. So, Headmaster Dumbledore, you have been aware all along that Charlie was learning dueling from the bartender? Hagrid's eyes widened, as if he had stumbled upon astonishing news, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. In fact, Dumbledore spoke leisurely while lifting a teacup of the same size as Hagrid's from the desk, taking a gentle sip. Initially, I did harbor some concerns. Indeed, upon hearing this, Hagrid's eyes, which had been wide open, returned to their usual size. He nodded vigorously in agreement, expressing his belief that such actions were exceedingly perilous. You must understand, it is no trivial matter for a young wizard to so easily escape Hogwarts. No, I am not concerned about that, Dumbledore replied, placing the teacup down. He shook his head, his brow slightly furrowing as he savored the flavor lingering in his mouth. Next, he bent down and adeptly retrieved 2 sugar cubes from a half-open drawer beneath the desk, tossing them into the cup. With a soft plop, the sugar cubes submerged into the steaming amber liquid of the tea, creating ripples across the surface. Dumbledore's furrowed brow relaxed as he continued. What I worry about is whether a Busford's crude and unsightly dueling habits might have a negative influence on Charlie. As the sugar dissolved, small, uneven bubbles began to rise from the depths of the tea. Dumbledore, with his eyes half closed, extended his hand and traced a simple circle above the tea, allowing an invisible force to stir it gently, forming a vortex in the center. Fortunately, Charlie has not been led astray, at least. His dueling stance is the second most elegant I have ever witnessed. As he uttered this, Dumbledore seemed to recall something delightful, a smile inexplicably brightening his face. Hagrid opened his mouth, momentarily struggling to keep pace with the headmaster's whimsical thoughts, and thus fell silent, lowering his gaze to grasp the handle of his teacup, quietly sipping his own tea. Suddenly, just as the two were savoring the tranquil ambience of the morning and the warm sunlight streaming through the glass windows, a series of succinct, firm knocks shattered the stillness. Knock, knock, knock. Dumbledore lifted his head, arching an eyebrow, and with a lingering smile directed at Hagrid, remarked, "Look, we were just speaking of him, and here he arrives." Upon hearing this, Hagrid instinctively turned his neck towards the wooden door and broke into a smile. He lowered his head and glanced at the nearly empty teacup in his hand, casually placing it aside. Rising to his feet, he absent-mindedly rubbed his beard and addressed Dumbledore. "I should be on my way. Yaya's lunch is not yet prepared, and I intend to cook something for him first." As Dumbledore's trusted confidant, Hagrid, though not particularly known for his intellect, possessed a certain perceptiveness. Any discerning observer could easily deduce that a significant conversation was imminent between Charlie and Dumbledore. Otherwise, Dumbledore would not have gone to such lengths to summon Charlie to Hogwarts. Indeed, Dumbledore did not refuse Hagrid's request. He picked up his cup of red tea once more, nodding thoughtfully before smiling and saying, "In that case, I shall not detain you. After all, in your eyes, nothing is likely more important than your magical creatures." "Of course," Hagrid replied, a hint of joy coloring his cheeks as he made his way toward the door. "There are no creatures in the world more delightful than they. They are like my children, a part of my life." With that, Hagrid naturally opened the door to the headmaster's office. "Ah, good morning, Hagrid." Charlie greeted lazily from the threshold, stretching his neck as he addressed Hagrid, who was on the verge of departing. It was evident that he had only recently awakened. Following a night of indulgence with Severus, despite having had some sleep, the lingering effects of the fire whiskey left his head in a fog, throbbing faintly. As for Severus, The poor drinker was paying a heavy price for his reckless behavior the night before, still sprawled on Charlie's bed. Charlie could only hope he would awaken before lunch. "Oh, Charlie," Hagrid exclaimed, clearly more familiar with him now, his demeanor considerably more amiable. "Come along, Professor Dumbledore is awaiting you in the office. I must go prepare food for my little darlings, so I shan't keep you." As he spoke, Hagrid stepped aside to allow Charlie passage. Just as Charlie was about to enter the headmaster's office, a sudden thought struck him. "Oh, right," he said, turning back to Hagrid, reaching into his pocket to rummage for something. Soon, he produced a small piece of paper and tucked it into Hagrid's voluminous robe pocket. "As I mentioned yesterday, I've taken the time to write it down." "Really?" Hagrid exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, then filled with surprise. Clearly, he had not anticipated that his casual remark during their journey would be taken to heart. Overcome with emotion, he opened his mouth, yet his limited vocabulary failed him, and he ultimately settled for a heartfelt nod, saying, "Thank you, Charlie. You truly are a good person." With Hagrid's departure, the door to the headmaster's office closed behind him. Charlie smiled, meeting Dumbledore's gaze, and they exchanged knowing looks. Dumbledore, also smiling, lifted his stirred cup of red tea, took a gentle sip, and set it down once more. "I presume, Charlie, you have an inkling as to why I specifically summoned you here today?" Charlie scratched his head, taking a seat on the high stool where Hagrid had previously sat. He pondered for a moment, then shrugged as if in jest. "To be honest, I am not as clear as you might imagine, for your wisdom is unparalleled." Before Charlie could finish his words, he continued, "However, I can vaguely surmise that it pertains to our factory's products." Dumbledore did not deny this and nodded candidly. "Yes, you are correct. It is indeed because of that." Charlie scratched his head, a hint of difficulty evident in his relaxed brow. He squinted his eyes, smiling at Dumbledore. And in a tone that was half casual and half serious, he inquired, "Am I conversing with the headmaster of Hogwarts, or the headmaster of Charlie Black?" Chapter 82. The candy vending machine. Upon hearing this, even Dumbledore could not help but pause momentarily, before breaking into a silent chuckle, his eyes curved into arcs, drawing the wrinkles at the corners into a delicate dance. He understood that Charlie's remark was a playful jab at the fact that he had sent the letter under the auspices of Hogwarts rather than in his own name. With this thought in mind, the mischievous Dumbledore feigned an innocent expression, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender towards Charlie, and stated, "It depends on you, Charlie Black. Who sits before me? Are you my student, or a student of Hogwarts?" Upon hearing this, there was a brief silence, followed by an eruption of laughter from both of them. "Ha ha." Charlie chuckled heartily, simultaneously massaging his still throbbing temples as he shifted into a more comfortable position. All right, you may proceed, Headmaster." With a resigned shake of his head, he conceded defeat and prepared to steer the conversation back on course. "Violet candy," Dumbledore nodded in agreement, his smile becoming somewhat subdued. He stroked his thick beard thoughtfully and, opening his eyes anew, regarded Charlie with a glimmer of interest. More precisely, it was the violet candy of wind. Charlie interrupted Dumbledore, deliberately emphasizing the name of his soon-to-be signature product. After all, there were many varieties of violet candy, and to distinguish his own from the ordinary offerings, it was imperative to make the name stand out, ensuring that whenever violet candy was mentioned, it would invariably evoke thoughts of Charlie's violet candy of wind. Dumbledore nodded, slowly swallowing another sip of red tea. "A fine name," he murmured to himself before continuing. "The unique magical properties of that confection are unlike anything I have ever encountered." At this point, Dumbledore's expression grew notably serious. He gazed intently at Charlie, his voice shifting from its initial calmness to a more earnest tone. "You may be on the verge of altering the world. At the very least, you have embarked upon a path that no one has ever traversed before. Even if it is merely through a single confection, you shall ultimately be remembered, becoming a figure immortalized in the annals of magical history, akin to my dear friend, Nicodemus. Thank you for your affirmation, my esteemed Headmaster Dumbledore. In comparison to the so-called accolades of the future, I value your present commendation and recognition far more. It has always been the driving force behind my relentless pursuit." Charlie modestly nodded, absorbing Dumbledore's words, his expression revealing no trace of alteration, evidently. The sentiments expressed by Dumbledore had long been contemplated by him. Furthermore, what Charlie articulated at that moment was, in certain respects, not mere platitudes. As a prudent businessman, his foremost consideration would invariably be profit. Indeed, being a personage etched into the chronicles of magical history is undoubtedly a remarkable honor, one that could elate the ancestors of the Black family to the point of rising from their graves to perform a lively jig. However, For Charlie, the tangible benefits of such an achievement appeared significantly less substantial, as he found himself unable to convert it into any form of profit. Of course, perhaps a century hence, one of his descendants, now in decline, might glean some sustenance from this legacy. Yet, such considerations were far from Charlie's immediate concerns. He now carries with him a factory filled with domesticated house elves. Although this might appear to be a life of grandeur, the perils and obstacles concealed behind this facade are known only to him. It is conceivable that one day, his factory may be besieged by a cadre of orurs from the Ministry of Magic, entangled with pure-blood aristocrats, leading to its eventual closure. At that juncture, he would find himself reduced to the lamentable fate of returning to Hogwarts as a mere professor. How could he possibly spare a thought for the descendant of a trivial being he scarcely knows? As a student, Dumbledore naturally comprehended the thoughts that plagued Charlie's mind. He sighed and pushed the nearly finished cup of red tea towards the desk, casting a weary glance at Charlie before continuing. Regarding your violet. Oh, I mean the aroma-infused violet candy. Does each piece possess the same effect as those you gifted to Harry? Charlie pondered for a moment, choosing not to deceive Dumbledore, and honestly shook his head, replying, not quite. After all, these are mass-produced items. To reduce costs and simplify the manufacturing process while retaining the essential flavor. The effect is roughly one-third of what it is now. He quickly added, however, if there are special requirements in the future, I would certainly consider launching a premium, bespoke version of the aroma-infused violet candy. One-third? Dumbledore murmured, his eyelids drooping as he delved into his thoughts. After a considerable pause, he looked back at Charlie, seemingly having made a decision, and nodded. When do you plan to officially launch it? Dumbledore inquired. Approximately a week before Christmas, I will orchestrate a grand advertising campaign. Charlie responded effortlessly, his mind already calculating. Inviting Fudge for the advertisement would indeed count as quite a spectacle. I wonder, is it possible? Dumbledore leaned slightly forward, his eyes reflecting a hint of seriousness as he continued, could the aroma-infused violet candy be supplied to Hogwarts in advance? He then elaborated on his reasoning. I sense that after consuming it, one's mental acuity is heightened to a certain degree. Even the sensation of casting spells feels different. Though reduced to one-third, it remains highly suitable as an auxiliary tool for learning and experiencing magic. At this juncture, Dumbledore paused, observing the contemplative Charlie across from him, allowing him a moment of reflection before adding, I believe that with it, young wizards would derive greater benefits from the time they invest in their studies. Charlie, whose thoughts had been somewhat muddled, found clarity in Dumbledore's words. He lowered his head, continually contemplating the gains and losses involved. Meanwhile, Dumbledore remained unhurried, patiently awaiting Charlie's response. At last, after much deliberation, Charlie lifted his head once more. A radiant smile graced his face, and he nodded, his eyes shimmering with a certain brilliance. However, I have a few additional stipulations. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, inquiring what? I wish to install several candy vending machines at Hogwarts. Reflecting on my journey as a novice author, the honor of appearing on this list is indeed exhilarating. Yet, this joy carries with it a profound responsibility to craft this narrative with utmost dedication, ensuring that those who peruse this tome find satisfaction in its unfolding. While this book may appear commendable, I recognize that its success is largely attributed to the support of my readers, and I have many areas in which to improve. Whether in plot development or pacing, there is much to learn. I am determined not to fade into obscurity, nor allow my authorial journey to culminate in a lackluster conclusion. Having embarked on this endeavor, which I cherish and intend to pursue, it is my duty to invest in its success. You may find it hard to believe, but initially, this book garnered little faith. Aside from myself, most acquaintances were unimpressed with the theme and premise, deeming it likely to fail. Even after completing a 10,000-word sample and submitting it to editors, none expressed interest. I approached 3 in total, and not a single one responded. During that week, I recall checking my QQ email incessantly, hoping a benevolent editor would take notice and consider signing me. Alas, there was nothing. My spirits plummeted, and I felt utterly disheartened, longing to retreat to my bed for a long rest, convinced that perhaps this career was not meant for me. Fortunately, I persevered, and with the encouragement of a few dear friends, I chose not to delete my work, but to share it instead. Here, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to my early supporters, as well as my friends Yang Zai, Chung Jiu-ran, and Meng Lan. Let the naysayers be cast aside. Furthermore, regarding the release, it is scheduled for next Friday, precisely on April 15th. Expect a significant update. Of course, Temper your expectations regarding quantity, as I tend to be rather lazy. Chapter 83. Enjoying a drumstick. The discussion between Charlie and Dumbledore concerning this matter did not linger excessively. Dumbledore found no reason to decline Charlie's request. In fact, he mused that installing a few candy vending machines at Hogwarts might be a splendid idea. I recall that such contrivances did not exist in the magical realm previously. Once everything was settled, the atmosphere between the two men gradually softened, transforming into an amiable exchange. Dumbledore, while cheerfully conversing with Charlie, opened a drawer and retrieved several candies. He first placed a few pieces into his mouth, then turned to Charlie, opening his palm to suggest that his companion partake as well. Nodding at Charlie, he leaned forward politely, selecting a chocolate from Dumbledore's palm that he fancied and placing it in his mouth. As he savored the chocolate's subtle almond flavor melting on his tongue, releasing a delicate bitterness intertwined with sweetness, Charlie's eyes instinctively closed in enjoyment, as if the headache from the previous night had vanished with the indulgence of this confection. Shifting his posture, he continued, "It is a product of the Muggle world, however. I consulted the R&D department at the factory to enhance it for better suitability within the wizarding realm. Thus, it is not solely the violet candy that is making its debut at Hogwarts. That candy vending machine is as well." Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, seemingly astonished by Charlie's initiative, prompting him to inquire further. "Indeed," Charlie affirmed with a nod, his smile growing increasingly radiant. "If it performs well at Hogwarts, I intend to launch it officially in the market." As he spoke, a spark of confidence illuminated his eyes. His hands slowly lifted, naturally beginning to elaborate on his future plans to Dumbledore. Soon, not only Hogwarts but also Diagon Alley, and even the Ministry of Magic, would witness its presence. It would be simply placed in every nook and cranny, omnipresent. Whenever one desired a sweet treat, a mere glance around would easily reveal its whereabouts. With a clap of his hands, he exclaimed, "I have even devised a tagline for the advertisement. Candy is always by your side." Dumbledore's eyes widened in intrigue, his expression betraying a sense of novelty and wonder. It was evident that Charlie's plan resonated deeply with Dumbledore. Beneath his beard, his mouth moved as if he were genuinely beginning to envision a future where he could indulge in his favorite sweets, no matter where he found himself. Truly. Dumbledore regained his composure, his expression brightening with joy as he looked at Charlie, sincerely proclaiming, "This is a brilliant idea. Charlie, your concepts are perpetually unexpected, yet eagerly anticipated." During lunch at Hogwarts Dining Hall, Harry and Ron sat side by side on a long bench, partaking in their meal. "I can scarcely believe it," Ron mumbled, struggling to swallow the bread stuffed in his mouth. "Is the sorting hat malfunctioning? How could it possibly place you in Slytherin?" Ron's face displayed disbelief as he raked a hand through his unruly red hair, turning to Harry, seemingly seeking affirmation in his eyes. Harry's expression bore a hint of resignation as he set down the mashed potatoes he had just scooped. "It's really nothing, Ron," he reassured, patting Ron's shoulder gently. "You know, no matter where I end up, it doesn't change the fact that we are friends." As he spoke, an idea struck him. He reached into his new robe and produced a folded schedule. Carefully unfolding it, he waved it before Ron. "And even though we are in different houses, it appears we share the same classes." Ron squinted at the schedule, scrutinizing it for a considerable time. Once he managed to swallow the last morsel of his bread, he finally pursed his lips and conceded, "All right then." It seemed he had reluctantly accepted this outcome. Stirring his mashed potatoes, he resumed his lunch. Wait. Suddenly, Ron recalled something. Lifting his head sharply, his eyes widening with seriousness as he fixed his gaze intently on Harry. What? Harry jumped at the sudden intensity, nearly dropping his fork. He gazed at Ron, who was staring intently at him, and could not help but swallow hard, instinctively retreating slightly. In a hushed tone, he inquired, "Harry, you won't become friends with Malfoy after joining Slytherin and disregard me, will you?" Upon uttering this, he seemed to entertain the notion that such a possibility was alarmingly high. The expression on his freckled face gradually shifted from seriousness to unmasked concern. It was as if, in the next moment, Harry would upend the table and, hand in hand with Draco, dash away, leaving him standing alone, tears streaming down his face as he shouted, "No." Instantly, Ron shivered, his face blanching. When he looked at Harry, his gaze resembled that of someone witnessing a treacherous abandonment. Startled, Harry exhaled deeply, casting an exasperated glance at Ron, clearly bewildered by his incessant flights of fancy. "How could that be? Ron, you will always be my friend, rest assured." "Really?" Ron's eyes sparkled anew as he tentatively sought confirmation. "Absolutely," Harry affirmed with unwavering conviction. "With your assurance, I can finally relax." Upon receiving this reassurance, Ron appeared to release a significant burden, his expression brightening as if the troubled visage mere moments ago had never belonged to him. Come, you must try this. He hastily and eagerly snatched a chicken leg from his plate, disregarding whether Harry wished to partake, and unceremoniously thrust it towards him. Subsequently, he buried his head back into his meal, devouring the remaining food with the gusto, as if it were a feast of exquisite delicacies. Harry glanced at the chicken leg on his plate, then at Ron, who was relishing his meal, and couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Chapter 84. Strike him. Dexter. The headmaster's office was enveloped in an unusual tranquility, interrupted only by the occasional chuckles shared between the two. Not a sound could be heard otherwise. Even the portraits of past headmasters on the walls stirred from their customary slumber, their eyes opening to observe the two below with curiosity, scrutiny, or astonishment. Naturally, their gaze was predominantly fixed upon Charlie. They appeared intrigued, as it seemed they had never witnessed anyone maintain such a commanding presence and remarkable composure when engaging in conversation with Dumbledore. They recalled having seen Dumbledore converse with the current Minister of Magic, Fudge, who, despite his authoritative demeanor, could not overshadow the formidable presence of the white-haired elder before him. However, the portraits, though merely images, were astute enough to discern the underlying insecurity masked by Fudge's bravado. Yet Charlie was an unprecedented figure, rendering Dumbledore a competent listener as he articulated his thoughts with an unhurried grace, radiating an effortless naturalness throughout. The conversation between Charlie and Dumbledore persisted, when suddenly, one of the portraits on the wall began to sway slightly. He shook, allowing the corners of his frame to collide with an adjacent painting, seeking to draw the attention of the other. "What are you doing, Phineas?" The portrait of the principal, which had been jostled, furrowed its brow in displeasure and turned away. Behold, Phineas Black, often regarded as the most inept headmaster in Hogwarts history, wore a smile that sparkled with mischief. He gazed intently at the young man below and, lowering his voice, remarked to another, "That is a child of the Black family, a fine lad indeed." Phineas murmured, a newfound warmth and kindness glimmering in his eyes. "Look at this. This is the exceptional lineage of the Black family. Only our bloodline could produce such remarkable children." As he spoke, Phineas could not suppress a sigh, seemingly filled with admiration as he earnestly declared, "How old is he? I feel he cannot be over 35. He paused, scanning the surroundings, and then further lowered his voice significantly. "I wager he will undoubtedly hang on this wall one day. Thus, our Black family will have two members who have served as headmasters of Hogwarts." However, in response to his words, the portrait of the disturbed principal merely huffed in disdain. He stroked his thick, crimson beard, and the bushy eyebrows above his eyes arched slightly, giving him the imposing presence of a lion, fierce yet noble. One need hardly delve deeper. His countenance alone reveals him to be a headmaster of Gryffindor lineage. However, I remain unconvinced. Beneath his beard, the corners of his mouth curled upwards, seemingly unaccustomed to witnessing Phineas's brazen demeanor. He retorted with a cold smirk, remarking that he had never seen a pure-blood Black with such splendid golden hair. Taken aback by the comment, Phineas instinctively inquired, "What do you mean?" However, his interlocutor averted his gaze, no longer regarding Phineas, and dismissively replied, "Nothing much." In a flash, Phineas grasped the implication, and his previously pale and gaunt visage flushed with indignation, transforming him into a spitting cat as he lunged at the nearby red-bearded elder along with the frame. For an exceedingly pure-blood relic, such words were profoundly more offensive than any insult to his lineage. "Hey, you wretched fool, what are you doing?" At last, the commotion between the two escalated, gradually drawing the attention of those who had been previously engrossed in their own affairs. "Hit him, Dexter. Show Phineas a thing or two. Come on, you insufferable wretch." In an instant, the once quiet headmaster's office erupted into chaos, and it became evident from the chatter of the bored headmasters that Phineas truly deserved the title of the most despised Hogwarts headmaster in history. Ultimately, Charlie and Dumbledore found themselves compelled to intervene, raising their heads in unison towards the source of the uproar. "Calm down, headmasters. Please quiet." Dumbledore sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose, appearing somewhat weary, yet he seemed to have grown accustomed to such disorder. It was understandable. After all, a group of elderly gentlemen, having been suspended here, spent their days in idleness, alternating between slumber and devising schemes for Dumbledore. Were it not for the need to entertain themselves or engage in trivial banter, they would have long since lost their patience. Charlie could not help but chuckle softly. observing the spectacle before him with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. He had not anticipated that the seemingly dignified and imposing heads of the institution throughout the ages would possess such a lively side. He lowered his head once more, first casting a glance at the sun outside before directing his gaze back to Dumbledore, smiling as he spoke. "It seems I have been here for quite some time. Everything has been settled. With that said, I shall take my leave." As he spoke, he rose from the high stool, adjusting his attire, meticulously smoothing out any creases, restoring his composed demeanor. Indeed, time has flown by. Observing that the professors had no intention of listening to him, and that the battle between Phineas and Dexter was intensifying, essentially two picture frames colliding, Dumbledore decided to pay them no further mind. He withdrew his gaze, refocusing on Charlie, unable to suppress a sense of unfulfilled longing in his words. It must be said that for Dumbledore, Charlie was indeed an exceptional conversational partner. His imaginative ideas and astonishing concepts always intrigued him. Unlike others who would cautiously listen to his every word, Dumbledore preferred this role of a listener. "Are you not staying a bit longer?" Dumbledore inquired gently and kindly. "No." Charlie shook his head in response. "There are matters at the factory that I need to attend to." Chapter 85. A visitor from the American magical community. The matters Charlie referred to were, of course, the specifics concerning the Americans who had traveled great distances to visit the factory. If Russell's estimations were correct, they should have arrived by now. Charlie did not doubt Russell's abilities to host the Americans well. Rather, it was the uncertainty of how these visitors would regard his employees that weighed on his mind. Since the end of the Wizarding War, he had provided the House Elves with a self-sufficient sanctuary, free from external influences, aside from himself and a select few trustworthy distributors. No one had ever entered that realm or interacted with the elves living there. His current endeavor, while a noble attempt, left the outcome shrouded in uncertainty. Only fate could determine the result. "Since that is the case, I shan't keep you," Dumbledore acknowledged, nodding and refraining from urging Charlie to linger at Hogwarts any longer. He then rose from his seat and slowly approached Charlie. Dumbledore extended his hand, just as he had done over a decade ago, patting Charlie on the shoulder. However, in contrast to the past, he now needed to elevate his hand slightly higher. "Safe travels." His smile remained as warm and inviting as ever, akin to sunlight, capable of piercing through darkness to illuminate the deepest corners of the heart. Charlie nodded. The factory producing Charlie's candies is well known, situated in the vibrant city of Manchester, Greater Manchester. Every resident of Manchester can occasionally catch a glimpse of this candy factory, renowned as the beacon of confectionery, through striking images or silhouettes in the morning papers. It seems that one could randomly approach anyone on the street, regardless of gender, and they would eagerly share details about the factory, such as the color of its walls, the architecture, the beautiful cypress trees within, and the fact that the workers typically arrive for their shifts around 8 in the morning, and so forth. However, when one inquires about the precise location of the factory, everyone falls silent. The answers given are often inconsistent. Some claim it is on Mosley Street, while others insist it is on Oxford Street. And some even firmly believe they have seen it on Oldham Street. In truth, no one has ever considered the practical issue that a factory would never be built on a commercial street. Despite the myriad of conflicting accounts, no one finds it peculiar. It is as if the existence of so many differing opinions is entirely justifiable. Charlie ambled along the street, moving with the crowd, as though he were an integral part of it. Even though his attire appeared lavish and excessively ornate, it garnered no attention. Even the casual glances of passers-by would effortlessly slide past him. Charlie paused before the iron gates of his factory. The ring on his finger glimmered, returning his wand to his grasp. With a hum, the tip of the wand lightly touched the factory's iron gate, creating ripples of pale blue light. Soon, the iron gate moved as if it were a machine responding to a command, slowly opening wide to welcome the true master of this grand establishment. As Charlie stepped through the gate, he was enveloped by the factory's interior, leaving behind the bustling street scene, as if severed by an unseen force. Suddenly, Charlie hesitated, a frown creasing his brow as he surveyed his surroundings, seemingly searching for something. Normally, Russell would have come to find him at this hour, yet today, he saw no sign of him. What could be the matter? Is he busy attending to those Americans? Charlie mused to himself as he continued deeper into the factory, a sense of unease beginning to stir within him. As he approached the workshop, the cacophony of noise within suggested that something was amiss. Without hesitation, Charlie narrowed his eyes and strode purposefully into the factory. Upon entering the workshop, he was met with utter chaos. All the house elves on the production line had ceased their tasks, while hundreds of uniformly dressed, large-eared and large-eyed little beings clustered together, surrounding a traditionally dressed black man from the American magical community. Amidst the clamor, one could still discern the undercurrents of anger and reprimand. The man appeared to be frantically explaining something, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, his brow furrowed in distress. It is essential to note that these elves were not the typical house elves found outside. They had survived battles, bravely facing the Death Eaters. Though they had transitioned from being part of a liberation organization to employees of the candy factory, their inherent spirit could not be so easily subdued in just a decade. As tensions escalated, with some elves beginning to spark with magic, a familiar voice suddenly cut through the noise, commanding silence. Enough! With Charlie's authoritative shout. All the elves turned their attention towards him. Mr. Blake. Out of respect for Charlie, the commotion instantly subsided, and all the elves halted their activities, greeting him in unison. The black man, previously encircled by them, seemed to find hope in Charlie's presence. His eyes brightening as he attempted to break free from the throng of elves to approach Charlie. Unfortunately, while order had been restored, the elves appeared determined not to let him pass, forming a barrier with their outstretched arms. Charlie gazed intently at the black man before asking, "Where is Russell? Where is Russell?" Upon hearing this, the tightly packed elves instinctively parted, creating a clear path leading to the innermost part of the workshop. There, he spotted Russell, half kneeling on the ground, accompanied by two other elves. Additionally, in front of the three elves lay a fourth, curled up on the floor, squinting in pain. Chapter 86. The Severing Charm, Many Severing Charms. That was Chuff Chuff and Anka. Charlie's brow furrowed even deeper. Even from a distance, he quickly recognized the two elves beside Russell. He held a profound memory of them. Not only because they were among the earliest to join him in the fight against Voldemort, but also because Chuff Chuff and Anka were one of the rare couples among the factory's elves who had managed to conceive. It is crucial to understand that the fertility rates of house elves are inversely proportional to their lifespans. Nature does not favor a single group. With an average lifespan of over 200 years, their ability to reproduce is lamentably low, with some elves never managing to have offspring throughout their lives. Thus, the birth of each new elf is considered an immensely significant event, symbolizing continuity and hinting at the fragile hope for this precarious community. At this realization, Charlie recalled a recent conversation he had had with Russell. Who did we send to America this time? It was Dab, Chuff Chuff and Anka's child. That lad is clever and possesses even more courage than his father. He is a promising prospect. In an instant, a heavy weight settled in Charlie's heart. He pressed his lips together, choosing to remain silent and disregarding the American black man who gazed at him intently. He strode purposefully along the path that the little sprites had cleared for him, making his way towards the center. What could have transpired? Upon reaching the three individuals, Charlie too crouched down, inquiring while keenly observing the situation of Dab, who lay on the ground. Lord Black, chaff, his voice was somewhat hoarse. Although he continued to greet Charlie, his gaze never wavered from Dab. On the ground, Dab's consciousness lingered, yet his brow was tightly furrowed, and he occasionally trembled slightly, as if enduring immense suffering. His body was adorned with scars, both deep and shallow. Though the sight was utterly tragic, most of the wounds had already formed scabs. However, the lower part of his right leg, just below the knee, was conspicuously absent, leaving only a gruesome cross-section, blood still oozing through the hastily applied bandages, which were saturated and hinted at the ominous possibility of festering. This sight caused a pang of anguish in the hearts of all who beheld it. The incantations of the cutting curse echoed hauntingly in Chaff's mind as he clenched his teeth, each word seeming to emerge from the crevices of his gritted jaws. As a seasoned combatant, he was acutely aware of the torment his child had endured, and it was not difficult for him to comprehend the sheer malice and terror behind such suffering. Each scar etched itself into his heart, leaving it bleeding profusely. Witnessing Dabu's harrowing condition without succumbing to madness at that moment was a testament to his formidable spirit. It seemed he had heard Charlie's voice as Dabu, initially dazed with half-closed eyes, began to regain some clarity. Mr. Blake. He forced a faint smile, and even his previously blurred vision seemed to regain a hint of brilliance. Perhaps driven by youthful pride, he did not wish for the revered Charlie to witness his current state. With a slight exertion, he freed himself from the grip of Ank and struggled to sit up. Good boy, lie down. He was met with Dab's gentle admonition. Blake managed to muster a strained smile, concealing his inner turmoil and not allowing Dab to perceive the fury that simmered within him. Rest for a while. You will be fine. He spoke softly, extending his hand to gently assist the frail body back to a lying position. As the other person's eyes once again fluttered shut, seemingly succumbing to slumber, Charlie's complexion darkened profoundly. He then rose slowly. Master Russell also stood alongside Charlie, whispering, "There is no immediate danger to life. but the injuries are extensive. Moreover, that leg has been severed by a cutting spell. As Russell spoke, his expression mirrored the complexity of his words, leaving the thought unfinished yet unmistakably conveyed. Charlie nodded slightly, and then exhaled a heavy sigh. He cast his gaze around the room, sweeping over each face marked by anger before finally speaking to issue a command to all employees. A few individuals stepped forward to accompany Chafcha and Ank in escorting Dobby to the medical department, while the rest returned to their respective posts, leaving the matter in my hands. Once all necessary explanations were provided and the commanded employees began to disperse, Charlie's attention finally settled on the American black sorcerer who had appeared eager to speak since his arrival. "If you have something to say, let us discuss it in my office," Charlie instructed, leading the American sorcerer and Russell back to his private quarters. He first returned to his seat and then called Russell to bring a chair for the other party. "How shall I address you?" Charlie extended his hand, gesturing for the other person to sit, while inquiring with a tone devoid of discernible emotion, only a peculiar neutrality. Andrew Davis." Andrew promptly nodded politely and took a seat, introducing himself to Charlie. "Very well, Andrew." Charlie leaned back against the chair, his eyes gently closing as he pondered for a moment. "Now, please recount what transpired." After a brief pause, Charlie continued. "I hope you can provide me with a reasonable explanation, as this pertains to our future collaboration and the well-being of my employees." Of course, Andrew quickly nodded, eager to articulate his thoughts. Ever since Charlie's arrival, he had sought an opportunity to clarify the situation, but the chaos of the moment had thwarted his attempts. Now that the chance had finally presented itself, Andrew seized it without hesitation. In fact, everything was proceeding smoothly from the moment Mr. Dabb arrived. Andrew hesitated slightly at the strange notion of referring to a house elf as Mr., before continuing, from his arrival in America to the negotiation of the specific agreement. Everything was orderly and without incident. The complications arose only after the agreement was reached. Andrew took a breath, cautiously glancing at Charlie's expression, which remained impassive, showing no signs of change, compelling him to continue. Mr. Dabb seemed quite fascinated by all aspects of the human magical world. With ample time before his visit to England, we made every effort to entertain him, accompanying him to various places of interest. Thanks to the multitude of transformation potions he brought along, no mishaps occurred, and he seemed to enjoy himself thoroughly. It was only on the final day that he chose to venture to the Blind Pig Tavern unaccompanied. Chapter 87. Friendship. The Blind Pig Tavern? At last, Charlie responded. His gaze was obscure, murmuring as he mulled over the peculiar name. The Blind Pig Tavern is quite renowned in the American wizarding community, though certainly not for commendable reasons. Andre continued in a hushed tone, indicating that it is a place where a motley assortment of characters congregate, particularly those criminals sought after by the American Magical Congress. Originally run by a rogue fairy named Narlac, the establishment later fell into the hands of his descendant, Fields, following Narlac's downfall. "Please, continue," Charlie urged, though his eyelids drooped, diverting his attention from Andre to the cluttered surface of his desk, lost in contemplation. "In truth, we are reputable and law-abiding merchants, rather unfamiliar with such matters." Merely having heard whispers, Andre paused, spreading his hands and shrugging. "Let us speak of what we know then. For instance, what transpired with Dobby?" "Very well," Andre replied, moistening his parched lips and nodding. He then began to articulate everything he was aware of. By the time we arrived there, Mr. Dobby had already been subjected to unspeakable torment. The Blind Pig Tavern was in disarray, clearly reflecting that many had taken their toll on him. At this point, Andre cautiously lifted his gaze to meet Charlie's. His eyes remained fixed on a distant point, indifferent to his presence. The expression on his face continued to exude tranquility and indifference, as if the matters being discussed by Andre held no relevance to him whatsoever. Andre gazed at him, a sense of unease creeping into his heart, instinctively drawing his somewhat chilled neck closer as he continued to speak, offering his conjectures. "I surmise that Mr. Dabb was so inebriated that he forgot the timing of the compound medication and how to escape from those ruffians. We spent a bit of money to bring him out from the Blind Pig Tavern. Initially, we intended to procure Mr. Dabb's severed leg as well, but they refused to sell it, claiming it was to be displayed on the wall as a souvenir." At this juncture, Andre seemed at a loss for words, his voice diminishing to a mere whisper. As he continued, Charlie lifted his head once more, emerging from his prior contemplation, his attention refocusing on Andre. As he spoke, his fingers instinctively began to caress the crimson gem upon his ring. The hue of the gem gradually shifted, the once dim red appearing to flow, becoming increasingly vibrant in a haze, yet simultaneously forming a profound vortex that left the last vestige of dullness at its core. Subsequently, we sought the assistance of several hospitals, hoping they might tend to Mr. Dobby, even if it were merely to address his wounds. However, each institution declined our requests, citing their policy of providing care solely for practitioners of magic, in order to prevent Mr. Dobby's injuries from worsening after a brief dressing of his wounds. We were compelled to alter our itinerary and hasten our journey to England, returning him to the factory. Andre continued to speak until he finally completed his last sentence, at which point he seemed to exhale in relief, his body, previously tense with anxiety, relaxing somewhat. He instinctively extended his hand, unfastening the 2 buttons beneath his neck, as if this action might alleviate his discomfort. Such was the situation, Mr. Blake. Charlie's gaze remained fixed on Andre without uttering a word, continuing to toy with his ring. And for a moment, the office was enveloped in an eerie silence. Feeling the subtle pressure emanating from that gaze, Andre's cheeks twitched slightly. The look seemed to solidify into a tangible force, transforming into a hammer that relentlessly struck at his heart, causing it to thump loudly, with each beat growing increasingly fervent. Yet, despite this, Andre struggled to maintain his composure, refusing to avert his gaze, striving instead to keep his eyes clear and earnest, thereby conveying his sincerity. After enduring a brief but intensely challenging stare, it appeared that Mr. Blake finally acknowledged the veracity of Andre's words, retracting his oppressive gaze and allowing his expression to soften. No longer embodying the previous cold indifference, but rather transforming into a gentle warmth. A hint of benevolence graced Charlie's lips as he inclined his head slightly towards Andre, expressing both apology and gratitude. "I apologize, Andre. Thank you for everything you have done for Dobby. Had you not decisively returned him, Chafucha and Ankh might never have seen their child again. You must understand that every child represents hope for the factory if Dobby were to perish. It would deal us an immense blow." "Not at all. I completely empathize with your sentiments." With everything finally resolved, Andre released a sigh of relief. He retrieved a handkerchief from his trouser pocket, wiping away the beads of sweat that had emerged from the pressure, while forcing a smile as he responded. Once his racing heartbeat gradually calmed and his demeanor returned to normal, a glimmer of brightness flickered in Andre's eyes. "Now, Mr. Blake, regarding our collaboration." After a circuitous journey, Andre had not forgotten the primary purpose of his visit to England. With a hint of trepidation and hesitation, he inquired. "Of course." Charlie readily nodded, his smile still warm and inviting. He rose from his seat and took a few steps to stand before Andre, grasping his hand warmly and giving it a friendly pat. He continued, "Since you have brought Dobby back, you rightfully deserve the friendship of Charlie's Candy. Rest assured, I shall never be stingy with friends, and I will be exceedingly generous." Andre also hastily stood up, looking at Charlie with a hint of surprise. "Do you mean?" Charlie maintained his gaze upon him, yet at that moment, the earlier sense of pressure had dissipated, replaced by an unexpectedly refreshing sensation akin to a gentle spring breeze. "I am willing to release an additional 15% of the profits as a gesture of sincerity from Charlie's Candy." He spoke slowly, as if recounting a trivial matter, seemingly unaware that his mere words had bestowed upon the other a small hill constructed of gold galleons. Upon hearing this, Andre's eyes suddenly sparkled with radiance, and his expression transformed from astonishment to sheer delight. "Are you truly serious?" In an instant, his heart, which had only just begun to settle, raced once more, causing the hand he clasped with Charlie to tighten involuntarily. Gazing intently at the other, Andre dared not even blink, fearing it might all be a jest. Of course, Charlie replied, nodding in affirmation while gently patting him on the back. "Then may our collaboration be most joyful." Joyful indeed. Chapter 88. 50,000 galleons. Andre departed, his demeanor radiant and jubilant after finalizing the arrangement with Charlie, stepping out of his office with a beaming smile. Russell had long prepared for this encounter, after all. It was the first interaction with the American magical community, and he had invested considerable thought into it. The small notebook he carried contained nearly 5 or 6 pages dedicated to the specifics of this matter. Every detail, from accommodations to the itinerary of the visit, had been meticulously arranged, sparing Charlie any further concern. With a dull thud, the office door closed. Charlie remained standing before the chair where Andre had just sat, quietly contemplating the now closed door, lost in thought. As the office regained its tranquility, devoid of further distractions, the warmth and kindness that had graced Charlie's face vanished without a trace. He strolled back to his desk, yet instead of resuming his seat, he gazed out the window, observing the hurried throngs on the street below, momentarily at a loss for words. The glass reflected Charlie's indistinct figure, mirroring the chill in his eyes. In the solitude, devoid of the need to don his polished facade, Charlie finally allowed his true emotions to surface without pretense. He remained standing, yet his mind was a tempest of confusion. As countless events, some past, some impending, some significant, others trivial, were stirred to the surface, all linked to the present moment. After a lengthy pause, as the crowd outside thinned, a heavy breath escaped his lips. He closed his eyes, seeking to restore calm amidst the chaos in his mind. When he reopened them, clarity returned to his gaze, and the coldness seemed to vanish as if it had never existed. Observing his reflection in the window, a gentle, polite smile graced Charlie's lips. Once assured of its perfection, he allowed the smile to fade gradually. With a sharp snap of his fingers, Russell materialized at his side. "Master," he announced, having just carved out a moment of respite from the tumultuous tasks at hand. He rubbed his cheeks, inhaling deeply. "How is Dabu?" Charlie's attention shifted from the window to Russell, instantly noting the faint stains of blood on his clothing. "Nothing serious," Russell replied, lowering his hands and grinning, his demeanor brightening. "Although a significant portion of my leg is beyond repair, I am fortunate to be alive. A wooden leg can serve as a suitable replacement. While it may pose some inconvenience when walking, we are adept at adapting, so there is no need for excessive concern." Charlie listened in silence, pursing his lips, fully aware that losing a leg was indeed a grave matter. Russell's feigned nonchalance was merely an attempt to alleviate the burden on Charlie's mind, sparing him from undue stress. "Let us withdraw some funds from the finance department," Charlie proposed, a plan evidently forming in his mind as he turned and strode toward the office door. Withdraw funds from the finance department? Russell, still preoccupied with thoughts of Dabu, was momentarily taken aback by Charlie's statement. He instinctively echoed Charlie's words, and then his mind caught up, prompting him to hastily quicken his pace to keep up with his companion. Although he was unaware of the purpose behind his master's request for funds, as a servant, he felt compelled to inquire, "How much do you require, my lord?" 50,000 galleons, Charlie replied without breaking stride, opening the door and stepping outside while casually uttering the figure. 55,000. Clearly, 50,000 galleons was no trivial sum. Even Russell was taken aback by the magnitude of this amount, causing him to falter momentarily in his pursuit of Charlie. He opened his mouth, watching Charlie's retreating figure grow increasingly distant. After considerable effort, he managed to regain his composure and hurriedly followed, yet he could not suppress his thoughts. Cautiously, he continued, "I implore you, Master Charlie, to forgive Russell's ignorance and overstepping. This sum represents nearly the entirety of the factory's available surplus funds. Thus Russell must inquire what you intend to do with this money." At that moment, the two had exited the office, and Charlie paused just before descending the staircase. He pressed his hands against the staircase, gazing down at the industrious little sprites below. "Good day, Mr. Blake," they chimed, despite having just endured a recent ordeal. The moment Charlie appeared, all the sprites looked up, greeting him with unwavering enthusiasm. In their eyes, there was an unmasked adoration, trust, and a profound reliance that rendered Charlie as their everything, deserving of reverence and affection akin to that of a deity. They had never questioned his actions. Each sprite residing here firmly believed that he could lead them all to cast off that disgraceful name, freeing them from the shackles of servitude, ensuring they would not face beheading, and allowing them to attain respect without enduring abuse or humiliation. They longed for a future as radiant and promising as that of other magical beings coexisting with humanity. In that time, they would rightfully sit in taverns, ordering a pint of ale, pursuing their own interests without fear of reprimand, and earning a living through their labor to support their families. Although this was not the first time Charlie had witnessed such admiration directed towards him, for reasons unknown at this moment, his heart felt as though it were burdened by an immense stone, rendering him breathless. He smiled and waved at the little sprites below. Yet his movements lacked the usual buoyancy, appearing somewhat sluggish instead. Charlie turned his head to glance at Russell, who was eagerly watching him approach, a smile gracing his lips. "Wasn't Minister Fudge waiting for me to deliver some money to him a few days ago? Now that I have some free time, I might as well take it to him personally." However, Russell swiftly produced a notebook from behind him and began flipping through its pages. "But I recall you promised him 25,000 galleons, didn't you? On Friday, I plan to launch the book. Before that, I wanted to have a casual chat with everyone. It's been quite a wait. From the time I announced the book around late February until now, nearly 2 months have passed. When the book is finally available, I would like to take this opportunity to converse with all of you. Interestingly, the inception of this book, Harry Potter, Charlie's Candy Factory, was quite serendipitous. Initially, I was so enthusiastic that I penned a 10,000-word sample, intending to submit it internally. Alas, I submitted it to 3 editors, yet none took an interest. Not a single one responded. During that time, I felt utterly defeated, lying in bed while incessantly refreshing my QQ mailbox, hoping for a reply. After an entire week, still nothing. I began to question whether I was truly suited to write a novel. Fortunately, a friend advised me that since I had already written it, I might as well share the 10,000 words instead of discarding them entirely. So, I followed his advice and published those 4 chapters, which ultimately led to my signing a contract with a commendable editor. What was the original motivation behind writing this book? It stemmed from a desire to earn some money to buy a Switch, to indulge in Pokémon Scarlet and Violet, and to experience Hogwarts Legacy, all while being a financially challenged student. My initial plan was simply to write a story that would not garner much attention, one that an editor would overlook, allowing me to publish a modest 130,000 word piece. I envisioned living off a low-income stipend for 3 months, which would satisfy my aspirations. To my astonishment, the book gained traction, and the readership skyrocketed from a few hundred to over 20,000. It received strong editorial recommendations and was featured prominently. I was bewildered, first overwhelmed with joy, but soon thereafter, the weight of pressure settled upon me. With over 20,000 readers observing my work, I realized I could no longer afford to slack off as I had initially planned. This was my first thought. But what did they enjoy? I had no idea. Thus began my frantic quest for information, revising the plot and correcting my previous mistakes. I found myself at a creative impasse. I was reluctant to continue following the original narrative, but what was I to do? Could I infuse some flair and originality into the story while still respecting its foundation? If I were to diverge, how would I approach it? I pondered for an extended period, grappling with the narrative while striving to continue writing. Now, let me address some recent issues and my proposed solutions. Is my writing too brief? A chapter of 2,000 words is indeed quite short, however. As a student who struggles with typing and relies on my phone for spelling, it poses a significant challenge. Nonetheless, I am willing to adapt for your sake, as you enjoy my book, and I do not wish to let you down. Once the book is published, I will aim for 3,000 words per chapter, attempting to produce 2 chapters a day. If that proves unfeasible, I will ensure a single chapter contains at least 4,000 words. Is my writing lacking in depth? Certainly. I acknowledge that, but I find it difficult to change this habit. I do not wish to dilute the narrative. I simply enjoy elaborating on the subtle details, infusing it with my unique flair. This is something I cannot alter. My fondness for these nuances is too profound. Should I change it? The essence of the book would undoubtedly be lost. As for comments, I genuinely relish reading them. I have perused nearly every comment, whether critical or complimentary, and I take them seriously. I have even blocked some comments and deleted others, primarily those that resorted to personal attacks. An amusing example is a reader who criticized my work from the outset, claiming it resembled a nanny story and likened it to Harry Potter. He was quite harsh. Surprisingly, rather than leaving, he continued reading and criticizing until the end. Eventually, I blocked him and removed his comments. He then created a new account to flood the comment section. I extend my gratitude to my 2 administrators. Without their help, I would have struggled to manage the numerous comments. The plot advancement is slow, and updates are infrequent. For those who wish to stick around, please do so. As long as you remember the original book and occasionally return to check on it, I will be content. Although it may seem disheartening to express such sentiments before the launch, I must admit things have improved significantly compared to my initial goals. This will serve as my reflection on the upcoming release on Friday. Feel free to comment if you wish to chat. I will do my utmost to respond when I see your messages. Chapter 89. Please wait. Mr. Charlie. In the grandeur of the British Ministry of Magic, the heart of the entire magical community, there existed a constant flurry of activity. Within the hall, every official moved with urgency, clutching a myriad of documents and files as they navigated the elevators leading to various levels. They resembled tiny cogs, interlocking seamlessly to form a vast and intricate machine, tirelessly generating momentum to propel the institution forward without pause. Umbridge relished this scene. With her short, stout arms folded behind her back, her shrewd yet disdainful gaze narrowed, and a disconcerting smile graced her face. Standing there, she surveyed the bustling crowd with an air of arrogance, her presence starkly contrasting with the hurried throng, ensuring she was immediately noticeable. This was precisely the sensation Umbridge craved. She thrived on the peculiar pleasure of being distinct from others, observing individuals scurrying about, too preoccupied to catch their breath, while she leisurely stood by, scrutinizing them all, filled her with exhilaration. A twisted delight coursed through her, saturating every cell of her corpulent body. Whether it was innate or cultivated, Umbridge possessed an almost maniacal obsession with the invisible force of power. Ever since her entry into Hogwarts and her ascent to the position of prefect through petty reporting, her fervent pursuit of authority had grown wildly rampant, spiraling out of control. Umbridge was acutely aware of the implications and energies that such power entailed. She fawned over her superiors, demonstrating respect and yearning for higher authority, while adopting a distinctly cruel demeanor towards those beneath her, a cruel and merciless facade that she wielded with relish. It seemed that only in this manner could she satiate the decay of her already rotting heart, just as she remained lost in her world, basking in her twisted delight. The elevator descending from the ground floor captured her attention. An outsider? Umbridge's already half-squinted eyes narrowed even further, and she muttered something under her breath before instinctively glancing towards the slowly opening elevator doors. Soon, as the doors fully parted, two figures, one tall and one short, strolled out leisurely. In an instant, Umbridge's eyes, which had shrunk to the size of green beans, widened to their fullest extent. She gazed incredulously at the tall, slender man in the trench coat, feeling as though she had been struck by lightning, her body jolting with surprise. Mr. Black, Charlie, accompanied by Russell, had just stepped out of the elevator when a rather sharp and exaggeratedly affected voice halted their progress. The moment Russell heard that voice, he involuntarily shivered, and even Charlie's expression stiffened slightly, nearly breaking his composure. After a brief moment of confusion, he followed the sound and turned his gaze in that direction. Almost immediately, he spotted the rotund figure, short of stature and blushingly pink, waddling toward him with a rapid pace, her high heels creating a rhythmic clicking sound against the floor, her face beaming with a radiant smile. Yet, for reasons unknown, as Charlie beheld that approaching visage, his fists involuntarily clenched tighter, an inexplicable urge to strike it rising within him. Fortunately, his remarkable self-control kept this impulse at bay, and he instead offered a gentle smile to the approaching woman. "Good day, Deputy Umbridge." As Umbridge came to a halt before him, panting slightly, Charlie greeted her before she could utter a word. Her smile, which had already been gleaming, became even more radiant, her eyes sparkling as she looked up at Charlie, momentarily displaying a hint of emotion. "My goodness!" Umbridge's voice remained somewhat shrill, and the startled exclamation nearly sent chills down Russell's spine. He quickly turned away, avoiding the sudden presence of this bizarre woman to conceal his discomfort. Fortunately, Umbridge's attention was entirely focused on Charlie, leaving no room for distraction. "I am utterly surprised that someone as busy as you actually remembers my name, Mr. Black," she exclaimed, extending her hand towards him in a gesture of respect. Charlie reciprocated the handshake, maintaining his composure as he replied, "I recall that you once visited me alongside Minister Fudge." Indeed, Umbridge's delight was palpable as she vigorously shook Charlie's hand before releasing it. Charlie discreetly rubbed his hand before foregoing further pleasantries, stating directly, "Actually, I came to see Minister Fudge. Would you be able to convey a message to him for me?" Umbridge's previously radiant expression shifted to one of difficulty. She glanced at Charlie, then lowered her gaze in contemplation for a moment before hesitantly responding, "Well, I would love to assist you. I believe Minister Fudge is currently in a meeting. You know, at his level, there are simply too many matters to attend to, especially since he is a paragon of diligence, personally handling everything, no matter how trivial." As she spoke, she subtly flattered Fudge, and upon finishing, she raised her gaze to Charlie once more, wearing a solicitous smile. "Perhaps, if you have something to discuss with Minister Fudge, you could share it with me, and I would be happy to relay it to him. What do you think?" Charlie raised an eyebrow, lowering his gaze to exchange a knowing glance with Russell, both of whom found a touch of amusement in the situation. Charlie feigned contemplation for a moment before nodding slowly. "That works. It's not particularly urgent. If you are willing to pass on a message to Minister Fudge, that would be appreciated. Please go ahead. What is it?" Seeing Charlie so accommodating, Umbridge sighed in relief and continued, "Recently, I promised Minister Fudge a donation for the Ministry of Magic to assist with upgrading the equipment for the orurs, as well as to express gratitude for the Ministry's significant contributions to maintaining stability in the British magical community." Charlie deliberately paused before continuing. "I had intended to deliver the funds today while I had the chance and perhaps have a chat with Minister Fudge. Since he is unavailable, I suppose I shall postpone it for another day." With that, he turned on his heel, leading Russell back to the elevator they had just exited. "Wait, please, Mr. Charlie." Mr. Charlie. Chapter 90. Like a deity located on the basement level, the highest point within the Ministry of Magic is the office of Minister Fudge. Within the office, Fudge's round face appeared particularly flushed. He sat behind his desk, his eyes partially closed, as he absent-mindedly stroked the mustache above his lips while humming an obscure, whimsical tune, unabashedly revealing his current delight. Soon, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Simultaneously, Umbridge's voice resonated from the hallway. "Minister, Mr. Black has arrived." Fudge instinctively straightened his back, adjusting his pinstriped suit and tie. He then turned to the small mirror on his desk to check his appearance. Once satisfied with his reflection, he casually picked up an indeterminate document from his desk. Feigning a busy demeanor, and declared with a clear voice, "Please enter." As Fudge's voice faded, the door to the minister's office creaked open slowly. "Charlie." When the door fully swung open and Charlie stepped inside, Fudge promptly set down the document he had been holding, his face alight with surprise and joy. Concealing any other emotions completely, he affectionately called out Charlie's name, standing up suddenly from his seat and stepping away from his desk to greet him with a few strides. Umbridge, bending slightly, followed closely behind Charlie, yet it seemed intentional as she positioned herself slightly ahead of Russell. Upon witnessing Minister Fudge rise to welcome him, the gaze directed at Charlie became increasingly obsequious and humble. "Good day, Minister Fudge." Charlie's smile was radiant and imbued with a hint of innocence, a demeanor that was undeniably endearing. In response to Fudge's warm reception, he took a couple of steps forward, extending his hands to clasp firmly with the minister's. Honestly, if one were unaware of the underlying circumstances, they might easily assume these two were longtime friends. "I heard you were in a meeting, Minister, and only canceled it to meet me?" Charlie inquired with a smile directed at Fudge. "Haha, it's just a trivial matter," Fudge replied with a hearty laugh, waving his hand dismissively to feign nonchalance. Suddenly, his gaze shifted from Charlie to Umbridge. "Deputy Umbridge, do you have any instructions for me?" Upon realizing Fudge had finally acknowledged her, Umbridge maintained her ingratiating demeanor, suppressing her sharp voice as she inquired with a smile. Fudge, seemingly accustomed to Umbridge's attitude, did not exhibit the discomfort displayed by Charlie and Russell upon entering. He merely nodded casually before sweeping his gaze over the back of Russell and stating, in a moment, "Mr. Charlie and I have important matters to discuss. Please take this." Fudge's voice paused, as if contemplating how best to address Russell. After a second or so, he continued, "Take this gentleman's pet house elf out for tea, find a place to rest." "Of course, Minister Fudge." Umbridge's expression shifted slightly, the smile on her face diminishing. Yet she nodded reluctantly in agreement. She turned away and, at that moment, finally regarded Russell with her full attention, though her tone remained evidently colder than it had been with Charlie and Fudge. "Please, this way, Mr. House Elf friend. Come. Mr. Black, please have a seat here." Once Umbridge led Russell out of the office and the previously open door closed behind them, Fudge could no longer suppress the smile that spread across his face. His eyes squinted as he spoke, gently pulling Charlie's hand to guide him toward the sofa. Once Charlie settled down, Fudge promptly took a seat beside him. The third-class medal of the Merlin Knights had undergone numerous approvals and would soon facilitate an award ceremony for you. Regarding the confection you mentioned at Lucius's residence. Fudge paused, swallowed hard, and continued, "I could actually arrange that at any time." Observing Charlie comfortably seated, Fudge turned slightly, gazing at him while nervously rubbing his hands together, his tone considerably more congenial than before. If Umbridge were still in the office at that moment, her worldview would likely undergo a complete transformation. She would never have anticipated that the pinnacle of power she so desired could bend in the face of wealth. "There is no rush, Minister Fudge," Charlie replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively, adopting an air of nonchalance. What?" Clearly taken aback by Charlie's words, Fudge's previously narrowed eyes widened slightly, gazing at Charlie with a hint of confusion. He initially believed that Charlie was impatient, which prompted him to make a personal visit. Thus, he brought up both matters early on in an effort to satisfy the other party. However, the unexpected remark from the other party, declaring that these were trivial issues, caught him completely off guard. His brow gradually furrowed, and for reasons unknown, a wave of inexplicable unease surged from his heart. "Mr. Charlie, what is this all about?" "Those were trivial matters. In truth, my intention was to express gratitude to the Ministry of Magic for its long-standing contributions to the British magical community." This time, it was Charlie who squinted his eyes, smiling leisurely as he spoke, resembling a cunning fox. Though Fudge undoubtedly owed his position to Dumbledore's support, he was far from incompetent. Having held the position of Minister of Magic for many years, he had become quite the adept bureaucrat. Naturally, he could not believe Charlie's nonsensical words about gratitude towards the British magical world. Not only him, but any random individual plucked from the ranks would also doubt such claims. Upon hearing this, Fudge's frown deepened, and the sense of unease within him intensified, just as he opened his mouth to say something to Charlie. It was Charlie who spoke first. Waving his hand to halt Fudge's impending words, he rose from his seat, turned to face Fudge, and said, "Perhaps the minister should first take a look at the money." As the words left his lips, Charlie slowly raised his hand, gradually opening his palm. Between Fudge and him, the dull red gemstone ring suddenly illuminated. With a crisp sound, a gold galleon materialized out of thin air, falling to the ground and producing a delightful chime. Then came the second, third, and fourth. Initially melodious sounds began to intertwine, and an increasing number of galleons poured from Charlie's palm, cascading chaotically onto the floor. It was as if a torrential rainstorm was relentlessly battering the office floor. Fudge's previously furrowed brow began to relax uncontrollably, his mouth agape, unable to articulate a single word. All thoughts lodged in his throat. Looking up, he beheld the young man smiling at him, freely showering galleons. His pupils trembled, expanding and contracting. Eventually, he calmed down, and his gaze unmistakably resembled that of one beholding a deity. Chapter 91. I'm going to America. The cacophony of clinking continued for quite a while. How long exactly? Fudge could not say. Nevertheless, when he regained his senses, he found his ankles completely buried beneath a mound of galleons scattered across the floor. He attempted to lift his foot, yearning to extricate it from the heap of gold galleons. However, whether due to the weakness of his legs or the sheer solidity of the pile, his efforts proved futile after several attempts. He merely felt the weighty, slightly cool coins sliding past his calf. For a moment, as the melodious clinking faded, an eerie silence enveloped the entire office, leaving no sound in its wake. It was as if time itself had come to a standstill, with only himself, Charlie, and the galleons ample enough for him to swim in remaining. Fuggy's breath grew heavy, tinged with an underlying tremor. His already ruddy face became visibly more flushed, resembling a bomb on the verge of detonation. Ultimately, it was Charlie who shattered the inexplicable silence. A total of 50,000 galleons. You may wish to invite a few more individuals to assist you in counting, Charlie remarked with a smile, deftly flicking his wrist and, as if performing a magical trick, pinching the final galleon lodged in his ring between his thumb and forefinger. 50,000 galleons. Fuggy's body shook violently. It was as if he had heard a dreadful omen he was never meant to hear. He suddenly sprang from the sofa, incredulously gazing at Charlie. He opened his mouth. His voice rendered mute as he attempted to articulate something, yet all that emerged was a repetitive sound, devoid of substance. Charlie's expression remained placid. The warmth of his earlier smile extinguished, as if only the muscles on either side of his face continued to mechanically uphold that facade, leaving nothing more. With a hum, Charlie pinched the coin, extending his other hand to gently flick it. Instantly, a faint whimpering sound arose. The noise was pitifully soft, barely audible even from a mere few paces away, evading attention unless one listened intently. Nonetheless, this feeble sound rendered Fudge, who had long wished to speak, utterly mute. Fudge slowly closed his eyes, his eyelashes quivering slightly, as if quietly savoring the sound, from its inception to its arrival in his ears. Charlie remained silent, merely extending his hand to grasp Fudge's somewhat plump palm, gradually opening it. Fudge sensed a chill emanating from his palm. He opened his eyes, instinctively glancing at the space within his hand where the gold galleon Charlie had held just moments ago now lay. In the Ministry of Magic's atrium, Russell, who had been invited by Fudge to partake in tea, leaned casually against a wall, a disposable cup in hand, steam subtly rising from its contents. Meanwhile, Umbridge, who had accompanied him, had vanished without a trace. Russell paid no heed to the peculiar glances cast his way by those hastily passing by. He quietly sipped his hot water from the paper cup, occasionally glancing at the elevator doors. Finally, just as he was nearing the end of his cup, the elevator doors swung open once more, revealing Charlie. Master! Russell's eyes brightened instantly. He discarded the cup into a nearby trash bin and hurried to Charlie's side. Have you concluded your discussion with Minister Fudge? He blinked his eyes, first surveying the surroundings. Noticing that no one was paying attention to this side, he then quietly inquired. Charles hesitated for a moment but ultimately nodded, responding with a smile, I suppose so. Once this phrase was uttered, Charles's expression suddenly shifted to one of seriousness. He slowly bent down, aligning his gaze with Russell's, and spoke softly, I will be away for some time. Russell, taken aback by this revelation, blurted out, Master is leaving again. Charlie nodded without elaborating further. Where is Master going this time? Russell's brow furrowed, and though he posed the question, a sense of foreboding crept into his thoughts. America. As expected, Charlie's answer confirmed Russell's suspicions, causing his heart to race despite the anticipated news. Just as Russell stared at Charlie, momentarily at a loss for words, Charlie straightened up, patted him on the back, and continued speaking. I will be leaving with Andre. He will guide me there. This time, I may be away longer than usual. Charlie paused, glancing down at Russell, whose worried expression deepened, and added, before I leave, I will have Ryan come over to take my place temporarily. If there are matters that require a wizard's intervention, just send him." Upon hearing this, Russell's already furrowed brow tightened further. He was well aware of who Ryan was, Charlie's distributor of confections in the Muggle world, responsible for expanding the product's reach with significant autonomy. He was also one of the few humans permitted inside the candy factory, yet he rarely made appearances, only coming by to collect supplies, giving him an air of mystery. While Russell understood that someone deemed worthy of Charlie's trust could not possibly be an ordinary individual, doubts lingered in his mind. Was it truly appropriate for someone outside of Charlie's domain to assume his responsibilities? Russell refrained from voicing his thoughts as Charlie, having finished speaking, ushered him towards the elevator. He stumbled to keep pace with Charlie, glanced up at his master, and after much hesitation, chose to bury his concerns deep within. Days later, Charlie departed, embarking on a journey to the magical realm of America alongside Andre, who was preparing to return home. He carried little more than a few changes of clothes tucked into his ring. Russell stood at the entrance of the candy factory, watching as the vehicle carrying the two men drove away. Behind him, a man with long, curly black hair crossed his arms, squinting as he quietly observed the scene. Chapter 92. Nothing needs to be done. Once Charlie had left, the doors of the candy factory closed once more, and the man with the dark hair finally lowered his arms from their previous position across his chest. "So what is it that I need to do next?" His gaze lingered on Russell, who was still waving his arms at the departing vehicle. After a brief pause, he inquired, his voice imbued with an inexplicable lethargy, as if he bore little interest in anything at all. In truth, this demeanor was characteristic of him. He had only come this time because Charlie had summoned him. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have remained absent, preferring to do nothing. Russell lowered his arms but did not turn around. He remained turned away from Ryan, his tone markedly different from that which he employed in the company of Charlie. "Since Master Charlie believes you are worthy to temporarily assume his position, it is only natural for me, as his most loyal servant, to unequivocally support his sentiments." Russell's calm voice was both polite and distant, with no attempt to disguise this fact. "However, I hope you understand that managing a factory is entirely distinct from being a distributor, particularly when the factory is predominantly comprised of little sprites." Ryan merely raised an eyebrow, gazing at the diminutive sprite before him with a hint of surprise. Yet he refrained from speaking. "The truth is, not everyone possesses the qualities of Master Charlie." Russell slowly turned around, lifting his gaze to the man named Ryan, and continued, "Master Charlie is a remarkable and extraordinary being. He is the faith and cornerstone of all the little sprites, as well as the heart of this factory. While I can unconditionally support the commands issued by Master Charlie, I must express my disagreement with his words, for he is irreplaceable. Do you understand my meaning?" Ryan listened quietly until Russell had completed his statement, and only after the last syllable fell from Russell's lips did his expression finally change. The corners of Ryan's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a smile that, though not particularly radiant, struck Russell as oddly familiar. He extended his hand, tousling his curly, jet-black hair, and then slowly replied, "It appears we have encountered some misunderstandings between us. However, it is of little consequence, for I find myself in agreement with what you have said. Charlie is indeed a remarkable individual, a singular entity. No other sorcerer in the world can achieve what he accomplishes, nor would any dare to pursue what he desires." At this juncture, a fleeting glimmer of inexplicable sorrow and reminiscence flickered in Ryan's eyes, a moment that left Russell perplexed. Yet, it vanished just as swiftly, as if it had never existed, returning to that eternal, languid demeanor. Even Russell found himself uncertain if he had misinterpreted the moment. "Rest assured," Ryan continued, his tone imbued with a relaxed nonchalance, "my admiration for Charlie is certainly no less than yours, and I possess a remarkably clear sense of self-awareness." He paused, contemplating. "Perhaps you could arrange a room for me, allowing me to rest and partake in some sustenance. Then we shall await Charlie's return together in pleasant anticipation. With Charlie's name resonating here, I trust that no disturbances will arise in the coming days. Would you not agree?" Ryan's response clearly took Russell by surprise, rendering the myriad of warnings he had meticulously crafted utterly redundant. Russell blinked, the aloofness and distance in his gaze diminishing significantly. He began to scrutinize the individual before him with newfound attentiveness. He could not deny that he felt a certain fondness for the young man named Ryan. At the very least, from his words, Russell could discern the genuine respect the other harbored for Master Charlie, precisely as he had articulated, devoid of any pretense. "Indeed." At last, Russell nodded, a smile gracing his face as well. "There would be no disturbances. Everything would revert to its former state. Let us quietly await Master Charlie's return. Meanwhile, as Ryan and Russell engaged in conversation, in the car that had just departed from the factory, Andre sat in the passenger seat, unable to restrain his wide-eyed wonder as he surveyed every aspect of the car's interior. It was truly remarkable. He smacked his lips in mild envy before turning his gaze back to Charlie, who was driving beside him, and sincerely remarked, "I truly wish the United States Congress were as open-minded as the British Ministry of Magic. In America, you could never possibly possess such a splendid magical vehicle." Upon hearing Andre's words, Charlie instinctively glanced sideways but hesitated for a moment, ultimately refraining from revealing that, in fact, modifying a Muggle car in Britain is not widely encouraged. It was merely through the assistance of a kind individual employed at the Ministry of Magic that a legal loophole was exploited. After all, hasn't the magical community in the United States also become more progressive in recent years? Charlie chuckled softly, redirecting the conversation to another topic. "Well, I don't feel particularly strongly about it." Indeed, Andre, having listened to Charlie, naturally shifted the subject, beginning to discuss recent developments in the American magical community. In fact, he spread his hands and shrugged. The notion of openness was merely relative to what had come before. In reality, despite the ongoing efforts of the Magical Congress in recent years to combat a series of destabilizing elements such as the Purifiers and the Second Salem, such issues seemed deeply entrenched within the very fabric of the American wizarding community, nearly impossible to eradicate. All that could be done was to repeatedly chip away at the visible aspects, preventing them from flourishing unchecked, thereby maintaining a semblance of respectability in front of outsiders. Charlie could not help but raise an eyebrow, his expression betraying a hint of surprise. He had not anticipated that the other party possessed such profound insights. However, upon further reflection, it seemed reasonable. After all, one must possess some degree of capability to be dispatched to England for a direct conversation with Charlie. "So, if I were to travel to America, would it pose a significant challenge?" Seizing the opportunity, Charlie inquired. Andre paused for a moment, seemingly deep in thought. "I suppose it may present some difficulties, though it would be considerably easier than for those wizards who venture to America alone. After all, your trip is under the guise of a business collaboration, and you will be accompanied by me, which should streamline the approval process." As Andre spoke, he appeared to recall something, quickly adding, however, "The wand registration step is likely unavoidable." Chapter 93, Welcome to the American Wizarding World. Once he had articulated all of this, a look of concern suddenly crossed Andre's face as he seemed to remember something. "Mr. Blake." He paused momentarily, then turned his gaze towards Charlie in the driver's seat, softly inquiring, "Your visit to the American magical community, is it not solely for market research, but also for fostering amicable relations with us?" Charlie listened to his words, a faint smile gracing his lips, yet he refrained from uttering a reply, neither refuting nor affirming. With a gulp, Andre swallowed, feeling beads of perspiration begin to form on his forehead, reminiscent of that day in Mr. Black's office beside him. He averted his gaze from Charlie, sealing his lips. Then he lowered his head, his eyes fixated on the plush carpet laid beneath the car, lost in contemplation. For a moment, an awkward silence enveloped the vehicle, which had previously maintained a relatively tranquil atmosphere. Finally, as the silence lingered and Andre's thoughts began to scatter chaotically, heightening his anxiety, Charlie finally spoke. His tone remained unchanged, imbued with the same warmth and ease as before. "Nothing will happen. After all, I still have business to conduct in your country. How could I possibly act irrationally at this juncture?" As he spoke, he stared straight ahead at the asphalt road. At that moment, there were no obstructions in Charlie's line of sight. It was a clear and open expanse. Gradually pressing down on the accelerator, the faint roar of the engine resonated, abruptly disrupting Andre's attempts to decipher Charlie's words with a jolt of acceleration. The speedometer's needle began to ascend rapidly, aided by magical modifications that provided even more power than before. Andre abruptly lifted his head, eyes widening instinctively at the swiftly retreating scenery. His breath momentarily caught in his throat. Right, Charlie's hands gripped the steering wheel, and he tilted his head slightly toward the passenger seat beside him, where Andre sat, inquiring, "How do we get there?" Clearly, compared to Charlie's accustomed speed, Andre was still struggling to acclimate to this whirlwind sensation. Although he envied Charlie's magical car as a wizard, he had seldom had the opportunity to ride in one. After all, such Muggle contraptions were strictly forbidden in America, especially when apparition was evidently far more convenient. Andre instinctively pressed a hand against his racing heart, responding breathlessly, "The door key. Where's the door key?" Reluctantly, Charlie eased off the accelerator a tad. waiting for Andre to regain his composure before continuing. "All right, I believe it's in Liverpool." Andre gasped for air, speaking in fragmented sentences. "Perhaps we should slow down. Liverpool is not too far, right?" Charlie mused to himself. After absorbing the crucial information Andre provided, he disregarded anything further Andre might say and twisted a dial beside him. The car, which had been smoothly gliding, began to sway and eventually lifted off the ground, soaring into the distance. Soon, as the vehicle landed gently, the doors swung open. A pale-faced Andre stumbled out of the passenger seat, slightly unsteady. Yet, after only 2 steps, he fell to his knees with a thud, promptly retching. Ugh. Ugh. "Are you all right, Andre?" Charlie hastened to exit the car, approaching Andre's side to gently pat his back while inquiring with concern. Andre instinctively turned his head to glance at Charlie, his eyes reflecting a palpable resentment that seemed almost tangible. However, just as he opened his mouth to speak, his expression shifted dramatically, and he quickly turned away, retching once more. Ugh. Seeing Andre in such a state, even Charlie couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. He raised his hand, and the ring shimmered momentarily, effortlessly guiding his wand into his grasp. "Well, though I cannot ascertain its effectiveness, it is certainly better than doing nothing. Isn't it?" Charlie remarked with a slight grin, uncertain whether he spoke to Andre or merely to himself. Subsequently, he gently clasped the wand and began to sway it slowly in the air. "Vulnerus and enter." The incantation rolled off his tongue, and as the final syllable resonated, a soft green glow enveloped the tip of the wand. With a gentle hum, a delicate force began to radiate outward, enveloping Andre's body, only to gradually dissipate after a while. Puffing out a breath, Andre ceased his retching, taking a feeble breath. "How is it? Did it work?" Charlie quickly extended his other arm, supporting Andre while inquiring. "Not at all." Andre's legs trembled faintly, barely managing to lean against Charlie's arm as he rose from the ground. The haunted look in his eyes lingered as he continued. "I only had a poached egg and 2 slices of toast for breakfast, and now it's all gone." Upon uttering this, a tinge of discomfort crossed his face, prompting him to instinctively open his mouth once more in a dry heave. It appeared that his stomach was indeed empty, as he retched for a while without any further contents rising to the surface. "Mr. Blake." Andre's hands trembled as he retrieved a white handkerchief from his pocket, wiping away the remnants from his lips before continuing. "I retract my earlier statement. And from this day forth, I must add 2 lines to my list of prohibitions." "What?" Charlie raised an eyebrow, instinctively asking. "First, I shall never again ride in a car. Second, I shall absolutely refrain from traveling with you." In a gesture of goodwill, Charlie, rather than hastily whisking Andre off to America, sought out a charming little establishment where his companion could recuperate for a spell. "I have always thought British food rather unpalatable." Sitting in an exquisitely woven wrought-tin chair, Andre gazed at the passers-by outside while plucking the last cherry from his plate and popping it into his mouth. At that moment, color returned to his cheeks, rendering him less pallid than when he had disembarked from the vehicle. "Have you been to England before?" Charlie, comfortably reclining against the plush cushion, casually picked up a soft pastry and took a bite while inquiring. "No." Andre shook his head, lifting his coffee cup to finish the last of his cappuccino. He then continued, "This is my first visit to England. When you come again, I can show you around properly." After finishing the last bite of his pastry, Charlie grabbed a napkin to wipe the crumbs from his fingertips before rising. "If the opportunity arises." With a deep exhale, Andre stood as well, pulling a $20 bill from his pocket and gently placing it beneath the delicate porcelain plate. After a series of twists and turns, Charlie followed Andre into a dimly lit, filthy alleyway. Why must the key be hidden in such a place? Charlie lowered his gaze to a large gray rat scurrying swiftly along the wall, muttering to himself. "This is the result of negotiations between the American and British magical communities. You understand how fearful we are of the Muggles," Andre casually remarked, halting at the alley's end. Coming to a standstill, he stared at the dilapidated stone wall before him. "The stone in the 2nd row, 4th column, is the key. I will guide you when the time comes." "I understand." Charlie said little more, nodding as he extended his hand to grasp Andre's. With a hum, as Andre gently touched the moss-covered stone, an immense pulling force suddenly yanked Charlie upward. Before he could comprehend the situation, it felt as if something had snagged at his navel, drawing him forward. After a brief moment of disorientation, clarity returned, revealing that Andre had vanished, and the surroundings had transformed from the dingy alley into a narrow compartment. He sat upon a stool, facing a black office table. Behind the table, a woman with golden hair was intently recording something with a quill. Her attire resembled that of a customs officer from the Muggle world, adorned with a blue eagle emblem representing the magical parliament on her chest. Charlie Black hesitated for a moment, glancing at the stark, empty walls and the white ceiling light above, before he complied, stating, "What is your purpose for visiting America?" "Business exchange and market research," he replied with an expression of calm, deftly delivering the excuse he had prepared. The woman lifted her gaze, curiosity flickering in her eyes as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and asked, "Have you visited the American magical community before?" "It is my first time." "Then your wand is undoubtedly unregistered?" "Yes. Should I present it now?" As he spoke, Charlie discreetly retrieved his wand from the inner pocket of his coat and handed it over. "In a moment, an inspector will come to examine your belongings. You simply need to sign this form." "Thank you." Perhaps it was due to his return with Andre that the subsequent inspector did not impose any difficulties upon him. After a cursory inspection of his items, a mark was placed upon his wand, which was then returned to him. "Welcome to the American magical community." With the procedural greeting, Charlie rose from his seat and slowly exited the narrow compartment through a small door behind him. Upon stepping out, he was greeted by a vast and bright hall, far more illuminated and tranquil than the Ministry of Magic in Britain. "Here, Mr. Black." Not far away, Andre waved excitedly, his face aglow with a radiant smile. "Welcome to the American magical community." He reiterated the inspector's earlier words, but with a sincerity that far surpassed the initial greeting. Chapter 94. Ebendale Wizarding Emporium. Perhaps it was the return to his homeland that invigorated Andre. For the moment he stepped out of the Woolworth building, where the magical parliament resided, his demeanor appeared markedly uplifted, his expression more relaxed and gentle than it had been in Britain. As he strode forward with purpose, he half turned his head, chattering incessantly to Charlie about the various characteristics and nuances of the American wizarding world. It was evident that even during their time in the car, Andre displayed little pride when discussing the magical realm of America. Rather, he was filled with complaints and disdain. He lamented its rigidity and scoffed at its antiquated nature. Yet, upon returning once more to the place he had inhabited for decades, a genuine fondness emerged from the depths of his heart, which he unconsciously revealed through his body language, expressions, and myriad other facets. In harmony with Andre's pace, Charlie followed closely behind, unhurried. From the moment they stepped out of the Woolworth building, his eyes roamed around the vibrant surroundings of Broadway in New York. From the towering skyscrapers to the leisurely strollers nearby, everything was absorbed into his sight. In this distinctly exotic locale, Charlie felt a peculiar sense of wonder. He truly did not expect that the heart of the American magical community, the Magical Congress, would so brazenly reside on Broadway, complete with an actual street number, in stark contrast to the British Ministry of Magic, which is concealed beneath the ground and accessible only through a telephone booth or a restroom. This was indeed strikingly conspicuous. It is worth noting that the American Magical Society exhibits a far more cautious attitude towards Muggles than their British counterparts. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of absurdity and incongruity surged within Charlie's mind, causing a subtle smile to play at the corners of his lips. He could sense that the American magical community was intricately intertwined with both American society and the Muggles. Unlike Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley, they lacked dedicated wizarding commercial streets. And there were no pure wizard enclaves akin to Hogsmeade or the Vale of High Wycombe. They lived, much like Muggles, in every ordinary house and on every commonplace street. Imagine, if you were an ordinary Muggle in America, your neighbors could very well be wizards, even if they donned a blue-striped suit that resembled yours, carried a slightly worn briefcase, kissed their wives and children goodbye, and boarded the bus for work each morning. The building you sometimes glimpsed on your way home, which you had never entered, might just be an establishment serving the wizarding community. Yet, in this very reality, the American magical world remained the most conservative and resistant to interaction with Muggles across the globe. How intriguing, Charlie mused silently. However, while Charlie was lost in his myriad thoughts, Andre remained oblivious to his change, continuing to speak animatedly, unconsciously gesturing with a naturalness and ease he had never exhibited in England. The Ebendale Wizarding Emporium, and a house elf training school. Suddenly, as if he had noticed something, Charlie's previously wandering gaze refocused on Andre. He raised an eyebrow and interrupted Andre with a hint of curiosity in his voice. A wizarding department store? Indeed, the Ebendale Wizarding Emporium. Clearly, Andre was not surprised that Charlie found the department store intriguing. After all, as a competent and astute businessman, possessing a keen sense for novelty was an indispensable trait. He raised his hands in a gesture of uncertainty, slightly decelerating his pace. transforming from a position ahead of Charlie to one of walking side by side. He then proceeded to elaborate on the specifics concerning the Ebendale Wizarding Emporium, the largest wizarding department store in the United States, conveniently located in New York City, not far from Broadway. As he spoke, Andre halted, turning to indicate a direction with a nod, suggesting, "It's just over there. If you wish, we can go take a look now." However, to Andre's surprise, Charlie waved his hand dismissively. "Let us wait a bit. After all, there's plenty of time. I intend to stay here for quite a while." Andre could only nod in agreement, continuing to guide Charlie forward. "We're actually considering the Ebendale Wizarding Emporium as well, although we haven't visited yet." Andre continued discussing the topic as they walked. "We plan to focus our efforts on both the Ebendale Emporium and Wizarding Broadway." Wizarding Broadway? Charlie mused, feeling as if his understanding of America was being continually expanded. "What exactly is that?" "It's a venue specifically designed for wizard performances," Andre replied with an air of restraint, seemingly delighted by Charlie's eagerness to learn. "Most of the time, they showcase classic stage plays, like productions reminiscent of Cuckoo Calls and other occasional gaps in entertainment." After uttering this, Andre's eyes brightened as a thought struck him. "Oh right. Beyond those old productions, Wizarding Broadway also rents out its venue for renowned singers and pop stars. Our idea is to sell our candies there, particularly that liqueur-filled variety. What is it called?" "Ah, yes, the Ice Plum Sweet," Charlie interjected. "Exactly. In such a scenario, those candies would shine. Who wouldn't want a little beer or candy at a concert? You know, those young wizards crave a wild experience, and they'll go to great lengths for it." Thus, the two engaged in conversation, meandering leisurely down the street. Suddenly, Charlie recalled something. "I almost forgot to ask you. Where are we headed next?" Andre paused, scratching his head in hesitation. "Didn't I mention? Of course, we're going to our company. Our boss is thrilled to hear you're coming." Andre led Charlie to a discreet corner, and together they turned and stepped through, utilizing a form of magical transportation to depart. Chapter 95. A Murder to Commit Tonight, Mr. Blake. As Andre guided Charlie to the office building of their company, before Charlie could react, a portly man clad in a suit of a caliber surpassing even Andre's emerged with enthusiasm, grasping Charlie's hand tightly and shaking it vigorously. "I never expected you to come in person." The rotund man's eyes sparkled, his face, along with his neck, flushed with excitement, exuding an overwhelming sense of joy and surprise. "I've long wished to discuss a collaboration with you." He spoke animatedly, saliva flying from his mouth as he pulled Charlie along, unceremoniously leading him toward the office. "I am Peter Mueller, but they affectionately call me Old Mueller. If you prefer, you may address me as such as well. You cannot imagine how thrilled I was to hear that you were selecting a distributor within the American magical community. To be frank, I am an ardent admirer of yours. I have watched the recording of your speech at Oxford University countless times. Especially that remark you made, 'Candy is forever for joy.' It resonates deeply with me, and I have adopted it as a guiding principle in my life. You may not be aware, but our company possesses substantial experience. Otherwise, we would not have triumphed amidst such fierce competition and earned your esteemed company's favor." It was evident that Old Mueller was a peculiar yet jovial character, perpetually brimming with words, his discourse a ceaseless torrent of topics, leaving even Charlie somewhat overwhelmed, nearly retreating in the face of his exuberance. Fortunately, Old Mueller did not prolong the conversation for too long, as the day swiftly descended into twilight. Charlie, citing his fatigue from just arriving in America, graciously declined Old Mueller's generous invitation to dinner. With a sigh, Old Mueller reluctantly relinquished his plans and quickly arranged for one of his staff to escort Charlie to the hotel that had been prepared for him. In the stillness of the night, within the hotel room, Charlie sat by the window, gazing contemplatively at the desolate night sky and the crescent moon above. He then cast his eyes downward to the vibrant city below, where the nightlife pulsed with an energy that seemed undiminished by the hour, perhaps even more vibrant than during the day. In that moment, he felt an inexplicable mix of emotions, the scene before him strikingly foreign. The moon unlike any he had observed in England. The gentle warmth and smile that had graced Charlie's face gradually faded, replaced by an expression of muted detachment. He remained seated by the window, his coat still on, fingers rhythmically tapping on the glass round table, producing a series of dull thuds. Time slipped away with each tap, the clock on the wall marking the passage of time as its hands moved from 10:30 to midnight. At last, Charlie stirred, the subdued sound of his tapping ceased abruptly. His gaze ignited with a cold, haunting light reminiscent of the night sky. In the next instant, he rose, performing no unnecessary gestures, rubbing his middle and index fingers together, producing a crisp snap. In that fleeting moment, the The figure that had lingered by the window vanished without a trace. In the Bronx, within a nondescript, eerie alley, a rustling sound drew attention to a few gray mice gathered by a trash bin, feasting on a box of leftover fried noodles. Suddenly, one mouse paused, lifting its head and grooming its whiskers, sensing an unusual disturbance. Just as it relaxed and prepared to resume its meal, a blinding light abruptly illuminated the alley, accompanied by a faint crackling sound. Instantly, the mice, startled, scurried away into the depths of the alley, leaving behind the nearly untouched box of fried noodles in the silent darkness. As the light dissipated, Charlie emerged from its brilliance. He casually glanced at the scurrying rat, paying it little heed, and strode directly toward the filthy wall of the alley. The wall was adorned with indecipherable graffiti, along with a myriad of chewed gum remnants. Tattered promotional posters were plastered here and there. Charlie paused before one such poster, which vaguely resembled a supermarket advertisement. Closing his eyes, he raised his hand and gently pinched a corner of the flyer. In the next moment, an overwhelming force tugged at him once more, accompanied by that familiar sensation of being hooked by an invisible navel. It felt as though his soul and body were on the verge of being torn asunder. The jarring sensation dissipated, replaced by the clear sound of bells ringing in his ears. When Charlie opened his eyes, the wall before him had vanished, and he found himself no longer in that eerie alley. Instead, he stood before an even more sinister shop. "Welcome to Katie's Magical Cottage." Before he could fully survey the myriad jars and trinkets within this peculiar establishment, a gruff voice resonated through the air. Following the sound, he spotted a towering figure. A dark-skinned man nearly 6 feet tall, heavily made up, seated behind an old counter amidst a chaotic accumulation of bizarre items, puffing on a vintage hookah while grinning at Charlie. His eyes seemed to convey a multitude of emotions as he playfully blinked at Charlie, then sensuously licked his lips and continued, "I am Katie." Charlie fell silent for a moment, instinctively retrieving a small note containing information that he had specifically acquired from the overturned alley before his departure. After confirming that all was in order, he finally lifted his gaze once more to the man named Katie and, maintaining an unwavering tone, directly inquired, "I heard from a friend that you have unregistered wands?" Upon hearing Charlie's candid words, the imposing figure known as Katie raised an eyebrow. The water pipe he had just brought to his lips now set aside. "Unregistered wands are quite rare. What do you require such an item for?" "Tonight, I intend to eliminate a few individuals." Chapter 96, A Worthy Investment. As Charlie unabashedly articulated his intentions, Katie's expression shifted noticeably. The water pipe was placed down on the weathered counter with a subdued thud, the previous mirth disappearing from his face, leaving only a semblance of forced amusement. "This." Katie furrowed his brow slightly, his voice contemplative as he weighed the merits of this transaction. Charlie, unperturbed by the pause, turned his attention back to the dusty bottles and jars that had long been neglected. With a hint of curiosity in his gaze, he bent down to scrutinize the indistinct labels on the containers, seemingly in search of something intriguing. Thanks to the solid knowledge he had amassed during his time at Hogwarts Magical Academy, particularly in the restricted section, Charlie was able to recognize a significant portion of the items present. It was remarkable how some seemingly ordinary jars contained rather exquisite magical materials. While contemplating this, he carefully extracted a glass jar filled with a murky green liquid from the bottom shelf. Gently shaking the jar, he caught a glimpse of a desiccated horn with a spiral pattern, submerged within the opaque liquid. Charlie raised an eyebrow and wiped the grime from the jar's label to reveal its inscription. Indeed, as he suspected, it boldly proclaimed unicorn horn in a script reminiscent of a spider's crawl. "You actually possess such an item?" He could not help but turn his head, gazing at Katie at the counter as she shook the jar, her tone laced with a hint of astonishment. "That is a private collection, not for sale. Please return it to its place." After a moment of contemplation, Katie seemed to arrive at a decision. Her previously furrowed brows relaxed slightly, and with a sigh, her expression returned to the original smile she wore. "There are wands that have not been registered with the Ministry of Magic." Upon hearing this, Charlie, who had been observing his surroundings, finally redirected his gaze towards Katie. He looked at her again but chose not to speak. Instead, he raised his chin, gesturing for her to continue. 500 galleons. Without any further ado, Katie bluntly stated her price. However, sensing that this astonishing figure might deter Charlie, she quickly added, "This 500 galleons is not merely the cost of the wand. Selling it to you entails certain risks. If the orurs from the Ministry of Magic were to scrutinize my dealings." Katie's words trailed off, leaving the implication hanging in the air. He chuckled twice and blinked. Do you understand my meaning? Certainly, Charlie responded. He brushed off the dust that had just settled on his clothes. With a natural nod, his expression remained unchanged throughout. I have heard of your reputation. He strolled slowly to the counter, and the ring on his finger suddenly glimmered as he placed a heavy pouch of coins into his palm. Gouet, this 500 galleons. I am confident it will exceed expectations. After speaking, Charlie casually tossed the pouch, accompanied by the crisp sound of galleons clinking together, landing directly on the worn countertop. I truly enjoy dealing with generous patrons such as yourself. Katie was momentarily taken aback, but her smile blossomed even brighter. Rest assured, you shall not be disappointed. He continued speaking, not lingering on unnecessary details. Bending down, he retrieved a crumpled paper box from beneath the counter. With a swift puff, he blew away the layers of dust that clung to its surface. As he lifted the lid, an oddly shaped, rather unremarkable, and even somewhat grotesque wand revealed itself before the two. Here, give your new wand a try. Katie enthusiastically nudged the box forward. However, as Charlie gazed at the wand within, he could not suppress a grimace, his lips pressing together and his brow furrowing. For someone naturally drawn to beauty, the thought of wielding such an outrageously unattractive wand was evidently repugnant to him. Yet, considering the current circumstances, after a brief hesitation, he reached for the wand and closed his eyes, attempting to establish a fleeting connection with it. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, and the muscles of his face twitched slightly as he regarded Katie, whose expression was one of innocence. His countenance darkened. 500 galleons. I wouldn't even demand that the core of this wand be made from unicorn tail hair or dragon sinew. A wand filled with the mane of a kelpie would suffice. But troll hair? That seems rather excessive, doesn't it? There's no choice. You know how stringent the Ministry of Magic is about these matters. Katie explained with an awkward smile, discreetly stepping back to avoid any potential projectile from the wand. Charlie fell silent, his thoughts swirling in contemplation. After a prolonged moment, he ultimately turned and strode toward the exit, wand in hand. Just as he was about to step outside, he paused. He turned slightly, casting a wistful glance at Katie behind him, hoping that your after-sales service would truly make him feel that he received exceptional value for his money. The Blind Pig remained, as always, teeming with patrons as it did every night. A diverse assembly of characters mingled in the dimly lit bar, unabashedly venting their inner turmoil and desires, relishing the rare pleasures and warmth found in their reckless escapades. Amidst the swirling smoke and cacophony of insults, an array of individuals gathered, be it fugitives burdened with serious charges, informants peddling secrets, or remnants of purgers who had vanished from sight in recent years, all seamlessly blended into this chaotic milieu. As the adage goes, the Blind Pig Bar is home to every kind of person, yet one would be hard-pressed to find a virtuous soul among them. As the proprietor, the half-blooded fairy Fielders languidly reclined on an enormous sofa, his face adorned with a wild, unrestrained grin. He inhaled deeply from the cigar pinched between his fingers, surveying his surroundings as if admiring the spectacle he had orchestrated. Compared to his ancestor, Fielders was undoubtedly far superior, possessing extraordinary cunning and ambition. He had reclaimed the Blind Pig years ago and began leveraging his connections and wealth, establishing a vast network that ensured the bar's survival even amid the harsh purges enforced by the magical parliament. It had truly transformed into a lawless gray area, far more formidable than the original Blind Pig ever was. Regrettably, what Fielders remained oblivious to was that the kingdom he painstakingly constructed was destined to collapse that very night. Chapter 97. No way to explain emerging from Katie's enchanted abode with the grotesquely deformed wand in hand. Charlie hesitated not a moment longer. He waved it once more, allowing the nascent magic to swell and pulse with the movement of his wrist. With a swish, a brilliant light erupted in the dim alleyway, only to fade almost instantly. As the luminescence dissipated, Charlie vanished from sight, heading straight for the Blind Pig. Iquin, do tell how you managed to sever that house elf's leg the other day. In the haze of mingled smoke and the pervasive scent of alcohol, the fairy jazz band continued to play, though few patrons paid heed to their performance. An obviously inebriated wizard gaped widely, belching and revealing a set of yellowed teeth. He turned his head, drunkenly patting a gaunt wizard nearby, who appeared to be of Latin descent. The thin wizard raised a glass of potent liquor and downed it in one gulp. Noticing that all eyes were upon him, he obligingly rose from his seat, staggering a few unsteady steps towards the wall, He seized an exhibit hanging above, a shriveled leg, the very one severed by Dobby. Grasping the ankle of the leg, the emaciated wizard held it aloft, surveying the crowd with a sweeping glance. After taking in their expressions, he finally addressed them, his face flushed with excitement. "This is truly no trivial matter. Do not think for a moment that I am deceiving you. He is no ordinary house elf. That fellow has remarkably thick skin, and it is fortunate for me." Upon his utterance, the pride on his face swelled even further. His chin lifted high as he forcefully patted his chest. "Did you not witness it at that time? So many wizards were attempting to take him down. Yet it was only I who severed his leg, just as you did with those 3 muggles in Arkansas." In the crowd, there was an evident familiarity with the slender wizard named Aquin, and a loud agreement arose. Indeed, with this mention, Aquin seemed invigorated, his demeanor brightening as he waved the severed limb in his hand, exclaiming, "Just as I eliminated that family of muggles. Regarding my severing spell, I'm not boasting. I am confident that I am the finest among the blind swine." Aquin licked his lips, seemingly reminiscing about the pleasures he had found during his recent escapades while on the run, his expression taking on an increasingly morbid tenderness. All of this is the result of relentless practice. Fields, too, had taken note of the commotion within the bar. He cast a glance at the self-aggrandizing Aquin, chuckling softly as he shook his head, then took a deep draw from the cigar in his hand. A plume of faint pink smoke escaped his lips, and a look of gradual intoxication began to manifest on Fields' face. Smacking his lips, he turned to a subordinate beside him and inquired, "What is the potency of this batch? Where did it originate?" "It's a recent shipment from Germany," the subordinate replied, bowing slightly in deference. As expected, the Germans provide quality goods. Fields nodded in satisfaction, stroking the handlebar mustache beneath his nose before taking another deep inhalation. However, before he could exhale the smoke, a sudden, thunderous explosion erupted beside his ear. Boom! The abrupt sound startled Fields, causing him to gasp and nearly inhale the cigar smoke directly into his lungs. Damn it, where did that noise come from? He lowered his head, coughing awkwardly, while instinctively squinting his eyes in the direction from which the sound emanated. There stood Aquin, who had just risen and shouted recklessly, now rendered utterly silent. His head had inexplicably vanished, leaving only charred remnants at the neck, gradually spreading downward. His body remained upright, the arm that once brandished his trophy still raised, as if even Aquin himself had yet to comprehend his demise. In an instant, the raucous bar fell silent, akin to a broken record. With a soft thud, Fields dropped the cigar pinched between his fingers onto the floor, stunned by this inexplicable incident. However, in the next moment, he regained his composure, his brow furrowing into a knot. With a swift motion, he sprang from his seat, scanning the crowd for the spellcaster while cursing vehemently. Which damned fool doesn't he know better than to cause a ruckus in Blind Pig Bar? Even the most inebriated patrons jolted to attention, casting wary glances around them. A few had even drawn their wands, poised for a spell. Hadn't he just severed the leg of a house elf in this wretched establishment moments before? Just as the atmosphere grew tenser, Charlie's voice unexpectedly emerged from the throng. Instantly, the witches and wizards beside him instinctively retreated, all eyes converging upon him. Charlie sat calmly at a modest table, like any other patron, nursing a glass of whiskey. His wand remained firmly in hand, the tip still warm. A wisp of white smoke curling upward, its implications unmistakable. Observing Charlie's unnerving calmness, as if oblivious to the fact that he was now the focus of the bar's desperate denizens, Fields narrowed his eyes. After a moment of silence, he tentatively inquired, "Are you the owner of that house elf?" "No, I am his employer," Charlie replied, shaking his head, setting down his glass, and rising from his seat to smooth the wrinkles from his attire, speaking leisurely. The furrowed brow that had gathered did not relax, but instead tightened further. Fields' years of experience whispered caution to him, indicating that this individual before him was not to be underestimated. "Regardless of your relationship with him," Fields began, carefully choosing his words while keeping a watchful eye on the grotesque wand in Charlie's grasp, "Aquin is dead. Aquin was in the wrong, and I am willing to let you leave in peace. What do you say?" Fields' proposition elicited a cacophony of astonishment, confusion, and disbelief from the patrons in the bar. Enough of this. Yet, in response to Fields' ostensible generosity, Charlie did not nod in agreement. He smiled, gazing intently at Fields, causing a chill to creep into the latter's heart. "If I were to return like this, I would have no way to explain myself to my people." Chapter 98, The Large-Scale Brawl Incident. Night, unlike the bustling day, enveloped the Woolworth building on Broadway in an unusual tranquility. The lights in the hall had been extinguished, save for the grand clock suspended above, which continued its relentless ticking. Ever since the Great Foot Monster incident in 1892 prompted the Magical Congress to relocate here, it had never ceased its operation. The continuous flow of magical energy combined with machinery bore a striking resemblance to the assembly lines of Charlie's factory from a certain perspective. It hung prominently in the hall to ensure that every wizard entering through the main door could notice its presence at first glance. Over time, in a certain sense, it had become an emblem of both the building and the Magical Congress, well known to the world. The face of the clock did not merely indicate time as a conventional clock would. Instead, it displayed various colored zones, each representing a level of danger. 0 threat, green. Level 1, low threat, green. Level 2, moderate threat, green. Level 3, high alert, blue. Level 4, danger, yellow. Level 5, severe, unknown activity, orange. Level 6, emergency, red. Sierra Stewart stood silently in the hall. Cradling 2 freshly brewed cups of coffee, her gaze lifted towards the grand clock, a sense of inexplicable melancholy washing over her. This was nothing like what she had envisioned. Lowering her head, she observed the rising steam from her white porcelain cup, murmuring to herself in a voice only she could hear. She had visited this place countless times and had marveled at the awe-inspiring clock, feeling the faint echoes of the rich history it represented within the American magical community. As a child, the proud orurs striding confidently through the elevators and corridors were her idols. Their effortless mastery of magic and their creed of justice ignited a fervent passion within her, and she secretly vowed to pursue these ideals throughout her life. To realize her aspirations of becoming a competent orur, Sierra had devoted immense effort. Finally, when she graduated with top marks as an outstanding student from Ilvermorny and joined the Magical Congress as an orur in the Major Crimes Unit, she discovered that reality was vastly different from her dreams. In recent years, due to the Congress's intensified focus on certain incidents, the safety conditions of the American magical community had improved significantly since her childhood. This left her with little opportunity to combat evil and fulfill her ambitions. So much so that even after nearly 3 months in her position, she had yet to embark on a single field assignment. Relegated instead to the mundane tasks of organizing past files and brewing coffee for her older colleagues, Sierra shook her head, casting aside these thoughts, and once more lifted her gaze to the clock with a glimmer of hope. The clock remained still, as if in slumber. Sigh. Another soft sigh escaped her lips as she finally turned away, relinquishing her fleeting hope. Resigned to her fate as she walked towards the Major Crimes Unit office with the cups of coffee in hand. However, just as she turned and walked further away, the once slumbering clock began to awaken. The gears that had not turned in ages meshed together once more, emitting faint, slightly awkward clicking sounds. Though the noise was barely audible, in the desolate hall, it rang out clearly. Sierra, as if under a spell, halted her forward movement. Her pupils contracted, and her eyes instinctively widened, her heart racing as she turned her head back. The next moment, an uncontrollable joy blossomed on her youthful, determined face. The clock that had been dormant for what felt like an eternity had finally begun to tick again. The hands that had always pointed to the green zone started to move towards other areas, accompanied by the rhythmic clicking of the gears. Her mouth slightly agape, she stared, entranced by the moving hands, scarcely daring to blink, lest she fear this was merely a figment of her imagination. At last, the hands came to a stop, resting firmly at the junction of blue and yellow. A major case. Sierra's heart screamed, nearly bursting forth in exclamation. However, before she could revel in her excitement for long, a cacophony of hurried footsteps interrupted her thoughts. Sierra Stewart. That was the voice of her colleague who had shared the night shift with her. Yet, unlike the usual nonchalance, there was an urgency and seriousness in the tone that Sierra had never encountered before. A large-scale wizard brawl has erupted near the Blind Pig Bar in the Bronx. Sierra turned her head to see several colleagues hastily donning their coats and grasping their wands, rushing towards the exit. The same colleague, while running, turned back with an anxious expression and shouted, "Hurry. Put down those 2 cups of coffee. Grab your wand. We have important work to do." With a light clatter, the 2 porcelain coffee cups slipped from Sierra's hands, shattering into a heap of fragments on the smooth marble floor. Yes, her face flushed with excitement, her eyes sparkling with fervor. At that moment, the flame within her heart, which had nearly extinguished, was stoked anew, roaring back to life. For this moment, I have prepared for so long. No longer concerned about the mess on the floor, she called out in response to her colleagues' retreating figures. Then swiftly pulled her wand from her uniform pocket. With a determined step, she dashed forward, racing towards the door without looking back. Come on. After practicing for so long, you can finally act like a true orur. Feeling the familiar texture of her wand's spiral design, Sierra murmured to herself. Chapter 99. Returned to silence. The fire raged unabated, a relentless force consuming everything in its path. The desolate night sky was painted an eerie orange by the blazing flames. The once vibrant Blind Pig Bar was now devoid of any sound. Only the aged wood, gnawed by insects, emitted a crackling sound as it burned fervently. A towering inferno, rising over 2 meters, erupted from the exit of the Blind Pig Bar, consuming everything in its tumultuous embrace. All the once menacing thugs now lay silent, sprawled on the ground, their faces contorted in rage or frozen in terror. Faced with an overwhelming force, all resistance became futile. These rogues, who prided themselves on being hunters, were indistinguishable from those they had hunted. They too would weep in fear, kneel in desperate supplication, and curl into a trembling ball, quaking like leaves in the wind. And there stood Charlie at the heart of this blazing conflagration. He delicately twirled his wand, commanding everything with the radiant glow it emitted. Standing tall, the warm breeze mingled with a few sparks, lifting the hem of his coat and causing it to rustle in midair. At that moment, Charlie seemed to embody the essence of a conductor. His wand served as the baton, and the flames transformed into an orchestra, passionately composing a stirring symphony. Fielder, on the verge of unconsciousness, was roused by the explosive sound of wood splintering. Blood clouded his vision, rendering everything before him a blur. He was uncertain of what had transpired during his slumber, yet he comprehended that the Blind Pig Tavern, which harbored all his ambitions and dreams, had, like his ancestor, become a swiftly forgotten chapter of history. Why? Fielder struggled, awkwardly propping himself up with both hands, crawling toward the elegantly sinister figure not far away. He tilted his head, his eyes filled with confusion, resentment, and a hint of dread. Charlie's previously animated hands paused, and his wand hung suspended in the air. Looking down at the disheveled figure at his feet, Charlie contemplated for a moment before softly providing his answer. Because I wish to. After a brief pause, seemingly concerned that Fielder might not comprehend, he thoughtfully elaborated. Just like my little friend Dab, you may find amusement in severing a limb, even extinguishing his youthful life. Charlie hesitated, perceiving the unmasked bewilderment in Fielder's gaze, and continued, perhaps to you, possessing greater power than him justifies treating his life as mere plaything. As if granting him a fleeting chance to survive is a mercy. Thus, facing a stronger me, it is only natural for our roles to be reversed. With a note of sentiment, Charlie concluded his thoughts, choosing not to elaborate further. Now, rest in peace. With a gentle lift of his wand, he beckoned the flames nearby to morph into several hounds, which lunged mercilessly at Fielder, tearing at his diminutive form. At the periphery of the inferno, the orurs, upon their arrival amidst the crackling sounds, were instantly taken aback by the unforeseen scene before them. It starkly contrasted their expectations. They had anticipated a chaotic brawl involving a dozen wizards, yet found only a solitary figure standing amidst the turmoil. The scorching heat warped the air around them, creating a natural barrier that separated the outside from the inner chaos. Though they could vaguely discern the tall, dark silhouette illuminated by the flames, his face remained obscured, shrouded in a veil of confusion. Damn it, stop. The first to react was the seasoned Tust, who had been taken aback by the surreal sight. His brow furrowed into a knot, accompanied by a sharp reprimand, as he deftly flicked his wand. Without the slightest pause, a disarming spell, as thick as an infant's arm, shot forth from the tip of his wand, which glimmered with a vivid crimson light, aimed directly at the wand in Charlie's grasp. Charlie cast a sidelong glance at the tardy arrivals, raising an eyebrow, though he felt little surprise. After all, in such a grand affair, if no orurs had come, the American magical community would be utterly doomed. At that moment, the original fields had been torn beyond recognition by several fiery hounds, reduced to a pile of charred remains. He no longer paid attention to that, instead focusing on the disarming spell hurtling towards him. Charlie's expression remained unchanged as his wrist, holding the wand, twitched slightly. With a resounding boom, just as Charlie was about to be struck, a more potent disarming spell erupted from the tip of his wand, effortlessly neutralizing the oncoming attack. Let me share a secret with you, Charlie said, turning his body to face the hastily arrived orurs, his tone light and laced with a hint of jest. It's best not to let your target notice you before you swing your wand. Ignoring Charlie's teasing words, Tuster ceased any further action after his disarming spell was easily countered. He is no fool. The way he effortlessly deflected his spell revealed much to the orurs present. He is extraordinarily strong, truly formidable. A shared thought surged within each heart, and in that moment, despite having just arrived, all the orurs felt a heavy gloom settle upon them, restoring the scene to a profound silence. The figure standing amidst the inferno, commanding everything, was not someone a mere orror could confront in haste. Even with adequate preparation, it would be a fierce battle. The outcome seemed already predetermined. You have violated the laws established by the Ministry of Magic. This constitutes a serious crime. Lay down your wand immediately and submit to arrest, or face the consequences. As all the orrors tightened their grips on their wands, uncertain of their next move, it was the last in line, Selah, who shattered the dreadful silence. She stepped forward boldly, her gaze sharp and clear, untainted by doubt, fixed intently on Charlie amidst the flames as she resolutely raised her wand. A powerful and unwavering voice emerged from her lips, imbued with an innate ability to inspire, even though the orrors understood that their adversary would not simply surrender his weapon. Yet, her words momentarily alleviated the heavy despair weighing on their hearts. Even Charlie was taken aback, his gaze drawn toward the source of that voice, landing on the noticeably youthful girl. After a brief pause, he shook his head in resignation. "I'm sorry, but despite your words, I cannot surrender." As he spoke, almost deliberately, his wand emitted a fierce vibration, ultimately pointing directly at Selah. Stuart Selah stepped back. Tuster's pupils constricted, as if foreseeing a dreadful outcome. He shouted while reaching out to grasp her arm, attempting to pull her back. However, this stubborn girl stood her ground, her feet anchored as resolutely as tree roots, refusing to budge despite Tuster's efforts. Her gaze remained fearless, akin to that of a knight, unwavering in her resolve. In response to his wand aimed at her, Selah mirrored his stance. "Come, let us duel," like at Ilvermorny, she murmured to herself. The tip of her wand began to shimmer with a crimson glow. Infused with her extraordinary will, the faint red intensifying, becoming dazzling. "Interesting," Charlie chuckled, gently swaying his wand. His inferior wand, crafted from the hair of a troll, also began to radiate light. However, unlike an ordinary wand, it was not merely the tip that glowed, but the entire length of the wand. With light seeping through several seams from within, a soft crack echoed. It was the sound emitted by his wand. As Charlie's magical energy surged into it, the sound grew increasingly frequent and pronounced. He cast a glance at the grotesque wand, which seemed to have swollen as if soaked. His gaze tinged with a hint of regret. "Well, it appears that I cannot continue any further," he muttered to himself. Meanwhile, across from him, the tip of the young girl's wand gathered magical energy to a degree that compelled him to take notice. "Is it Sarah?" The name, recently uttered by Tust, flickered through Charlie's mind. At last, it seemed that the young girl's magical prowess had reached its utmost limit. "Expelliarmus!" she exclaimed, her voice resonating with an intensity that unleashed an overwhelming surge of magic. The torrent of the disarming spell rushed forth like a crimson tide, illuminating everything around, even extinguishing the flames that had roared moments before. The red light surged ahead, and Charlie's wand, initially aimed at his opponent, abruptly shifted direction towards the ground. "Protego diabolic," he whispered. Black flames erupted, almost immediately consuming all surrounding fire, forming a circular barrier that completely obscured Charlie's figure. With a deafening crack, the sound of tearing filled the air as the magical energy burst forth. The wand in Charlie's hand shattered, splitting in two and emitting wisps of smoke, rendered utterly useless. The horrifying disarming spell ultimately failed to breach the black inferno. Even as it dissipated, it did not diminish the barrier, let alone harm Charlie within. "Well, the task is accomplished," he thought, disdainfully tossing the ineffective wand to the ground and wiping his hands clean. Charlie snapped his fingers with practiced ease. The protective flames had yet to disperse, but he had vanished. The following morning, in the office of the Major Crimes Investigation Division at Woolworth Building, a resounding thud echoed as Tuss slammed his palm onto the desk, his expression radiating an unprecedented fury as he glared at Sarah Stewart, who cowered like a wilted quail. "Over a dozen galleons in a month. What are you risking your life for?" He bellowed loudly, his voice nearly penetrating the wooden door of the office, startling the passing employees outside. Sarah shrank her neck further, struggling to muster a few feeble words in her own defense, her voice barely audible to herself. "What do you want me to say?" Tuster huffed, panting through his nose, continuing his tirade. "Do you even realize? You were on the brink of death. If that man had been even slightly more malevolent, had he chosen not to employ that defensive spell, a single Avada Kedavra would have claimed your life." "Surely not," Sarah replied, attempting a conciliatory smile. "Not really?" Tuster laughed, though it was a mirthless, wrathful laugh. He forcefully pulled open the drawer of his desk and retrieved a transparent evidence bag. Within it lay the broken wand, severed in two, that Charlie had carelessly discarded at the scene. This was the wand made of troll hair, crafted from senwood. As he spoke, Tuster slammed the bag heavily onto the table. "If someone capable of casting spells with such subpar merchandise decides to act, we would all be left there," Tuster exclaimed, his gaze betraying a tremor, as if even he was haunted by the unexpected events of the previous night. After a thorough reprimand, Tuster finally released the pent-up fury that had gripped his heart. He gently massaged his throbbing temples, his tone noticeably softening. "Next time, do not allow such an incident to occur again. This is the Major Crimes Investigation Unit, not a stage for individual heroics." "Understood," Sierra replied meekly. Whether she truly absorbed his words remains uncertain. "What about that guy?" she inquired, her shoulders gradually relaxing as she shifted the topic. "Since he is so formidable, should we still pursue him?" "Certainly," Tuster responded, his voice tinged with complexity. "The situation has escalated alarmingly, and the higher-ups are nearly beside themselves, insisting that we must apprehend him." As he spoke, a hint of derision flickered across Tuster's face. He naturally would not disclose to Sarah that the proprietor of the Blind Pig Tavern, Fields, distributed funds monthly to several politicians. Now that his financial avenues have been severed, the irate assembly of politicians is bound to teach that audacious individual a lesson. In Chapter 100, Male Prison or Female Prison, within Charlie's hotel room, a sudden luminosity illuminated the space as the previously vanished figure, now enveloped in a wisp of delicate smoke, reappeared. He glanced at the clock adorning the wall, which indicated precisely 4 o'clock. "For hours," Charlie murmured, a genuine smile blossoming on his lips. The weight that had once pressed upon his chest seemed to dissipate, much like the ruins of the Blind Pig Tavern. As for Dab's severed calf, Charlie chose not to reclaim it. Instead, he allowed it to join the desolate site in being reduced to ash. After all, even if retrieved, it could never be reattached. It was far better to relinquish this memory, letting it remain at this pivotal moment in time. Thus, the past would ultimately fade, allowing the hopes represented by the little sprite to continue moving forward. The ensuing chain reactions resulting from his actions were no longer a concern for Charlie. After all, the 25,000 galleons had already been bestowed upon Fudge, who was well aware of the appropriate course of action. He gently shook his weary head, his eyelids drooping slightly, and soon succumbed to a yawn. Slowly, he removed his black overcoat and took out his wand, casting a cleansing charm upon it. Once the heavy smoke and remnants were thoroughly eradicated, he finally returned it to the ring with a flicker of light. With a soft thud, Charlie collapsed onto the plush bed, still clad in his shirt and trousers. In a state of unprecedented relaxation, he drifted into a deep slumber. The following morning, when Charlie awoke from his hazy dreams, it was already 9:30. He changed out of his wrinkled attire and retrieved a carefully prepared outfit from the ring. Standing before the mirror, he meticulously checked his appearance until he was satisfied that everything was in order. Only then did Charlie nod in approval and set off toward Peter Mueller's company. The office building where old Mueller and his employees worked did not belong to him. Rather, they rented one of the floors as their workspace. Aside from the office area occupied by Mueller and his team, the rest of the building was entirely utilized by the mundane individuals. It was hard to believe that they could truly conceal themselves among the throngs of ordinary people, appearing indistinguishable from the countless citizens of American society, as if they were not wizards but genuine members of the community. "Good morning, Mr. Blake." As Blake stepped into the office area, the quirky yet cheerful voice of old Mueller resonated from ahead. "Good morning, Mr. Mueller," Charlie replied with a smile, nodding at Mueller, who was balancing 2 cups of coffee. "Ha ha, what a splendid day it is. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Blake?" Mueller seemed perpetually joyful, his laughter genuine, revealing a broad smile adorned with gleaming white teeth, quite unlike Blake's polite smile. Before Charlie could respond, Mueller slightly raised the 2 cups of coffee in his hands, arching an eyebrow as he gestured. "Come, let us head to my office. I've prepared some coffee just for you." With that, he energetically stepped forward, turning to lead Charlie to his office. Charlie paused for a moment. Then a broader smile crept across his face, as if he were uplifted by the infectious joy radiating from this eccentric old man. His mood lightened considerably. The two quickly traversed the outer office area and entered the interior office. Upon Charlie's arrival, he found Andre already seated inside. A cup of coffee rested before Andre, accompanied by a small square box. Charlie recognized the box as the packaging prepared by their factory for trial samples. Inside, there was no doubt. Lay the product for the upcoming venture into the American magical market, the liqueur-filled ice plum sweet candy. Actually, I couldn't resist and opened the box to sample a few pieces before you arrived, Mueller said, handing the coffee to Charlie and then pulling out a chair for him to sit. Once Charlie was seated, Mueller plopped down in his own chair and continued speaking. How shall we proceed? He set down the coffee in his hand, his brow slightly furrowing as if deep in thought. However, before long, Mueller's brow suddenly relaxed, and a glimmer of light sparkled in his eyes. This was, without a doubt, the most exquisite candy I have ever tasted. He spoke with great excitement, and with a resounding thud, he slammed his hefty palm onto the table, causing the coffee atop to ripple gently. In comparison to this, the so-called confections from the American magical realm are hardly worthy of being called sugar. They resemble nothing more than industrially synthesized chemical products. It's an utterly disproportionate blow. As Mueller spoke, his face, along with his neck, flushed with intensity. It was evident that he was not merely flattering Charlie, but was genuinely articulating his most visceral feelings. Even Andre did not perceive any fault in Mueller's remarks, nodding in deep agreement, promptly echoing his sentiments. The notion of infusing alcohol into sugar was nothing short of miraculous. By comparison, the American candies he had previously tasted seemed like inferior products. Charlie took a deep breath, and in the face of their fervent attitudes, he smiled with composure. He gently lifted the coffee cup from the table, his eyes still sparkling with an unaltered brilliance. I am grateful for your affirmation of our product. This is merely the inaugural offering. If it serves as a stepping stone, this confection could successfully unlock the yet untapped market, thereby heralding the reputation of Charlie's Confections. I believe this is only the beginning of our collaboration. With that, he lowered his gaze and began sipping his coffee, granting the two a moment to reflect and respond. Mueller and Andre first paused in surprise, then turned to exchange glances, witnessing in each other's eyes a shared thrill and excitement. Allow me to outline our marketing strategy for this confection, Mueller suggested, more seasoned than Andre. Despite having discerned Charlie's subtle hint, he swiftly suppressed the surge of exhilaration within him. He understood that these were mere afterthoughts. If he truly wished to secure the exclusive agency for Charlie's candy within the American magical realm, then the imminent sales plan for the ice plum sweet was of paramount importance. Rising to his feet and loosening his tie slightly, Mueller's expression grew more serious as he formally commenced the discussion. Suddenly, the familiar chime of the doorbell echoed through the enchanting little house. However, Katie, stationed behind the counter, seemed indifferent to its sound. He lowered his head, engrossed in perusing a fashion magazine from the world of gamecocks, and leisurely remarked, I apologize, dear customer, but Katie's magical little shop has yet to open. Please return after midnight. However, the visitor did not take his words to heart, and, with a somewhat hoarse voice, directly inquired, Have you read the morning newspaper? Huh. Katie's fingers paused slightly, caught off guard by the unexpected question. His gaze flickered for a moment before he lifted his head to regard the individual before him. The visitor was none other than Tuster, who still donned the same attire from the previous night. It was evident that since returning to the office of the Magical Congress Major Case Investigation Division, he had been perpetually occupied, fielding an array of calls and inquiries from superiors while also leading a team to scour for clues. The signs of soot and scorch upon him hinted at his relentless endeavors, rendering him more disheveled than usual. Isn't this Commander Tuster? What brings you to my humble shop? Katie remarked, clearly recognizing him the instant she heard his voice. With a smile gracing her lips, she cast a glance at Tuster while discreetly closing the book on miscellaneous chicken recipes, placing it beneath the counter. However, Tuster paid no heed to Katie's inquiry. Instead, he withdrew a cigarette from his pocket and placed it between his lips. I hope you don't mind if I smoke. His lips quivered slightly before he cast a glance at Katie, opening his mouth to inquire without a shred of sincerity. Although Katie's smile bore a hint of reluctance, she nodded and quickly responded. A snap of his fingers ignited a spark on the cigarette, but, setting it ablaze. Tuster inhaled deeply, then exhaled the murky smoke slowly. He watched in silence as the white mist dissipated into the air, before continuing. Around 2 o'clock this morning, the Blind Pig bar was destroyed along with its owner, Fielders. We discovered a total of 48 charred bodies amidst the wreckage of the Blind Pig. At this juncture, Tuster paused, turning his head to fix Katie with his piercing gaze. As she listened to his words, a sudden jolt raced through her heart. He instantly recalled the peculiar guest from the previous night, along with the unsettling words exchanged before the stranger's departure. A wave of ominous foreboding surged within him. Nonetheless, on the surface, Katie did not reveal any signs of distress. Her smile faded, replaced by a look of bewilderment tinged with fear as she gasped, "Good heavens! How many years has it been since the American magical community encountered such a grave incident? This is truly terrifying. I must ensure my door is securely locked before sleeping these next few nights." Tust's gaze remained fixed on Katie as he exhaled a plume of smoke. Narrowing his eyes as he continued, "We discovered a wand that had been broken in two at the scene." As he spoke, he reached into his pocket and produced a transparent evidence bag containing the wand, shaking it gently in front of Katie. "Indeed," Katie internally exclaimed, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath, her mind racing to process the implications. This was an unregistered wand, and few within the entire American magical community would have access to such an item. With a knowing glint in his eyes, Tust advanced, holding the evidence bag, ultimately stopping 2 meters away from her. He faced Katie directly and, with a sharp sound, slammed the evidence bag onto the counter. "Do you recognize this?" He gestured with his chin towards the wand, which had been snapped in two, and without further ado, Tuster inquired, "Do you recognize it?" Katie's gaze shifted several times before she finally nodded in acquiescence. "I acquired this from a wand maker who allegedly hails from Texas. It cost me 30 galleons, quite a bargain," she admitted, her confidence visibly waning as she lowered her head and spoke in a subdued tone. A glimmer of insight flickered in Tuster's eyes, and his expression softened slightly, revealing a look of realization. "You sold it?" he asked. Katie, surprisingly candid, replied, "It was sold days ago." "What did the buyer look like?" Tuster pressed further. "I don't know," Katie murmured, still fixated on the 2 segments of the wand, shaking her head. "Don't know?" Tuster paused for a moment, then raised an eyebrow. "You do understand that the individuals who come to me for purchases are often rather discreet." Katie quickly lifted her gaze to meet Tuster's, softly explaining, "Most of them prefer to keep their faces hidden. After all, safety is paramount." Tuster furrowed his brow slightly, remaining silent as if deep in thought. After a long pause, he resumed his questioning. "And the voice?" Katie's brow furrowed in response. She shut her eyes, feigning deep contemplation. After a considerable time, she described, albeit uncertainly. "It was somewhat hoarse and deep, reminiscent of someone over 60, though I can't say for sure if he was disguising his voice." Tuster clicked his tongue softly, removed the cigarette he had been smoking, and extinguished it on Katie's counter. "Let's leave it at that for now," he continued. "Since you acknowledge that the items are indeed yours to sell, you shall accompany me now." Katie, taken aback by his words, stammered, "Go? But, officer." "My business is with Officer Bap." "Bap?" Tuster interjected with a scornful chuckle, interrupting Katie's unfinished sentence. "Do you really believe that such a significant matter would concern Bap? Let me inform you that the investigation order has been issued directly from Parliament, flowing seamlessly down to the Major Crimes Investigation Office. Anyone involved in this matter, irrespective of their identity, will be apprehended first." Katie's eyes widened, her heavily made-up face turning a shade of purple from the shock of this sudden revelation. After a long pause, he finally managed to utter, "May I ask a question?" "Speak," Tuster replied nonchalantly, having turned his back to assess the merchandise in Katie's small shop. "Will I be placed in a male or female prison?" Chapter 101. Matters of greater significance. Tuster slowly turned back, his brow furrowing as he scrutinized the towering figure before him, the unmistakable impression of someone harboring deep-seated troubles evident in his gaze. "Less chatter," he commanded. He evidently wished to cease further contention with Katie, his tone gradually imbued with a hint of impatience. Without delay, he withdrew his wand from his pocket, expertly directing it towards Katie. Instantly, the tip of the Tuster wand emitted a radiant glow, accompanied by a faint, almost imperceptible chime. Katie felt her body ensnared by an invisible force, her wrists involuntarily drawn together before her, immovable and tightly bound. Perhaps any further discourse could await the convening of the magical parliament. Noticing that his adversary was now restrained, Tuster continued speaking, then leisurely returned his wand to the pocket of his coat. "Katie Gregor, you are under arrest." Initially taken aback, Katie lowered his gaze to his bound hands. His lips moved, yet no sound escaped. After a brief moment, he finally exhaled a soft sigh. "Ah, you could never comprehend the plight of a transgender individual," he murmured, still keeping his head down, his voice faint, lacking the vigor it once possessed. "Indeed, but such understanding is not a necessity," Tuster retorted with a cold smirk, reaching out to seize Katie, intending to escort him directly to the magical parliament. "I once believed this quaint establishment could endure for several more years. Yet," Katie continued, his voice trailing off as he slowly raised his head, an inexplicable glimmer in his eyes directed towards Tuster, who was poised to grasp his clothing. Tuster hesitated, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the oddly illuminated gaze of Katie. In that instant, the instinct honed over years as an orrur surged within him, invoking a sense of impending peril. However, before he could react, Katie began to tremble. Beneath his robust arms, veins like fat earthworms bulged grotesquely. Brown hair erupted with wild abandon, swiftly enveloping every inch of exposed skin. His hands transformed into dark, powerful claws, each nail resembling a dagger's edge. His teeth morphed uncontrollably, elongating into a fearsome maw, and his visage distorted, ultimately shedding all semblance of humanity. The already formidable physique swelled like an inflated balloon, surpassing 2 meters in height. By the time Tuster comprehended the transformation, the flamboyantly adorned man he had faced had vanished, replaced by a colossal brown bear, its large, round head and robust form heaving as it panted heavily. With a resounding crack, the magic once binding Katie's arms evaporated, and his bear-like limbs, as thick as pillars, effortlessly tore free. A deafening roar erupted from his throat. Without a moment's hesitation, as soon as the transformation completed, the massive paw swung, accompanied by a rush of wind, descending upon Tuster with an almost crushing force. Tuster's pupils constricted to pinpricks. In that moment of life and death, he could not afford the slightest hesitation. He summoned every ounce of speed he had ever possessed, desperately twisting his body to evade the oncoming assault. The ancient counter was obliterated by the bear's strike, half of it vanishing, the remainder collapsing amidst a cloud of dust, reduced to rubble. A bead of sweat trickled down Tuster's forehead as he narrowly evaded the sweeping paw. He glanced down at his shirt, now torn to shreds, revealing faint scratches beneath, sending shivers coursing through his body. "You are an Ogmanis?" He appeared to have redefined his perception of Katie, as his gaze no longer bore the initial tranquility, now filled with disbelief. However, the Katie who had transformed into a brown bear was evidently unable to respond to his inquiry. Realizing his attack had failed, a feral glint surfaced within her eyes, still tinged with humanity, as her massive form leapt forward, arms outstretched. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped his wand, retreating abruptly while uttering the incantation, "Stupefy." Faced with the swiftly unleashed magic, Katie seemed to have anticipated his intent, her clumsy body shifting just enough to evade the spell. Observing the flicker of disdain and contempt in her eyes, he recognized that he had underestimated this man named Katie from the very beginning. Yet, there was nothing to be done. After all, who would have suspected that such a nondescript dark magic shop would be run by a formidable Agamantis? He was an exceedingly dangerous individual, and damn it, he should have summoned additional support. He clenched his teeth, his mind racing with thoughts. He could not allow him to escape. With his wand in hand, he seemed prepared for a fierce battle, even to the point of sacrificing his life. What a life for merely a handful of galleons each month. Tuster instinctively recalled the words he had spoken to Selah not long ago, and a bitter smile crept across his face. Perhaps when he chose to become an orrur, it was never about the meager salary of a few galleons each month. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, and eventually, the small shop fell silent once more. The shelves lay shattered, the previously chaotic assortment of goods reduced to a mere handful. Laying of unknown potions and the contents of glass jars flowing freely through the cracks in the floor. Katie stood amidst the ruins. Having reverted from Ogmani's back to human form, he bore several scars, some deep and some shallow, and in his hand, he held the unconscious Tuster. With a thud, Tuster was unceremoniously discarded in a nearby spot. Katie surveyed her surroundings, feeling as though her heart had been savagely pierced. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she finally let out a deep sigh. Alas, this venture was utterly disastrous. He murmured to himself, the sorrow etched upon his brow almost tangible. It seemed that the American magical realm could no longer sustain itself. As night fell, within the grand auditorium of magical Broadway. The candles that had floated above the audience extinguished, leaving only the stage aglow. Dressed in attire reminiscent of the 16th century, the wizard actors employed their peculiar and whimsical melodies to portray the evening's tale. This narrative was adapted from a classic fairy tale within the collection of stories by the esteemed poet, known as the Hairy Heart of the Male Sorcerer. This tale was not one of sweetness, but rather a rare, chilling narrative within the poet's anthology, imbued with elements of horror and tragedy. It narrated the plight of a male sorcerer who, in an effort to suppress his emotions, cast dark magic upon his own heart. Ultimately, this very spell led to the demise of both himself and a kind, beautiful, and generous witch, culminating in the tragic fate of having his heart ripped from his chest. This story holds great renown within the British magical community, giving rise to a colloquial expression, "There is a heart here," used to describe those cold-hearted and utterly indifferent witches. Even his former mentor, Albus Dumbledore, had penned a commentary on this tale. However, within the confines of the magical Broadway theater, the actors and playwrights seem to have undertaken a series of adaptations, presenting a more favorable conclusion. In the end, the male sorcerer resisted the dark magic, successfully liberated his heart, and expressed his love for the witch, leading them both to fall deeply in love. Charlie sat in a crimson velvet seat, quietly admiring the actors' exquisite performances, his heart swelling with astonishment. It was, without a doubt, an unprecedented and wondrous sensation. In comparison to the Muggle theatrics, the wizarding performances were vibrantly more captivating. To immerse the entire audience in the narrative, the performers, in addition to their enactments, utilized magical effects that enhanced the realism of the experience. "Mr. Blake, have you ever witnessed such a performance before?" Suddenly, Mueller's voice broke through Charlie's reverie. Charlie instinctively turned to the side, finding Mueller seated beside him, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he gazed unblinkingly at the stage, utterly entranced. Charlie pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. "I once attended a concert by Ms. Satina Warbeck, but that is the extent of my experience. I have never encountered a production quite like Magical Broadway. Isn't it marvelous?" Mueller whispered, barely able to contain his enthusiasm. "Indeed, it is marvelous," Charlie nodded in agreement, not wishing to dispute the sentiment. "I come here almost every Friday to witness a performance," Mueller continued, pausing momentarily. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the dedicated actors, as if every second lost would be an immeasurable loss to him. "I have seen nearly every production at Magical Broadway hundreds of times, yet I can never seem to get enough." He sighed, his tone imbued with a certain melancholy. Charlie raised an eyebrow in surprise, gazing at the rosy, ever-smiling face before him, remaining silent, for he knew that Mueller had yet to finish his thoughts. "You may not be aware, but I am not a wizard in the traditional sense of the magical realm. I am a squib." Mueller stated this with an unwavering smile, as though recounting a trivial matter, devoid of any emotional turbulence. "My parents are both remarkable wizards, esteemed scholars of fire dragons. Yet, as their only child, I failed to inherit their magical lineage and become a wizard." He paused momentarily, smacking his lips. "I have lived in the magical world for 67 years, enduring 67 years as a squib. To be honest, in my youth, I harbored resentment towards myself and the world, as if my misfortune were a construct of fate. They allowed me to inhabit this wondrous realm filled with magic, yet I remained trapped in the body of a muggle." Charlie was taken aback, realizing he had never seen Mueller wield a wand. As he observed the elderly man before him, he couldn't help but reminisce about another squib he was acquainted with, Argus Filch, the caretaker at Hogwarts. However, in contrast to Mueller, Filch exuded an entirely different aura. In Charlie's memory, he always wore a grim visage, his smile twisted and menacing. "But my parents treated me with great kindness. They never looked down upon me for being a squib. Quite the opposite, they were ever mindful of my feelings, never once casting spells in my presence for fear of upsetting me." A wistful gleam appeared in Mueller's eyes. Although he remained focused on the performance before him, his heart seemed to drift into a deeper realm of reminiscence. The ages of 11 to 12 were perhaps the most excruciating. All my friends were ordinary young wizards, attending Ilvermorny, while I found myself relegated to a muggle school. At that time, it felt as though the sky were collapsing upon me. Each day was a nightmare, filled with fury and screams, followed by tears shed in desolate corners. And then, Charlie, captivated by Mueller's narrative, couldn't help but inquire further. "Then my parents brought me here to witness a performance. To this day, I vividly recall the title of the play, The Wizard and the Bouncing Pot, a tale by Beetle the Bard. It was my first encounter with theater. I sat in my seat, mesmerized by the actors pouring their hearts into their performances, and for the first time, I experienced an unprecedented sensation. I immersed myself completely, as if I had transformed into the protagonist, sharing in his joys and sorrows, even feeling as though the magic being wielded was my own. Mueller lifted his plump hand, reaching forward slowly, as if grasping something he had never possessed before, now within his reach. From that moment on, I became enamored with drama, and my previous anguish dissipated. His hand ultimately did not touch anything, but fell instead, the light in his eyes dimming considerably, yet his smile remained unchanged. I began to accept the reality of being a mute and willingly entered the school of the clucking hens, learning things starkly different from those of my friends. At last, Mueller turned his head, gazing at Charlie. It turned out that a mute could engage in more meaningful endeavors, even in the magical realm, as I had already demonstrated. I could still partake in significant pursuits, even without being a wizard. Chapter 102. Charlie Black, please accompany us. I apologize, Mr. Black. You know, as one ages, they tend to reminisce. Once he had finished speaking, Mueller seemed to realize he had spoken too much, hurriedly extending his hand to symbolically tap his lips, smiling to convey his apology. It is quite all right. In fact, I feel that what you said has provoked much contemplation within me, Charlie replied with a slight smile, shaking his head. However, his mind began to wander into deep thought, reflecting on Mueller's final words. Thus, even the drama that had initially excited him seemed to lose its allure. For the remainder of the time, Charlie's gaze rarely returned to the stage. Instead, he lowered his head, pondering the possibility of an unexpected inspiration. The darkness of magic ultimately pales in comparison to love. A closed heart can break free from its confining prison. As the handsome wizard portraying the protagonist uttered the final line of the play, the performance came to a close. All the actors stepped out from behind the scenes, forming an orderly line, bowing deeply to the audience before them. The thunderous applause erupted like a storm, swiftly filling the entire venue. Among the applause, Mueller appeared most exhilarated. His face flushed with excitement. He smiled like a child. Rising to his feet, he clapped his hands until they turned a rosy hue. Once the performance concluded and the actors exited the stage, the candles that had floated above reignited, illuminating the dimly lit venue, signaling that it was time to disperse. Charlie gradually emerged from his reverie, slowly rising alongside Mueller, and they ambled back along the path they had come, exiting the grand hall of the magical Broadway and stepping into the outside world. The key to the magical Broadway was an abandoned, weathered exhibition board discarded in a narrow alley, adorned with the words of a circus performance. Whenever the show ended, the wizards would file out in succession, spilling into this secluded alley before departing in their own unique manners. As a flash of light swept by, Charlie and old Mueller exited the magical Broadway and entered the alley. However, just as they stepped out, two individuals clad in trench coats approached swiftly, blocking their path. The one in the lead wore dark sunglasses and appeared to be in his 30s or 40s. He extended his arm, halting their progress, and spoke. Charlie Black? Charlie and old Mueller exchanged a glance, both sensing an inexplicable unease in each other's eyes. When their gaze returned to the man before them, Charlie nodded instinctively, acknowledging, "Yes, I am Charlie Black. May I inquire who you are?" Upon hearing Charlie's words, the man wasted no time. He reached into his pocket with a calm demeanor, producing an identification badge which he displayed to the two, revealing its contents as he spoke. Ministry of Magic, Major Crimes Investigation Department, orur. My name is Delano Pyatt. Upon the conclusion of his remarks, another orur, similarly attired, promptly produced a related document and presented it to Charlie and his companion. However, in contrast to the former, when the latter orur stood before him, Charlie felt a flicker of recognition. This was indeed the girl he had encountered the previous day at the Blind Pig Tavern. If his memory served him right, her name was likely Sierra. Unbeknownst to Sierra, who was oblivious to Charlie's thoughts, she gazed earnestly at him and solemnly declared, "At present, we suspect you may be involved in a serious violation of the American Magical Congress. We request that you accompany us and cooperate with our investigation." Before Charlie could respond, Mueller, standing behind him, interjected with a vehement exclamation. "What sort of absurdity is this?" Mueller's brow furrowed, losing the jovial and amiable demeanor Charlie had always known him for, replaced instead by an authoritative presence Charlie had never witnessed before. He stepped forward, resolutely placing himself between Charlie and the two orurs before him, his voice tinged with anger as he addressed them. Mr. Black is my esteemed guest. He just arrived in America yesterday. Do you understand what you are doing? I warn you, it would be wise to leave promptly, or I shall deliver a formal complaint directly to the desk of your chief in the Major Crimes Unit. After this declaration, as if still not fully conveying his sentiments, Mueller huffed loudly, causing the whiskers beneath his nose to quiver. Sierra, with an expressionless demeanor, neatly folded the relevant documents, seemingly unfazed by Mueller's words. Rest assured, we are orurs. We do not wrongfully accuse any innocent individual. However, we shall not permit any criminal to evade the justice they deserve. At this juncture, Sierra paused, observing Mueller, who remained steadfast and unyielding, effectively shielding Charlie like a human shield. She continued, Sir, might you kindly step aside? Otherwise, I shall have to. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, Delano swiftly placed a hand on her shoulder, interrupting her impending proclamation. He then seamlessly took over the conversation, removing his sunglasses to reveal a pair of cheerful eyes, the corners slightly turned down, and a gentle brow, devoid of any intimidating presence. Mr. Mueller, my sincerest apologies. I was only focused on Mr. Black and overlooked your presence. Please forgive this child's indiscretion. You can see that she is quite new and still learning the ropes. Sierra's brow furrowed slightly as she glanced at Delano, her attractive nose crinkling in displeasure, yet she recognized the importance of discretion. It was evident that this elderly gentleman likely had substantial connections within the Major Crimes Unit, prompting her to refrain from further remarks. Since he is your guest, we certainly have no intention of causing difficulties. However, the higher-ups have mandated an investigation, and it has escalated considerably. Not only our Major Crimes Unit, but even the Wand Registration Office has been implicated. Thus, some matters are beyond the purview of mere executors like us. Nevertheless, you may rest assured that this is merely a straightforward cooperation for the investigation. We shall not require much time. Once we ascertain that Mr. Black is unrelated to this matter, he will be released immediately. We hope you might facilitate this process, yes? In contrast to Sierra, Delano clearly exuded the air of a seasoned veteran. His words, gentle yet impenetrable, left no room for anger, conveying a sense of professionalism that was both reassuring and unwavering. He spoke with a sincerity that was quite palpable. Even his smiling eyes slightly widened, as if he wished for Mueller to perceive the earnestness emanating from him. Mueller remained with his brows furrowed, contemplating for a moment. Just as he was about to articulate further thoughts, he was interrupted by Charlie, who stepped out from behind Mueller to stand alongside him. He continued, It's nothing serious, merely cooperating with the investigation. And there is no need to make things difficult for the esteemed orurs. After all, safeguarding the vast American magical community is no simple task. Although I am not a wizard from your American magical realm, I believe it would be unwise to complicate your work over such trivial matters. Cooperation is essential, and we shall certainly do our utmost to assist. His words were eloquently delivered, causing even the usually serious Sarah to straighten her posture, her solemn expression softening slightly. If her level of affection could be displayed at that moment, it would undoubtedly reflect a substantial increase of 5. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Blake, Delano remarked. Visibly relieved, he adjusted his sunglasses and inclined his body slightly towards Charlie, a gesture of gratitude. After all, despite being in a magical realm, it was still America. And the most formidable individuals within this domain were not the orurs affiliated with the Magical Council, but rather affluent businessmen like Mueller and Charlie, who wielded considerable assets. In the presence of such individuals, any orur would find themselves powerless. As it stood, if Charlie truly did not wish to accompany them, could they forcibly take him away? Theoretically, yes. However, should that occur, by the following day, Mueller's letter of complaint would undoubtedly land on the desks of the Director of Major Case Investigations and several congressional members. At that juncture, the repercussions could range from mere apologies and salary reductions to outright dismissal. Would his superiors stand against the pressure to speak on his behalf? It is utterly improbable. For no one would willingly offend those affluent individuals whose mere presence can stir tumult in the American magical community for the sake of an acquaintance. Then please, accompany us for a moment, Mr. Blake. Rest assured, I believe matters will be resolved swiftly. Delano's tone softened further, almost soothing. It sounded less like an apprehension of a suspect and more akin to an invitation to a gathering. Seeing that Charlie had already expressed this sentiment, Mueller, who had initially worried that the other party might take offense, relaxed his expression. He nodded and addressed Charlie, In that case, very well. Mr. Blake, you need not worry. Since this is merely an inquiry, it shall indeed be just that. With a hint of significance, Mueller turned his gaze directly to Delano. Should they engage in any actions beyond mere questioning? The implication of his unfinished sentence was unmistakably threatening. After all, he was an elder who had resided in the American magical community for over 60 years, frequently interacting with officials from the Magical Congress. And he likely understood the intricacies hidden within the Orur office better than the young man standing before him. Delano, undeterred by Mueller's almost intimidating gaze, merely smiled and nodded, assuring, "Please rest assured, Mr. Mueller, it is indeed just a routine inquiry. Moreover, given Mr. Blake's demeanor and poise, it is inconceivable that he could be linked to any nefarious activities. It is merely a formality." Once everything was in order and no further issues remained, Delano turned back to Charlie, stating, "Now, may I kindly ask you to temporarily surrender your wand for safekeeping? Fear not, it is only for a brief period, and it will be returned promptly upon the conclusion of our discussion." This was standard procedure, and Charlie naturally complied, nodding as he opened his coat and retrieved his genuine wand from an inner pocket, presenting it to Delano. It appeared that Charlie had anticipated their arrival, opting not to conceal it within his ring, but rather choosing this conventional method that all wizards would employ to avoid raising any unexpected suspicions. "A splendid wand," Delano remarked instinctively, weighing it in his hand, appreciating the texture and surface quality. His eyes sparkled behind his sunglasses as he couldn't help but exclaim, "Crafted by the renowned wand maker, Mr. Garrick." Charlie's smile broadened, understanding that the compliment was likely intended to flatter him. Yet he remained pleased to receive praise for his trusted companion. "Is it crafted by Garrick Ollivander, one of the 3 great wand makers of Europe? Truly, I had my doubts about the tales that his wands choose their owners, but now, I believe I have verified the truth of that assertion." After exchanging a few pleasantries and sensing that the atmosphere had sufficiently lightened, Delano carefully stowed the wand in his pocket, then glanced around before fixing his gaze on Mr. Mueller, continuing, "In that case, Mr. Mueller, shall we take our leave with Mr. Blake?" Upon receiving a gentle nod in response, Delano finally exhaled a silent breath of relief, thinking that he had successfully navigated this troublesome affair. At his side, Stella Stewart grasped Charlie's left forearm. With a simultaneous utterance of "apparate," a flash of light engulfed them, and in the blink of an eye, the trio vanished before Mueller, leaving behind only a few drifting sparks. Mueller's eyes gleamed with a spark of wonder as he shook his head, a smile returning to his face as he murmured, "Truly remarkable. Magic is an extraordinary thing." With that, he sighed deeply, placing his hands behind his back, and leisurely strolled towards the now desolate alleyway's exit. Chapter 103. Off to England once more. Charlie Blake was taken into custody and directly escorted to the interrogation room, while Delano and Stella's mission was finally complete, allowing them a moment of respite from the earlier tension. The two walked side by side through the corridors of the Magical Congress, surrounded by an eerie silence, devoid of any sound. Due to the recent events, nearly every relevant personnel within the Magical Congress had been mobilized. The once bustling building had fallen into a profound stillness, with individuals either buried in paperwork within their offices or dispatched to investigate various leads. Rare were those who, like Stella and Delano, could walk leisurely rather than rush. "I do not understand." At last, amidst the silence, Stella spoke up, glancing at her senior colleague, her brow furrowed and her expression etched with confusion. "What is it?" Delano replied absent-mindedly as he continued his stride. "I do not comprehend why you spoke to those 2 individuals in such a manner." Stella seemed to search for a word to articulate her thoughts. "Humble?" Delano halted his steps and responded, "Indeed." Stella nodded in agreement, stopping alongside him, behind his sunglasses. Delano's expression remained inscrutable as he exhaled slowly, replying nonchalantly, "Then what do you propose I should do? We are orurs, after all. We are meant to punish wrongdoers and safeguard the integrity of the magical community. Based on that principle, no one should waver in their resolve. That is our duty, not to curry favor with those individuals. Do you understand?" Stella hesitated, unable to articulate the final word, yet her meaning was unmistakable. Delano turned, positioning himself to face Stella directly. His tone remained unchanged, still devoid of emotion, and he did not respond to the question posed by Sarah. "Do you know who that old man is?" Without waiting for Sarah's reply, he continued, "His name is Peter Mueller, a renowned tycoon with countless businesses under his purview. He is also a prestigious partner of the Magical Congress, consistently providing substantial financial support to the Ministry of Magic each year. Even the esteemed members of the council address him affectionately as Dear Old Mueller. Sarah remained silent, yet the skepticism in her eyes was unmistakable. I know what you wish to say, Sarah. Steward Delano chuckled, his laughter laced with profound sarcasm. He removed his sunglasses, revealing eyes filled with complex emotions as he gazed at the young woman before him. But you must understand, I am not like you. I hail from an ordinary family. Achieving what I have today, becoming an orur for the Magical Congress, is already an immense stroke of luck for me. I lack the capacity to contemplate anything beyond this. Do you know? If my father bore the surname Stewart, I too could pursue the justice that resides in my heart, embodying a Navi idealist. Once Delano finished speaking, he disregarded Sarah and strode forward, his silhouette remaining unchanged yet tinged with a hint of desolation. Sarah's expression faltered, momentarily at a loss for words as she watched Delano's departing figure. She opened her mouth. Yet in the end, nothing escaped her lips. With Delano's exit, the corridor of the Magical Congress fell back into silence. In the interrogation room of the Sirius Crime Investigation Division, Charlie sat in an interrogation chair reminiscent of those seen in television dramas, feeling no trepidation but rather a sense of curiosity. Due to his unique circumstances, the orurs had not even placed the simplest of shackles upon him. They merely had him sit there to undergo questioning. In the dim, narrow, and silent space, the only source of light came from a lamp positioned on the interrogator's desk. This was a common interrogation tactic, relying on the setting and atmosphere to intensify the pressure on the subject, thereby hastening the breach of their mental defenses. Though straightforward and easily understood, it remained an exceedingly effective method. Charlie Black? Across from him sat a burly black orur. He held in his hand the freshly printed documents. Still warm to the touch, casting a sidelong glance at Charlie before asking in a low voice, "Is it me?" Charlie nodded slightly, responding softly in agreement. "Do you understand the reason that has brought you here?" The orur responsible for the interrogation maintained his gaze on the documents, seemingly intent on preparing thoroughly before engaging in formal confrontation. Charlie shrugged, truthfully shaking his head as he replied, "In fact, the two orurs who brought me here left immediately. They haven't communicated anything else to me, and even now, I remain unaware of the reason for my presence." The interrogating orur, clearly anticipating the situation, casually recited a series of charges while perusing the papers: use of destructive magical spells, possession and use of unregistered wands, murder, and severe disruption of the magical community's order. After enumerating nearly a dozen charges, he finally paused. He took a deep breath and, with a decisive clap, placed the documents on the table, a hint of sardonic amusement gracing his features. He continued, "You have nearly committed every serious crime in the American magical realm." However, upon hearing the other's words, Charlie couldn't help but chuckle. Still smiling, he shook his head and, with unwavering calmness, replied, "I apologize, sir, but I do not comprehend what you are insinuating. I am merely an ordinary businessman on a commercial visit to America. You cannot unjustly impose these accusations upon me." "An ordinary businessman? Unjustly impose?" The interrogating orur narrowed his eyes, peering through the slits of his eyelids, fixating on Charlie as if he had just heard an utterly ridiculous jest. He first echoed Charlie's earlier words in a peculiar tone, and then countered, "The files in my possession document numerous accounts concerning you, Charlie Black. Perhaps a title more befitting of what I am about to disclose is not merely that of an ordinary candy merchant, but rather the founder of the House Elf Liberation Front. Firstly, as a former leader of a third-party faction during the Second Wizarding War in the British magical realm, you possess the formidable capability to eliminate nearly 40 dark wizards in a remarkably short span of time. Secondly, not long ago, we received intelligence regarding a conflict involving a house elf from Britain at the Blind Pig Tavern, which resulted in severe injuries. Upon thorough investigation, we have ascertained that he is an employee of your factory." A glimmer flickered in his eyes. "Within a week of the incident, you entered the magical realm of America under the pretext of a business visit. It seems to me that your motives for the crime are exceedingly ample. Furthermore, at the time of the occurrence, you were entirely alone in your hotel room, not emerging until 9 o'clock the following morning to arrive at Mr. Mueller's company. During that interval, no one can attest to your whereabouts or actions. You see, this is astonishingly straightforward, requiring no further inference." The interrogating orur spoke with an air of nonchalance, reclining almost arrogantly against the backrest of his chair, gesturing toward Charlie with an amused smile. "Both your motives and the timing of the alleged crime, along with your apparent capability, align perfectly. What else is there for you to say?" Charlie listened calmly, never interrupting, his expression remaining unchanged throughout. Once the other party ceased speaking, he slowly responded, "So what?" He smiled, as if nothing had shifted. "So what? Where is the evidence? These are merely conjectures, and regardless of how closely they fit, How can you prove that I am the perpetrator? For a moment, the narrow, dimly lit room was engulfed in silence. The previously relaxed expression of the interrogating orur grew tense, his posture straightening, as if he had genuinely begun to recognize the caliber of Charlie before him. Well, it appears that the opponent is a master. It seems the ensuing exchange will be a protracted battle. In his heart, he silently contemplated the passage of time, each second slipping away as the two endured the long night, persevering until dawn. With a decisive click, the interrogator Aurelius pressed the switch of the desk lamp, extinguishing its light completely. As the radiance faded, so too did the initial spark of vitality from his countenance. He pinched the bridge of his nose, his eyes bloodshot and weariness evident in his expression. In stark contrast, Charlie, seated across from him, maintained his ever-present smile, unwavering and unchanged. A heavy sigh escaped the interrogating orur's lips as he closed his eyes, seeking a moment of respite from the man before him. Are you truly prepared to say nothing? Perhaps he himself was unaware of the frustration that seeped into his voice as he uttered these words. Charlie stiffened slightly at the remark from the man before him, forcing a response with a nonchalant, "I have no idea what you are talking about." This statement acted as a spark, igniting the powder keg of emotions within the orur. With a loud bang, the interrogating orur sprang from his seat, causing the chair beneath him to topple over. At that moment, Charlie's gaze was piercingly clear, almost as though he were an outsider observing the unfolding drama. He watched intently as the orur glared at him, his chest heaving with labored breaths, fists clenched so tightly that veins bulged on the back of his hands. He witnessed the culmination of a night's worth of pent-up frustration reach its breaking point. To be honest, Charlie found a peculiar satisfaction in witnessing the orur's emotional outburst. In fact, should the orur resort to physical violence against him, it would serve as the ideal resolution, an opportunity to hasten the conclusion of this drawn-out farce, which had already predetermined outcomes. It would also allow him to vehemently denounce the Ministry of Magic, only to be forcibly returned to England by the Ministry. Even his rhetoric could be carefully crafted for the press, potentially igniting considerable controversy and perhaps even generating buzz for the yet-to-be-launched Ice Plum Sweet Candy. Unfortunately, while Charlie's thoughts were commendable, the orur was far from foolish. He gasped deeply, and after a prolonged moment, he finally managed to steady himself and unclench his fists. "Well, good luck to you," he coldly remarked, as the interrogating orur turned away and opened the small door that led to the outside world. "Your defiance is futile. I will soon petition for the use of the memory extraction spell." With that, he walked out of the interrogation room without looking back. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Charlie's smile faded as he fixated on the door through which the other had departed, seemingly lost in contemplation. As he had done on countless occasions before, he absent-mindedly caressed the ring on his hand for an extended period before softly murmuring, "A night should suffice." He then closed his eyes, no longer concealing the weariness etched across his face. Leaning against the horizontal surface of the interrogation table, he began to indulge in a brief respite. At this juncture, he could claim to be utterly devoid of pressure, for the ensuing events would naturally be handled by others who would come to his aid, whether it be Mueller, Fudge, or even Ryan, who had prepared for contingencies from the very start. None would allow him to languish in this predicament. Perhaps these three individuals, who would typically never cross paths, were destined to converge under Charlie's orchestrations, which seemed to have imbued everything with a new trajectory. In the office, Mueller lifted his gaze to the clock mounted on the wall. It was morning, and his lips, concealed beneath his beard, began to move as he addressed Andre, who was also in the office. "They still have not released Mr. Blake." Unlike Mueller, who maintained an air of stoicism, Andre paced anxiously around the office. Ever since Charlie had been taken away by the two orurs, Mueller had been in a state of waiting, and he had not managed to steal even 10 minutes of sleep. One must understand that this is no easy feat for an elderly man. Not long ago, he had even contacted the funding senators, urging them to facilitate Charlie's release. Yet the responses he received were astonishingly sluggish, laden with apologies. "Dear old Mueller, I cannot assist with this matter." Suddenly, a thought illuminated Mueller's mind. His eyes sparkled as he retrieved a sweet candy from his pocket, placing it in his mouth while instructing Andre, "Go to Britain. You must travel to Britain immediately. Go to Mr. Blake's factory and inform that." Mueller momentarily faltered, unable to recall the name. "Russell," Andre promptly reminded him. "Whoever it is, just ensure the message is conveyed." "Is this truly effective?" Andre hesitated. "Even you couldn't persuade those senators to secure his release. What could Mr. Blake's personal assistant possibly achieve?" "You wouldn't comprehend. Regardless, you must depart at once and ensure that the message reaches them in the shortest time possible." Chapter 104. Ryan's enlightenment within the tranquil confines of the room. Only Ryan's steady breathing could be heard. He slumbered soundly and peacefully. In his dreams, the weariness and despondency that had previously marked his countenance finally unfurled, revealing glimpses of a youthful visage, accentuated by a hint of rugged handsomeness beneath his stubble. The sun had risen high, casting its rays through the tightly drawn curtains, bathing the room in a warm glow that dispelled the earlier gloom. Quietly, yet beautifully, time seemed to stretch infinitely in this moment, transforming all that was poised to awaken into an eternity. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks shattered this serene atmosphere, fracturing the tranquil scene into countless shards. The knocking persisted, and though the visitor remained unseen, the rapidity of their rapping conveyed a sense of urgency. Ryan's brow furrowed slightly, his eyelashes fluttering as he gradually opened his slightly bleary eyes. "Coming," he mumbled instinctively, struggling to lift his head. "Hurry, Ryan. Let me in. Something grave has occurred." The voice of Russell penetrated from outside, laced with palpable urgency. Instantly, the lingering confusion in Ryan's mind dissipated, his eyes regaining clarity. Without uttering another word, he swiftly rolled out of bed. In a matter of moments, he donned his clothes with remarkable efficiency and strode purposefully to the door, withdrawing the bolt and flinging it open. As the door swung wide, Ryan peered outside to find Russell, sweat beading on his forehead, his expression fraught with alarm. Beside him stood a breathless black man, whom Ryan vaguely recognized as the one who had departed with Charlie not long ago, Andre, if he recalled correctly. But why had he returned? Just as Ryan found himself momentarily bewildered, lost in contemplation, Russell's anxious voice insisted on pressing forward without wasting another second. He relentlessly pushed forward, utilizing his diminutive stature to force Ryan back into his room. Following closely behind, both he and Andre swiftly entered as well. With a resounding bang, the heavy door of the room was shut tight, restoring silence to the corridor. What has happened? Where's Charlie? Inside the room, Ryan's brow furrowed deeply. He was an astute individual. Otherwise, he would not have been entrusted by Charlie with the significant responsibility of being the distributor for the entire Muggle world. Based on Russell's reaction and the sudden reappearance of Andre, he quickly surmised that Charlie had encountered significant trouble within the American magical community. Indeed, the next moment confirmed his suspicions. Charlie, the master, had been captured by an orur from the American magical realm. His voice trembled slightly, clearly losing composure due to the incident involving Charlie, no longer exhibiting the calmness he possessed while managing the factory's affairs. Ryan's gaze swiftly shifted from Russell to Andre, who had only just regained his breath. Upon meeting Ryan's look, Andre promptly nodded in acknowledgement. It was evident that Andre had exerted considerable effort after receiving Mueller's orders. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to traverse nearly half the globe from New York, USA, to the candy factory located in Greater Manchester within a mere few hours. Without further ado, Andre recognized that Russell was at a loss and that the individual before him was the true anchor in this situation. Consequently, he hurriedly recounted the events from beginning to end. Shortly thereafter, the orurs arrived and took Mr. Charlie away, and he had not been released by the time I departed. As Andre concluded his account, silence enveloped the room. He and Russell turned their gazes in unison towards Ryan, hoping to glean a solution from him. However, Ryan remained silent, instead succumbing to deep contemplation. He suddenly recalled the words Charlie had spoken to him not long ago during his visit. "If anything goes awry while I'm away, I entrust this to you." When Charlie uttered these words, he was seated on his exquisite sofa, facing him, a relaxed smile gracing his lips. Yet his eyes seemed to harbor a deeper meaning. At that moment, Ryan had not given it much thought, merely believing Charlie was referring to matters concerning the factory. And he had shaken his head in refusal. "But you have Russell, don't you? He's a capable lad. Even if you were to leave for a year, he wouldn't let anything significant happen at the factory." However, upon hearing Ryan's words, Charlie shook his head and replied with a hint of melancholy, "Russell is indeed reliable. But there are certain things he cannot manage. For instance, when it comes to delivering those 50,000 gallons to Fudge, if I'm not around. He would struggle to even enter the Ministry of Magic's hall." Now, as Ryan surveyed the scene before him, it seemed as though he had suddenly grasped the meaning behind Charlie's words, as well as the subtle detail that Charlie had inadvertently shared with him. The furrow in Ryan's brow relaxed, his eyes sparkling with understanding, and a faint smile played upon his lips. Russell was taken aback, observing the elusive smile on Ryan's face, a familiar sensation rising once more within him. This time, however, he understood the source of that familiarity. "Master?" he thought, as he envisioned Charlie for an instant. A sense of reliability surged within him, calming his previously frantic mind and restoring an inexplicable tranquility. "Let us go. We'll make the trip together." Finally, Ryan spoke, his tone devoid of the languor from the previous day. As he spoke, he smoothed the creases in his clothing, striving to present himself in a more spirited manner. "Where are we going?" "To the Ministry of Magic." In the grand hall of the ministry, as the elevator descended and its doors opened, Ryan led a trio that strode purposefully from above, heading directly towards the elevator that led to Fudge's office. Given the urgency of the situation, they wasted not a moment, eager to resolve Charlie's predicament as swiftly as possible. After all, none could predict what troubles Charlie might face at the hands of foreign orurs once he left England. While Ryan was acutely aware of Charlie's prowess, he recognized that even the strongest dragon could be overwhelmed by local serpents. If any complications arose due to their delay, Ryan would likely bear the guilt for a lifetime. However, as they raced against time, Charlie, far away in a foreign land, remained blissfully asleep in that interrogation chair. From a resting perspective, one could argue that the interrogation room was quite an excellent place. The dim lighting, the tranquil surroundings, and the spacious chair, which even permitted a reclined position, rendered it rather humane in a certain sense. Just as Charlie was enjoying his rest, the door to the interrogation room creaked open once more. As the door swung ajar with a groan, Charlie stirred from his slumber, straightening his back and lazily stretching his arms, letting out a long yawn. "What, is it time for another round of questioning already?" he casually spoke. And after finishing a yawn, he leisurely turned his gaze towards the door. To his surprise, the person who entered was not the previously encountered interrogator, but rather, it was Sarah Stewart, with whom he had recently interacted. She stepped inside, holding a plastic bag adorned with a large golden capital letter M. "No." She calmly shook her head in response to Charlie's inquiry, glancing at him as she continued. "Stewart went to request assistance from the director. Your interrogation will likely have to wait until the afternoon. I am here to bring you lunch." As she spoke, she lifted the plastic bag filled with food, giving it a gentle shake as a gesture. "How about it? Do you Brits have a taste for American fast food?" Her demeanor appeared quite cheerful, perhaps because it was not during her working hours. Thus, her expression lacked the sternness that Charlie had previously observed, instead radiating a youthful energy and vibrancy, interspersed with light-hearted banter. "I can manage," Charlie shrugged. "Typically, in England, I subsist on mere biscuits and slices of bread. It's no great matter." Sarah raised her eyebrows in surprise as she approached him, handing over the plastic bag. "Really? I assumed that individuals of your wealth would consume meals costing what I earn in a week." "I don't possess a strong desire for extravagant food," Charlie replied, his gaze lowered as he rummaged through the contents of the bag. "If I were dining out, I would certainly prefer something more exquisite. However, within my factory, I tend to keep things simple." "Why is that?" A glimmer of curiosity flickered in Sarah's eyes as she pressed further. "Because it distracts me," he answered. He carefully placed a cup of cola beside him and then unwrapped a hamburger. After finishing his words, he took a hearty bite. It was evident that Charlie was indeed quite hungry after enduring such an intense interrogation and a whole morning of confinement. While he maintained an air of composure, his energy was undoubtedly depleted, perhaps even more so than that of the black orr he had been interrogated by. Perhaps it was a result of his upbringing, coupled with his refusal to reveal any vulnerability in front of others. Although he consumed his food rapidly, there was no sign of a careless manner about him. Sierra chose not to say much more, finding a spot to lean against the wall, arms crossed, quietly observing as he finished off the hamburger and cola. Once Charlie had satisfied his hunger and took out a napkin to wipe his mouth, Sierra finally sighed and could no longer restrain the question that had been weighing on her mind. "Honestly, I don't understand," she began. "You are remarkably successful. According to our findings, there are scarcely any wizards in the American magical community wealthier than you. Why would you travel such a great distance to eliminate a dark wizard who surely seems insignificant to you?" Pausing, she lowered her voice and continued cautiously. "Even if you hired a group of no-name wizards, with your resources, buying their loyalty shouldn't be a challenge. So why come here personally?" Charlie listened intently to her inquiry, wiping away the remnants of his meal. After she had expressed all her curiosities, he set down the napkin, glanced at her, and mysteriously whispered, "Do you truly wish to know why?" Sierra's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and she nodded earnestly, leaning closer. "Because I am not the one responsible for this." "I know nothing," Charlie murmured into her ear, his voice reminiscent of a devil's whisper. Sierra stormed out, neglecting to take away the remnants of his meal, her frustration palpable as she left. The door to the interrogation room slammed shut once more. When it opened again, it would likely be that aura named Studef, accompanied by his associates, returning for a confrontation. Charlie was unconcerned about Studef and his impending reinforcements, even if they were skilled in the art of legilimency. It posed no significant threat to him. After all, he had practiced the mind-blocking technique, though he had not devoted himself to mastering it as Snape had. Nonetheless, it would suffice against American wizards, who were generally less adept than their British counterparts. Moreover, employing legilimency on a suspect was not a common interrogation method. Exposing the thoughts within one's mind was considered a taboo among wizards. Given his position, Charlie believed that the head of the Major Crimes Division would likely disallow such an approach. Perhaps I should take another nap. I seem a bit weary, Charlie mused. His eyes once more beginning to close. He cast a glance at the door leading to the outside world, then, as before, reclined back onto his chair, continuing to doze while awaiting the actions of Ryan and his companions far away in England. Chapter 105. You do not understand my plight. Wait a moment. The minister is in a meeting. No one can enter. Before the door to Fudge's office, Umbridge's rotund figure resembled a pink meatball, her arms outstretched, effectively blocking the path of the three individuals. She stood resolutely, preventing any glimpse of the minister's office behind her. Russell's expression grew peculiar as he observed the person before him, a wave of inexplicable confusion washing over him. Hadn't he encountered her during his last visit? Why was she once again idling about the lobby instead of attending to her duties? Though these thoughts swirled in his mind, he refrained from voicing them. After all, the trio had come to seek an audience with Minister Fudge regarding the inquiry into the encirclement, and there was no need to let such trivial matters hinder their important business. Ryan halted his steps, scrutinizing the individual obstructing his path. Although he had not returned to the wizarding world for quite some time and was unfamiliar with the specific personnel of the ministry, the sight of this corpulent figure inexplicably ignited within him a desire to deliver a punch. Perhaps it was fate at work. Suppressing this fleeting impulse, Ryan spoke. Mr. Charlie Black has summoned us to discuss the particulars following the donation to Minister Fudge. In an effort to preserve some semblance of dignity for Cornelius Fudge, Ryan refrained from addressing Umbridge with a commanding tone, instead opting for a more subtle approach, particularly emphasizing the word particulars at the end of his statement. However, to his surprise, upon hearing Ryan's words, Umbridge not only refused to budge, but also furrowed her brow and inquired pointedly, Mr. Black, what business does he have with Minister Fudge? Hasn't he completed his donations? A hush fell over the room. Ryan's expression began to shift, fluctuating through various emotions until it settled into a complex array of confusion. He opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. What was this toad-like figure about? Did she truly understand nothing? Ryan's mind screamed in disbelief. From the attire and the exquisitely crafted nameplate pinned to her chest, Ryan could ascertain that she was a person of directorial rank, not merely an inconsequential civil servant. Yet the words that escaped her lips left him utterly perplexed. How had she ascended to her position? Was the caliber of officials in the Ministry of Magic now so diminished? In the Muggle world, he had frequently engaged with mayors and directors, yet he had never encountered such bizarre inquiries. Hasn't he completed his donations? He mused, contemplating Umbridge's statement. At that moment, Ryan even suspected that she was feigning ignorance, deliberately pretending not to grasp the implications of his words in order to bar him and his companions from entry. In reality, Ryan had merely overcomplicated the matter. Upon hearing Umbridge's remark, he noticed the others were momentarily taken aback, one of them exhibiting a myriad of expressions, leaving them all feeling bewildered. Yet she remained steadfast in her duty, acting as the most loyal sycophant to Minister Fudge. Regardless of whether it was Charlie Black or anyone else, it was clear that Minister Fudge was preoccupied, and a prior appointment was necessary to gain an audience. Russell, trembling with suppressed rage beside him, was incensed by the audacity of the portly woman who had the gall to omit Mr. Black's title and instead directly utter the minister's full name. Unable to contain himself, he raised his hand, preparing to deliver a sharp reprimand. Fortunately, Andre noticed Russell's impending action and quickly ducked, forcefully restraining him, shaking his head vigorously in disapproval. Ryan, observing this obstinate individual before him, felt a headache brewing. He was relieved that he had initially declined Charlie's suggestion to remain by his side, opting instead to venture into the Muggle world to explore new opportunities. The thought of facing such characters had sent a shiver down his spine. Finally, with a deep sigh, Ryan's thoughts coalesced, leading him to choose an outrageous yet expedient course of action. My apologies. As he spoke, he suddenly began to move his hands. Before Umbridge could comprehend the meaning behind the apology, Ryan's hands flew into action. With a swift motion, the wand that Andre had placed in his pocket was suddenly in Ryan's grasp, leaving no opportunity for a reaction. Stupefied, A brilliant light erupted as the spell was cast, and within a heartbeat, it was all over. Umbridge rolled her eyes back, and with a dull thud, she collapsed onto the ground. Ryan exhaled a sigh of relief. Whether it was psychological or not, he felt considerably more at ease at that moment. Andre watched in astonishment as his wand was wielded skillfully by Ryan to cast the stunning spell, his eyes wide as saucers. "Why you just," he stammered, clearly shaken by Ryan's audacity. They had only just subdued Russell, and yet Ryan had taken such decisive action. Reflecting on Charlie, who was still confined within the American Wizarding Congress, he couldn't help but wonder aloud. Is the spirit of the people in the United Kingdom and Northern Ireland truly this fierce? You just knocked out a senior official from the Ministry of Magic, and you used my wand. Andre's complexion paled slightly, causing him to appear less like a pure-blooded black and more like a mixed heritage. Why didn't you use your own wand? Do you not realize that American wizards are under strict regulations regarding wand usage when abroad? This stunning spell you just cast will take me quite some time to rectify once I return. However, in response to Andre's grievances, Ryan remained unfazed. I can't help it. Ever since I ventured into the Muggle world, I've lost the habit of carrying my wand. He spoke as he took 2 steps forward, using his foot to nudge the unconscious Umbridge aside, then pressed his hands against the office door. With a creak, Ryan exerted force without uttering another word. In the next moment, the door swung wide open, revealing Cornelius Fudge seated behind the desk and Bartemius Crouch, who seemed poised to speak, both pausing in astonishment as they turned to face the 3 intruders. "Mr. Fudge, I come on behalf of Charlie Black. He is in urgent need of your assistance," Ryan declared, his gaze fixed on the bespectacled, portly gentleman. Despite knowing he was addressing one of the most esteemed figures in the entirety of the British magical community, he offered no pleasantries, directly stating his purpose. Behind the desk, Fudge's eyelids fluttered as his expression shifted through a myriad of emotions, ultimately settling into a somewhat strained smile. Stammering, he finally managed to utter, "Ah, so you were Charlie's friend. Very well, what does he require my help with? Please, do tell." Bartemius Crouch cast a surprised glance at Fudge, then fell silent, adopting an attitude of keen observation. It was evident that he was familiar with Charlie and well aware of his endeavors. After all, they hailed from the same era. He held a vivid recollection of the once-renowned young man, despite his disdain for the methods employed. Yet, Crouch could not deny that Charlie was an eccentric genius. Following the conclusion of the Great Conflict, just when he believed peace had been restored and the child's antics would cease, Charlie underwent yet another transformation, emerging as the proprietor of a confectionery factory alongside a multitude of house elves. "So, Fudge has been negotiating with Charlie Black," Crouch mused silently. Recognizing that he was not a fool like Umbridge, he instantly grasped the implications of Ryan's mention of assistance. "I'm uncertain." The somewhat gaunt old man in the office of the head of the Major Crimes Investigation Department furrowed his brow, hesitatingly responding. He rested both elbows on the surface of the desk, unconsciously intertwining his fingers, occasionally twisting them into a knot as thoughts flitted through his mind. "You should not hesitate." Sturf's gaze was fierce, locking onto the elder before him, momentarily rendering the old man unable to meet his stare. "You have been an accomplished orur, a prominent figure on the front lines prior to your injury. It is evident that Charles Black has some issues. Yet, whether above or below, everyone maintains the same attitude. I fail to comprehend. Have you dulled your own character after so many years in the office?" Patrick Sturf. The elder's expression turned grave as he addressed the young man, his voice booming with authority. Sturf's gaze remained unwavering, confronting the elder's glare with steadfast determination, as if a blazing inferno resided within his eyes. The office fell into a profound silence. After a lengthy pause, the elder sighed deeply, his eyelids drooping, diverting his gaze from Sturf to the detailed documents concerning Charles Black laid upon the desk. "You do not comprehend this position," he remarked, his tone softening, tinged with resignation and the weight of old age. "Only when you find yourself here will you realize that the options are fewer, yet the considerations are manifold. This matter transcends a mere suspect. It intertwines the British and American magical communities. He has become a suspect in our country. No one will raise an objection. However, should the use of the memory charm lead to a conclusion that he is entirely innocent, it would pose a serious diplomatic issue. He surely is." Despite the elder's assertion, Sturf's tone remained unchanged. "Are you certain?" The elder chuckled, though irritation flickered in his eyes. "I am." Sturf nodded resolutely. "You cannot." The elder wearily closed his eyes, aware that his subordinate was a stubborn individual, incapable of adapting, and reasoning with him was futile. This, too, Was the reason he remained merely an ordinary orur after all these years, despite his extensive experience? I cannot grant you this order. He resolutely turned away, no longer willing to gaze at the other person. After a moment of silence, Stuff found it difficult to muster the courage to ask, if I were to conceal this from everyone and, without your knowledge, use the mind control technique on him, would that be permissible? It was a rare moment of flexibility on his part, yet he never anticipated it would lead to such a predicament. The elder spoke, his tone imbued with a palpable sense of melancholy. Get out of my office this instant. Suddenly, his voice escalated in intensity as he rose from his seat, forcefully pushing Stuff towards the door. Standing at the threshold, he observed the somewhat bewildered individual before him, and the elder's voice only grew louder, resonating with authority. I will not grant approval. Do not come to me regarding this matter again. With that, he slammed the door shut with a resounding thud, nearly catching Stuff's nose in the process. Stuff blinked at the now firmly closed door, as if he had begun to comprehend something profound. An odd sensation washed over him, a blend of inexplicable melancholy and sorrow. He felt that this was the first time he truly comprehended the meaning behind the commander's words. As for what to do next, that would depend entirely on his own judgment. He turned his head to gaze at the office door, which had quietly swung open in response to the elder's voice. One by one, his colleagues peeked through the doorway, casting glances in his direction and whispering among themselves, though their words remained unintelligible. However, Stuff remained unfazed. For in his heart, he had resolved a singular notion, leaving no room for alternative choices. Rather than perceiving the recent opportunity bestowed upon him by the old director as a mere chance, he felt it was a direct facilitation of a path leading towards his objective. As for what awaited at the end of this path, that was a mystery known only to fate. He departed, striding purposefully out of the Major Crimes Investigation Division, bypassing the interrogation room and making his way briskly out of the grand edifice of the Magical Parliament, ultimately blending into the throng of people outside. In the director's office, the elder let out a sigh, continuously reflecting on the words exchanged between himself and Studf moments before. He believed he had discerned the true nature of Stuff, comprehending the intricate depths of this loyal subordinate who had accompanied him for so many years. But what of Stuff? Had he, too, seen through him? In truth, Stuff's observations were not entirely erroneous. He had indeed been polished and smoothed by his position, his once fiery spirit now dulled. Chapter 106. Apologies, excuse me. When Charlie awoke, he could no longer ascertain how much time had truly elapsed. He was only aware that he had slept quite comfortably, perhaps the most restful slumber he had experienced in recent days, effectively compensating for the lost hours of sleep from the previous night. Having sat for an extended period, Charlie remarked as he twisted his stiff neck, then proceeded to remove the barrier on the interrogation chair, rising leisurely to his feet. Everything was merely a facade. Due to Charlie's unique status and the influence it wielded, the Ministry of Magic had granted him the utmost freedom permissible while remaining within this interrogation room. He could engage in any activities he wished as long as he did not leave the confines of the room. In a sense, this also reflected the attitude of the Wizarding Parliament. In reality, the situation was far less dire than Ryan and the others across the sea in England had anticipated. Even if they had not sought out Fudge, Charlie would have eventually been released. It was merely a matter of time. After all, at this moment, Charlie was a prominent businessman intending to invest in the American magical community and engage in profound collaboration with local assets. To the wizarding merchants who essentially controlled the Wizarding Parliament and supported the legislators, Charlie appeared as if he were stepping onto unfamiliar ground with a maximum level of goodwill. Just as a multitude of merchants eagerly prepared to engage and establish connections, the Wizarding Parliament had detained him. How could this be? What if, in a fit of anger, they decided against collaborating with us? Would the Wizarding Parliament take responsibility for that? They pay no heed to so-called significant cases or suspects. In the eyes of capital, only profit holds paramount importance. If this matter adversely affects potential future business collaborations, then regardless of who it is, even a member of Parliament, they must vacate their position. Thus, the focus now lies on the resolve of the upper echelons of the Magical Parliament and how long they can withstand the pressure. As for Fudge, his essential role is to serve as a safeguard and to assist Charlie in minimizing the external conditions that prolong the waiting period. Just as Charlie strolls leisurely within the interrogation room, the figure of Sturgis reemerges in the grand hall of the Magical Parliament. However, this time, he is accompanied by another wizard. The newcomer glances around, clearly displaying a natural trepidation towards this place. Are you certain? He swallowed hard, his neck instinctively recoiling. and quietly inquired of Stuff beside him, his voice noticeably tinged with a sense of uncertainty. Less chatter, Stuff admonished him in a low tone. Casting a cold glance at his companion. You need not know anything. Simply perform a soul extraction and convey to me what you uncover. Then I can be free of you? The wizard asked, his eyes brightening with cautious hope. Stuff remained silent for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. Upon hearing Stuff's assurance, the wizard visibly relaxed, his demeanor shifting from the initial timidity he had exhibited upon entering. Very well, he replied. The two proceeded onward, encountering few others, and made their way back to the floor housing the major crimes unit with relative ease. With a resounding thud, the door closed behind them as they advanced toward the interrogation room. As the door clicked shut, the head of the major crimes unit, seated behind his desk, appeared to have heard something, causing his hand, which had been writing, to pause momentarily. He sighed, seemingly in sympathy for Stuff. He could not comprehend why Stuff insisted on handling what was evidently a hot potato. The higher-ups engaged in incessant games surrounding this matter, with no one truly concerned about the so-called truth, and Charlie Blake would undoubtedly remain unaffected. One could merely sit idly, dabbling in trivialities, biding their time for the final outcome of the game, only to later bow down with a beaming smile to usher this individual out. Beyond that, there was nothing else to be done. As everything reached a conclusion, to silence the interrogator Aro's inquiries and compel him to swallow this matter. A promotion and salary increase would follow, granting you the mere scraps left after the duel of interests. Yet, even those scraps could sustain a lowly Aro for a lifetime. The elder had initially harbored this intention when appointing Stuff to interrogate Charlie Blake, aiming to elevate his old subordinate. Little did he expect that even this seemingly straightforward path could morph into a thorny, perilous trail. With a snap, the elder could write no further. Tossing his pen onto the desk, unable to restrain his ire as he muttered, "Foolish creature. The higher-ups would crush you as easily as squashing an ant. Even I dare not make a move. How dare you recklessly intrude?" Unfortunately, his words would remain unheard by others, only uttered in solitude. Just as he vented his anger sparked by Stuff, the vintage telephone on his desk suddenly rang, emitting a clear, melodious chime. Reluctantly, the elder paused his tirade. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he lifted the receiver to his ear. "Hello? Major Crimes Division." This is, before he could finish, the voice on the other end transformed his expression instantaneously. "WH what?" His voice faltered, his pupils constricting in disbelief at what he was hearing. "I understand. Your Excellency." In a swift motion, the elder sprang from his seat, suppressing the tremor within, responding with tension. As the call ended with a click, the elder sprang into action. Shedding the lethargy of office hours, now, his speed rivaled that of a freshly inducted Oro. He strode towards the door, flinging it open and calling out loudly, "Hurry. It's an emergency." "Oh, back already?" In the interrogation room, Charlie, who had been aimlessly wandering and feeling rather bored, suddenly halted in his tracks, turning his head to glance at the now-ajar door. The familiar orrery entered, accompanied by an unfamiliar individual whom Charlie did not recognize. The newcomer was clad in filthy garments, his face adorned with unruly stubble and bearing an unappealing pallor that suggested illness. It was evident without much contemplation that he was certainly no orror. Sturgis did not respond to Charlie's words, but instead turned his attention to the man beside him. He raised his chin slightly, signaling for haste and decisiveness. Reassured, the man's face broke into a smile as he drew his wand from his pocket, his demeanor now imbued with a touch of confidence. "I am not exaggerating. Among those orrors in your magical parliament who specialize in soul extraction, there are but a handful who surpass my abilities. I hope you truly possess the usefulness you claim," Studev remarked noncommittally. Throughout their exchange, neither acknowledged Charlie, as though he lay helplessly upon the operating table, firmly ensnared. However, one could hardly blame them, due to the constraints of the American magical community. They perceived no distinction between a wandless wizard and a mere muggle. American wizards could scarcely comprehend how superlative sorcerers like Dumbledore or Voldemort could wield potent magic unaided. Perhaps they had heard tales from the distant British magical realm, yet they dismissed them as exaggerations and stubbornly denied the possibility of such formidable wizards existing. Observing the stance of the two, Charlie initially paused in surprise, only to soon realize something, his gaze toward them becoming increasingly peculiar. "So, do you know what you're doing right now?" He positioned himself beside the interrogation chair, turning to Studev to seek confirmation. "I know," Studev finally replied, devoid of any trace of confusion. "This is my personal endeavor, conducted without any directive from others or prior approval." Charlie scrutinized him closely, as if he were reassessing him entirely. He suddenly perceived that this fellow was a pitiable creature, a wretched soul from any perspective. Do you not realize that even if you were to uncover the truth, it would not alter my circumstances in the slightest? Charlie seemed inclined to counsel this individual, and to some extent, did not deny his own actions as he directly inquired. Studef fell silent. The flame of resolve that once burned brightly in his eyes appeared to flicker momentarily, yet he soon shook his head. He no longer gazed at Charlie, but instead lowered his head, as if to persuade himself. I am merely upholding the justice that Auror ought to maintain. What transpires thereafter is not for me to contemplate. Very well, Charlie's voice carried a hint of regret. While the two were in conversation, the wizard brought in by Stud was already prepared. He raised his wand and eagerly approached Charlie, a semblance of determination gracing his lips. Allow me to impart a lesson. Charlie replied, shaking his head while calmly rolling up his sleeves, revealing his scarred forearm. In any pursuit, one must possess the strength of resources, money, power. These are your tickets to entry. Do you truly believe you can seek justice without regard for anything else? As he spoke, his eyes began to narrow, and an invisible force seemed to envelop his palm. In truth, not only justice, but you have yet to earn the right to uncover the truth. As his words lingered in the air, the wizard had just raised his wand, mouth agape, preparing to utter an incantation when Charlie sprang into action. Expelliarmus! In that instant, his arm soared, a crimson light coalescing and swirling, enveloping his hand in a brilliant display. Almost immediately, the vivid chain of light was propelled from Charlie, hurtling directly toward the wizard's wand. With a sharp whoosh, the moment the light chain made contact with the wand, the wizard felt an overwhelming force tugging at his hand. Before he could register what was happening, his wand had already been yanked from his grasp, spinning through the air before landing deftly in Charlie's possession. A profound silence enveloped the scene. At that moment, both the wizard and Stuff were rendered utterly speechless. They widened their eyes, gazing at the vivid crimson glow enveloping Charlie's hand, along with the wand. For a moment, it was as if they had been rendered mute, frozen in place in a state of astonishment. Suddenly, Studef felt as though a surge of electricity coursed through his entire body, goosebumps instantly prickling his skin. He hastily drew forth his wand, instinctively aiming it at Charlie. Yet, the beads of sweat trickling down his forehead and the subtle tremor in his gaze revealed that, at this moment, he was far from the unwavering resolve he once possessed. How did you manage to do that? His Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he fixed his gaze intently on the nonchalant Charlie. It was only at this moment that he seemed to grasp the true essence of the power marked in his dossier. Thus, I remarked, as Charlie cast a disdainful glance at the grimy wand in his hand and continued, isn't it rather absurd to stand before an adversary you scarcely understand, demanding the so-called truth and justice, when you lack even the most fundamental ticket to enter? Shortly thereafter, the head of the Major Crimes Investigation Department hurried in, accompanied by a gathering of orurs. Sturf, what in the world are you doing? The door to the interrogation room was kicked open, and the furious director stormed in, wand in hand. However, as he surveyed the scene before him, his furious tirade abruptly ceased. In that moment, only Charlie remained standing resolutely in the interrogation room. As for Sturf and the wizard he had brought in, they lay motionless on the ground, their fates uncertain. Do not worry, they merely fainted. They shall awaken in a few hours, Charlie stated calmly, lowering the sleeves he had just rolled up and slowly approaching the elderly man by the door. He gently patted the old man's shoulder and softly said, I apologize for the intrusion. With that, he calmly stepped out of the interrogation room under the watchful gaze of numerous orurs. Chapter 107, The Game and the Settlement of Interest. Mr. Charlie, I am truly sorry. I had no idea such an event would transpire. Charlie strolled along the corridor with a light step, moving forward. Meanwhile, the elderly man, serving as the director, closely followed him, maintaining a precise half-step behind. A visage marked by age bore a smile filled with flattery and obsequiousness, his body slightly hunched, reminiscent of the initial approach he had intended to take with Studev, albeit now he was personally engaging in the endeavor. The smile lingered at the corners of Charlie's mouth, his eyes narrowing slightly. It seemed that after spending an extended period in the dim surroundings, he was momentarily unaccustomed to the brightness of the outside world. He listened to the elder's words, yet refrained from responding or elaborating further. Instead, he inquired, what punishment awaits that stuff? Upon hearing Charlie's inquiry, the elder was momentarily taken aback, gathering his wits to respond with utmost caution, colluding with dark sorcerers, unlawfully employing the art of memory extraction, defying superior orders, and abusing his authority. My intention is to first dismiss him from his position and subsequently incarcerate him. Upon concluding his words, he lifted his gaze to observe the expression on Charlie's face, hoping to discern some alteration in his demeanor. Unfortunately, his expectations were dashed. Charlie maintained his ever-present, serene smile, whether he was entering the interrogation room or emerging from it, seemingly unchanging. For a moment, the elder felt a surge of tension and quickly added in a hushed tone, "Perhaps you have a notion of what would be appropriate?" Charlie raised an eyebrow, momentarily halting his forward stride, taken aback as he glanced toward the chief of major crimes, who lagged half a step behind him. He pondered for a moment, his squinted eyes gradually opening wider, ultimately shaking his head with a hint of melancholy, neither proclaiming an intention to impose punishment nor expressing forgiveness. In truth, Charlie felt little in regard to Sturf. Aside from a fleeting pang of pity, no further emotion stirred within him. After all, as the elder had remarked in the office, Sturf was akin to an ant, easily crushed from any perspective when juxtaposed with Charlie. In such a starkly imbalanced dynamic, it was indeed challenging to evoke a profound response. The elder waited for a spell, observing that Charlie remained silent. His expression shifted slightly but soon returned to its former state. A glimmer of light flickered in his eyes as he nodded and softly replied, "Very well, Mr. Blake." With that exchange, the two fell into silence, continuing their leisurely stroll forward, leaving behind the group of orurs stationed at the interrogation room door, who exchanged bewildered glances while escorting the now unconscious Sturf. In the highest chamber of the Magical Congress, at the center of the spacious and exquisitely crafted conference table, the 12 seats, representing the utmost authority of the American magical community, were remarkably all occupied. They clamored and chattered, their words oscillating between fervor and hesitation. Some, overwhelmed by their excitement, even leapt from their seats, faces flushed, spewing saliva as they gesticulated at their opponents. The meeting room, once a bastion of authority and dignity, now resembled a chaotic marketplace, devoid of any semblance of civility or decorum. Were one to merely observe this scene, it would be hard to conceive that these animated individuals, nearly on the brink of physical confrontation, were in fact the esteemed members of the Magical Congress of the United States, the upper echelon of the American magical community. Unlike the straightforward hierarchy of the British Ministry of Magic, where positions are clearly delineated from the minister to the directors, the Magical Congress has adopted a more complex structure within the framework established by the ministry. Here, the title of minister has been replaced with that of chairperson, with the powers once held by the minister now divided into 12 segments, entrusted to the chairperson and each member of Congress. Whenever a decision from the upper echelon is required, the members convene, engaging in vigorous debates under the leadership of the chairperson, ultimately reaching a consensus. This system was initially conceived at the foundation of the Magical Congress, intended to prevent the abuse of power through mutual checks and balances. However, the 12 esteemed orurs who established the Congress could scarcely have anticipated that centuries later, when capital awakened and transformed into a formidable force, infiltrating the very fabric of their institution, this once untainted system, emblematic of fairness and justice, would succumb to corruption. It has become increasingly distorted, losing its original significance. In contemporary times, discussions during meetings about the passage of resolutions no longer revolve around their correctness or their capacity to serve the American magical community. Instead, the focus has shifted to whether these decisions can provide affluent businessmen the means to extract even greater benefits with ease. At the head of the assembly, Antonio, the chairperson of the Magical Congress, now rested his eyelids wearily. He pressed his lips together, bowing his head to quietly gaze at his cup of red tea, which gently rippled with the vibrations of the conference table. Observing his own reflection distorted on the surface of the tea, he watched as it fragmented with each wave. While the assembly of legislators around the table engaged in heated debate, their faces flushed with indignation, he remained seemingly oblivious, paying them no heed. Instead, he diligently organized his thoughts, contemplating the matters that weighed heavily on his mind. In contrast to those lawmakers who thrived as mere puppets, Antonio had far more complexities to consider. The power struggle between the affluent businessmen, led by Mueller, and the magical parliament had only just commenced its intricate dance of negotiation and probing. In the few exchanges that had transpired, neither side had yet exerted any significant force. Both were merely testing the waters to discern the true intentions of the other, crafting their responses accordingly. However, just as the atmosphere began to solidify, the British Ministry of Magic, an outsider to the proceedings, abruptly intruded, thoroughly unsettling the waters. This unforeseen disruption compelled Antonio to prematurely conclude the game, reluctantly releasing Charlie Black as a gesture of submission. Given this turn of events, could the interests of the magical parliament still be expanded between the two parties? Was the stance of the British Ministry of Magic truly as unyielding as they had portrayed? A myriad of questions swirled within his mind. With his elbows resting on the table, his fingers intertwined above, he fidgeted restlessly as his thoughts tangled together. Time slipped away unnoticed, and as the legislators sharpened their resolve, the atmosphere grew increasingly charged. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the heavy wooden door of the conference room. The sound was dull and faint, appearing almost inconsequential amidst the tumult. Yet, this singular noise brought the previously raucous assembly to an abrupt silence, enveloping the room in an eerie stillness. In an instant, everyone seemed frozen, as if time had been momentarily halted. Whether they were posturing aggressively or animatedly advocating, all turned instinctively toward the door, craning their necks in anticipation. "Ah! It appears our guest has arrived." Antonio finally broke his silence, lifting his head slowly and speaking, interrupting his earlier train of thought. His voice is rich and steady. Although his tone is calm and his volume modest, it possesses an innate authority that commands respect and inspires awe. His gaze slowly shifted, sweeping across each member of the assembly. "Do not allow the British wizards to witness your folly. Do sit up properly." His tone was reminiscent of one soothing a child, yet it proved remarkably effective among the assembled legislators. Once everyone was seated, Antonio slightly raised his head and called out towards the entrance, "Please enter." The elder stood at the threshold, watching the door swing open, and observed the confident young figure of Charlie Blake stride in with poise. He, however, could only lower his head in a gesture of respect towards the 12 council members and the presiding chairman in the conference room. When the door gradually closed once more, the elder finally lifted his gaze to behold the magnificently adorned fade that symbolized the founding 12 orurs of the magical parliament. His expression grew increasingly complex. The grand door seemed to separate two worlds, creating a chasm that ordinary individuals could never cross. It was as if a divine decree had irrevocably severed them. After standing in contemplation for a considerable time, all his emotions surged forth in a profound sigh. He then turned and departed. Inside the meeting room, upon the elder's exit, the group of legislators, under Chairman Antonio's guidance, engaged in a cordial and amiable dialogue with the promising Mr. Blake. The discussions within the conference room did not consume an excessive amount of time. Given their intelligence, many matters required no explicit articulation, as they inherently understood the unspoken rules. Charlie discerned that they were merely seeking to mitigate their losses in light of the Ministry of Magic's intervention, hoping to extract some measure of benefit from him. Naturally, he was amenable to this, for his business was about to venture into their territory, and fostering a good rapport with the local government, even forming an alliance of sorts, was undoubtedly advantageous. In the back-and-forth exchange, mutual interests were rapidly segmented and consolidated, the pace astonishing. Once the group, all smiles and congeniality, reached a satisfying conclusion. The tragic events of over 40 deaths, the catastrophic fire, and Field's demise seemed to fade into insignificance. As the focal point of the American magical community's attention, this case remained severe and deplorable. However, it could be attributed to anyone but Charlie. It would not be long before the sensationalist newspapers of the American magical realm would announce that the suspect was in custody, and due to fierce resistance from the orurs, he was inadvertently killed. The chief of the Serious Crimes Investigation Division would provide a detailed report on the matter. The public departed with a sense of resolution. While the magical parliament reaped the rewards, the merchants secured their positions, and Charlie finally achieved the objective of his visit. At that moment, each party had acquired what they desired. A grand case that satisfied all had thus emerged. Approximately half an hour later, Charlie was personally escorted from the grand edifice of the magical parliament by Chairman Antonio, who wore a warm and friendly smile. He embraced Charlie's shoulders and firmly shook his hand one last time at the entrance, as if they were longtime friends with an unbreakable bond. Suddenly, Antonio looked up and noticed the elder Mueller waiting for Charlie not far away. He blinked and cheerfully remarked, "Look, old Mueller can hardly wait to welcome you. I hope you enjoy your time in America. Please don't let this minor incident tarnish your view of us." "Of course not. I fully understand the magical parliament's handling of such events. It is precisely due to this stringent approach that the American magical community enjoys stability and peace." Grasping Antonio's hand firmly, Charlie spoke earnestly, infused with a hint of admiration. Antonio silently smirked, reflecting that had he not witnessed Charlie's capabilities in the meeting room, he might have been easily deceived by the youth's impressive fade and acting skills. After Antonio departed, nodding at Mueller in the distance, he turned and re-entered the building. "So, those orurs didn't give you too much trouble, did they?" Mueller's grin was peculiar yet warm. Upon seeing Charlie approach, he hurriedly stepped forward to welcome him, scrutinizing him as if a concerned elder assessing a child's well-being. Everything was well. Charlie smiled, strolling alongside Mueller while nodding in affirmation, gently stating, "It has been confirmed as a misunderstanding." Mr. Antonio sincerely expressed their apologies. Upon hearing this, Mueller's spirits lifted even more, vigorously nodding and exclaiming, "I knew it. Those orurs are truly audacious. They haven't faced such a situation in years and suddenly grew reckless enough to apprehend you." He seemed to recall their recent evening stroll from the magical Broadway, unable to suppress a scoff. Yet he quickly resumed his enthusiastic tone. "All right. Let us not dwell on unpleasant matters. Tonight, we have prepared a feast in your honor to welcome you. Enjoy yourself." "We?" Charlie raised an eyebrow, appearing somewhat surprised. "Yes, we. Some friends of mine have been eager to meet you since your arrival in the American magical community. Unfortunately, they were met with this unfortunate incident." Charlie understood immediately. As a side note, thus concludes this chapter, marking the end of my original contributions regarding the American Ministry of Magic. From the next chapter onward, Charlie's narrative will gradually return to England, reconnecting with Harry and Draco in the school setting. To be honest, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. No longer needing to rack my brain over plot developments or laboriously shape characters, I can now write with greater ease. Initially, I pondered whether I could break free from that structure and attempt something new. It is evident that this idea has proven to be unsuccessful. Perhaps a small fraction of readers appreciated it, but I suspect the majority were not particularly engaged. The quality of the chapters has noticeably declined. The current content hardly deserves even 2,000 collections. Blah, blah, blah. I appreciate the feedback from those who have offered suggestions, and I shall strive to refrain from such laborious endeavors in the future. After all, most readers drawn to this book were likely captivated by the earlier daily narratives. They wish to see Harry Potter and Draco. If I truly wish to write this, why not start a new book? All right, that is all. Love and peace. My dear brother, I would like to share a chapter and recommend a book. Recently, the author expressed some grievances, yet overlooked a crucial detail. If anyone is interested, please take a look at the genuine work penned by my friend. From Camartage to Hogwarts, the author is a seasoned Harry Potter enthusiast, thus exhibiting exceptional control over the intricate details. Here's the synopsis. Voldemort, I am here to negotiate. Cloaked, Shivan raises the ring of Ragador. His wand pressed against Voldemort's forehead, a gentle smile gracing his features. What sort of negotiation is this? The tattered Voldemort internally screams in frustration. Once a prodigy from Camartage, Shivan's soul was inexplicably rejected by the Marvel Universe. With the aid of the Ancient One, he traverses into another world. However, Shivan is astounded to discover that the magical system here is entirely different from Camartage. Wait, it seems there is room for maneuvering. Avada Kedavra Hogwarts Ancient Body? Lightning Storm Bozates Thunder? Apparition Dimensional Gate? Witness how Shivan, the genius sorcerer from Camartage, merges the spells of his homeland with those of the Harry Potter universe during the Grindelwald era, forging a new realm of possibilities. Chapter 108. Perhaps next time clearly. During that evening gathering, Charlie Black undoubtedly became the center of attention. As Mueller remarked, it was indeed a private party limited to friends, so the attendance was rather modest. Including the female companions brought by the affluent guests, there were scarcely over 30 individuals present. The gathering was held in Mueller's luxurious villa. The grand hall aglow as the banquet commenced. Everyone was dressed impeccably, seemingly emulating the gentlemen of the British wizarding community, which momentarily left Charlie feeling as though he were still in England. As he navigated through the crowd, his presence sparked conversations wherever he went. The wealthy patrons raised their glasses, sporting reserved smiles while linking arms with their companions, nodding slightly to Charlie before engaging in casual banter. After an exchange of pleasantries, they would finally introduce themselves and present their business cards. By the end of the soiree, Charlie found himself with over a dozen business cards in hand, spanning various industries, from light manufacturing to magical artifacts, from fashion to enchanted brooms. Each card belonged to a prominent figure within the American wizarding community. Mueller, rather than allowing Charlie to leave immediately after the event, intercepted him due to the late hour, warmly insisting that he stay. He even instructed a maid to swiftly prepare a guest room for him. Unable to decline such hospitality, Charlie acquiesced. Upon returning to the room Mueller had arranged for him, the tension on Charlie's face eased. His mind, strained for what felt like an eternity, finally found respite. Without hesitation, he shed his attire, refreshed himself, and then collapsed onto the plush bed. Lying on the soft mattress, gazing at the ornate ceiling adorned with exquisite reliefs from unknown tales and the opulent crystal chandelier, a singular thought occupied Charlie's mind. It is finished. At that moment, his body relaxed entirely. His mind, which had been in overdrive for nearly 2 days, could finally take a brief pause. Thus, Charlie closed his eyes, surrendering to slumber. Shifting our focus back to England, within Charlie's factory, Russell, unusually, was not engaged in his customary duties. Instead, he had joined Ryan atop the factory's highest roof. The profound night exuded an extraordinary tranquility. The mist that once veiled the sky seemed to have dispersed, revealing the radiant stars and moon to all. Regrettably, it appeared that people were oblivious to the beauty above, consumed by their labors and lives, scarcely finding a moment to lift their gaze skyward. Only Russell and Ryan remained to savor this moment. To be honest, Russell must apologize to you. Feeling the night breeze caress his face, causing his large ears to flutter slightly, Russell began to speak. He turned to Ryan, who was leisurely lighting a cigarette beside him, and sincerely remarked, Ryan's fingers, which were poised to bring the cigarette to his lips, paused momentarily. He turned his head to look at Russell, raising an eyebrow. The expression on his face had lost the decisiveness and confidence of that morning, instead returning to a state of incurable languor. Apologize? For what? Ryan's voice was light, his words drawn out as if he exerted no effort at all. It seemed that once he confirmed that Charlie was unharmed, nothing in this world held any urgency for him anymore. Russell had once arrogantly believed he could manage everything, even in Charlie's absence, ensuring the factory ran smoothly and providing Mr. Charlie with a stable foundation. Russell appeared somewhat despondent, his head hanging low, and even his ears, ruffled by the wind, seemed to shrink slightly. Thus, when Mr. Charlie informed Russell that he was to replace Mr. Charlie, he experienced an inexplicable reluctance. Even for just a few days, it felt intolerable. This was why he had initially expressed hostility in their conversation upon your arrival. Ryan's raised eyebrow fell once more, and he nodded thoughtfully, no longer looking at Russell but instead gazing up at the sky. The filter of the cigarette was placed between his lips, and as he took a deep drag, the ember at the tip spread, igniting the tobacco within. A plume of white smoke billowed from his mouth, causing Ryan's eyes to narrow, deepening the languid expression that enveloped him. For a moment, the atmosphere grew quiet. Russell ceased speaking, and Ryan remained silent. Only the sound of the evening breeze whispered, reminding all that this tale was far from over. In truth, you were not mistaken. After a lengthy pause, Ryan removed the cigarette from his lips and finally responded. The factory has not encountered any troubles, and you have fulfilled your responsibilities. What transpired today was beyond your purview. Otherwise, why would Charlie have summoned me? A hint of a smile crept across Ryan's lips, and a new light flickered in his eyes. Moreover, as I initially expressed, I concur with your sentiment. Charlie Black is irreplaceable. He extended his hand and skillfully patted Russell's shoulder, a gesture of warmth and comfort. Although Russell was somewhat petite compared to Ryan's robust physique, the unexpected contact nearly caused him to stumble. You merely stated a fact. There is no need to apologize to me for that. Upon hearing these words, Russell looked up in astonishment, his large eyes gazing at the profile of Ryan. The previously subdued expression in his eyes brightened, radiating a glimmer of joy, and his drooping ears perked up once more. The thoughts of most little sprites are remarkably easy to decipher. Their simplicity prevents them from concealing their emotions as humans do. They laugh when they are joyful and cry when they are sad, as if a mere glance could reveal their innermost feelings. Thank you, Ryan. You truly are a wonderful person. He suddenly somersaulted from the rooftop, joyfully exclaiming in a voice that was somewhat piercing. Then he extended his hand, mimicking Ryan's earlier gesture, and rose to pat his companion on the shoulder. Ryan made no effort to stop him, his eyes crinkling in amusement as he casually picked up his cigarette and took a deep drag. In truth, Russell had another matter he wished to inquire about, though he would respect Ryan's silence should he choose not to respond. Once Russell had indulged in his merriment and settled back down, he cautiously spoke again. What? Ryan replied absent-mindedly. You weren't originally named Ryan, were you? Russell's voice carried an air of gravity as he posed this question. He meticulously observed the expressions of the other party. The moment any reluctance surfaced, he would swiftly divert the conversation, employing humor to deflect the topic. Originally, he had no intention of broaching this subject, for as a servant to Charlie, his foremost duty was to maintain the demeanor befitting his station. Although Charlie typically did not concern himself with such matters, Russell adhered strictly to this code, subtly embodying the poise exemplified by the lineage of the Black family, particularly that of creature residing in their ancestral home. Yet, the recollection of this morning's encounter with Ryan, the look upon his face, his demeanor, and the newfound confidence and composure he exuded, left Russell momentarily bewildered, almost convinced that he was gazing upon a master who had imbibed a potent elixir. His curiosity was insatiable, a relentless itch that demanded to be scratched. Thus, upon returning from the Ministry of Magic, he eagerly rummaged through his room for quite some time until he unearthed a family tree pertaining to the Black lineage. By the time he posed his question, he had already formulated his own conclusions, What remained was merely the need for validation. Ryan's fingers trembled slightly, and the previously narrowed gaze revealed a flicker of enigmatic complexity. It seemed as if he was lost in reminiscence, yet a subtle struggle manifested in his brow. Russell found himself regretting his inquiry, pondering why he had felt compelled to ask. Just as he was about to speak and redirect the conversation, Ryan unexpectedly nodded in affirmation. The complexity of his expression vanished entirely, as if it had never existed at all. He returned to his usual demeanor of serene nonchalance and, like responding to an ordinary inquiry, readily acknowledged it. Regulus Black. He softly uttered that extraordinarily unfamiliar yet strikingly familiar name, although his expression remained unchanged. A subtle fluctuation stirred within his chest. Despite having anticipated much, the confirmation of that name, spoken from Ryan's lips, caused an uncontrollable surge within Russell's heart. Consequently, he felt a slight dryness in his mouth, and with a stammer, he continued, "Not dead." Ryan chuckled, his laughter radiating warmth. Were it not for the stubble on his face, that smile would have appeared even more resplendent. Russell instinctively noted that the cigarette in his hand had burned down to its end, the tobacco consumed, and the ember dimming into oblivion. He resolutely pressed the last remnants of his cigarette against the rooftop, extinguishing the ember completely before raising his arm high and casting it forcefully into the distance. As he watched the remnants of the cigarette trace a graceful arc through the air before descending, Ryan sighed deeply, feeling an immense weight lift from his shoulders. This secret has been hidden for many years, known only to Charlie. Not even my brother would suspect that I am still alive. Ryan stood up, stretching lazily, and his gaze shifted from the moonlit sky to the horizon beyond. You are the third person, besides Charlie and me, to be privy to this matter. Russell appeared momentarily stunned, gazing up at Ryan's tall figure, rendered speechless. Do you know why I chose to confide in you? Ryan continued, unperturbed by Russell's silence. Russell's eyes widened, instinctively shaking his head. Because I believe that even if the entire world, myself included, were to betray Charlie, you would be the last person standing by his side. Thus, you deserve my trust. As Ryan's words sank in, Russell blinked, as if receiving a profound affirmation. He quickly sprang to his feet, his face flushed, vigorously nodding in agreement with Ryan's assertion. Yet, Ryan had not finished speaking. He closed his eyes, no longer focusing on the night scenery before him. I also wish to find someone to confide in. Keeping a secret buried in my heart for over a decade is indeed a heavy burden. From that night onward, Russell's fondness for Ryan soared, swiftly replacing Harry Potter as his second favorite human. Time passed swiftly. Originally, Charlie had planned for a 14-day journey. But with the enthusiastic cooperation of various forces within the American magical community, it was shortened to 10 days. Ultimately, with Charlie's satisfied nod, Andre and Mueller presented a detailed distribution plan for the liqueur-filled chocolate candies, officially signing a complete contract with Charlie. This also signified the conclusion of Charlie's travels within the American magical realm. Standing before the key to the magical gateway leading to England, Charlie donned his black trench coat once more. Just as he was about to place his hand on the key, a voice from behind interrupted him, causing him to pause momentarily. Protego diabolic. Charlie initially froze, then turned to see Selah Stewart, a female orur, clad in casual sportswear, standing a short distance away. It appeared she was not on duty at that moment. Hello, she greeted with a smile and a wave as Charlie turned to face her. What are you doing here? He asked, raising an eyebrow in surprise. I still don't understand. Selah stepped closer, lowering her voice and speaking mysteriously. You see, you're about to leave. Can you answer the question I asked you in the interrogation room? Charlie chuckled softly at her words, pondering for a moment before lowering his voice in return. Next time. Once you're in my territory, I'll answer your sensitive question. Without waiting for her response, he reached out and touched the key. With a whoosh, Charlie vanished, leaving Selah momentarily stunned before angrily kicking the nearby tiled wall. Chapter 109. The Candy Vending Machine. Selah, are you sure you won't reconsider? In the office of the Director of Major Crimes, the elderly man held a thin resignation letter, his brow furrowed. After reading it from top to bottom, he sighed deeply, lifting his gaze to Selah Stewart, who had changed into casual attire. No, Selah decisively shook her head, her expression unwavering and her demeanor reflecting youthful stubbornness. It was evident that standing there, delivering this message, she had contemplated long and hard. The elder, perceptive as he was, sensed that her departure seemed to be a foregone conclusion, yet his reluctance compelled him to plead once more, hoping to sway her decision. After all, the surname Stewart carried significant weight within the American magical community. Though they rarely appeared in public, the mere mention of their name elicited respect from nearly every American wizard. They had transcended the existing class framework, standing proudly at the pinnacle of the social pyramid. Even Antonio, the chairman of the Magical Congress, would bow respectfully to John Stewart, Selah's father, offering sincere greetings as a sign of respect. The reason was simple. They were descendants of Isos Ser, the only aristocrats on this barren continent, and the actual owners of the Ifamoni School of Magic, initially as the director of major crimes. The elder had intended to leverage his connection with Selah Stewart to build rapport with John Stewart, hoping to transform this relationship into a political asset that would allow him to ascend before retirement, breaking through the barriers to join an elite circle. However, to his surprise, just as his plans were coming together and about to unfold, Selah Stewart had already flung her resignation letter in his face, cruelly informing him of her decision to resign. The elder forced a stiff smile, replying dryly, "On your first day, you told me that becoming an orur was your lifelong dream. You have longed for this job since childhood and worked hard to achieve it. Yet now, barely half a year into your position, you tell me you wish to resign?" He strained to widen his somewhat blurred eyes, attempting to discern any subtle changes on the other's face. Yet, the unwavering determination remained, and the steadfastness in his gaze showed no signs of waning. The old man swallowed hard, his heart sinking deeper into an abyss. "Are you truly not considering this further?" When he uttered these words, a hint of pleading crept into his tone. However, Selah resolutely shook her head and turned towards the door, unwilling to engage in further conversation. "In truth, I believe I am unlikely to be suited for the role of an orur. It may differ from my initial expectations. I apologize, Director. But my father is waiting for me outside. I must take my leave." As she spoke, Selah opened the director's office door and waved her hand at the old man without a glance back, wishing him prosperity in his business. With a resounding thud, the door closed, leaving the elder staring vacantly at the entrance. The surroundings fell into a prolonged silence. Upon exiting the office, Selah felt an immense sense of relief wash over her. She hummed a tune, her footsteps light as she dashed out of the Grand Magical Congress building. This time, she did not spare a glance at the grand clock hanging in the hall, not even a fleeting glance. "Have you had enough fun?" A middle-aged man with a gentle demeanor turned his head from a black sedan parked on the street, watching Selah hop into the car with an indulgent expression. "I've had enough fun." She plopped down on the back seat, burying her head in her arms and muttering in a muffled tone, "Once we've had enough fun, we shall return." The man, unfazed, turned back to the front, starting the engine. "To be honest, I suspected this day would come the moment you first mentioned wanting to become an orur. Do you think that's why our family has refrained from politics all these years?" He shook his head with a sense of nostalgia. "It's good that you've seen the truth now. I initially thought it would take you 5 or 6 years, but you've proven to be my daughter indeed. Enough already, Dad. Let us not discuss this." Selah, somewhat annoyed, shot her head up and called out to John Stewart in front. Okay, John shrugged, glancing at his daughter's state in the rearview mirror, wisely choosing not to pursue the topic and instead shifting the conversation. "Once we return to Ifamoni, you can start teaching, decide what subjects you wish to teach. In a few years, when Principal Kitty retires from Thunderbird Academy, you will take over his position." Selah remained silent, her head still buried in her arms, sulking in her thoughts. "And then," John continued, stroking his stubbled chin, a smile creeping onto his face as he envisioned a bright future. "When I retire, you will officially become the principal of Ifamoni. At that point, I can finally take a break." Just as John was lost in his daydreams of a blissful future while driving, Selah's voice unexpectedly broke through from the back. "I want to go to the British magical community." The car screeched to a halt, and John abruptly turned halfway, wide-eyed in disbelief as he looked at his beloved daughter. "Well, I must be off then." At the entrance of the candy factory, Ryan greeted Charlie and Russell with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. Charlie, feeling sentimental, stepped forward, flinging his arms wide open to embrace Ryan in a hearty hug. He patted Ryan's back vigorously and sincerely asked, "Thank you. You've done me a great favor. How should I express my gratitude? To be honest, I've had my eye on your car for quite some time." Ryan, unfazed by Charlie's gesture, returned the pat and, with a teasing tone, whispered in his ear, "I've always known you had ulterior motives regarding my car." The moment those words left his lips, Charlie's expression of gratitude evaporated. He released his grip on Ryan and stepped back, looking at him with a wary expression. "I knew it. You've always had designs on my car. Let me tell you, I've invested a great deal of effort into it. Even if you were to propose a slight increase in my dealership privileges, I would agree, but this matter is non-negotiable." Ryan rolled his eyes, disdain evident on his face as he gazed at Charlie, then pulled a cigarette from his pocket, placing it between his lips and retorting, "Who cares?" Nonetheless, As he turned to look at Charlie's prized vehicle, he couldn't help but covet it, smacking his lips in envy. Enough of this nonsense. I'm leaving. Just call me if you need anything in the future. With that, Ryan shifted his focus back to Charlie. He lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, waved at Charlie, and then turned away, striding into the throngs of the street. Watching the figure depart, Charlie couldn't help but inhale deeply, feeling a wave of emotion wash over him. Once the figure vanished from view, he finally redirected his gaze back to Russell beside him. You've worked hard, Russell. Charlie smiled, leaning down to pat Russell's shoulder gently, speaking softly. It's no trouble at all. It's merely what I ought to do. Russell straightened his back, responding loudly with pride. Yet, despite his words, the incessant flapping of his ears and the nearly uncontrollable smile at the corners of his mouth made it easy for Charlie to perceive his delight at the praise. Thus, Ryan departed, and the factory gates closed behind him. Charlie and Russell returned to the long-abandoned office. Sitting in the familiar chair, a tide of nostalgia enveloped him. Observing the immaculate desk, still pristine as it was before his departure, Charlie realized that, though unspoken, Ryan had meticulously cared for everything in the office, resisting any urge to neglect it due to Charlie's absence. This was a testament to the trust Charlie placed in Ryan. A trust born not only from their blood ties but also from the character and demeanor Ryan had subtly displayed since childhood. With that thought, Charlie shook his head slightly, pulling himself from his reverie to focus on Russell, who stood before him. Let us begin. Tell me what transpired over the past 10 days. It seemed an eternity since he had reported to Charlie, and now he felt a flicker of excitement. Clutching his little notebook, he eagerly awaited his turn. Upon hearing Charlie's words, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Nodding, he refrained from further idle chatter, skillfully flipping through his notes, recounting every detail of recent events with the precision of an expert. Significant breakthroughs had been achieved in the research on snow lemons. According to the formula chart, Taika had conducted hundreds of experiments, ultimately succeeding in enhancing quality while retaining flavor. Though still somewhat unstable, he assured that it would be perfected before Christmas. Recently, 2 production lines had encountered minor issues, but they were swiftly resolved without any serious incidents. The Honeydew had agreed to feature Charlie's brand of candy on an independent shelf, prominently displayed, the bizarre exploding candy, as well as the recent production of Umbridge's liqueur-filled ice plum sweets, had also been noteworthy. Charlie, bowing his head, listened intently to Russell's report, resting his elbow on the table, absently stroking his ring as he contemplated. Suddenly, Russell paused in his narration. By the way, Mr. Charlie, shortly after your departure, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore sent a letter. He spoke as he retrieved an envelope nestled within his notebook, stepping forward to place it neatly upon Charlie's desk. In your absence, no one dared to open it. To avert any potential mishaps, Russell took the liberty of penning a letter to Professor Dumbledore, elucidating your journey to the American magical community. Charlie accepted the correspondence, his gaze lingering on the wax seal adorned with the emblem of a phoenix poised for flight. And he couldn't help but chuckle softly before casually inquiring, "Did Professor Dumbledore respond to you?" "Indeed," Russell replied, his tone brimming with delight. He nodded and swiftly extracted another letter from his notebook, displaying it to Charlie as he said, "Professor Dumbledore is truly a humble and gracious individual. Even in his reply to me, he expressed his gratitude. He thanked me for relaying this news and assured me that there was no rush. I could open that letter upon your return." With that, he gingerly returned the sheet back into his notebook, seemingly intent on preserving it as a cherished keepsake. Listening to Russell's words, Charlie felt no surprise. It is often the most capable individuals who exhibit true humility, while those devoid of merit tend to hold their heads high, attempting to assert their authority in such a manner. The level of understanding exemplified by Albus Dumbledore is far beyond that of an ordinary wizard. He nodded slightly, casually opening the envelope and extracting the letter within. He unfolded it and began to read earnestly. The correspondence was brief. Beyond the customary pleasantries, it contained little substance. He finished reading in a single breath, scarcely taking a minute. Soon, he set the paper down, watching it float gently upwards, folding itself neatly before returning to the envelope. Charlie's gaze flickered momentarily as he plunged into contemplation. After a spell of reflection, he lifted his head and inquired of Russell, "What progress have we made with the batch of automatic candy vending machines we've been studying?" Russell paused for a moment, then quickly flipped through his notebook to locate the relevant notes. "In fact, it has been completed. Moreover, it has undergone testing. We specifically subjected it to a rigorous 10-minute bombardment with high-standard magic, and the results were highly successful. It meets the conditions for formal deployment in the magical realm." "Excellent." Charlie nodded, rising from his seat. "Let us proceed. If it is indeed as you say, It won't be long before we can officially launch the first batch at Hogwarts. Chapter 120, A Reunion with Dobby. With that, there was nothing more to say. Russell closed the notebook and accompanied Charlie toward the testing site for the vending machines. The two exited the office, descending the staircase directly, ultimately leaving the main building of Charlie's confectionery factory and strolling along the path leading to the research and development base. As they walked, a faint sound reached Charlie's ears from a distance. "Yes, take your time, don't rush." It was a somewhat hoarse and rugged voice, tinged with a subtle note of comfort and joy that struck him as oddly familiar. Upon further recognition, Charlie discerned the voice belonged to Chaff, one of the first house elves to accompany him, and also Dobby's father. Alongside that voice came a series of clumsy thuds, reminiscent of a stick striking the ground, accompanied by a comparatively youthful voice. "Don't worry. I feel like I've adjusted. It won't be long before I can walk on my own without support." The words were imbued with youthful vigor, optimism, and resilience. This time, Charlie required no further identification. He instinctively halted his stride and turned his gaze toward the source of the sound, the infirmary. He arched an eyebrow, suddenly recalling something, and lowered his gaze to Russell, softly inquiring, "Is that Dab? Can he already get out of bed?" "Indeed, Master Charlie," Russell replied, instinctively brightening at Charlie's words. He smiled and nodded in affirmation. He then continued, "Dab is a remarkably young man with astonishing physical resilience. Initially, I believed that given the severity of his injuries, he would need to remain bedridden for at least another month. However, just 8 or 9 days later, he was already managing to sit up on his own. Now, he has even begun to walk with the assistance of Chafcha and Nicole, albeit not yet with great fluidity. He is gradually acclimating." As he spoke, Russell couldn't help but sniffle, a wave of emotion welling up in his eyes. He sincerely remarked, "Honestly, I feel that in just a few days, this young man will be bouncing back to life." Hearing this, Charlie nodded in agreement. He inhaled deeply, a glimmer of satisfaction illuminating his eyes, and could not help but exclaim, "As long as he does not succumb to despair, this child's future is boundless." Suddenly, a thought struck Charlie, and he continued, "I had initially planned to visit Dab later, but since we've encountered him here, it seems fortuitous. Would you like to see the boy?" Russell promptly lifted his head and eagerly asked, "Are we going to see him?" Charlie nodded, saying nothing further, and turned to head towards the medical room via the small path. Observing Charlie's movement, Russell nodded and hastily followed. Before long, they reached the end of the path. As they turned a corner, they soon spotted Chafcha, who was cautiously supporting Dab, his demeanor reflecting an utmost vigilance, far exceeding that of wartime duels with wizards. Witnessing his old subordinate, Charlie felt a surge of emotion well up within him. He could faintly sense that compared to the last time he had seen Chafcha over 10 days ago, the latter appeared to have aged at least a decade. Even considering the lifespan of 200 years typical of a sprite, he was still in the prime of his life. However, the expression on his face was imbued with the weight of profound weariness. Charlie understood this all too well. After all, for any father, witnessing his once vibrant and healthy child being reduced to such a state is undeniably a heart-wrenching experience. There was no doubt that if a magic existed in this world capable of transferring Dab's wounds to himself, he would unhesitatingly choose to bear that pain in place of his son. After taking a deep breath, Charlie's gaze shifted from Chafcha back to Dab. Indeed, as Russell had mentioned, Dab's rate of recovery was astonishing. In just a matter of days, the once gruesome wounds had significantly healed. Although still bandaged, there was no longer any blood seeping through. The leg that had been severed had been replaced with a wooden prosthetic. At this moment, supported by his father, he was beginning to adapt to walking once more. The color returned to his face, and his eyes retained the same brilliance that Charlie had first observed. His mouth slightly agape, he breathed in short gasps, with beads of glistening sweat adorning his forehead. It appeared that he had been walking for quite some time. Charlie halted once more, gazing at the silhouettes of the two under the radiant sunlight, and felt his heart grow heavy once again, despite believing he had moved on. He pressed his lips together, momentarily lost in thought. Russell continued to follow closely behind Charlie. Noticing his companion had stopped, he instinctively came to a halt as well. Tilting his head, he observed Charlie's absent-minded gaze and the slight tightening of his lips. As a servant who had cared for him for nearly a decade, he understood all too well what thoughts occupied Charlie's mind at that moment. Choosing silence, he lowered his head and shifted his foot slightly, kicking a small stone. The stone rolled across the ground, eventually coming to rest before Dab, who was diligently practicing his steps. Dab paused, momentarily taken aback, then instinctively halted. He lifted his gaze towards the direction of the stone's trajectory, and suddenly, the figures of Charlie and Russell came into view. Mr. Blake. Dab's expression transformed from bewilderment to astonishment, and then to unreserved joy. Accompanied by his exclamation, Chaff also lifted his head and spotted Charlie standing not far away. Oblivious to how long he had been there, his eyes sparkled with a similar brilliance, although he did not express it as directly as one might to a child. He still broke into a smile and respectfully nodded, greeting Mr. Black. Meanwhile, Charlie, momentarily interrupted from his thoughts, returned to the present, gazing at the two with a relaxed expression that revealed genuine joy. "Good morning, Chaff, Dab." As he spoke, Charlie did not pause but stepped closer to Dab. Placing a hand on his shoulder, softly inquiring, "How is your recovery progressing, my dear lad?" "Rest assured, everything is perfectly fine." Dab's face flushed slightly at the sight of Charlie. Without hesitation, he nodded eagerly, raising his prosthetic leg with pride, continuing, "I'm almost able to walk with this. Although it seems quite challenging, taking it slowly, it's not much different from before. I feel that it won't be long before I can be just like I was." Listening to Dab's response, Charlie felt a pang of emotion welling up in his throat but managed to conceal it from Dab. "Rest assured, in a few days, once you're fully recovered, I shall have you assist Russell, venturing into the factory business and alleviating some of his burdens." Chapter 121. The Hufflepuff Common Room uproar. Even though the perpetrator had perished, the damage had been irrevocably done. It could not simply vanish along with the nefarious demise of the Blind Pig Tavern. It would continue to linger like a persistent shadow beside Dab, akin to a parasite, forever accompanying him. After exchanging a few simple words with Chaff and Dab, Charlie refrained from further intruding upon their conversation. Leaning against the wall, he observed the boys reveling in their play from a distance, unable to suppress a wistful sigh. However, he soon shook his head, inhaled deeply, and rallied himself. After all, what had transpired could not be undone. There was no way to revert to the beginning. As the captain of the entire factory, he could not afford to dwell solely on this matter. Instead, it would be wiser to lift his gaze and look forward, for at least everything was progressing positively. "Let us go, Russell." With that, Charlie's eyes sparkled anew. He adjusted his collar and, casting a final, lingering glance at Dab, who was laughing joyously, he turned resolutely towards their predetermined destination. Upon hearing this, Russell noticed the turmoil and melancholy in Charlie's eyes dissipate, replaced by a familiar resolve and confidence. He let out a quiet sigh of relief and quickly nodded, matching Charlie's pace. Soon after, Dumbledore stood at the entrance of Hogwarts, contemplating the neatly packed wooden crates that were stacked high, nearly forming a small hill. Before long, a little elf clad in the uniform of Charlie's candy factory scurried forth, his short legs moving quickly. Coming to a halt before Dumbledore, he wore a beaming smile and eagerly extended his right hand. Dumbledore smiled in return, saying little, and bent down slowly, grasping the elf's hand in a formal shake. "Greetings, esteemed Headmaster Albus Dumbledore," the little elf exclaimed, his voice slightly high-pitched, yet brimming with unmistakable excitement. His cheeks flushed slightly, and his enormous eyes shone with an extraordinary light. Indeed, Mr. Russell was not mistaken. "You are every bit as kind and amiable as the rumors suggest." Hearing these words, the heavy, white eyebrows of Dumbledore arched slightly in surprise. Instinctively, he began to recall the name Russell mentioned. Soon, he remembered that this individual had recently corresponded with him, specifically informing him that Charlie was not currently at the factory but had ventured into the American magical community. With this thought, the surprise in his gaze transformed into understanding. "Thank you for your kind words, my dear friend. What name should I call you?" Upon hearing Dumbledore's inquiry about his name, the little elf was overcome with unparalleled excitement. He withdrew his hand, which had been clasped with the other, and patted his somewhat withered chest, joyfully introducing himself. "Dada, Headmaster Dumbledore. I am Dada, a little elf from the research department of the candy factory, and I am also the principal person in charge of the candy vending machine project." "Is that so, Dada? Those behind you are the candy vending machines that Charlie specially sent over?" Listening to Dada's words, Dumbledore nodded, straightened his back, and with a hint of curiosity, inquired about the question that lingered in his mind. "Indeed, Headmaster Dumbledore," Dada replied with a touch of pride, then stepped back a few paces, leaped lightly, and pulled out a box that had not been stacked. With deft precision, he quickly unwrapped the packaging, revealing a brand new machine inside. At the sight of the machine, even Dumbledore could not help but let his eyes shine. Beneath his thick beard, it was hard to conceal the change in his expression at that moment. Frankly speaking, at his advanced age, with over a century of experiences weighing on him, having encountered countless stories, it was rare for anything to pique his interest. Aside from the faint anticipation he felt each time new candies arrived from Charlie, his daily life had become rather monotonous. Yet now, gazing at this novel contraption he had never seen before, Dumbledore could not deny that a flicker of his former enthusiasm seemed to resurface. The square candy vending machine had been uniformly painted in a bright white. On its side was printed the abbreviation and logo of Charlie's Candies. At the very front was a crystal-clear glass panel, behind which rows of shelves were divided into small compartments, each clearly marked with the name of the corresponding candy beneath. However, as they had not yet been officially launched, the machines were empty, devoid of any sweets. Even so, Dumbledore found himself imagining what a spectacle it would be when each compartment was filled with an array of colorful candies. Perhaps, Dumbledore could not help but muse. I feel that once these vending machines are placed throughout the school, there might be room for one specifically in the headmaster's office. Of course, Dumbledore's remark was merely a light-hearted jest. He did not genuinely believe that a machine could be set aside solely for his use in the office. However, to his surprise, Dada, taking him seriously, carefully retrieved a neatly folded list from his pocket. This was a list Russell had handed him before coming to Hogwarts, detailing the locations of the vending machines. As it had been personally decided by Charlie, the annotations were meticulous, even specifying precise corners and corridors. "Wait, Headmaster Dumbledore. Let me see," Dada exclaimed, quickly unfurling the list and scanning each machine's corresponding number. Machine number 1 is in the Hufflepuff Common Room. Number 2 is at the entrance of the dining hall. Number 3 is in the auditorium. Number 7 is in the Slytherin Common Room. While number 8 is beneath the portrait of the odd old man with a long beard next to the potions classroom on the second floor. Number 15. Number 15 is... Aha! I knew there had to be one. At this, Dada's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement, and he turned to Dumbledore, eagerly displaying the list for him to see. "Look, Headmaster Dumbledore. The 9th machine is placed in the headmaster's office, and Mr. Charlie even marked it with a red line beneath number 15. What?" Upon hearing this, Dumbledore's expression of surprise deepened. He stepped forward and carefully took the clearly annotated list from Dada's hands. After scrutinizing it closely, a smile began to form on his face. Although he was not a businessman like Charlie, his innate wisdom allowed him to discern that the locations marked by Charlie for these vending machines were strategically chosen, situated in areas with high foot traffic or stable clientele. Only the last one, distinctly different from the others, was placed directly in his own office. Without needing to ponder further, he understood that this was Charlie's way of expressing consideration for him as a student. He did not hesitate to accept this gesture, especially since Charlie often sent him candies through the mail. Since his student had opened a candy factory, Dumbledore had not spent a single canute on sweets, even managing to save enough to share with some professors. This time was merely a different form of generosity, one he had grown accustomed to. Nodding in acknowledgement, Dumbledore returned the list to Dada and gently said, "Please convey my gratitude to Charlie when you return," thanking him for his kindness. Taking the list, Dada carefully folded it and placed it back in his pocket, smiling as he replied, "I should be unable to do that for a while." He then gestured to the mountain of stacked boxes behind him. Although these candy vending machines had been enchanted to replace the troublesome circuitry of the Muggle world, this was their first deployment, and many aspects still required fine-tuning and ongoing maintenance. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore nodded in understanding. He retrieved a candy from his pocket, placing it in his mouth with a smile, and remarked, "In that case, I shall find a moment to pen him another letter." Shortly thereafter, as the first candy vending machine was being installed at Hogwarts, the young witches and wizards of the entire school erupted with excitement, spreading the news from one to another until, in less than half a day, everyone was well informed of this development. In the Hufflepuff Common Room, a group of students clad in yellow uniforms gathered closely together, their eyes shimmering with anticipation, each one pursing their lips, diligently observing Dada, who was crouched beside the enormous machine, tirelessly fiddling and fine-tuning it. They awaited, with bated breath, the inaugural success of the machine's installation. Occasionally, a few students could hardly contain their excitement, whispering softly among themselves, only to be swiftly hushed by those nearby. They gestured for silence with a serious demeanor towards the speaker, fearful that a few careless words might disrupt the concentration of Dada, who was diligently working amidst the crowd, potentially leading to some unforeseen blunder. Thus, an unexpectedly peculiar tranquility enveloped the previously noisy and bustling lounge. Felch leaned against the door leading to the outside, arms crossed, disdain evident on his lips, clearly unimpressed by the uninformed young wizards surrounding him. The mere thought that this contraption was the creation of Charlie Black, that fiend, sent shivers down his spine. Had it not been for Headmaster Dumbledore informing him that the devil was absent this time and instructing him to maintain order at the installation site, he would have gladly distanced himself from the scene. Who could tell what mischief Charlie Black might have devised within the so-called candy vending machine? Perhaps a dead toad, a swarm of spiders, or even some insidious potion with hidden dangers. Every time he contemplated it, an involuntary shudder coursed through him, his heart racing uncontrollably. Finally, amidst Filch's relentless imaginings, Dada let out a long sigh, accepting a handkerchief from an unknown young wizard to wipe the sweat from his brow. He then stood up and, facing the gathering of young wizards, broke into a broad smile filled with accomplishment. All right, calibration complete. This proclamation acted as a switch, igniting the fervent cheers of the young wizards who had awaited this moment with bated breath. Oh, without allowing them any further delay, Dada tilted his body slightly, placing his hand on the replenishment button beside the vending machine. With a resounding thud, he pressed down, and behind the glass, the previously empty compartments began to shimmer and glow with life. In the next instant, a vibrant array of candies filled every vacant slot, from left to right. Classic Charlie chocolates, assorted fruity gummies, the popular ice plum sweets, peanut butter crunch bars, and the newly introduced violet candies all came into view. Even the young wizards who had been cheering could not help but be momentarily speechless, awestruck by the spectacle that encapsulated the essence of Charlie's Candy Factory since its inception. Even Filch, who had worn an expression of disdain, found himself involuntarily widening his eyes in disbelief. Now, it belongs to you. Dada's words triggered a wave of excitement among the young wizards, transforming the previous serene quietude into a frenzied uproar in an instant. Hurry. Let me be the first. I want a licorice stick. Chocolate. The students surged towards the candy vending machine, almost as if they were exhausting every ounce of energy to reach it. Many who had just purchased their treats found themselves swept away by the throng before they could even count their candies, pushed to the outer circle. The scene had descended into an unprecedented chaos. It was only at this moment that Filch, still astonished by the vending machine, realized his responsibilities. He hastily began pulling the students, eager to rush inside, out of the way, shouting hoarsely, "Order! Pay attention to order! Do you wish to write an apology?" However, his once effective threats lost their power in that instant. After all, Filch was no longer confronting individual students, but rather a collective mob. At that point, how could